Buenos dias, good morning, surf fans. Welcome to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We've got some of the world's best surfers on the planet showing up for day 2 of competition at Punta Rocas. I'm Chris Cote here with Felicity Palmatier and Mitchell Salazar in the lineup. The best of the best after a huge, impactful day of surfing yesterday. We cut this field down and now we're getting into the swing of things. It was a 12-hour surf marathon yesterday, and why not just do it again? The waves are here. It's looking fun. Of course, we'll have more on that later this morning. But I gotta say, Surf City El Salvador treated us incredibly well yesterday, literally from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., waves all day long, big numbers, I mean, hitting the scoreline all throughout that entire opening round of surfing. Felicity, the smile on your face tells me it all. You loved every minute of yesterday.
Yeah, I did. I loved every minute. We came here in the dark and we left in the dark. It was a huge day of surfing. And if yesterday was anything to go by, I think today the level's just going to rise again. I'm really excited for this elimination round for the women's. This first heat's going to be exciting, but I'm really excited for the second heat. Caitlin Simmers up against Betty Lou. I think that's going to be a firecracker of a heat.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a unique draw. We're seeing some matchups we haven't seen throughout the year, so I think today is going to be another eye-opening day of competitive surfing.
Yeah, and on the men's side, round of 16 already set. I'm really looking forward to best buds out there, Kanoe Igarashi and Leo Fioravanti paddling out together. Kanoe is in need of a good result here at this event. He made the quarters last year. I think he could potentially go all the way at this event, Chris, at Punta Roca.
Can't wait. Well, let's see what the official call is. AJ McCord standing by now with Travis Logie.
Travis, so we've been watching the surfers come in and out of the water, getting their free surf in this morning. Walk us through what we can expect for today.
Can expect pumping waves. It's pretty much the best I've seen it this morning. So we're going to have a big day on our hands. Women's elimination round, followed by men's round of 16, then straight back into the women's quarterfinals and then men's quarterfinals. So that's the plan for today. If conditions hold, another big day.
We had a really long day yesterday, so you got a chance to see the waves at various tides. How does you expect those to factor in, the tides?
Yeah, the tide's definitely affected, but with this much swell, we're pretty confident we'll get through the whole day. The one kind of variable factor we might deal with today is a bit of wind, but again, with this much swell, even with a bit of wind, I think it's going to be still pumping all day, so looking forward to it.
So buckle up, you guys. We're going to get it started. Back to you.
We like what we hear. Travis Logie feeling confident about what the waves are looking like, and it's pretty clear as day right there. Nice glassy conditions, maybe even a little bit bigger than yesterday. Surfline, our official forecaster here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, is telling us that yesterday, well, we had that south-southwest swell delivering head-high to overhead sets throughout Saturday into Sunday. Mitch, favorable conditions all around swell-wise.
Yeah, and especially with the winds, too. We were supposed to be forecasted with real strong winds today, but look at that. Side shore 3 to 5 knots, 6 to 8 knots this afternoon. But the faces will be clean, as Travis Logie was saying. I think that's the most important thing. And you have a much more controlled environment out there with only 2 people in lineup at the same time. So I really like the call today. If we have the opportunity, let's go as long as we can, Chris.
You know, like striking while the iron is hot. You know, pretty consistent moving forward into next week. But Felicity, even though the days are long, it's really cool to kind of get a lot of heats in and make the most we can of the swell we have.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could see there on that forecast that it is going to drop off after today, so we've definitely got to make the most of the conditions we have on hand.
Surprise, surprise, the biggest set we've seen of our entire contest window.
Wow.
So yeah, I would say it's on. Love to see that. So Mitch, we're seeing an increase in size. Tides in our favor. We're going to start with the women elimination round. Heat 1. Every heat on the women's side of the draw, of course, impactful, including this one. You've got Tyler Wright, current world number 2, going up against a hard-charging wild card in Leilani McGonigal. She didn't show us everything she has yesterday. Obviously, she put a lot of effort in there, but she is a dangerous wild card for a number 2 ranked surfer to be surfing against today.
Yeah, she is, and she's currently on the Challenger Series as well. She has a lot of competitive experience. She's been a medalist, you know, in many different events, and she's actually won a QS before in Barbados, but that was on the left, and she did grow up at a left-hand point break called Pavones, one of the most perfect point breaks here in Central America. But after only being the 2nd Central American surfer to compete in a championship tour event, she has the nerves out of the way, less pressure right now, and going up against one of her idols in Tyler Wright. They both ride for Rip Curl. this is a meaningful moment in the career of Leilani McGonigal right now, going up against the two-time world champ, Chris.
Yeah, I heard the horn in the background. It's official. We're on 30-minute heats to start our day. These surfers fighting for spots in the quarterfinals. Felicity, we're seeing, I think, a reinvigorated Tyler Wright. You know, a couple tumultuous years, but she seems to be back in pure form, the Tyler Wright we know and love. And obviously the results she got yesterday, maybe not echoing that same sentiment, but we saw flashes of that Tyler Wright brilliance on a few of the waves she surfed yesterday.
Yeah, I am a big fan of Tyler. I've known her for a long time. I've seen, she was a child prodigy. I mean, she won her first World Tour event at 14. She's been around for a long time. She qualified really young as well. And I feel like, there's so much pressure on people when they do qualify that young. And, she won this World Tour event at 14 years old. All eyes were on her. She came onto the World Tour. She won 2 world titles. And then she did get sick and, she had to take a couple of years off and sort of come back and find her feet. I listened to a really good podcast, the Lineup podcast, hosted by Dave Prodan. And Tyler talks about like her comeback and what it's taken to get her back to where she is now. And she is very vulnerable in that podcast. She opens up a lot, and I really value that in a surfer, for someone to go deeper than just surface level. And she's really had to understand her reason why, because she's achieved sort of everything you really could want to achieve as a professional surfer. Multiple championship tour events. She's got a world title. She's rung the bell now. I mean, what else is there left to do? So she had to redefine her reason why. And to me, it's clear now, like she's on her comeback. She's looking so strong. She's got her really good team of people around her that she loves to travel with. She's traveling with her wife, Lil. She's got her coach, Andy. She got her psychologist at some of these events. And I think it's paying off. And I love Tyler, love her as a friend, and I really appreciate her honesty in that podcast.
You said it better there. I mean, she's a hero to so many, fearless in and out of the water. And she will be part of this first heat. This really sets the tone, Mitch. These 30-minute heats to start. Plenty of time to kind of find and search your spot in the lineup. We don't know how long they've been out in the water, potentially, getting themselves set up, getting geared to get this heats going. But these first heats of the day, what do you think kind of the trend is with these surfers? Do they go early, or are they playing the patient game and kind of seeing how things unfold?
Well, you got to respect what Leilani's doing right here, too. Sitting deeper than Tyler, trying to get the first wave of the exchange right here. And to me personally, the best thing was always get a quick wave. Don't wait and leave things up to chance, especially if there's sets out there. But with these ground swells, the south-southwest especially, you know that there's going to be a good amount of lulls. Get to work quickly. Don't leave anything up to chance. And especially if you're Leilani McGonigal going up against a 2-time world champ like Tyler Wright, the amount of experience that Tyler has in a jersey, it's not really comparable to the amount of experience that Leilani has in a competitive jersey, even though she has a lot of competitive accolades. The moments that Tyler's been in, the championship moments, the moments where she's won significant events, like at Bells Beach. I mean, she's won there 2 years in a row now. And for her, this is a very, very spontaneous moment to be in number 2 in the world, but in the elimination round, it's imperative for her to make it out of this round and at least make it in the semifinals right now if she wants to keep that ranking alive, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, this is really going to set you up for the back half of the year going into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It's pretty obvious that's right where Tyler Wright belongs. She has been a top contender for many years now, and I don't see that stopping anytime soon. So with 26 minutes on the clock, no rides yet. The athlete zone, the Red Bull athlete zone up there, looking a little bit emptier today. Pete Mel, what are you seeing?
I will say it's a little emptier today, but ultimately you still got a full crowd checking the action out here. We had a major set right before the start of that heat. Biggest set I've seen since I've been here. Almost double overhead maybe. Give it a head and a half to double overhead, but ultimately if we can see a lot more of those sets, the vibe here is actually a bit solemn. Everyone's just kind of cruising. With this heat, you got to slow roll the day, right? If you're going to have a big day, got to keep and save some of that energy. But everybody's definitely eyes peeled. I was that threat of the wind that we were talking about. We had that east-southeast, which is this direction. But right now, I've got it blowing light to my back, which is straight offshore. It is forecast to come out of the south direction, what we saw, same direction as yesterday, and be kind of strong, but we'll see how that unfolds, because right now the wind isn't exactly what it was forecast. So that's good news in my eyes. Just hope that we got a lot more sets here, and the vibe chill for now, but I'm sure it's going to lift a little bit later.
Hey, Pete, we still have a rising tide right now, and yesterday morning we definitely did see that impacted a lot of the consistency of the sets right now, but you mentioned that we haven't seen a set wave like the one we just saw before the heat started. How much consistency do you think we're going to see in the first few heats of this morning with the decrease in the swell potentially later today?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had that crystal ball. A lot of things would be really good in my life, but I don't quite have that crystal ball. And ultimately, you can kind of get that vibe. I see some sets, starting to kind of lines starting to show up here a little bit. Fingers crossed. I mean, when we get to that peak high tide, we generally see it kind of slow down. That'll happen, but on each side of those tides, when you start getting the water moving here on this point, we see the consistency lift. So I guess if you have a high tide heat, think about that and, strategize your heat around it.
Thanks, Pete. Up there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Look forward to more reports from that area, as that is where the action is happening for now in the water. Both surfers kind of stoically sitting there waiting patiently. We're at 23:56 on the clock. Tyler Wright in red, Leilani McGonigal in blue. And I think for Tyler as well, thinking about qualification season, there's a lot on the line for all of the surfers still left in the draw here. Building momentum, getting those last 3 events of the year. We've got Rio coming up next. And you've seen firsthand Tyler's work ethic, the comeback she mounted from just a really mysterious and I would almost say tragic illness that took away one of our best athletes for over a year, 2 years. What do you think her strengths are just in terms of mental and physical preparedness for these events?
Ooh, a loaded question. I think Tyler has a lot of strengths, and I think she's good at identifying. I also think a strength of hers is identifying her weaknesses and being open with them, with that, and allowing herself to be vulnerable. It kind of takes the power away from it a bit when you can voice that as well. And I mean, for me, I guess it's just resiliency. She if you listen, there's also a more recent podcast on the lineup. If you listen to that, she goes into depth about all the challenges she's faced throughout her career. I mean, that that year and a bit off, that isn't the only challenge. I think Tyler's resiliency, her mindset, her willing to be open, and like her transparency with everything, I think is definitely a strong point. And I mean, she leads with love too, and I love that. I like I said before, I'm a really big fan of Tyler, and as we can see here, we've got Andy and her wife Lil on screen, part of her team that she travels with around the world, and I know that they give Tyler so much support, and Tyler is open in that podcast too that she needs these people when she travels, because she was open in admitting when she went home, when she was traveling solo, she'd be like, why am I here? Like my wife's back at home, my family's there, and it is hard when you've achieved so much. Like, she's just thinking, how can I make this feel really good for me? And that is traveling with that team. So super important for her. But yeah, I think her just openness, her resiliency, and adaptability,
Agree there. 21:30 now. I'm not going to say the R word. I'm going to keep that out of my mind for now. Mitchell, the rise of Leilani McGonigal has been massive. Qualified as one of the first ever Olympic surfers in Tokyo 2020. So do you think she has the belief in herself that she would need to tap into to beat a surfer like Tyler Wright?
No doubt she does. I mean, she's had some great performances in the past, and I had the chance to actually travel with her brother doing the qualifying series, Normad, and I can assure you that he's probably watching at home in Pavones right now. But she is an incredible person. She's a great scholar. She graduated with a communications degree, I think, last year. And, she's been working on getting better as an athlete and just as a person overall. She comes from a great family, and she's willing to put in the hard work, too. If you see a lot of her Instagram stories and videos, she's usually working out before going surfing every morning. And, waking up like that every day at 5 a.m., 4:30, whatever it is, that is very difficult, and it gets stale too. And for Leilani to just keep up that consistency, I think that shows a lot of maturity for the young 23-year-old from Costa Rica.
Well, while we wait for Punta Roca to wake up, you see the clock right there. It's at 20:12, and that's the signal there. I'll just fill it up again. So we do have the ability to hit the restart button And hopefully that will just help us time the cadence of these set waves a little better. Sometimes even just a little 10-minute break.
So the girls were actually talking to each other then. I could see that they were exchanging a few words, so they were obviously talking about it. They're all aware.
Don't do anything weird here. Let's just hang out. Let's let this thing go. So officially a heat restart to start our day. It's all good. Only 10 minutes elapsed, so that's not going to throw, a wrench in the works throughout our entire day. Just a quick reset there. Yeah, resetting their watches. Now we're starting. Now we're officially back on. So there's going to be 30 minutes on the clock. No waves ridden. Pretty simple decision there. I didn't see anything really even tempt the surfers. Of course, our judges are up there deeming if there was rideable waves. We've seen surfers kind of looking in, thinking that they had a restart, but the judges had said, well, you guys had opportunities, so that's on you. But in this case, I think the right call was made. So we got 30 minutes back on the clock. Just hoping for a little bit more action to come through this lineup.
Well, especially with a heat of this magnitude as well. You have number 2 in the world out there against a wild card, a very dangerous wild card. You want to give them every chance you can. And, I've been in heats before where it's either been me or somebody else catch a wave literally just so the heat won't restart, because a lot of people are able to reset and gather themselves. And, as of right now, I actually think this is way more beneficial to Tyler than it is for Leilani, because Tyler having, the outside positioning right here and Leilani keeping that deep positioning, that's a lot of pressure on your shoulders right there, keeping the number 2 in the world off and knowing that she's capable of just paddling around you or maybe even forcing a block or a priority situation at the beginning of the heat.
Yeah, it's interesting. If, if a set did come through, or one wave set, you'd want to hope that you were the woman on it. And that can make a big difference in the heat. I mean, if you're starting, you drop a 7, and then there's another lull. Wow.
Tyler's results for 2023. Second place finish, the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Backed it up with a third at Sunset. Not sure what happened in Portugal. 17th place. Definitely not used to seeing teens in the placing line. Tyler Wright, she got a win at Bells, rang that bell. An emotional, just incredible moment for her and her entire family. They're all right down there on the beach. It was a beautiful display of surfing and sportsmanship and, just emotions. It was a really magical moment to be a fan of this sport, to watch Tyler Wright fulfill yet another dream. Be curious as to where she keeps that bell. And how they use it, it's a functioning bell, right? So 27:30. Speaking of bells, let's take a look back at how Tyler Wright rang the bell. So 2023, the Ripco Pro Bells Beach had all kinds of conditions. It was pretty wild from the jump, up and down. I wouldn't have thought that, these would have been the waves that Tyler would have thrived in. She proved everybody wrong.
Yeah, she did. But I think that's a testament to her adaptability. You have to be adaptable being a pro surfer.
And just like that, we're on. Tyler Wright, big turn to start. And you see Leilani McGonigal out the back watching to see. Their positioning out in the lineup was Leilani was deeper, so she must have gave way, let Tyler Wright take off on that wave. So that'll be the tone setter. Pace has been set by Tyler. We saw one big turn out the back. Not much after that. So the judges are going to take a deep think on this one to start their day and set their scale. And we'll see if that was a mistake by Leilani McGonigal. We don't know yet, but we do know that she's sitting out the back with priority now.
Well, and you can immediately see her just paddle the other way, too. It seemed like she might have tried to pull her deep at the beginning of this heat. And, with 4 minutes off of the clock, that wasn't necessarily a wave that I think is going to make a huge impact off of this heat. But as you said, Felicity, big lull at the beginning. We did have to have a restart. As of right now, that 3.5, it could potentially be your backup score at the end of this one.
Yeah, just an opening wave here for Tyler. Like you said, Mitch, I don't think this will factor in. Nice layback hack to start. Moving around this section. Throws another layback. Tyler loves the layback there, and yeah, she just can't get the finish. So look, I'd like to think that 3.5 wouldn't be, top two. I hope that it's a bit more consistent. Leilani having a bit of a sniff there at that one.
Out of position, it seems.
Snuck up underneath her a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's 25-20 on the clock. First wave for Tyler Wright.
Wow.
A 3.5. That is a beautiful wave there. Looks like more potential on the horizon. Leilani McGonigal way up the point. So that wave had a lot of scoring potential on it, but with two surfers in the water, we're going to see waves go by and maybe catch these surfers a little bit out of position.
Well, especially with the tide that's rising too, it gets quite high. And if you be a little patient out there, next thing you know, you're sitting on your board too much, and that tide's eventually pushing you out towards the buoy as well. And next thing you know, a couple of waves that had a lot of scoring potential go underneath you. And I think that's why it's always important once you establish priority outside to always be a bit further inside. It's easier to go back out than it is to come in. And as of right now, that's what I'd be thinking if I were Leilani in the blue jersey. You have priority. Tyler only opened up with a 3.5. Now's the time to get to work, I feel.
I mean, also, she does sit wider than Tyler, and Tyler does take off on a wave. She can just take off. And, she gets to see the start of Tyler's wave. And if it's looking good, I'd be going.
As a young surfer, it would be really hard not to be intimidated by Tyler Wright. I mean, she is a menace in the lineup. She will make you earn every point you get. Team Australia right now, checking the tides, checking the heats, checking their Instagrams. Pretty mellow start on the day, unless you're out in this lineup right now for Tyler Wright with a 3.5. I don't think she kind of plays into that intimidation role, but just her presence out in the lineup would have to be pretty concerning for anyone she's surfing against. Now she's got a little something on the inside, trying to get a kind of a medium-sized set wave in second priority.
These women, I mean, they both surf the Rip Curl, so...
they know each other.
Yeah, they know each other, I don't think they're strangers to each other. I think they've probably spent a lot of time together on trips, surf trips around the world. So, I think, obviously, Leilani knows all the accolades Tyler has, but given the opportunity, I think Leilani is definitely going to take it.
And I mean, I think it's really important to point out that this is a huge moment for Latin American surfing, and obviously we consider Brazil to be Latin America, but they've just been so dominant on the men's side and even on the women's side with Silvana Lima's rise, and now having Tati in the top 5. But Central America, and I think especially for the Northern America of Latins, Leilani McGonigal has been a huge standard of women surfing, and for such a young age, she's been a great ambassador. And, it's just been an honor to have seen her grow up through the amateur ranks and now eventually into the pros. And, her goal is to qualify for the championship tour. And, I think if she accomplishes that, it opens up a lot of doors. And that's the whole purpose in an event like this here at Surf City El Salvador. You want to have more events and develop these regions that are rich in waves, and they're rich in surfers as well, but they don't have the same kind of support that you would see in more developed countries like Australia and the U.S. So big moment right here, and we'll see what Leilani can do in the next 22 minutes.
Seen a steady rise from Leilani McGonigal over the past 5-10 years even. She came on the radar at a very young age. 21:47 on the clock. We'd love to offer you let's call it a team discount. Surfline Premium. Scan this code to get 30% off. That means you can really get in there and explore all the things that Surfline has to offer. Those cam rewinds. You can actually link your watch up to the cams, and basically you get that VIP session. Whatever you choose to do with your cam rewinds, that's on you. But it is a very worthy tool. Even our commissioners and elite level top pro surfers are in Surfline, exploring the nether regions, finding out about tides around the world, chasing swells. So scan the code with your phone. Boom, you're on the team, 30% off.
First thing I do when I wake up in the morning, check the waves, check the cams. Few spots around, where I live in California now that are obviously much more consistent than others, but when it comes down to some premier waves, you always have those in your favorites as well. So I'm down. I got my 30% off already, and I'm using it. So
Sponsored.
Go ahead. Use that Surfline Premium, and trust me, you're really going to thank yourself for getting that. Didn't you buy it yesterday, Chris? I saw you
Scanned it
scanning your phone.
yesterday. Fell asleep before I actually sealed the deal, but that's going to be today. 2016 on the clock. That 3.5 Tyler Wright sitting on is maybe starting to feel a little bit better. I mean, still full heat to go. 20 minutes on the clock for these surfers in the lineup. It's going to feel like a long time, but opportunity hasn't knocked too often. But guess what? Knock, knock. Here we go. This could be something that these surfers will be interested in. Tyler Wright about 12 feet inside of Leilani McGonigal. Leilani out the back with priority.
Oh, and she is still sitting very far outside, too. I mean, the tide's definitely risen a lot more since we got here, earlier this morning.
At 8:30?
It's around 8, yeah. So we still got a little bit to go. And I mean, this is a wave that definitely has a lot of scoring potential on it, too.
Tyler may have just found a little gem. Here we go. Tyler Wright. Layback nearly hung up, and it just held her back enough for the wave to close out around her. So another score of non-consequence for Tyler Wright. And here we go, our first look at Leilani McGonigal. Goofy versus regular matchup. Leilani goes straight into the lip, right over Tyler. A beautiful wave for McGonigal. Speeding around this section. Gets back on the open face. Clean snap there. Smooth finish. Solid start for Leilani McGonigal. Nothing super explosive, but the quality of that wave may have lent itself to a little tentativity just because we don't know how many more sets are going to come through. Haven't quite figured out the timing and cadence of the sets in these 30-minute heats. So what do you think, Felicity? Did she do enough?
Look, I think she has done enough. I think her wave choice was good, especially being on her backhand. She's obviously picked a more bowly wave with a bit of a taper on it, which is allowing her to go up into the lip on those first two turns here, and wrapping back into the pocket here for the third maneuver, bringing it through to the inside, and she cracks it again. So, look, good first opening wave. I think she did well. I mean, she went, 20 minutes without catching a wave. So she knew she couldn't fall on this. She had to make it, and she did. So she held composure well. Look at this turn right in front of Tyler. Almost pretty much pivoting on top of Tyler's head.
Watch your Achilles tendon.
So, look, no love lost. She is taking it to Tyler.
And
Not afraid.
I honestly think there's a lot more composure just by making that first turn, almost running over your fellow competitor. Like, that's hard. It's distracting.
It's an intimidation factor.
And that is a veteran move right there, too.
But you can just tell she will not be denied.
No.
She was doing the turn right there, no matter what.
And as the surfer with higher priority, if you get run over, well, that's your fault. It's my right away.
Things are starting to ramp up here. Tyler Wright now on a nice-looking medium-sized set wave. Two beautiful carves to start. Leilani is not going to match the power of Tyler Wright. There are only maybe two other surfers on the Women's Championship Tour that can even match her power. So Leilani is going to have to rely on, how smooth she surfs, the placement of her turns, wave selection. She didn't get to this level by not being an incredible surfer, but you really have to play to your strengths. So I love the patience that Leilani showed right there. Tyler Wright is definitely going to improve on a 2.33 on her last wave. One big section for Tyler. She can demolish it. She can put up a big number. I think this was a great wave for Tyler Wright.
Yeah, I liked it. She got busy straight away. She knew Leilani had a score on the board. Nice opening wrap to start, followed by another little jam in the pocket. Bringing it around to the inside here. And she gets busy on this little inside section. And taps it up into the lip again. Finishes with a little lip line floater, so some nice variety there. And I think it was a smart decision. She obviously knew that Leilani had that wave. It was a bigger wave too, so she got busy. And look how on rail that board was, and just the water displaced. I think that just speaks to what you were saying, Cote, about, it's hard to match Tyler's power. I mean, she's so strong out of the lip there. So
you got to try to beat her in a different way.
Well, I think for Leilani, Leilani is, don't get me wrong, she's an amazing surfer, but she's going to have to be on the best waves of the heat. I think, like, when you're coming up against someone like Tyler, wave selection, you said it before, is going to be absolutely critical. If Leilani can get on the right waves and, you know, really play to her strength and get straight up into lip on her backhand like we've seen her do, that's where Leilani's going to get those points.
It's coming. 15-15 on the clock. Leilani McGonigal's first scoring wave, a 4.83, the highest single wave of this heat so far. While we wait for our two surfers to get back into the takeoff zone and our judges to lock in the number for Tyler Wright, let's go down to AJ McCord.
Well, Chris, I was listening to Flick talk about how critical wave selection is going to be for Leilani. I asked her earlier this week, how much experience do you have out here at Punta Roca? And she says she has surfed this wave a decent amount, but for this competition, her focus is really just on surfing without a ton of pressure, because for her, this event doesn't hold a lot of pressure. Of course, she's always dreamed of competing on the CT. She's looked up to Carissa Moore since she was a kid. I can imagine being out there with somebody like Tyler Wright, and her stature and everything she's done for the sport also has that same effect for Leilani. But she said for this event, she's really just staying in comp mode. So she's put out a ton of time at this wave here at Punta Roca, specifically getting ready for this, manifesting good energy. Certainly that's what she's doing right now, is she's waiting for a wave that's going to help her out against Tyler.
Yeah, I like that Leilani is kind of playing the patience game here. Not making any mistakes in terms of wave selection yet, but she did get some news from our beach announcers that Tyler Wright has just now dropped a 6.5. That just means Leilani has to wait for an even better wave. Her first wave, which was probably the best actual wave of this heat so far, came through at a 4.83, and here we go again. Leilani McGonigal, nicely placed, backside snap there. Clean, smooth, solid surfing. Beautiful inside section to work with. It's critical and goes down. Had to try. She had to try. Now Tyler Wright. Up and out. These are good signs, though.
Yep.
Showing a little bit more consistency here with 13:15 on the clock.
I think Leilani was on her way to a good score. If she finished that last maneuver, that was a critical turn.
Well, she was definitely going to get her best ride. And if you look at the 4.83, needing a 5.18 before she stood up on this. Great opening snap to start. More of a setup. That second bottom turn was something beautiful. And then right here, her timing's just a bit off. Needed to get there a little bit earlier than that. But, you know, the first combo was decent, but the meat of the score was going to come off of the third turn. Look at this bottom turn right here. Just gets into the lip a bit too late. It was already coming down on her. And as a goofy footer, you know, we know how difficult it is to get up into the lip line early and with enough time. Leilani's timing has to be perfect on her next wave now with 12:30 to go.
Yeah, that was a radical section. I love the intent she had. We'll see if she can get another chance to show us what she's got on these waves. 12:20, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back to Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Katie Simmers, wins the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal in just her 3rd CT event.
Marks out in front, jams it again. She is on her way and seals the deal.
Molly Picklum is your Hurley Pro Sunset Beach champion, and she's feeling it right now.
2-time world champ Tyler Wright, end section approaching. She just hammers it. Tyler Wright has done it in back-to-back seasons.
This has been an incredible ride for the Hawaiian so far.
Wow. Beautiful turn there.
Carissa Moore takes out the Surf Ranch Pro.
And there's a look at your current Rip Curl WSL Finals, current Final 5. This could change. Some of the usual suspects up there, but some new names. Molly Picklum, Caitlin Simmers, Caroline Marks even, who has just been outside of that Final 5. This, I think everybody would be happy with this, but we've got some more events to get through, and we know the talent level that currently exists on the Women's Championship Tour can shake things up. And I would say Rio, that's a you know, we don't know. That's a mysterious event. It's a tough event to call who's going to win. So keep your eyes on the current Final 5 throughout this event, of course, through the rest of the year. September 9th. You're going to want to put that on your calendar, clear your schedule. One day.
I was just about to say, someone that I think has a good shot, and look, maybe, don't want to jinx it, but is Tatiana. You've got to look at the events coming up. We've got J-Bay, we've got Tahiti. So strong at both those locations. She's already made the quarters here, and I'm just really excited to see her, see if she can crack the final 5. Also, Stephanie Gilmore sitting in the same position as what she was last year, number 7 in the world coming into this event. She ended up winning it, and obviously ended up getting her 8th world title, coming from that number 5 seed. So really impressive. Those 2 women I've definitely got my eyes on at this event, and then the next few coming up.
It's a great call. Tatiana Weston-Webb winning J-Bay last year, and she's got a lot of momentum right now. She just got an ISA gold medal last week. Of course, she's been putting up solid results. You know, we're more used to seeing Tatiana Weston-Webb in the top 3. You know, that's kind of where she's lived for the better part of the last 5 or so years. So to not see Tatiana Weston-Webb existing in that top 5 is I wouldn't say it's concerning, but it's kind of like, oh, okay, so there is a changing of the guard happening. It's not going to be as easy as it was for her in the past, but we know how much fight she has in her. She's one of the most tenacious competitors on the Women's Championship Tour. But back to the heat at hand right now. Tyler Wright, 3.5. That was the score we kind of wondered about early on. Will that be something she hangs on to? Still going to have to wait and see with 7:25 to go. She has a 6.5, the highest single wave score. Leilani McGonigal, her last wave, a 3.5. And she had a chance, right? She had a chance to potentially get herself up into that 6 range. And we all agreed that we loved, you know, the intent that she had, the attempt to get that really critical backside snap. So hopefully we'll see more opportunity for Leilani McGonigal. Now she's in 2nd priority, so the hunter has become hunted. Tyler Wright out the back. The P next to her name means that she has her choice of waves. So I think here at the 6-minute, 45-second mark, may see some tactics coming into play.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of things we can say about Leilani, her being a great person and an athlete and all that. But I just want to reiterate that she's one of the hardest working females in the sport. Her true friends and her true fans know that she has a really bad case of scoliosis as well. And she is such an enduring surfer and athlete. And when it comes to having to deal with all of that, that's one of the main reasons why she has to actually work out more than others. Because if it weren't for that, I think we'd probably be seeing her on the championship tour by now. But she's had a couple of things that have set her back. She doesn't look at them like setbacks, though. And I think that's very inspirational. You know, somebody that has seen her over the last few years, and especially after traveling with her brother for so long, it's been really cool to see her elevate her game and reach a point in her career where she's proud of herself and what she's accomplished, but she still has more on her mind. And now, you know, she's taken it to Tyler so far. I mean, she had inside positioning at the beginning of this heat. She did wait a little bit longer, and yeah, she didn't capitalize on the 3.5, that could have been something higher than that. But as of right now, look at how close Tyler Wright is to her. She's showing her a lot of respect, and this goes to show that Leilani McGonigal is the real deal. We'll probably see her a lot more to come.
100%. 5:27 on the clock. It's been a slow burn to start our day, but some impactful rides, including Tyler Wright with a 3.5 and a 6.5.
Yeah, Tyler just got busy. She was this is her opening wave. This is that 3.5, 2 layback hacks, and she actually doesn't make this last turn here. So 3.5 for 2 turns. This is Leilani on her bigger set wave, and she gets a 4.83 for this, almost running straight over Tyler Wright's head there. So not afraid to give it a crack, straight up into the lip again on the second turn. Brings it around for a cutback here and lining up this inside section with another crack. So it's definitely within striking distance for Leilani, but this is Tyler's 6.5. So this was a really well-surfed wave, I thought. And here we go, live action out the back.
So with priority, Tyler Wright finds a gem. Strong carve to start there. Tyler got the memo. Mix things up, be creative. Use all the weapons that you have in your trick arsenal. So she's mixing things up down the line. We haven't seen that trademark patented Tyler Wright big layback jam on her last 2 waves, so she's showing us that she can do all types of turns. And here we go, Leilani McGonigal, a huge backside snap on a beautiful looking set wave right up in there in the most critical part of the wave. Gets around it again, flirting with disaster on that inside section, but 2 huge backside hooks for Leilani McGonigal. She just surfed her way right back into this heat.
Well, look, Tyler Wright's easily going to bet a 3.5, that's for sure, but this is going to be the best number for McGonigal so far. When we talk about critical sections and the most difficult maneuvers on a wave like that, Leilani executed 2 very well on that one flick.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what this score is. I mean, imagine if she could have got up for that 3rd section. I mean, she was looking at it, but the wave just running off down the line. So yeah, this is going to be a good little exchange here. It's going to be exciting to see how it all plays out, and I'm hoping for one more set.
At least, right? 3 minutes, 12 seconds to go. Judges have a lot to chew on right here. Let's take a look at Tyler Wright's wave. This thing grew down the line, and she used every inch of this wave.
Yeah, she did. One thing that I'll note here, I feel like this was actually quite a tricky wave to read. It had some slow sections. It's got this fast section. It's actually got a little lump kind of in front of it, so she did a really good job at reading this wave quite well, I thought. She's pretty much surfed it to its full potential, I think. It wasn't really giving her any bowly enough sections to go to that real layback that we know she does. But this is Leilani's wave. We're watching on the replay. Beautiful first turn out of the lip there and straight back up for that second one. So 2 beautifully well-placed timed turns there, but that's the section I was talking about. If she could have got up there for that 3rd turn, I mean, she was on her way to a pretty healthy score, I think.
Yeah, I really like the approach that Tyler Wright had right there, though, because it was smart and it was based off of experience, too. You go out there against a competitor that you know, you've seen, you know how good she is, but you know how good you are as well. And she just needed to go out there and better the 3.5. She's going to do that and a lot more. And now Leilani's going to need another score on top of this with 2 minutes to go. She did establish priority. There's enough time. And we have seen a bit more consistency with the sets, Chris. Wouldn't be surprised to see one more in the last 2 minutes here.
Well, the consistency is showing through, and so the performance is a 6.7 for Tyler Wright. This is going to be a fun one for us to watch. Not so fun for the judges because you're looking at 2 polar opposite styles. Goofy versus regular, 2 big turns on one of the bigger set waves we've seen of this entire heat versus Tyler, who kind of had a serpentine weaving, showing on her wave. So there it is. The judges loving the impact of Leilani McGonigal's 2 backside hooks, a 7.67. So the highest single wave score of this heat. She had a couple 8s on her score line. So the judges right there telegraphing what they want to see. Big maneuvers on big waves. And I love that the power discussion that I was having earlier, well, that's pretty much washed out. Those were 2 powerful backside hooks for Leilani McGonigal. 52 seconds on the clock. Will our surfers get themselves in position? Will the wave come in time? Interesting how it was so slow, and then a couple waves come in and things start to freight train.
That's what the high tide does here. And I still prefer surfing at a mid tide myself, but the mid tide, maybe steeper sections, the high tide, more consistency. That's what you want to see for impactful heats like this. 30 seconds to go. Ooh, I'm excited. There might be one more wave.
I mean, Leilani's in the box seat right now. She's where she wants to be, which is with priority. And only needing a 5.53, so very achievable for Leilani. Got to think Tyler's definitely a little bit nervous now, and so Leilani's got priority. Great for Leilani. Tyler, on the other hand, obviously not sitting there with priority. She's probably thinking, if a wave comes through that doesn't look that great, I've probably got to force her into going it, you know? But there we go. Wow.
Heat can be summed up with a quick dad joke. Tyler did everything right in the span of 30 minutes. Thank you. That'll be my only one for the day. Tyler Wright gets the win, but Leilani McConaughey can be very proud of what she just did here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll be right back with Caitlin Simmers versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. By Shiseido, the official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We are live from Punta Rocas here in beautiful El Salvador. Chris Cote next to me, Felicity Palmatier in the lineup. On paper, has to be one of the most exciting heats of the draw. Caitlin Simmers going up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Caitlin ranked number 5 in the world. Betty Lou ranked number 9. Both these surfers, I mean, their strengths are creativity, speed. They both have impeccable, beautiful styles. I would lean towards Caitlin just slightly in terms of the progression that she has available, but then you kind of think of the power element, go to Betty Lou. So again, just a really even matchup. Felicity, watching the rise of both of these surfers has been so fun, so interesting, and I think these two names, of course, part of the new school, the new guard, but they're really, helping to make the sport of women's surfing shine brighter with what they do every time they surf.
I have to agree with everything you're saying here.
Thank you.
Look at a little bit of a paddle already.
Oh, here we go. Caitlin Simmers, O-side or no side. She is a Southern California surfer and loves to get tubed, so couldn't help herself right there, and who would blame her? Beautiful looking wave to start. So both surfers right there, just
having a look.
A little tester.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said just then. I think this is such an evenly matched heat. This is the battle of the Groms. They're both really young, and for me this morning when I looked at the heat draw, this was the heat that I was most excited about in this elimination round. I think both these women, like you said, they're the next gen of women's surfing, and they're here now, and it's been so exciting to watch both of their rises. I mean, Katie has been incredible with already a win to her name this year in Portugal. It was very, very impressive. And I've loved what I've seen all year. I just love how, I think the difference here between these two is just their approaches maybe in the water. I think Betty is a really fiery, assertive competitor, whereas I think Katie comes at it from a more relaxed sort of approach, and more live action. I love it.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson showing us why she didn't continue riding on her first wave. Snap, extended float. Maybe not on purpose, but she made it work. Another beautiful series of turns for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Flawless style, lots of power. And obviously you see the precision in which she can fly down the line, picking the spots that she wants to do her turns. That right there is going to be a massive score for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. I was just going to ask you, why didn't these two surfers continue riding the waves that they had caught right when the buzzer blew? But that may have just answered my question for me.
Yeah, I think those two waves, look, I think Katie took off. Obviously, it had that first little section, a little bit of a head dip, and then nothing more else down the line, so she pulled out. But here we go. Have a look at the replay of Betty's opening wave. Straight up into the lip, she gets a little bit caught up on that first section. But after that, she kind of rights her wrongs here. I mean, the wave really standing up, laying into that first section, straight up into the lip, jams it in the pocket, brings it around for a nice wrapping maneuver there. And you can really see this wave standing up here on the inside. A slash in the pocket. And yeah, bringing it through this inside section, really finishing strong there. So look, the opening of this wave, just how she got a little bit caught up in the lip there. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if that factors into the score, being the opening maneuver. But she did a lot of damage down the line, so really strong surfing. I liked what I saw there.
It almost looked like that section where she kind of got stalled out a little bit just made her angry. And then she was screaming for vengeance down the line for the rest of that wave. And you know, she works a lot with Ross Williams, and she's kind of like the next momentum generation. You see the influence of Ross and Kelly Slater.
Yeah.
Kelly Slater handpicked Betty Lou Sakura Johnson to ride for Slater Designs. And I mean, there are certain times in her turn, right? You can see the Ross Williams, I guess you would say that new school influence from back then, power, fundamentals. Those were the first things instilled in Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And then she started to add some flash to her act, and the judges loved it. 7.17 for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, currently ranked number 9, Hawaiian flag on her sleeve. She is right back out there, and I think you addressed it perfectly. Betty Lou, more tenacity, I would say, in the water. She's not gonna shy away from a paddle battle. She's gonna take it right to you. Whereas Caitlin Simmers, there's a reason why people consider her, kind of like the next Dane Reynolds in a way. She doesn't often get involved in the gritty elements of heat surfing, but the unpredictable nature that we see from her, she has that Dane Reynolds type of feeling. When she stands up on a wave, you can't help but give her your full attention, because there's no telling what she's going to do. And I think that's what makes her such a special surfer. And also, we haven't seen talent like this out of Oceanside in quite some time, so she's definitely got the hometown support. Oceanside has a rich history with incredible surfers, mostly kind of undergrounders that just rip the pier or the harbor, the local kind of marquee spots there. But Caitlin, proud Osider, and we know she's going to make that town proud if she gets the opportunity.
Oh, I mean, 100% she's already made them proud this year with her first CT victory, first year on tour. It's just an incredible feat. I mean, lots of people get on tour, rookies, and they're trying to find their feet. It's a hard thing to jump up from the Challenger Series to the Championship Tour. It's a whole nother level. It is pretty clear to me too, and sometimes it takes a few events for people to be like, okay, this is what it's about. This is what it feels like to compete amongst the best. A lot of these girls, like Katie, like Betty, have probably had posters of Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, Stephanie Gilmore on their bedroom walls for years, and then the reality sinks in of, oh, I'm competing against these girls, and now I've got to hassle them, now I've got to sit on the inside, now I'm using my priority offensively against them, and I feel like, you know, it's interesting for people's mindsets. So, yeah, I've loved what I've seen from Katie this year, and she's definitely made O-Side proud, that's for sure.
So 20:50 on the clock. As a surf fan, watching the Surf Ranch, you know, I got to see a lot of different things. My personal favorite wave of the entire event was by Katie Simmers. A completely unique read on the Surf Ranch right. There's a couple fades, swoops, and kind of just really cool looking things that she did on this wave. And, you know, to stand out with her style and with the selection of tricks, here it is, I believe.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's so beautiful.
And that's the unpredictable part, right? I was thinking, oh, this is going to be the one where she fades deep for a double two, but then she get that grab rail.
That was cool too, like really just straight up under the lip there. I personally love how the little pop shove it at the end, unpredictability. And I love her style and where she places her feet on the board. I feel like she sits a bit further back. She does like to move her feet around a lot too. But I really like when she's doing this rail surfing, she actually sits further back on her board compared to the other women on tour, and kind of a bit of a point of difference there. I love her grab rail roundhouse carves that we've seen. There's actually a roundhouse cutback that she does in the Rising Tides content, and I absolutely loved it. The grab rail one into the...
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was like, this is amazing. I love to see that. I love it when she surfers get down and grab that rail. It's kind of progressive, but it's also, you know, that was old school as well, and it's really cool. I love to see it make a bit of a comeback.
I think she has the best grab rail cutback of anyone on tour.
I agree.
And I think that, you know, the fact that she's already dropped multiple video parts, and I'm not talking just about, you know, one song and that's it. I'm talking about 3, 4, 5 songs long, you know, featuring her. She's done all that while competing on the championship tour. She kind of had that Taj Burrow run. It was so easy for her to qualify for the tour that she said, you know what, let me just get another year, and then I'll come back. I'll be more strong. I'll be ready. And she showed that she made the right decision coming through in her rookie year, winning events. I know Stab Magazine is really locked on to Katie Simmers, and you know they're putting her right at the forefront of not just women's surfing, just surfing. She's transcended it, right? I mean, she is a purist's favorite. She's a progressive's favorite because she has that, you know, perfect mix. Think about it, if you kind of look at these two surfers and think music, right? I would think Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, gangster rap, powerful.
Yeah,
you know,
bit of
tenacious.
Beyonce. I would think Beyonce too, a bit of sass.
Okay,
bit
yeah,
of Beyonce.
yeah.
I love it.
And then Caitlin Simmers is punk rock.
Yes, love it. Love that analogy. I think we should do this for all day.
Oh, you know I'm down.
Yeah, great.
We got 17:50 on the clock. Score of note comes through for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, a 7.17. Basically giving the judges everything they wanted to see. Speed, power, flow, all the way through.
Yeah, one thing about Katie, I think, is going to be she's done so many amazing things already. I think and she's so young, and she's already won a World Tour event. I think she is going to be. She's got a lot of years to look forward to in the future on tour, right? So I think right now she's come on, and she's still finding her feet. She's obviously won an event. She's so naturally talented that once she starts to figure out the heat IQ part of it, I think she's going to be absolutely deadly. Right now, she's kind of getting through these heats just based on, obviously she's making smart decisions, but a lot of it based on her raw talent. And I think as she matures a lot more in age and grows on tour and just comes down to time spent surfing in these championship tour events, I think she is just going to be unstoppable. I really do feel that.
And she gives some of the best post-heat interviews ever. She is so funny. 16:35 now on the clock. Couple waves kind of sneaking by, so nothing here. Yesterday I said Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has the second best style on the Women's Championship Tour. I'm thinking there's a tie for second place because Katie Simmers has a really good style as well. Here we go. Betty Lou. .33 is her low score right now. She's definitely going to get rid of that. Fun-looking medium-sized wave here. Gives her some opportunity. She goes for the little grab rail tail slide there. Her tail didn't really slide out, so the fins kind of stayed engaged. Like Betty Lou going for a little 360 on the inside.
Maybe inspired by Kelly yesterday. I liked what I saw just then from Betty. Smaller wave. She knows she needs a backup. Here we go. We'll have a look at the replay here. I'm just hearing Beyonce snapping straight out of the lip there. And again for a second one. Straight up into the lip for a third carving maneuver. Bringing it through to the inside here. And I think this is the section where she tries that little tail slide. She does get a little bit of release on the fins there. Again. And yeah, trying a little, I don't know, maybe semi-attempted a 3-0.
Rock and roll floater. Who knows? Hopefully she'll get another chance to show us what she was thinking there on the inside. 15:15 on the clock. Anytime you can get past a wily wild card in an early round heat, you've survived something special. Tyler Wright, the 13.20 total, got the win early on. She's standing by now with AJ McCord.
A wily wild card is how Cote just described Leilani. You, however, are a proven veteran. What was your strategy coming into your first heat, especially, and how did you have to adjust it after the restart?
Honestly, like when I first paddled out, I was like, okay, I can feel the energy. And then when I got out the back, I was like, oh, there's been a shift in energy. It feels quite slow and quite, like, it's just really slowed down. So I kind of wasn't surprised by the restart. And then, you know, I caught a few insiders and I felt like I made it looks perfect, but it's, I haven't surfed it that much. So I'm still finding like minor adjustments that with major consequences. So, yeah, eventually I shifted to a smaller wave just feeling it was not doing what it was doing earlier. So I focused on that. You know, it was kind of like these heats are like brutal because you watch it, there's consistent waves coming through the hour and a half beforehand. You get out there, it stops. It's like, you really do have to shift. But I think, yeah, like, been doing it a while, and I think we had, yeah, like, being adaptable, I think is one of the key components of how I've managed my career.
I would say so. Being adaptable, how do you talk yourself through that in the middle of a heat?
It's just kind of staying in my process. Like, there's a list of things that I kind of got to do, you know, and it's just like reading the ocean, feeling the ocean, connecting with yourself and going, all right, like if the next opportunity that comes, how do I make the most of it? And so, yeah, like I knew Leilani I think she surfed here a lot. You know, wild cards, they have the upper advantage most of the time in the sense of perceived pressure because they don't feel like they have any. You know, and I see that she made the most of this wave after my second six. And like it was one of those ones, like you generally know the second one's better, but in this ocean you can't say no to a score. When you have a 3.5, you know the second one may be better, but it also may not be there. So I kind of just took my odds on the first, and you know she got the 7, but I was not lucky. I worked hard to have a good, strong backup.
And you did a good job. You're on to the next round. We'll see you there.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, AJ. Congratulations. Tyler Wright, you know, identifying that anytime you go up against a wild card, that's why they call them wild cards. You never know what's going to happen. So I could sense a little bit of relief there, and with a very slow heat, too, a lot of time to think about all the bad things that can happen.
I think she just spoke to one of the things we were speaking about, and I mentioned is her adaptability. It's one of the things she's prided herself on in her career, and she had to play to that in that last heat.
Well, Betty Lou just found herself at the right place at the right time.
Wow.
This under priority here. A beautiful, glassy, fast wave for Betty Lou. 2 turns out the back. She's got a big section to work with here. Oh, carving layback right into another turn. Beautiful combo there. Strong finish.
Wow.
It's going to be another solid number for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's really taken this heat and controlled it from the jump. Caitlin Simmers only with a 1.83. 11:20 to go. Judges were quick on that one. A 6.83 for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, That was fantastic surfing. She's just building on her scoreline there, and I just love what I saw her. She was just so fiery out of the lip there. So, yeah, she's got Katie Simmons on the ropes here. So 11 minutes remaining, and Katie needs 2 waves.
We're inside of 11 minutes now. 14-point total for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson. The first heat of the day was a 13.20 total for Tyler Wright. So definitely got to get at least into the teens. You know, we saw some serious numbers yesterday, all day long, not just in the morning or the afternoon, but all day long. And there will be more big numbers to come. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson in the lead for now. Will she keep it? Stay tuned to find out.
We are in Punta Roca in El Salvador for the 7th stop of Rising Tides for this 2023 CT season, and it is a perfect day for these girls to get a chance to get in the water with some of their heroes.
I remember growing up and being the only girl that would surf where I was from.
Y antes la veía solo en el tele, en el teléfono, y hoy las puedo tener aquí para mí, con todas las chicas salvadoreñas, y nada, súper emocionada, súper feliz.
This is once in a lifetime. Since I started surfing Punta Roca, which is my favorite wave, I've never surfed it with just girls.
I don't know, I love meeting new girls in the local place that we're at and hearing their stories, you know, how they became surfers.
Every single Rising Tides, we see the light come on for at least one of these surfers, and it just clicks. When you're in the water with these women that you aspire to be like, now you believe that you can be one too.
Rising Tides!
I love that little Rising Tides moment for so many different reasons. You know, you get to see shining future, women surfing unfolding right in front of your eyes, and like you had mentioned, we got to see that Caitlin Simmers grab rail roundhouse again.
Yeah, love to see it. Love that I got to see that beautiful grab rail roundhouse maneuver from Katie. I also just love the Rising Tides concept. It's just so beautiful to see so many young girl surfers and women in these locations all around the world getting the opportunity to surf with their heroes and their idols. And you know, I always say if you can't see it, you can't be it. So it's awesome. One of the girls in that piece said, you know, I've never seen Punta Roca with only females in the lineup. Now, how cool is that? And to have any pick of the wave you want, surfing with your idols is so special.
It's very cool to see. Thank you to WSL for doing that around the world. And this is a wave heard around the world. Initially had just thought, oh, well, Betty 683, that's going to be a nice score for her to keep. But she had different ideas. A 783 for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson's last wave.
Yeah, beautiful surfing by Betty. She just absolutely went to town on this wave. And yeah, all I hear is Beyonce now every time she takes off. She's just absolutely on fire. Beautiful drone angle here. We can see that layback hack, followed by another snap in the lip.
I hear an ice cube.
Oh, okay, all right. I can hear that too.
I mean, that's not a bad mix, right?
Beyonce and Ice Cube, okay.
Just look at the power. I mean, right there, she was displacing water, taking chunks out of this wave. And the combo, right? It was all one motion. And so, of course, the judge is looking for a combination of major maneuvers. Betty Lou says, here you go. And they ate it up.
Had a really good read on wave selection too. The waves look at that layback. Wow, great technique there. But her waves that she's chosen have had a real bowl to them, which has allowed her to just have this beautiful flow and be in the critical section of the wave. I think a bit of a difference there between the waves Betty's chosen and obviously the waves she's been gifted in this heat, the waves that have come through, compared to the waves in Tyler's heat. Tyler's were, those waves Tyler had were a bit more, I guess, fuller, whereas the waves that Betty's had in this heat have been really top to bottom.
Yeah, I would say Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is on fire at the moment with 5:27 to go. While we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the glass. Leilani McGonigal is with Mitch Salazar.
Here with Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica. Leilani, first of all, big congratulations. A huge event for you and a great performance overall in this event. Surfing against one of your idols in Tyler Wright, what can you take away from your first event being on the championship tour?
Well, in my first heat, I kind of was really nervous and wasn't able to perform the way I wanted to. So today, I kind of just took an approach, no pressure, just get a couple waves and show your surfing. If I wouldn't have fallen, I think that maybe it would have been a different story. But overall, I'm proud to have waited for the good ones and gotten one good score. And obviously, when you surf against the best, you gotta give it your all. So overall, pretty stoked to be here, and I want to thank everyone, WSL, for the opportunity, Surf City. I love El Salvador, so it feels so nice to be here and be able to surf in an event in our region.
Only you and Brisa Hennessy have been the two Central American surfers to compete on the Women's Championship Tour so far. And obviously, as a wild card, what does this event mean for Central American surfers and Latin America surfers on the women's side overall?
Well, overall in Central America and Latin America, I feel like there's very few people who have made it. The road isn't so paved for us. We don't have as many people to look up to. So you always have that that feeling that, oh, is it possible? And when you're making it, you question like, oh, is it a fluke that I'm here? Because why isn't anybody else here? But overall, I just hope that this can really open the eyes to anyone wherever in the world, that no matter how small the town you're from or no matter how small the country that you're from is, that you can do it. You just have to put in blood, sweat, and tears, and maybe one day a dream like this will come true.
Ahora una pregunta en español. Obviamente un resultado muy importante para ambos, Costa Rica y Centroamérica. Al tener a Carlos Muñoz y Brisa Hennessy en el Championship Tour, ¿qué esperas de ti mismo en los siguientes años y qué crees que va a suceder en Centroamérica ya con más eventos aquí de la WSL y del CT?
Bueno, claro, súper orgullosa de Carlos y Brisa que han llegado aquí antes de mí, también otros latinoamericanos como Sofía Molanovic, que desde muy pequeña yo la admiro mucho. Y bueno, esto solo fue un pequeño sabor de lo genial que puede ser estar en un estadio así, y espero inspirar a cada quien de un país muy pequeño o de un pueblo muy pequeño, que no importa de dónde vienes, si sacrificas suficiente y si en verdad lo amas, esa pasión te va a llevar muy alto.
Muchas gracias, Leilani, y felicidades.
Gracias y mucho amor a todos los ticos que me han dado demasiado apoyo, y en verdad lo siento, y pura vida, y ojalá pronto me vean aquí más frecuentemente.
Leilani McGonigal kind of break down her path, and in the last portion of the interview, we were talking about how she was inspired by Sofia Milanovic and definitely wants to help inspire other surfers, not just in Central and South America, but all around the world. I love that sentiment. It doesn't matter where you come from, it's where you go. And she definitely is a great representative for Costa Rican surfing. I mean, that has been a surfing hotbed since the 60s. Tons of waves down there, especially right where she lives. And with waves that good, and now with this sport having a much larger global reach, we're going to start to see more stories like Leilani McGonigal's, and that's just great for the sport of surfing. Well, with 1:39 to go, we have been comparing Caitlin Simmers to Dane Reynolds, and we did see this happen to Dane Reynolds a few times in his career. Just didn't get waves. She didn't get any waves. I mean, that's why she's in the position she's in. And
there was waves though. I think clearly Betty's got 3 good scores sitting there. I'm sure Katie's going to break it down with her coach, and there's definitely a couple of mistakes maybe made there.
She's laughing.
She is, which is great because she's not taking herself too seriously, but she knows she's not silly. She knows what's going on.
There was a quote by Shane Dorian in, I believe, the Billabong movie Sons of Fun, where he was talking about competing, and he said, "What are you gonna do? Get mad at the ocean?" So that's why I think we all love Katie Simmer's attitude. Like, look, that wasn't her heat, obviously. 1.83. She didn't ride any waves. But hopefully we get to see Katie Simmer's firing on all cylinders here. Great looking wave to work with. So this is just a video part wave for Katie. She's chilling. She knows. We all know. And that's her sense of humor, right? Kind of just letting us know, look, that wasn't my heat. That wasn't my day.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it wasn't her day. I think it was potentially to be her day. I just think, I think just a few mistakes made, and maybe a few little things to clean up. Obviously, she's not taking herself on camera now. We're not seeing, maybe she was laughing before, but deep down it's got to be tough. She's currently sitting in that top 5 position, so with a few people that are still in the event below her, potentially she might not be sitting there after this event.
Well, at the end of it, it's hip-hop that takes the heat. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with the convincing victory over Caitlin Simmers. With more to come, you're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
As surfers and ocean lovers, we have the power to ignite a wave of change.
Great achievements start with small actions.
Speak up for the ocean. Your action can inspire others.
Drop your sustainability story using the hashtag WSL1Ocean.
It is the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Redux. That's right. Day 2, we're doing it all over again here at Punta Roca. And let's take a look at the elimination round with Molly Picklum up and riding, the Australian, who's been a sensation in 2023, opening up with a couple of nice carves here. She's matched up against Joanne DeFay. We'll catch up with Joanne's opening ride in a bit, but right now our attention is to Molly Picklum. Number 3 on the rankings, coming in to the stop number 7 on the championship tour. Important heat for Molly Picklum. Picklum up against a tour veteran in the way of Joanne DeFay. Again, winner moves on into the quarterfinals. "27 minutes on the countdown here, and we'll get that matchup here. There we go. Molly Picklum, ranked number 3 coming into here. Joanne DeFay sat out the beginning of this year with an injury. She's back in form, but to gain some traction up that rankings she needs to get out of this elimination round. Let's take a look at Joanne DeFay and her opening ride. This was a 3.5 Peter Mel.
First wave of the heat, you can see there was a bit of a set beforehand, so nice clean wall in front of her, just getting into this whitewater section. Only earned a 3.5 for this wave, so you can see no real critical sections there, just kind of going through the motions. But I would have to say that Joanne DeFay is back. Some of the performances that we've been able to see from her earlier, back from injury, that does take some time. And Joanne DeFay is in top form, as we see. But Molly Picklum definitely got the better of the exchange here. A little bigger wave. Those nice drawn-out carves, utilizing the rail, holding it all the way through the maneuvers. It's a good start for Molly here. She's going to apply some pressure right out of the gates. You know, one of the more, you know, as a youngster, still, she has a very heat IQ. She understands this game. She understands heat management, working with Glenn Micro Hall over the years. You know, one of the masterminds of this game. Beautiful work there. You can see just driving the arm through, keeping it low. That always engages the rail through the maneuver. And then when you try a little tighter arc, you bring that arm a little higher across the waist.
7.5 for this ride that we're reviewing right now on the replay. Molly Picklum, the sophomore on the championship tour, already with a tour victory earlier this season at Sunset, and continues in fine form with that 7.5. So she's going to apply early pressure on the tour veteran, Joanne DeFay. Pete?
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see how quickly she's kind of risen up the rankings. You know, we've always kind of touted her as a huge talent, but a lot more, you know, challenging to be that talent, but then go out there and execute against the best in the world. And she's been able to do that very early in her career.
Well, Molly Picklum, you know, she fulfilled, you know, her need in that she fell off the tour last year, 2022, was a victim to that midseason cut, came back through the Challenger Series, got back on this 2023 championship tour, Pete, and then stop number 2, she's already winning events.
Yeah,
and now she's like number 3 on the rankings. Coming into stop number 7, she's got a real chance of making that final 5.
Well, and especially if you look what happened just now with Caitlin Simmers losing out in that in elimination round, another golden opportunity to make sure she stays in that final 5. That's the goal at this point, right? Keep the results up high enough to keep yourself in there for a chance at that world title at the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Trestles, and that's the goal at this point.
Oh, take a look at our tour leaderboard and see where we're standing right now as far as competitors still in this event. Carissa Moore on to the quarterfinals. Tyler Wright's on to the quarterfinals as well. Molly Picklum needs to get into that quarterfinals. Caroline Marks, she's there. Caitlin Simmers eliminated, so that's opportunity for Tatiana West and Stephanie Gilmore, as well as Lakey Peterson coming up in the next heat.
And you look at the points difference between Caitlin and Tatiana, you'd have to say that Tatiana probably will move up into that number 5 spot with this loss by Caitlin. So she's going to have to fight back heading into these next few events coming up. I would just spent that last heat up in the judges tower. You want some quiet time, go hang out in that place. There's nobody talking. And there's filled with, you know, there's probably 20 people in the room, and it was a library, crazy library. And I'm just amazed when I watch how it unfolds. I sat next to Luli, who was head judging that last heat, and I watched the scores drop and how consistent. It literally, there's no word said. The numbers go dropping down in there, and then sure enough, you know, they don't really have to ever, you know, they review. It's you raising your eyebrows at me, but I'm actually truly amazed at how consistent the judging panel is without any influence. It's all on their own. You're not even going to bait that one. You're not even going to touch it. Come on.
22 minutes and 30 seconds right now. Molly Picklum with that 7.5. We did not see the overall spread was pretty consistent with that 7.5, an 8-point high, a low of a 7-point ride. We threw out that high and the low. The remaining were 7.5, so not much of a spread there. That's what we like to see, a tight cluster of numbers when we go through our 5 judges and not having that spread.
Yeah, and the way it works up there, right, is they put down their scores, they review every single wave. The head judge kind of goes, okay, I have this as your score, you know, comparatively to the numbers that we had earlier. You know, there was a comparison made to Leilani's big score from the Heat 1, you know, with Betty Lou. And it's just, you know, it's this choreographed thing where they get to watch it all and then make their own judgment, their own decisions. You know, sometimes a score will change, but it's pretty rare that you'll see someone adjust the score just to be able to say after they watch the replay. But overall, very consistent, and you know, they know what they want to see, and they put the numbers down. And generally, like I said, every score I saw up there was basically like that within a point that they had thrown down. There was no adjustments made, and the scores come out. It's pretty easy as a head judge just to kind of conduct up there, and you're really just kind of choreographing a surf video for all the judges.
Well, I like the surf fans, and I like the surf fans as judges, so we reached out to surf fans on worldsurfleague.com, see who they picked for this matchup. 54% of the fans picking Molly Picklum, 46% of the fans picking Joanne Defay to win this heat. So a pretty even spread when we look at the popular vote here with our fans on worldsurfleague.com. It's a glassy morning out there. We're going to see. Here we go. Molly Picklum. This is her second ride, open up with a 7.5. Pickles off the bottom, carves. Nice, beautiful down carve there. Up into the lip, combo it with some variety. One more strong slash for Molly Picklum. Work it down the line. Aggressive snap. Joanne Defay right behind her. Joanne attacks the lip, and Molly on the inside continue her assault on Punta Roca. Kicks out. And we turn our attention to Joanne Defay, who's going to kick out early to maintain priority. We're waiting for those two scores to come through. The water's glassy. It's a nice morning out there. What's it like out there, Strider Wazalewski?
You know what? It's beautiful. I mean, we've got nothing but glass, a little bump on the face, a little leftover from the storm last night. But all in all, I mean, you can see these waves rifling down the point. We've got a lot of opportunity. You just have to be there for it. And we saw that last exchange, you know, Molly getting that wave off of Joanne. She actually gave her that wave, and she just tore that thing to pieces all the way to the beach. Out the back, though, you can see more sets just funneling down the point, and it's just like you start frothing. As you can tell, I'm just freaking out right now because the wave, just watching it looks so fun. Joanne's going to swing on this one. She's going to drop in, glide in off the bottom. Let's see what she's got into the lip line. Big snap. Oh, wow, that thing looked so good until it didn't. Unfortunate for her going down. The process coming out here, I have to mention, there's a lot going on the beach. The rock dance, you know, they have to come down. They got to pick the right rocks to jump on that aren't slippery. Then you get into the lineup. They've got wax on the top of their feet, so they get all that slime from the rocks off of their feet. Then they check the fins, they check the wax, and they got to get all the way out into the lineup. Just paddling out here right now, you're gonna drop a sweat. So, you know, the water's probably got to be 86, 87 degrees at least. Got to be 90 out already. It's, you know, early in the morning, so a lot of elements playing in this morning.
All right, thank you for the reporting, Strider. We're waiting for scores, an important score. Wave number 2 of Molly Picklum. Joanne Defay locking in with a 3.5 and a 4-point ride. Still waiting for a second wave, Molly Picklum. Picklum with the lead on just a single wave score. She will be pulling away further from Joanne Defay in this matchup, Peter.
Big time advantage to Molly Picklum, winning both exchanges with the 7.5 and then just now posting that 7.93.
That puts Joanne Defay in a combination. You can see 15.43, and that's not a soft combo. That's a hard combo.
No, it's a legit combo, right? But there is still plenty of time. You know, it just takes 2 waves, so that's how you got to think. You know, and all of a sudden you hear you're in combo for 15.43. You know, you got to understand, hey, I get myself a 7.5, I'm in this heat again, right? So it's just the next best thing to do is get a solid wave. But I love the way Molly has been surfing this wave, utilizing that rail. You know, again, she's got great technique. As you see these carves, see how the arm movement, just swinging it through the maneuver, and she accelerates through those turns. And that's the whole difference. If you're going to do a big carve like that, you want to have speed and drive through the maneuver and come out with speed and then able to do another maneuver. And she's been able to do that. Watch the technique. Arms open, drives it through waist level, comes back down, sets up the next section. Little pump, but straight up. So again, combination of major moves. That's how you're doing it. Going up, doing a variety of different style of maneuvers. This one here, a little more of a snap, a little tighter arc, but again, same technique, driving that arm through. That back arm is so important to showcase that power, and it helps you accelerate through the maneuver. I love what Molly's been able to do, and this is a great start for her. I mean, her first 2 waves, you know, in the good, very good range with that 7.5, 7.93. Huge advantage right now.
Board looks good under Molly Picklum's feet. She's riding Darren Hanley Designs DHD. Pete, she makes it out of this heat into the quarterfinals. Then she starts earning points for Darren on the Vissla Shaper rankings.
Yeah, and he had the yellow jersey there for a hot second. Mayhem now has it. But if Molly can get herself up there in the semis and finals, adding valuable points to the Vissla Shaper rankings.
Elimination round heat number 2 at Betty Lou Sakura Johnson was really a one-sided affair. Betty Lou is on to the quarterfinals, and Betty Lou is with AJ McCord.
Betty Lou just coming out of the water, having won a really important heat. You and I were talking earlier in the week, and you said, I just don't feel like I've gotten a chance to show off my surfing the way I wanted to. How did those waves feel?
It was happy to get a couple out there and, really just surf. Yeah, but overall, like these past events, like I really feel like I haven't connected with my rhythm yet, and I've been loving my time here, so hopefully we just keep going and I'll take it heat by heat.
So what is the biggest thing you're taking from this heat into the next one?
I think really just being calm when I'm surfing, because it's super easy to get anxious, and when it's slow like this, it's hard to be patient. And yeah, just making those smart decisions and surfing clean. So that's my goals for the next heats.
And it goes in this last half of the season. You make the cut. How much more does that free you up to just let loose a little bit more in these heats and give yourself the space to surf the way you want to?
Yes, definitely. There's not as pressure to make the cut, but there is that push where you want to really push yourself a lot. And this back half, I really want to just push my levels and see how far I can go.
Well, we look forward to seeing it in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you, AJ. Thanks, guys.
All right, yeah, Sakura. When we look at that mid-season cut, there's a lot of emotions happening there at Margaret River. And Sakura went through a roller coaster of emotions. Didn't know if she was going to be able to make the cut. She found out a little bit later. She was right on the line, and now she's taking advantage of this back half of the season and securing the fact, Peter, that she will be on tour in 2024.
Yeah, and of course, starting in her backyard, right? It's a huge advantage. It feels like to me when you have 2 big events at places that you surf every day. You get to sleep in your own bed. You got coaches, family, your favorite foods. I mean, everything right there for the first 2 events of the season. It also is probably an added pressure having that be on the schedule too, because you are expected to perform. So there's this expectation that you carry as well. But I still feel like even with that, it's a distinct advantage to have a couple events at home.
Well, right now, Joanne DeFay needs to battle back from Molly Picklum. Picklum with heat control, a big lead over Joanne DeFay. Can she come back? We'll find out. Conclusion of this heat after this break. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Let's break down our playing field here at Punta Roca.
Well, you've got an overview shot here. This is the westerly direction. That is where west is, which is kind of cool. You've got a south-facing break. This is where the swell is coming from, right for that south direction, right on top of the point. You can see that takeoff zone. You'd feel like you could almost get some waves in this area, but no, not at this tide. Maybe at low tide, we'll see that takeoff zone move up the point point slightly. You look at the judges' tower right here. They have got a straight shot view of the competitors, which is what you need, right? They're up about 3 stories high. Great view from that area. There's your lay of the land of Punta Roca.
Nearing the high tide mark here as we see the water over the cobblestones on the point. It is 8:05 local time, 8:38 a.m. We have a 6.3 foot high tide. After that high tide this morning, we will be seeing pretty much in the next heat. We will have a receding tide, an outgoing tide down to a 0.9 foot low tide at near 3 p.m. this afternoon, 2:54 local time. So nice breakdown, but on that we're going to see some changes here as far as takeoffs at Punta Roca. Molly Picklum used priority here during the break, just a replay. She threw that priority away. Joanne DeFay looked to take advantage of this. Here's a replay of a 5.5.
So she understands at this point she needs to get a solid score. We're down to that last third of the heat, last 10 minutes, so this was an important wave. And with that, I feel like, you know, she made the choice that she just needed to get a solid number going here. And she's going to get her best number, but still not going to match what we've seen already from Molly. May get her out of combo.
Got her out of the combo. She needs a 9.93 as we watch this slow motion replay of Joanne DeFay.
Yeah, so this
she
was
got that job done.
5.5 for Joanne DeFay here. And a little disjointed, I guess, is why we don't see it go up. And then the size of the wave, that didn't have quite the critical sections, but I love her little layback snaps that she's been pulling out. This is a new move that I've seen on her forehand. She's had it there before, but this one has a lot more release. And that's what you need to do on tour. Even if you make your tour, your talent level's there, you have to keep improving and refining, because it's part of the game, right? Get better and better.
You have to evolve, because you got youngsters like Molly Picklum coming up, chasing you, the 20-year-old right here with the heat lead. A little bit deep on that, but to your point, Pete, you need to keep on improving, because there's always a new generation coming up. And that new generation, those are fresh ankles, fresh knees, fresh lines, more progression. And so that's going to be the mission for Joanne DeFay. Wisely up and out there to maintain priority and give her a chance at this final 9.5 minutes. She needs a near perfect score of a 9.93 if she wants to make it into the quarterfinals.
That's so true, and it is. That's why Molly Picklum in that early start is so beneficial. It really is, because all the pressure is with Joanne DeFay here to choose the right wave, you know, to execute when it does happen with a bit of stress added to you. I really like what Joanne DeFay is like. One place that she probably could majorly improve was her right-handers. I mean, growing up on these lefts, her backhand by far one of the best in the world. The forehand, probably mid-pack now, is lifting that game, and it's because she's refining and working on it, getting better. I mean, there's a lot of right-handers on this tour, so you got to be able to perform on that, and she's been able to do that, especially with injury. I think there's a lot of time you get to think about what you can do better. You know, what do you want to change? Is it, you know, maybe your equipment so you can do a little different lines? So there's always that refinement. I think that's probably the easiest route. But also just taking time, and maybe you need to be more comfortable in bigger waves. So, you know, put yourself in those spots and spend more time. Maybe there's a wave that you haven't figured out. So on tour, go get your surf trip there and park it for you know, a few weeks and learn that wave, right? I mean, that's the important things on getting better throughout this tour.
We got some reporting, Peter. Strider Wazalewski, he's out in the water. Strider, what do you got for us?
Actually, I just wanted to have a little talk with you guys about what you guys thought about this heat and timing and rhythm on the waves. It looks like, you know, Molly obviously started out really strong. She did have some great waves, but also her timing on those waves was almost perfect, where she, you know, had the rhythm of coming off the bottom into that corner and then meeting those next sections with, you know, the power of the wave. And it looked like Joanne had a little bit of trouble kind of finding that rhythm out here. And, you know, being in the water, you can feel a little bit of lump and a little bit of an undulated surface. But for me, from in the water, that's exactly what it looks like. It's all about timing out here.
Yeah, Strider. I mean, in my opinion, when we look at this matchup and Molly Picklum, I think Molly Picklum has a world title in her. I think that Molly is on her way, if not this year, in the near future, to become a world champ. I feel she has that much ability, and she's really smart in heats.
Yeah, I 100% agree with the world champ call. I mean, as soon as we saw her come onto the scene and her mental stability within the competitors area and how that she was focused on looking at things, she kind of reminded me of a young Sally or something, but she's just got a little extra in her where she's got flair in the lineup, and she's got a great corner, and then she gets out in the water, and that timing on the waves just looks impeccable.
Both these surfers, Strider, I think both have that competitive mind set that's so strong, really. You don't see a whole lot of fragility from both Joanne and Molly, but Molly being younger and, having to deal with the mid-season cut and not making it, and being able to come back from that and feel like she belongs. I mean, that's the important part, is the mental strength, huh?
I think and I believe she's gone past not just belonging. I think she's gone past with that victory at Sunset and success this year. Quarterfinals at Pipe, Portugal, Margaret River Surf Ranch, along with that win. I think she's got the belief that she can win a world title. Remember, she's only 20 years old.
Yeah,
so there's a long, long road in front of her and a lot of opportunity for Molly Picklum.
It's fun to see, and especially now with the longevity of the tour surfers. There's an exponential jump with what Kelly, what Steph have been able to achieve later in their career years. I mean, again, when we were competing, Kaipo, it was 20s, and then pretty much, late 20s. They're already getting you in the commentary booth where, now you can go into the late 30s, and compete. I mean, look at Kelly, man. He's here. He's 51. So, that means that she's got 30 years of competition in front of her.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Well, we're down to 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown here. Molly Picklum with a big lead. Joanne Defay does have opportunity. She has priority. She needs near perfect. Does she have time to get that 15.43 in 2 waves, Pete?
Well, sorry, Kaipo, just 993. So she can do it in 1 wave, right?
Yeah, but does she have time to do it in 2 waves?
No.
A 993, she'd have to basically go perfect.
I see what you're saying. 15.43 is what you're saying. Gotcha. I would say at this point, no. There's just not enough consistency. It's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible, but personally, it's going to. That's why.
Well, as we continue the conversation, it's more and more likely that she's going to have to do it in 1 wave.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, 4 minutes. Yeah, no, the paddle out. Sorry, she's got to go right here. Utilize this priority, and if she's ever going to have a chance to get back out in time, this has to be a big number right here.
Slashing turn to open. Defay. 1 more slash. A little release, unexpected release for her. Snaps off the top. That layback hack again, and that's going to be the end of it, and that will fall short. Molly Picklum right behind her. Pickles with a rail gouging down carve. Gets a little bit caught behind, kicks out, and wants to keep position in there. Smart surfing from Molly Picklum just to get out of that wave. Maintain priority, control the final 4 minutes in this heat, and punch her ticket into the quarterfinals.
She looked over her shoulder, like you'd mentioned, understanding that she needs to keep that priority. She had to look to see where Joanne Defay was. Joanne Defay, at this point, I feel like she's going to slightly improve on the 5.5, and hoping that she could get, mid-upper 6 will be very beneficial, because they'll give her a much better chance at the back half of the seat with 3.5 minutes to go. So, I mean, I may eat my words here that she was going to get 2 more chances. Sets can kind of come back together.
Here's what we talk about on the replay. Does that down carve, realizes where she is, looked over, and then jumped off, right? Smart. That's heat IQ at a young age. Now she's up ahead there. She's not quite in position yet, Pete, but as soon as she gets to the takeoff spot, she will get that red P by her name. She'll have priority, and she'll be able to close this out with some defense at 3 minutes.
Yeah, and she's going to control the lineup, right? All those best waves, it'll be here. Waiting on that score for Joanne Defay, because that's going to be, give her the understanding of what she needs to be able to pull it off. Because if it's not a huge number, she can take a less than stellar wave to do it. But if it's a pretty big number, she's going to need a set.
By the way, looking at stats, these 2 surfers have met up 2 times in the past. Both times, Joanne Defay has beaten Molly Picklum in 2022. Joanne took Molly out at Portugal. Also in 2022, Joanne took Molly out at Pipe, both in the round of 16. So this will be Molly Picklum's first victory over Joanne Defay, unless something miraculous happens right here. Here we go, Joanne Defay. Big snap to begin. Round carve, keeping it on rail. Taps the lip there. Little caught up through that section. float to finish. Right behind her, Molly Picklum looking to improve upon a 7.5. Pickles. Layback snap. Smooth rail work on the DHD. Combos that up with the fade. Right back up to the lip. Some quick feet. Some nice reaction time by Molly Picklum. We'll see what those numbers are, but I almost assure you that Molly Picklum will be in the quarterfinals unless something drastic happens.
Yeah,
like
well, the minute, I mean,
or something at this point.
It's interesting that Molly's not actually paddling back out. She's kind of looking at 130 going, you know, are we going to paddle back out? They're pretty far in. And both surfers kind of making a decision, do they paddle as hard as they possibly can, especially in this heat? Heat definitely playing a factor here. Taking a look at this last wave from Joanne Defay, and they didn't really even give her the score, her 7th wave as well. So just feeling, I think you're absolutely correct, Kaipo. She did a little power fist there, but on a better, bigger wave outside for Molly Picklum. And I don't know if this will get up there to the 7.5 that she already has, but it definitely sees what she's capable of and where she sits right now in confidence. Very sure on her feet.
Numbers are trickling in. Judges loved wave number 7 for Joanne Defay, a 7.37. Now Joanne needs an 8.6 on her last ride. We're still waiting for that score for her last ride. An 8.6 would give Joanne Defay the lead in this heat, but the feelings are that that number will come up short of that 8.6, and early indications are holding true as we're waiting for scores. 20 seconds on the countdown.
Yeah, and we're seeing these scores drop here. Joanne's going to fall short. Molly Picklum, first 2 waves of the heat. Nice mid-7s, enough to make it happen.
Countdown in check right now. Horn blows, and it is official. Molly Picklum off to the quarterfinals. Joanne Defay eliminated from competition. We're going to step out when we return. Lakey Peterson and Gabriella Bryant will be out in the water.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
The tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Stop number 7 on the World Surf League Championship Tour, the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Final heat of the elimination round. Last year's runner-up, Lakey Peterson, matched up against second-year tour surfer, Gabriella Bryant. This is a great matchup. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel. I just want to start your opening thoughts on this elimination round heat.
Feels like an evenly matched heat between these two regular footers that surf on their forehand, exceptional. I hope that there's a lot of waves this heat because it'll be quite a battle.
We're going to start with Gabriella Bryant, speeding down the line. Little lip glide float there, comes around the corner and catches the nose, goes down. Handing priority over to Lakey Peterson, and Lakey will be able to sit patiently for a quality wave in this elimination round heat. Again, loser of this heat eliminated from competition. Winner goes on to the quarterfinals. Loser, you take a equal 9th place result out of this competition and 2,610 points. That's not going to help you if you're chasing that final 5.
Basically, it's last place. Is what it is. You know, you're receiving the lowest points. You're going to stay at the bottom of the rankings. So you do not want to lose in this elimination round. No surfer does. And generally, when you walk away from this round with a loss, there's a frown on your face. But ultimately, you got to turn it around. You've got a week and a half until we head to Brazil, where you can just change it all up. I mean, as a matter of fact, you probably pack your bags and fly on down there and get used to the water.
Yeah, that's right. Starting June 23rd, the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona will start in Saquarema, Brazil, Itaúna Beach. That's stop number 8 of the championship tour. So that's what's up next. But right now, the 2.17 opener for Gabriella Bryant. Taking a look at their past matchups, Pete. Lakey versus Gabby. They've matched up 3 times in the past. Lakey with 1 victory. That was in 2022 at G-Land. In this round, in the elimination round, Gabriella Bryant has beaten Lakey Peterson 2 times. Sunset this year, the round of 16, and last year at Itaúna Beach at the Oi Rio Pro. That was in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and so you think you could use that as history for Gabriella Bryant to take a bit of an advantage, and we'll see how it unfolds here. But this is, like I said, in these types of conditions, I feel like these two are very evenly matched.
Lakey Peterson with priority. Looks like she's going to utilize that priority. Here we go, the surfer from Santa Barbara. Strong bottom turn, arcing slash off the top, double pump off the bottom again. Spears through the lip glide to get around that section. Strong bottom turn carve combination for Lakey Peterson. Looking good on the point so far. Needs to close this one out. Upcoming section. Gaffing turn for Peterson. Wants a little bit more. Looking towards the shore. Finishes it off right on the cobblestone speed.
Yeah, grown up on a cobblestone point, surfing the Rincon. Also had tons of competitive experience at a place called Trestles, so very comfortable in this style of break. Cobblestone right-hand points. And you can see that advantage in this first exchange going to go to Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, Peterson. Tour veteran, 11 seasons on the championship tour. She's won 5 CT events in those 11 seasons. So she is the seasoned veteran in this matchup. Here's the second year, the sophomore on tour. Gabriella Bryant on the exchange, coming back. Winding up, slashing through that turn. One more time to the lip, an aggressive finishing maneuver for Gabriella Bryant. We'll be waiting for both of those numbers to see how that plays out in this situation.
As I mentioned, very similar in the way that these two are going to approach the wave, but the differences being Gabriella Bryant is going to give you a little bit more power and punch in her moves, whereas Lakey Peterson's going to have a little more finesse and release in her moves. So, you know, again, little contrasting styles in that regard, but both very good at what they do. Let's take a look here at this first wave of Lakey Peterson. Sets up this first move again, snapping turn, back to the bottom, up and over the lip. That's what she brings, is that finesse and spark in her surfing. So it'll be a distinct difference in that regard, but both ways can earn big numbers. And again, there was a couple little hitches here in this wave. It came in at, what, a 6-pointer, right?
Mm-hmm. Flat 6 for that effort from Lakey Peterson. This is a view from the water.
Water angle gives you, you know, there's the wave face isn't exactly smooth, as Strider had mentioned. You know, this the glacier conditions. You love a little wind to help kind of groom the lineup, but you got to pick your spots, pick those critical sections where the wave is the most steepest, and you can do those maneuvers at that time. So timing, we talk about timing all the time in surfing, and that's, if you have great timing, you're going to hit those steep critical sections at the right time with a lot of speed. Gabriela Bayan, nice first turn, big hooking snap, sets up the inside again. You see that same technique, driving that arm through and up and over. A little shorter ride, but see that arm driving through. She keeps her arm a little bit above the waist for her snaps, especially when you start turning a little tighter in the arc. And then good variety by tagging the lip, and that's what she's going to bring. She really attacks the lip.
Well, Gabriela Bryant coming out of this replay got the best of that exchange, a 7.17 for wave number 2 for Gabriela Bryant and the lead. Let's go out to our water reporter, Strider Wazalewski. What do you got for me, Strider?
Well, the score's coming across, and just like watching the way that Gabriela Bryant has that power hook in that face and then really going vertical on that last turn, I feel like they just want to see those big moves in those sections of consequence. And, you know, Gabriela Bryant, she's got a crazy strong base, so you can see her just muscling through some of those turns. And, you know, Lakey, she's got the point break thing on lock. You know, she comes from up in Santa Barbara where she's just, you know, her paddle back out was stellar. But on the waves, she really needs to attack that lip line and try to get a little bit more vertical, I think. Maybe, you know, just push a little harder, because the way that Gabby, there's a point of difference there, and you can see it on the waves and in the turn. So it's pretty fun to watch. Gabriela Bryant, though, paddling back out a lot slower, not really used to these really long paddles. So interesting little juxtaposition of kind of a tempo and a timing, but once on the waves, Gabriela looking more powerful.
I like the observation there, Strider. Gabriela Bryant actually with fewer maneuvers, but more meaningful maneuvers versus Lakey Peterson. So it shows you that it's quality over quantity as far as scores. Gabriela Bryant winning out on that exchange. Speaking of winning out, Molly Picklum, she won the last heat. She's into the quarterfinals. Molly is with AJ.
Molly, not a bad way to start your day here on the glass. I know you didn't get a chance to free surf this morning, but you start the heat with 2 mid-7s. What did you want to attack in the waves?
Yeah, it was definitely an early start, that's for sure. I've never started that early before, so that was challenging in itself. But, I mean, going so early here, the conditions are so buttery and it's so nice. And, yeah, I feel like yesterday it was pretty choppy and I couldn't really open up on some turns. So I was just happy to find my rhythm out there and just do a couple of turns. And then hopefully now that I've found my feet again, and then open up in the next heats.
How much does that help your mental state going into the next round when you have a heat, not just that you win, but you're able to surf the way you want to?
Yeah, it's definitely good. I feel like here we've actually been fortunate to get waves as well, like outside of the heat. So we've brought that confidence, but then of course to do it in the jersey is always good to carry through. And yeah, I feel like I'm still playing around with boards. I moved down to a 5.8 just then, but I feel like I want my 5.9 just to open up a bit bigger.
So that's the biggest adjustment heading into the next round?
Yeah, I feel like I'll go up a board, and hopefully the waves get a bit more consistent, because it's such a bummer. The waves are so good when they come through, and it would be cool to just go back to back with the girls and really put on a performance for everyone to watch.
We love watching you guys perform. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Also to everyone at home who stayed up late to watch me, thanks guys. I love you all, and good night.
Back to you.
Yeah, Molly Picklum, I mean, what a stark contrast. What a difference a year makes. Falling off the tour in 2022. 2023, Molly has made a minimum of the quarterfinals all year long. Quarterfinals at Pipe, Portugal, Margaret River, as well as the Surf Ranch. She made the finals, runner-up at Bell's, won Sunset, her first CT event. She's having a great year, and like we talk about momentum, she makes that final 5 at the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. I'm going to say she's going to be one to watch out for a world title.
Absolute contender, right? You know, building character, having fallen off first season at the mid-season cut, would have built some definite character there, was able to find that confidence by going to the Challenger Series and making it happen there. She did have a win on that Challenger Series as well. So, yeah, big things for Molly Picklum. And now she's back into the quarterfinals once again. Very consistent. You know, I think that character building said, hey, let's just keep it consistent. Let's win heats as much as possible. And that's why she's in that final 5 at the moment.
Yeah. And like you alluded to, she did a great job on the Challenger Series, you know, coming back from what was an emotional roller coaster, and ending up year number 3 in 2022 on that Challenger Series to get her ticket back on the championship tour. Now, her focus is wins, 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 and that way she can ensure a spot in that final 5.
When you think about the way that the season is set up, you have the mid-season cut at event number 5 in Margaret River, and literally you're in Australia for that leg there. If you don't make the cut, you're straight to the Gold Coast, literally a week, and you're competing on the Challenger Series. I think that's pretty cool. Literally helps soften the blow slightly, even though you've fallen off tour, but it's giving you the opportunity to come right back and build some momentum. Although I will say the Challenger Series events aren't easy,
Oh my goodness, talk about consequence. I mean, you start off there with 80 men, 48 women, and every single heat you lose half and half and half. You know, it is instantly you go into it, basically every round's an elimination round, and the talent pool is incredible. So I love the way that the tiered system's set up, because the Challenger Series they're really exciting to watch because you get to see so much surfing.
Yeah, and you get 4-person heats, right? And again, it's 50% elimination or 50% advancement, however you want to look at it. But yeah, no, you're right. It's full action packed. It's a different style of surfing too, so you kind of have to make that adjustment from one-on-one competition compared to 4-man heats. So a bit of an adjustment, but ultimately, I mean, hey, you made the tour for a reason. So you think you're going to be, I definitely use that confidence as a championship tour surfer to make some heats on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryant, she's got a lot of power in her surfing. That's what she's known for. That's how she was able to be a Rookie of the Year. Here is an illustration of that power, Peter.
You got to look at it. I mean, again, compressed bottom turns, and she is not shy to put everything into those turns. I mean, this layback right here was incredible. Foot off and right back on. So being able to, look at eyes shut as she comes down, doing it off of feel and pulls it off, no worries.
And Gabriella Bryant, live action here with the lead, a 7.17 and a backup of a 2.17. That's Gabriella's homework right now, to get a meaningful backup score and really apply pressure to the tour veteran, Lakey Peterson.
And it's interesting here with priority. Sometimes surfers like to surf outside of priority when there's lots of waves, but today it feels like priority is a very significant advantage. You're able to, the limited sets that we have per heat, you get to choose the best waves. So Gabriella Bryant right now has just got to make sure that she chooses the right one. And Lakey, on the other hand, would love to see a couple different waves in a set so she can have some opportunity.
Well, we're going to take a break right now. We'll be back and see if Lakey Peterson is able to climb the hill and make it to the quarterfinals.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire our surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. Today, we are joining forces in El Salvador with Paso Pacifico and Oriente Salvaje to protect El Salvador's well-known rivers from impacts of plastic pollution.
These river intercept devices are very important because we have to stop plastic pollution before it reaches the ocean.
No solo colocar estas riobardas aquí en Punta Chilama, donde está nuestra querida ola de oro, que es Punta Roca, sino que en toda la zona costera de Surf City, que son más de 70 spots buenos para surfear, porque si no cuidamos nuestra ola, ya no vamos a tener más surf.
Para mí es súper especial estar participando en estas cosas así porque a mí me interesa bastante estar ahí porque me gusta limpiar el mar.
Show us what you're doing to protect our one ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL One Ocean in your post.
Some great work done here at the Chilama Rio, the Chilama River, which feeds this wonderful region and creates this right-hand cobblestone point.
You know, we're staying up in El Zonte, which is just up the road a bit. And, you know, great wave. One of the things I noticed, we'll get back to that.
We're going to go to Gabriella Bryant, our heat leader right now, with a strong snap to carve combo. Gabby, powerful turns. One more time for Gabriella Bryant. Lakey Peterson right behind her. Look at the point here at Punta Roca. Oh, huge finish for Gabriella Bryant. Lakey Peterson gets a little bit caught up. Gabriella Bryant, she's going to ditch that 2.17. Richard Dog Marsh likes it. Ryan Callanan likes it.
How good is Ryan Callanan, though? He lost out, and he's down here, in here supporting his team with Dog. Has a ball. They're laughing. That team right there is so fun to watch and hang out with.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
And Gabriella, and Gabriella is a big part of that thing. And I will say that Gabriella has improved significantly with the tutelage of Dog Marsh.
Yeah, and we see some of those, like unions basically getting formed. Lakey Peterson, scratched at that, couldn't get in there. Turned it over here to Gabby, and Gabby went to town.
Yeah, she did. I mean, there was a very strong first turn. Again, mixing it up with the carving snap. Chases it a bit here, but again, just showcasing that power and punch, right? That's what's a significant difference to me, is how much punch she has in the lip. She just looks at that lip and just annihilates it. Right here, look at that. I mean, fins, spray, loves it.
Yeah, Punta Roca says, ouch.
Karate chop, right? I mean, look at this end in the final move here. Watch the fins out the back, but just enough rail and edge in there to throw all that water. Because again, you can get that finesse where Lakey could kind of go up and over and kind of drift the fins, but she's able to carve through the lip. And Gabrielle Bryan's going to get another significant number here. See what happens to Lakey having to deal with the foam from Gabriella's wave, and mistimed. Unfortunate, maybe even seeing that it wasn't going to have a lot down the line and going, you know what, I'm just going to save it. 10 minutes to go. I'm going to get priority and sit out the back. So in that moment, she didn't have priority when she paddled for that wave. But now, a nice clean wall. See what you can do here.
Quick up and out to hold position. So we're still waiting for an important score for Gabriella Bryant to let Lakey Peterson know what exactly she needs. Will it go excellent for Gabriella Bryant and put Lakey Peterson into a potential combination?
Yeah, and you say that because you feel like, I was just going to kind of ask you where we're at.
It felt excellent.
It felt like the best wave of the heat. I mean, it definitely, even if it's not all the way up to the excellent range, it did feel like, I mean, the surfing there, especially the first turn, high impact, the last turn, high impact, all of that, and you start to see the scores drop. There is a couple excellent numbers that have already been in there.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to come in a little under or right on the line, but in no doubt it will be a big task for the surfer from Santa Barbara, Lakey Peterson, to claw back that lead off of Gabriella Bryant once this number populates.
Yeah, and that's tough when Lakey's having a bit of a shocker. She realizes that she just hasn't been in the same rhythm to be able to have priority when the right set waves came, whereas Gabriella, on the other hand, has been able to have that rhythm.
Yeah. So a near excellent score of a 7.83. Combine that with a 7.17. There's all the judges. Couple judges going excellent. Actually, 3 of them. And 1 on the bottom there with a 7-point ride for Gabriela Bryant. Throughout the high and the low, 7.83 is the average there in the scoreline of Gabriela Bryant. Lakey Peterson now needs a 9-point ride. So Peterson needs to go excellent at this point. She has priority. She's got 8 minutes on the clock.
Was fortunate to be able to call Lakey Peterson's years in the amateur ranks. You know, as a youngster, it was fun to watch Lakey. It was what she was bringing to the table in her youth. Incredible stuff. You know, she was one at the forefront of fin releases and airs, and that's what that style of surfing had brought her to the championship tour. We don't see it as much from her anymore, but she's definitely worked on her rail game.
Hey, Peter, I believe Strider Wazalewski's giving you a call right now. Strider.
Yeah, Pete, checking in just on the technical side of surfing here. You know, obviously Gabriela Bryant has, you know, Lakey's number in the power zone. So we saw that, you know, the finish on that wave, some of those opening turns she's doing. I mean, just impressive, just, you know, something that Lakey cannot match, right? So how does she, you know, technically on this technical side of surfing come around the corner to come up with those big scores to match up with what Gabby's doing?
Yeah, I would say that, I mean, ultimately it's wave quality too. Wave choice is one big thing, right? You get a nice size set wave. And, you know, she has the ability to match Gabriela's power and so forth. But ultimately, I mentioned the differences of it. You're right, Strider. Gabriela does have that extra power in her punch and her surfing. Whereas Lakey, I want to see some rotation in the lip, above the lip, you know, throwing the tail a bit, because that's where her style has come from. And even showcasing some of the innovation that she has in her repertoire.
Yeah, I think we've seen that, right, out of her, you know, above the lip surfing and getting those fins out. And I've just seen that grab rail turn where she grabs it, the fins go flying, and she brings it down. So I feel like maybe that's where she can do it. I feel like she does have torque in her surfing. I don't think she can match the power of Gabriela, but I feel like that torque that she has, where she comes up and she turns those shoulders and has all that technique and then shows that technique on the rail, I think maybe she'll get there.
Well, here she goes. Let's see what happens.
Peterson, smooth bottom turn. Lazy carve there, is hoping for this wave to line up on the inside. The point surfer knows how to put together a well choreographed wave. Getting a little caught behind there, and that was not the wave that she needed for that 9-point ride, however.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of an error there, just in regards to taking that first wave. Not that there's a wave behind it, but it was kind of a smaller wave, and ultimately needing a 9 at this point. I think the idea being, yeah, you may want to try it and do it in two waves, but at this point, picking a 9, you know, you got to look at the wave quality here. This didn't have the quality to be able to get a 9. You know, using priority on this wave feels like a bit of an error. Although I like the surfing and the combos on this inside section that the wave did. Again, it ran off after this last float. So completed ride. It's going to go into her top 2. But it's not really going to make a difference. As you watch again the technique, see her arm goes up over her head, a little different in the way that, so you don't get the same drive through the rail. It's a much tighter arc when you put your arm up above your head and rotate that through. She does have it kind of go up and then brings it through her chest. You'll see a distinct difference where Gabriela, and we also saw it from Molly Picklum, where the arm's out there and then it drives through lower. And that's always, I mean, one of the techniques is that low Curran arm. I remember when Curran was kind of doing that same style.
You go
back
across the chest.
Yeah, across the chest, and even the waist, and then even to the knee.
Yeah.
You know, Luke Egan to the knee. All of those big power surfers, that's the style you can have. And working on that, you know, and different, you know, it doesn't mean you have to do it every turn like that, but that's how you're going to get a healthy mix and variety, is being able to do that.
I feel just lower arms through there, just your body mechanics actually keep you more centered on the board.
Lower center of gravity, right? It's you're more attached to your surfboard.
You had a perfect analogy there with Tom Curran, who really brought that smooth, low arm swing cut back into play. And so many people, I think, of our generation really emulated that. And everybody took little bits and pieces of that. And it actually helped your mechanics in surfing.
For sure.
But it was led by Tom Curran.
Yeah,
and you know what? Actually, even before Tom Curran, Bugs had a good one too.
Yeah,
Robert Bartholomew. You know, and I think a lot of that Curran got that from Robert Bartholomew.
Yeah.
You know, so it continues on. I'm sure Lakey Peterson had some inspiration, and I'm sure that Lakey's surfing is inspiring younger surfers coming up as well. So great storyline there, Pete. Here we go, 33 minutes and 35 seconds. Lakey's still searching. Judges were really quick giving her a flat 5 on that last wave, so Lakey's still searching a 9-point ride under the priority of Gabriella Bryant.
Yep, and again, just Gabriella's got to keep her head on a swivel, make sure that she keeps Lakey pretty close. Obviously, with that priority, she's able to cover the sets that come in. Also, if a three-wave set or a two-wave set comes in, choosing the best of it. And I think this is where priority is just so important. This back few minutes, being able to protect your lead.
And we just passed the high tide mark. So we got, 6+ feet of water of tide right now on the cobblestones. So this sometimes it gets lully at the peak of that high tide. We should see more wave action as this tide starts to drain out for the rest of the day.
Yeah, fingers crossed, that's for sure. We're on the other side of the peak of the swell too, so we got to understand that that's probably going to start, the consistency will wane a bit as that swell drops off. I'm sure the commissioners will keep an eye. I mean, really, you look at what we have on offer, it's going to be a while until we see a few more waves of size later in the week, right? That's the next opportunity. So getting as much as we can done right here and now with the swell that we have on tap.
Yeah. Well, I actually feel there's going to be windows for the next week or so, but it'd be hard to just have those only 1 or 2 hour windows. We want a full competition day. That's the goal, but
if we have to piecemeal it together at the end, we will.
I also feel if we needed to do that, there will be windows each and every day because of this tide swing and how it affects the swell.
And as we move through this week too, we're going to see those tides the coefficient's going to get smaller. Yeah,
true.
so we're not going to see the extreme high tides and the extreme low tides that we see now. So the tide right now is about a 6-foot tide difference, right? 5 to 6 feet. We'll see that kind of get less and less as we move through the week.
Yeah. All right, 90 seconds for Gabriella Bryant to play some defense on Lakey Peterson. Peterson under the priority, gets an inside one here, but mind you, she needs a 9-point ride.
Air.
She may go to the air. Looking for a ramp. Is going to have to settle for some turns here. And a frustrated kick out there for Lakey Peterson. She's going to have to dash out to the lineup and take off spot to give herself one more chance.
Yeah, been a bit out of rhythm, unfortunately, for Lakey. And a lot of that's due to those numbers when you hear that out in the lineup. It's like all of a sudden it kind of creates that stress and makes decision making a little more challenging.
Oh, we can see Joao Chianca in the lineup. He's going to be in round 1 of the men's round of 16. When we start that, Joao will be faced up against Ian Gentile in that matchup. Look at how beautiful this shot is, Pete.
Yep, and this is one of the beautiful places in this world. Blue skies, sun shines out, warm weather.
Gabriella Bryant's enjoying it because she is surfing her way into the quarterfinals right now. Big snap there for Gabby. Why not make it a fun ride to the beach? Lakey Peterson needs a miracle in the back. 9-point ride for Peterson at the moment. Carves through that section. One snap. Let's see what she has. She needs something innovative, something big. The hornet sounded. There's the last wave of the heat. Throws it up there. Went for it. She knew she needed that if she wanted the 9-point ride. She's going to come up short and be eliminated, however.
I will say, though, that she pulls that off. We definitely have that question. Does that go? I mean, that was a big attempt from Lakey Peterson. And it's unfortunate she wasn't able to pull it down. But that's what she has in her arsenal. I just like to see her put that more into her heats.
Well, Lakey Peterson, knowing that she needed a big number, just went all out. A Hail Mary air on the inside. Impressive that she got in the air. She got the rotation. She got a couple of quality turns previous to that. We'll take another look at it here.
Yeah, look at that. Up and over. Gets the grab. Look at the flared out. Everything's there. She was almost, a little more projection towards the rocks, towards the beach. And we see that could have been a make.
Well, that's going to be it for the women's elimination round. Moving on into the men's round of 16. Joao Chianca, Ian Gentile when we return. looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps
Yes,
it.
that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
It's time to level up. The Rip Curl WSL Finals right around the corner. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. In the lineup now for round of 16, Heat 1. We're going to switch over to the men. Zhao Chianca v. Ian Gentile. This is going to be a fun matchup for a lot of reasons. We've got two different styles, two different surfers in the water. I'm Chris Cote. This is Felicity Palmatier. That's Mitchell Salazar. We're very excited to bring you the first heat of the round of 16 for the men. Yesterday we saw a shakeup in the standings. I think we're going to see more of that today. Again, we're in elimination round surfing, so we're going to start to see a lot of urgency in the lineup.
Yeah, definitely. If yesterday was anything to go by, I mean, we're another round further into the competition, and we're now, you know, it's there's a lot at stake. I mean, whoever gets through this, they're into the quarterfinals. You know, on the men's side, that is a keeper result. So the other thing to come into factor here is that we just passed high tide, so there's a lot of water on Punta Roca at the moment, and I'm wondering if that is the guys have been counting waves. There's been some long lulls, so it's going to make things interesting, I think. But a heat IQ might be coming into this.
It could, and you look at number 2 in the ranks right now. Chianca is taking the inside position by very far, and I think this is smart. Get a quick start, get something on the board, Chris, and it seems like he's going to be catching that wave right now.
You know what? Let's do this. Zhao Chianca up and at it early on in this heat. 27:17 on the clock. Nice high-speed turn. This guy is definitely one of the fastest surfers on the championship tour. Slip there. He goes down. Now he's going to have a front row seat to the Ian Gentile show. We're loving what Gentile gave us yesterday in the form of some beautiful extended turns. And he's looking like he's right back in the form we left him with yesterday afternoon. What an incredibly perfect wave for Ian Gentile. Super fast, so he didn't have a lot of face to work with to give us one of those extended roundhouses, but what he did provide was a high-speed, high line from the jump all the way to the inside section. Speed, power, flow all the way through for Ian Gentile. And numbers would tell you he's the underdog in this heat, but surfing like that, he's looking like the alpha in the lineup.
Yeah, he is. We're looking at the opening wave of Zhao. Straight up into the lip there for 2 snaps. Kind of gets a little bit caught up on that bottom turn there and unstuck on the last maneuver. But this wave of Ian's as an opener, I really liked it. Looking very casual at the beginning there. Nice timing on that first turn, sending a lot of spray into the sky. Up there for the second one. Floats that third section straight back up into the lip for the fourth one. Carving through the top, and just a series of really, I'd say, well-placed turns.
Well, for how the wave was,
Yeah.
he surfed it as good as he could have. I mean, he was going so fast down the line. It was a quick wave, too. And you don't normally see this with this high of a tide, either. It was really one of those rare waves, a rogue one that just went down the line the whole time. But his timing was on point. He met every section with the right amount of speed. He was very precise with the way he approached a lot of these sections. And most importantly, he was able to get a finish. So I would have said that Chianca's wave probably would have been a keeper score if he finishes the last turn. This is definitely going to be in the top 2 at the end of this heat for Ian.
You had to kind of rely on some truncated turns, unable to really open up. But looking at what the judges look for, speed, power, flow, all those things on display, more of a reactionary wave.
Yep.
You know, he didn't really get to force the issues that he wanted, but well served. 24:58. Gentile paddling back out right across the eye line of our Strider Wasilewski.
Just wanted to get in on the conversation and what went down before this heat. So that was all by design. So Ian Gentile on the rocks meditating, then went into a stretch mode, then went into the paddle out, but his paddle out was way at the top of the point to gain that position over his opponent so that he could get the first good wave of the heat. So this heat started way before that horn blew. You saw Joao Chianca paddling out from the bottom, and he kind of conceded, didn't actually try to go way outside and take that position and trying to get those little warm-ups. Ian just really, by design, finding that wave and looking really silky smooth, but powerful and radical.
Hey, Strider, you've seen Ian Gentile, grow up through the ranks, and obviously as a longtime Lost Team rider yourself, what kind of significance do you think this event has in Ian Gentile's career so far? Event number 7 out of 10.
Oh, it's amazing. For him to be here after the cut, for him to have that big heat win yesterday, and to come through now looking really strong to begin this heat. I think this is a great heat on analyzing surfboards and watching what the surfboard does on the wave, because his body moves slower, but Joao's moves faster, but the body. But watch the surfboard. So Joao up and riding now, big snap into that lip, flying over the corner, off the bottom, slams into the corner. Beautiful drop wallet. A lot of power, a lot of speed, a lot of flow coming through this. Looks like the board's flowing through, cutting through on the bottom. Bang, right through the lip again. Take it away, guys. This is looking good through the inside.
Jiaoqianke has a voracious appetite as he's flying down the line, leaving no stone unturned on that wave. Every opportunity that he had to flare up, he took. And that right there just shows the, electricity that flows through Jiaoqianke. Every wave he surfs on, it's 110% effort. He showed it right there. So, the speed, of course, there, displaying a lot of power. The flow from beginning to end. Pretty much all there for the judges. He couldn't have done much more on that wave, Felicity.
No, he surfed this so well. Floated to start, snapping straight up in the pocket there, bringing it around for a carve for the third maneuver. So nice variety already. A bit of a smaller section here on the inside, but he manages to tag it another few times. Beautiful wrap and carve there. And yeah, gets this finish quite late to hit this section, but he just nails it.
You said voracious, Chris. We could be looking at something that's cooking underneath his feet right now. That board looks magical, very precise and quick. We should get him a spot on Top Chef and see how he does in there, because it's looking like a knife through hot butter myself, Looked very good on this one in comparison to the last wave that he took. And he said, Felicity, a little late to the party, but I actually think it even bettered the score a little bit more, in my opinion. It looked a little bit more exciting.
Yeah.
And it put the exclamation point right at the end of that wave. Good stuff.
21:50 on the clock. Both of these surfers right now look like they are very connected to the surfboards under their feet. As Jiao paddles back out, we do have Pete Mel standing by with the backup board of Jiaoqianke.
Yeah, I have the backup board, but this is the board he rode in yesterday's heat, so switching it up for this heat this morning. This one here is a 6.0, 18 3/4, 2 3/8, 27.3 liters, and this one has a mix of files, as I can see here, a remix with the Pro. So Qianke is one of those surfers that works with Britt Merrick at Channel Islands and designs his boards how he likes it, so he's riding a bunch of different stuff, and I think I like what he's been able to do. He notices what he wants to do on his, and he knows what his equipment's going to do on the waves, so he switches it up, no worries. This one here, I'm looking at it, there is a gas pedal, very straight through this region of the board here, and then you can see at the very end of it, a little flip. That's that footwork. Get back on that tail block, and you're going to loosen this board up, but the gas pedal, move that foot up a little bit forward, it's going to shoot water out the back of that one. I like the way this board looks, but tell you what, the board he's riding right now looks pretty good too.
Hey Pete, is this a board that any surfer could go in and grab off the rack? And if it is, could any normal surfer ride a board shaped for Jiaoqianke, or is it just built different?
This one here, I don't think you can go and get it modeled, because Zhao is, like I said, Britt has admitted that he is one of the surfers that is very involved in his design. There's some surfers that just say, hey, make this for me in this dimensions, and if it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not. This guy likes to mix it up. He likes his equipment. He mentioned in his interviews how, how much he loves his equipment and how confident he is in his equipment. And the fact that he can just mix up boards, no worries, from heat to heat, that just goes to show how confident he is. I will say, though, this model may be coming out soon.
I would think so. And I think those of us that have a sentimental connection to surfboards, we love that bright rainbow Merrick logo on the bottom. It's just, just a throwback and really cool looking. I noticed that board had a ton of rocker, and I think that's kind of the difference, right, between your barrier of entry. A lot of surfers, if they tried to get on the board that Jiao's riding, it would just, it wouldn't do what it's doing under Jiao's feet. I mean, he has this innate ability to really connect with his board, and every inch is used in every turn he does. You know, I would say not only he's one of the fastest surfers on tour, but he has the ability to do, you know, a few more turns per wave than most other surfers while making it look smooth. I mean, anyone can go out there and amp out and do 1,000 turns. It's not going to look great. Zhao makes it look great. 19 minutes on the clock. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup gives us the chance to catch up with Gabriella Bryan and AJ McCord.
Here with Gabriella Bryan on to the quarterfinals. You and I talked earlier this morning about how much you wanted to make sure you picked your waves well. You're very confident once you're on the wave, but you want to pick them better than you have been. And here you are, the 2 taking scores that you had in just 3 waves. How did you apply that in your heat?
Yeah, I feel like my surfing has been super good. It's just like small mistakes tactically that have been I'm not getting the results I wanted to. So yeah, I feel like exactly what you said. Once I put myself on the best waves and I do the surfing I know I can do, I'm super confident. And yeah, each heat, if I just focus on the little things, I think it'll be a good progress.
I would say, especially for you, you've had a bunch of 9s this season, and so here you are on to the quarterfinals. How important is it for you to just break through into this next round?
Yeah, I can't even count how many 9s I've had, but yeah, it feels super good to be in the quarters, and just being able to do the surfing that I wanted to do that last heat feels really good. So yeah, I can't wait to get some more heat time. Hasn't been much heat time, but I know that I'm capable of being here and just getting more confidence each heat.
How much confidence does it give you that you didn't just win the heat, but you won it the way you wanted to surf?
Yeah, those heats are amazing. I mean, you can get lucky sometimes and squeak by, but when you have heats like my last heat and everyone's surfing good and you still make the heat, it feels really good. This reassurance that I can do it, and yeah, it just makes me excited to get more waves and more heats.
Well, we're excited to see you in the quarterfinals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Gabriella Bryan on to bigger and better things. Quarterfinalist. Could potentially see women's quarterfinals go down today. Potentially. A swell out there. You never know. You know, that's why so many of us love the sport of surfing, is the unpredictable nature. I mean, who knows what we're going to see in an hour, 2 hours. All we know right now is the waves are firing and the scores are coming through. Pretty much a tie right now. You got Zhao Chanka with a 7.17, Ian Gentile with a 7.17, but Zhao with that 3.33, he is now in the lead. So 16:30 on the clock. I think for Ian Gentile, we saw yesterday, calm, cool, collected. You know, for him, it doesn't feel like he's wrapped up in the points and the standings and the rankings. I feel like right now he's just kind of doing his everyday thing, right? GTL, gym tan laundry. He's just going out there to do what he does on a normal day, and that is rip on his surfboard, make it look really nice, and hopefully get himself on the biggest, best set waves of this heat. As you see now, this is Zhao Chanka going for it, a little overzealous there, and I think that could be a word that describes his surfing. He does have the tendency sometimes to just push it over the line, which he did right there. I don't think that was a waste of an opportunity. It was a small wave.
Yeah, it was a small wave, but you saw as soon as he took off, he actually had to look over his shoulder to make sure there wasn't another set coming. So super smart, you know, he had a look, he saw there was no sets, and he's like, I may as well give this a run because, you know, he's one of the best surfers in the world. He can turn a bad wave into an excellent score. So may as well give it a run. I'm sure if he saw a set there, he probably would have kicked out and made sure that he was on the second wave of the set. So smart decision there.
This kid is back on the escalator. Zhao Chanka again whips on an insider. It runs away from him. That leaves Ian Gentile way out the back with what could be the biggest set of this heat so far. Here we go. Prepare yourselves for beautiful surfing from Ian Gentile. Quick snap there to start. Flying around this section. Here's some open face for Gentile to work with. Just cut that first turn short. Big extended floater.
That was cool.
That was radical. Into another quick snap. Follows through. Can he get the completion and the finish? He does. Rides out. Right behind him, Zhao again on his 6th wave surfed already. Now he's flying into his turns with reckless abandon as he comes around this inside section. His wave trying to run away from him. He gets the lip launch and slips off, goes down.
That's what happens when you catch too many waves this early on. You can notice a moment there after that one carve, he almost had to double pump and kind of reset because fatigue is a factor here, especially with the heat too. And they're probably going to have to surf a couple of times today if the waves continue as good as they are. And as of right now, Gentile's being so smart out there. Only 2 waves in 16 minutes. Good strategy so far by the Hawaiian.
We've got both surfers paddling right by Strider Wasilewski, standing by in the channel.
Oh, I love, this is my favorite part, the paddle battle. We got these guys on one, red's out in the front, blue's around the corner, blue current around the corner, red out in front, red out in front. Let me tell you something, this is we've got long arms of Gentile. So Gentile actually went around the outside to try to get less current in the lineup, I feel like, and he's got a better glide on him. Right now, we are tracking him, and he is taking Joao on the outside, and it's an impressive thing to watch. It is so fun to watch, and I do have one of the best seats in the house. Thank you.
Strider, how far away were they on the inside section where this paddle battle started?
So they were at least 200 yards away on the inside, and then for them to, the way that they picked up pace, and they're still going, it's not done yet. I mean, we got another 200 yards to go to get to the peak, so this is going to exert so much energy, and then they're going to have the gas pedal on as when they get to their next set. I mean, look at these guys. They are still fighting. They're kicking and scratching for this #1 position. This could mean the heat. They know it. This is insane. I love to watch. Let's do this.
Reminding me of Big Audio Dynamite. The horses have entered the track. These guys are racing and battling with everything they have. You know, you have Jiao Chianca, who has ridden 6 waves already, and now he's engaged in a paddle battle with Ian Gentile, whose arms look like they're about 8 feet long. I mean, his wingspan is probably as long as his body, and the kid's 6'4". It's 84 degrees in the air, probably 88 in the water.
Nobody's been awarded priority yet either.
There's Felicity. It's got to be one of the longest paddle battles we've seen on the season.
Yeah, this is major. I mean, their arms are going to be burning right now. Their shoulders are burning. You got, not to mention the heat. You've got this humidity here, which is just stinging. I'm sure that they're overheating right now. I mean, here we go, priority. Just awarded to Ian.
The rule establishes that if it's a close paddle, it'll go to the person who caught the first wave out of that exchange. So it was Ian Gentile. It was the right decision, but they're both gassed right now.
These guys are worked. There was a 2-minute, 20-second paddle battle. So if you're curious as to the athleticism displayed by these two surfers, set your watch, paddle out, and paddle as hard as you can for 2 minutes and 20 seconds and see what that feels like. Now let's get to the action. This was Ian Gentile's last wave. This was so perfectly surfed.
Gorgeous stuff from Ian Gentile. Really like this down-the-line floater, even double pumps when he's on top of it as well. Great use of the rail right there, and a very smart finish. Made sure that he rode out of it cleanly, and he did so. And excellent use of priority as well. I mean, he's going to get a good score out of this, Chris, but a lot of people hate on floaters. I personally really like them, and especially when they're used in a transitional way too. That was a 2-for-1. It was transitional, and it was also a maneuver of high degree of difficulty. Look at the pump that he has right there.
I was just going to say, do not underestimate the power of a great floater. And that right there was about as good as a floater as you could do. And historically speaking, floaters vastly underrated for how difficult they are to make look good and how dangerous they can be when you're flying out into the flats. The score comes through for Gentile, a 7.5. Did Jiao Chianca match that number?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You can see already his wave looking a lot different to Ian. He's got a bit of foam on the face at the start there, so not a clean open face, but goes to the air on that end section and falls. So I think what you were saying, Mitch, I mean, he was pretty active, and he's already caught 5-6 waves. So that was his 6th wave?
Fifth, I mean, but
sorry.
still.
Cue the Benny Hill music here.
And then over 2 minutes of paddling like this, I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, that's like running on a treadmill at about a speed 10. It's like sprinting on a treadmill for 2 minutes straight.
Yeah, and not to discount the grit that they're showing here. I mean, that's serious stuff right there. That is that could be studied and put up against Olympic sprinters, put up against football players, running back kickoff returns. Like that right there is just a subtle display of the athletics involved, the stamina that you have to have with surfing. This is one of the hardest sports to do in the world, especially in competition.
And especially with all the environmental factors that you have to add into it. The heat, you know, you're not knowing when you're going to surf, if you're going to surf, being here every day. And that's why Ali said it best. Fights aren't won in the ring, they're won in the gym. And preparation here is everything, Chris. You could definitely see that Gentile knew that this heat was going to come down to wave selection. So far, he's been on the 2 best waves in this heat.
By no means a surf vacation for either one of these surfers in the lineup. Whoever loses here, they're going to enjoy a nice time in El Salvador, but we'll see who's going to be hanging out in Surf City. Will it be Ian Gentile, your current leader, or will it be Zhao Chianca? He has to give way to Ian Gentile with priority. Ian on another nice-looking wave. Quick snapping turn there. And again, this tall surfer that uses every part of his body to amazing effect. His first mistake right there, but I love that he was trying to throw some water around. Here goes Zhao. His first couple of waves, you know, may be guilty of just trying a little too hard.
I agree.
And paying for it.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. It's just not all connected for me at the moment for Zhao. I think even that first turn, the timing was slightly off. But 2 very different approaches, I think, out here.
Well, no paddle battle here. Both surfers are going to get themselves reset in the lineup. We've got about 7 minutes to go here. Gentile in the lead. We'll see what happens next. Stay tuned.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. By Shiseido, the official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Chris Cote here with Felicity Palmatier and Mitchell Salazar, and we are well into it with 5:40 to go on the clock. Ian Gentile with a hefty lead over Zhao Chianca, a 7.5 and a 7.17. Steady, solid, beautiful surfing from Ian Gentile. Flip side of that, we got Zhao Chianca, who does have a 7.17, but looks like a case of maybe just over surfing, over excitement. Usually for Zhao, he's kind of got the ability to get right up to that red line and then keep it a little bit tighter. Are you seeing a difference from the Zhao Chianca that started this year, got into the yellow jersey, everything was going in the, in exactly how he wanted it, to what we're seeing right now here in the latter part of the season?
For sure. I think it's pretty evident in this heat. It looks like, to me, I mean, he's surfing a bit frantic. I think he isn't just, maybe he needs to just take it back a few gears. And look, it's so easier said than done. I mean, I'm sitting here in the booth watching this, but you know, I'm being an analyst. At the beginning of the year, what I saw is just someone who was so in control and just very professional about the way he was going. I mean, if we just look at his results here on screen, I mean, the start of the year, he started with 2/3 straight out the gates in Hawaii, so amazing. Into a first, where he won in Portugal. Bells, he got a 9th. Margaret River a 3rd. Surf Ranch a 5th. I mean, super consistent all year. I mean, this event for me, just something is looking not quite right. Maybe he just hasn't quite found the flow yet. And then we just look at, I think for me right now, there's a total contrast against Ian's approach to this heat. I mean, Strider spoke to it a little bit before, but, you know, the game begun before they even entered the lineup. And in Ian's post-heat interview, we'll get back to that point. We've got live action right now.
Here we go. We'll see if Zhao Chianca can make the needed corrections. So far, so good on this wave. 2 big turns. He's going so fast down the line. Already into his 4th maneuver. Straight back into it. So Zhao Chianca answering back with authority there. That was lightning fast. I mean, you could hear the whip cracking with every turn he did. So 325. Zhao Chianca needing a 750. Smaller wave, didn't have that big, clean, beautiful line that we've seen so far in a few of these sets. So as he paddles back out, I mean, these surfers have to be feeling the heat. They have to be feeling the paddle battle that they engaged in. Doesn't look like it's affecting the energy level of Zhao Chianca, though.
Not on this wave, that's for sure. Great combination at the beginning. Really like the use of that floater right there, just gaining speed down the line. That aggressive layback. And then somehow was able to fit that turn in as well. Really dynamic finish. And just an explosive layback right here. He lays it fully on. And then somehow able to garner enough speed and make it back up into the lip line for one more. Especially when you go turn to turn and bottom turn for bottom turn. That was impressive stuff right there at the end. Just don't see it being the score based on the 7s that we've seen in this heat so far, Chris.
So needing a 750 score comes through just under a 6.33. Zhao Chianca paddling back out there with 2:20 to go. Strider, the energy levels out there seems like they're falling down just a little bit.
Well, I think it actually lent a hand in Joao's case. He looked so well tempoed on that last wave. If he could have just waited for a little bit more of a wave, a little bit bigger, it might have played into his hand a little bit better. Out the back right now, though, it looks like Ian Gentile is going to get this one. He's going to glide in. Nice smooth bottom turn. Quick line on the lip. Off the bottom. Another one off the top. So it looks like he's regained his composure. Got his breath back. He's coming around the corner. Big sweep into the corner right there. Let's see if he can get going on this open face and find some rhythm. Big front side. Oop. Oh. Beautiful work right there, trying to ride out of that.
He was on his way to another solid score. Goes down on the finishing maneuver there. So Ian Gentile most likely going to sit on that 7.5 in the 717. Zhao Chianca right now could be mounting a comeback, a 6.33 on his last wave. We'll see what went wrong here at the end. But before that, let's look at everything that went right for Gentile.
Yeah, I love this drone angle. It's so good, especially on this point break. But yeah, series of nice maneuvers again, just looking so smooth and in control. And goes for the air there on that last maneuver, but I thought he stuck it, but yeah, just something went funny on the end there. Yeah, that board just looking so nice underneath his feet, that Biolis. Goes for the air here at the end, and yeah, that nose just getting a little bit stuck up in the lip. He gets caught up on top there, almost rides out in front, and just a bit kamikaze by the lip there. It just,
is he truly unsponsored? Like, there's no stickers on the board. I love the purity. I love that, just an all white beautiful surfboard. No one's giving this guy a free leash, free fins. I mean, to me, he's got the whole package, right?
He does. He charges too. Underrated surfer at Pipeline, probably going to do well in Tahiti. And at Sunset Beach, I mean, kind of a disappointing performance by, you know, how much experience he has at that spot, but a huge win for him. It's going to be his best result so far this season, an equal 5th at least guaranteed, but beating out the number 2 in the world. Big things coming for the Hawaiian surfer Ian Gentile, Chris.
Well, it was a solid effort from Zhao Chianca, electrifying surfing as always, but that right there would have to be considered an upset. Ian Gentile gets the win over the hard-charging Chianca. We got more to come. Italo Ferreira and Callum Robinson up next.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire our surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. Today, we are joining forces in El Salvador with Paso Pacifico and Oriente Salvaje to protect El Salvador's well-known rivers from impacts of plastic pollution.
These river intercept devices are very important because we have to stop plastic pollution before it reaches the ocean.
No solo colocar estas riobardas aquí en Punta Chilama, donde está nuestra querida ola de oro, que es Punta Roca, sino que en toda la zona costera de Surf City, que son más de 70 spots buenos para surfear, porque si no cuidamos nuestra ola, ya no vamos a tener más surf.
Para mí es súper especial estar participando en estas cosas así porque a mí me interesa bastante estar ahí porque me gusta limpiar el mar.
Show us what you're doing to protect our one ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL One Ocean in your post.
I love that Kaipo's always up to spread the good word about WSL One Ocean, and literally everywhere we go, you know, the WSL tries to do what they can to give back, and that right there, I mean, that's a physical manifestation of giving back, of trying to help situation wherever you find yourself, and doing our best here in El Salvador. You can go to worldsurfleague.com if you want more information there. In the water right now, we've got Callum Robson, Italo Ferreira, Goofy versus Regular. Both these surfers super powerful. Italo, obviously one of the more energetic surfers on the planet, so we know he's going to go into attack mode early on, and there we go. But the wave attacks back. Unforced error there. Maybe another example of just a little bit of over surfing, maybe just over excitement. I mean, we love to see it. Sometimes it can bite you in the rear.
I think when you come down to an event site like this and you're one of the competitors, you see how good the waves are. I mean, it could be easy to be overzealous, you know, get excited and be like, oh, you know, it's so good, you know, the waves that we have on hand here. And yeah, I guess, here we go, we're having a look at Callum up and riding, streaking down the line here and straight up into the lip for that first turn. Throws the air. Board almost hit him in the head, it looked like.
That was a wild start for Callum Robson right there. You know, that was most likely one of those instances where he's flying up into the lip and thinking, may have bit off more than I can chew here. Goes into the air, the board's spinning like a helicopter blade right near his head. Luckily, he's all right. So 25:30 on the clock. Surfers now resetting themselves in the lineup. Italo looking at something. I'm always amazed of how casually these surfers paddle into waves. I mean, that was minimal effort, and he's already up and flying down the line. Looking for the ramp. Italo soaring, but cannot get the land. That all black surfboard underneath his feet. Designed, shaped by Timmy Patterson, specifically for Italo Ferreira, and utilizing the Dark Arts technology. What the Dark Arts tech does to surfboards is not only just adds this kind of magical pop element, but that pop stays. You know, when these boards really first came into our world, it was kind of a curiosity, right? What, this thing's all black? What is this, carbon? People started riding them, and you know, if you got your magic board 2 years ago, built with Dark Arts tech, the thing still has pop. You know, I can be give a testimony on that, and I think Italo can as well. And I mean, that right there, 99.9% of the time, Italo's making that air straight into a bottom turn, straight into a top turn. What do you think happened there?
I think, for me, it looked like he landed with a lot of speed. And I mean, I need to see the replay again exactly to look at his, what rail caught, but I'm sure what rail sort of caught. It looked like he came down with a lot of speed and just couldn't correct over the top of that. But I like what you said before. It was just so, he paddled into that wave with so much ease. And I mean, Italo is one of the fittest guys on the world tour. He trains his butt off, and yeah, paddled into that wave so easily. I mean, I would have to put in a lot more effort if I caught that wave.
Well, 23:47 on the clock. We're starting to see a real interesting story developing here with Ian Gentile, who is on the glass now with AJ McCord.
Ian Gentile, straight out of the water and on to your first quarterfinals at the CT level. What did it take to get it done?
Just kind of took it as any other heat. I got super close in Portugal, and then Sammy flipped it at the end. And I kind of left the door open a little bit, but it's so slow that, you know, if a decent sized wave comes, I'm going. I have priority, I'm going.
One of the decent-sized waves that you took full advantage of was that 7.5. You had a pretty sick floater in the middle of it as well. Walk us through what you saw on that wave, how it developed, that you were able to pull off such a great combination of maneuvers.
Yeah, it's a really long wave, and it's so hot that it's kind of a workout, you know. It's like the surf ranch was almost good training for this place, because like by the time you finish the wave, it's it takes a lot out of you. And then there's the paddle battle, and we both just sent it all the way out. Wasn't sure who was gonna get it, but I was pretty gassed after that. You know, had there been another wave right there, like right when we both got out there, I don't know if I would have gone. Just like maybe had to catch my breath a bit.
Understandably, what are you going to do to make sure you get that breath completely caught before you go into the quarterfinals?
Well, there's an ice bath, so I'll probably go check.
And they put ice in it.
Yeah, might have melted by now though. I'll go jump in that thing and electrolytes, a little rest, and good to go.
Well, we'll see you in the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Ian.
Thank you.
It's just a very chill human right there, but there was a little brief moment where AJ, you know, asked him a little bit about priority. He said, if I have priority, I'm going to go. And he kind of went just briefly into Terminator mode, a little chuckle after that. But that shows us, you know, he does have a fiery side. You know, his presentation to us so far in post-heat interviews has been very relaxed, very, very calm. And I got to say, that floater, I know we all got really excited about it. And here goes Chris talking about skateboarding again. It looked like a perfect 50-50 grind. And the way he launched off of it, I mean, again, floaters came around, I want to say late 70s, early 80s as really a way to kind of end your wave. Oftentimes just kind of done onto like a whitewater crumble section. And that right there was a perfect example of a totally relevant modern floater. Love to see it. Here we go. Italo Ferreira now on his backhand. Quick snap to start. I mean, his setup turns, throws so much water. On to his third. At a fourth, why not? Blow the tail. Here we go. That's Italo Ferreira style surfing right there. A four-banger from the jump. High speed, high energy, big action. Most likely going to be the highest number of this heat so far with 20 minutes and 47 seconds to go.
Wow. Again, out the back. Callum.
This kid's strong. I mean, you see him, his wind up, comes around that section, that wave, just collapsing around him. It's a no-go for Callum Robson.
Yeah, maybe sitting a little bit too deep on the point. It looked like that wave ran off quite fast. I loved what I saw from Italo, though, and I think you got to speak about his board there. It was getting a lot of pop. There was two of those turns there. I think it was the second maneuver and the last one. Just, yeah, really freeing those fins up, and yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the replay. Here it is now. So Italo up and riding. Nice carving maneuver to start here. Sort of a setup maneuver for this one here. Just fin released out the back there again on the third one, and boink on that full turn. Just so much pop out of that blackboard. And yeah, another angle on the drone here. You can really see the fins releasing out the back of the wave. Just getting so much release.
I think, you know, surfboard purists, fans of boards themselves and shapers have a lot to celebrate. When we saw Italo start riding for Timmy Patterson surfboards. Timmy Patterson, I mean, he has been an innovator for so long. Think way back in time, he made a board for Christian Fletcher called a Flying Saucer, a precursor to kind of the grovelly small wave shortboards that we see now. And so while Italo's boards, you know, they look like pretty stock standard shortboards, when you go and actually grab one of his boards and kind of feel what's happening, I mean, there's a lot of hidden tech in there. It's visible, the technology, you know, with the Dark Arts finishing tech, but there's some hidden magic in those Timmy Patterson boards, and I think his shaping matched with Italo's surfing, it's the perfect symbiosis between board and shaper. He showed us that by winning the first ever Olympic gold medal in surfing. He was riding, I believe, just a stock standard epoxy Timmy Patterson board in Japan to incredible effect. But I just think it's great to see a guy like Timmy Patterson, who is just a true, pure craftsman, shaping. He shapes in a place that I believe they call Shaper's Alley in San Clemente. I mean, it is one of the most soulful, just cool. And if you love surfboards, you get out of your car after parking in Shaper's Alley in San Clemente. You smell the resin. You get excited. You got Matt Biolos right around the corner. So this is a really cool kind of other side of what we see here on the screen. All the work that these shapers put into their boards. 17:57 on the clock. Italo's wave comes through. I think perfectly scored there, a 6.5. I mean, 4 big turns. The wave kind of abruptly ended, so he didn't get that inside section to work with, but well done for Italo.
Yeah, it was a good score. Good score for a shorter wave, a little bit of a smaller wave, but just the way he surfed it. He surfed it with great technique, getting so much release out the back of the wave with his fins. Just, I think, on 3 of the turns, releasing them. So Italo's looking really, really good. Callum's had a couple of opportunities, taken off on definitely a couple of the bigger waves, but
we got some news for you here, Felicity. Griffin Colapinto in that top spot, but watch out. Number 2, number 5, number 7s through 9s out of this contest. That means we will see some shuffling around, not only in the top 5, but in the top 10, top 15 for sure. There's a lot of names still in that bold writing underneath Leonardo Fioravanti. As we head towards quarterfinals, there's going to be some big news at the end of this event, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I think big upset in that last heat. I mean, Zhao bailing out, Jack yesterday, and all at the expense of Ian Gentile, actually. He's done a lot of damage here. So super exciting. I think that, that's as it stands right now. There's going to be a lot of movement after this as well, and a lot of room for opportunity, and a lot of opportunity to be capitalized on now that we've got 2 surfers already out that are sitting in that current final 5.
True. 16:12 on the clock. I want to give some credit and accolades to Sparrow Shapes making Callum Robson's boards. I mean, you look at Callum Robson on the beach. I mean, this kid's a unit. He is so strong, and he definitely puts his boards through a lot. I mean, I'm talking with each and every turn. So Sparrow Shapes has been working with Callum Robson now for quite some time, and they have a incredible connection as well. I mean, you don't see a lot of surfers at this level, fighting with their boards, right? I think in free surfs, or when there's events like Stab in the Dark where surfers ride a ton of different shapers boards, they, oftentimes you see them kind of looking down going, no, this isn't it. You don't really see that too often at this level of competition.
I think Callum's actually been doing a little bit of experimenting recently. I saw something he posted on Instagram where he was saying, he's so grateful for all the work that he's done with Sparrow, but he's looking forward to experimenting a little bit with different boards. And might have heard this yesterday. I wasn't actually calling this heat, but I think he was maybe experimenting on a DHD. So it's cool to see as well. I mean, surfboard, it's funny, the whole surfboard conversation. I think that, there's always flavors of the year, and or of the month, even a couple of months. And we do see, some surfers, they get stuck with their shaper and they like to see it through all the way through their career. But then other surfers, so all of a sudden someone starts doing well and thinking, I wonder if I could jump on that board and that would help me. And then next thing you know, one surfer's trying that board, they start doing a little bit better, and then another surfer's jumping on that bandwagon as well. But and then they're bringing that board back to their shaper. But I think it's just this constant little circle, and it's all feeding each other, and all the shapers are sort of bouncing off each other as well. And that's how we get progression. I think even Matt Biolos was speaking about it yesterday when we were chatting to him, that now we've reached a point with shortboards that it's not, we've got to this point with these high performance shortboards that it's not major leaps and bounds, but it's these small incremental steps that over time, 10 years, you will see a difference. But yeah, I really like the energy of everyone feeding off each other. It's really exciting, especially now that we have the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. It just adds another element as well, and gives us something to talk about too.
I feel like you're talking about a little bit of surfing's version of relationship drama. I'm here for it. All Callum Robson has to do is win this heat so he can tell us which board's under his feet. 13:20 on the clock. Italo in the lead for now, but plenty of time to go. We'll be right back.
To surf for my country in the Olympics Games in Japan was so special, you know. I really want to be part of the Olympics for next year.
Então, esse ano, sem dúvida, é um ano que é muito importante para mim, para minha classificação para as Olimpíadas.
We have 11 Brazilians, we have 11 hungry people.
I feel like I have a really great chance at winning the Olympics.
Really cool to get our sport in an Olympic game in Olympic ways.
I think it helps grow the sport, and I think it's a good legacy for surfing.
Qualification season is upon us. Love to hear those words. Brazilian surfers getting excited. 10:49 on the clock. No waves ridden through that break. Gave us a quick chance for Felicity to do her own research. What did you find out about the surfboards under Callum's feet?
Yeah, so I was right. He did post something to his Instagram, and he just wants to say a massive thank you to Sparrow Shapes for his commitment to supporting him over the years, saying it's been an epic journey. He's ridden for Sparrow since he was 16, and there's been a lot of time and effort put into the boards that's been underneath his feet. But this year, he's felt like he's needed to add something fresh to his approach and mix up his equipment. So feeling the fresh approach might feed the curiosity and keep the froth levels high. So
maybe he's brought a couple Sparrows along with him, but maybe just adding to the quiver.
Mm-hmm.
All these things happening behind the scenes. I mean, these are all decisions these surfers have to make before, during, and after these events. You know, with a quiver of 50 boards to choose from, might not be easy to kind of figure out which board to ride.
Cool.
Italo overdoing it there. A little too much pepper on the pupusa for Italo Ferreira. He goes down on the end of that wave, but he does have a 6.5 to lean on. Other than that, nothing over a 3. So bit of an oddity of a heat in the lineup right now. Luckily for all of us, there's 9 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Let's see right here what happened to Italo.
Yeah, I like the first turn, straight up into the lip, floater. You can see he's a bit caught behind here. So probably not exactly where he wanted to be when he started that maneuver, coming up to it a little bit too late. One thing I could take away from that replay as well, and even just looking at this now, it looks like that wind might slightly be changing. Someone paddling really hard out the back. It's blue.
Air wind. Here we go, Callum Robson. Powerhouse surfer representing Australia, comes around that section. A beautiful piece of, we'll call it coping to work with there. Flying through to this inside. Another big snap there. You saw a quick look from Italo out the back. He's seeing spray flying above the wave that Callum Robson's riding. So nice surfing there. Strong, solid, pure, precise all the way from the outside. No, nothing wasted on that wave, but nothing forced either. So the judges are going to really lean into the flow and power element of that wave. I think Callum, I mean, he's known for those big forehand carves. This was a fun wave to watch.
Yeah, I think he knew as soon as he stood up, there's not much time in this heat, so he had to make this wave count. He didn't want to fall, and he didn't want to oversurf it, but it was a really well-surfed wave for what he had in front of him. A couple of nice snaps in the lip, followed by a carve. Coming through to the inside here, another tag up into the lip. Just nice meat and potatoes surfing. I really like it. And yeah, he couldn't fall. Another angle here. Looks like straight up into the lip there, followed by a second one.
That section was so perfect.
It was, wasn't it? And yeah, just bringing it through to the inside. Like I said before, he had to make this wave count. As soon as he took off, he knew he couldn't fall. Releases the fins there on that first maneuver, and he goes straight up into this second one. Beautifully timed hit there. Throwing a lot of spray as well. And nice carving maneuver here. Beautiful technique, bringing that back arm around.
Reminds me of a quote from Kelly Slater, Black and White. Kelly was talking about lower trusses, saying, oh, that lip was just saying, hit me, hit me. That section, I mean, it was just a split second of the entire wave, but there was a little crumble in the top, but also just a little slice of blue right behind it. You know, as a surfer, you see something like that, especially on your forehand, you get excited.
You do.
And it showed through that turn for Callum Robson. Coming up next, one of the greatest surfers ever do it, Felipe Toledo. But he's got a big heat on his hands. Rio Waida has been on a good one so far here in Surf City, El Salvador.
Yeah, Rio yesterday afternoon taking down John Florence, probably one of the harder heats. And John didn't go down without a fight either, and I think that was probably one of Rio's biggest wins so far in his career. I mean, he's had a few this year. He had a couple in Portugal as well. So Rio's starting to find some momentum, and yeah, I think this next heat is going to be really exciting.
And I think when you beat a guy like John Florence, you got to believe that you can beat anybody, right? If you can beat John, you can beat Felipe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they have similar credits in the history of surfing, so he's got to remember, he's got to know that he belongs here. He's got the ability. You know, it's going to take everything he has. Felipe Toledo does not just let people walk all over him. I mean, he's going to make you beat him. But I think Rio has a lot of fans out there who believe in him. And he was talking in his post-heat interview yesterday about talking to himself on the sand, saying, do you belong here? Yes, of course I belong here. Can you beat John Florence? Oh, yeah. Let's do it. It's going to be a really exciting heat to watch, and, you know, kind of a tale of opposites, right? You got one of the lower seeds, Rio Waida, sitting at 20, going up against Felipe Toledo, who's got a lot to lose, sitting at number 3 in the world right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think Felipe is such an amazing surfer. Obviously, he's our current world champ. Probably arguably... Okay, I'm not even going to go there because I feel like...
I'm not going to argue
Help me out. Don't just let me drown.
Okay, here comes a wave.
Fastest surfer ever. Thank you. Okay, someone catch a wave.
Yeah, no argument there. 4:30 on the clock. Here we go. Italo with priority. Now he is going to fly into this first section with authority. Big snap there. Comes around it. We're liking floaters today. Totally good with that. Backside floater with an airdrop. Extremely difficult maneuver to do. Comes out of it with speed, banks 3 turns now. That right there is what Italo does. You give him the opportunity, he will make you pay. He absolutely destroyed that wave. There's nothing left. It's gone. It evaporated. Goodbye.
Yeah, that was great. Smart surfing as well. He didn't oversurf the wave. He didn't go for any maneuver that he probably didn't think he could make, because he knew there was only probably less than 4 minutes when he took off on this wave. Nice opening turn, setting up this second section here for this beautiful floater. Great transitional move there. Carving back around and then straight up into the lip there. Just see lots of spray. And bringing it through to the inside here, just so critical there on that last turn as well. And you can see it, he's stoked. But yeah, beautiful first little carve here. And that was more of a setup maneuver for this one here. Releasing the fins a little bit. And yeah, smart surfing. Here we go, Callum.
All right, Callum's got to answer back because we know that's going to be a big number for Italo. First turn, not great, but followed through with 2 solid hammers. I mean, we're still feeling the excitement from Italo's last wave. Callum, he's given it his all, but you can just feel a difference in energy and wave quality, even though he's still going through this inside.
Ooh.
So unable to manage to stay on his board there. Callum Robson goes down. His last score was a 6.67. Italo was sitting on a 6.5. So Italo's in the lead, and we think that lead's going to increase just on the strength of what he did on his last wave. Might go up into that excellent range. 2:15 on the clock. And we've been seeing some amazing floaters. We've been talking about them. We're loving them. Did get a little bit of knowledge from legendary photographer Brad Dauber. He said, yes, floaters started in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s, but a precursor to floaters. They used to call them roller coasters, which I'm fine bringing that back.
That's a fun term. Here we go, replay of Callum. I think this first turn probably didn't sit how he wanted it to. For me, it was just slightly maybe mistimed, but you can see he's getting around this section, straight up into the lip. Nice carving maneuver there. Hits it again on the inside. And he's not finished yet. Bringing it through to this inside. He's got more work to be done here. Knows he probably needs to do something big, knowing that Italo took off on that last wave. Goes to the sky, but just comes unstuck.
So minute 14 to go, and there's the number that no Callum Robson fan around the world wanted to hear from Italo Ferreira, an 8.33. Bam! Straight to the top of the food chain with a 14.83 total. That's just Italo being Italo, right? Any time that he's tested, he answers in a big way. Callum tested him with that 6.67, and that was the response from Italo. Now with 44 seconds on the clock, this right here is going to be a video game style wave from Italo. A beautiful set came through. As time winded down, 30 seconds left. There's a nice little roller coaster for Italo Ferreira to start. Big bank. Another solid turn. Safe to say Italo is in top form. I mean, you could tell on that 6.5 that he meant business. And this is Callum now. Last ditch effort with 4 seconds left. Could have a ramp to work with. A little late to it. So a solid effort from Callum Robson. Unfortunately for him, he just came up against a human cannonball. Italo Ferreira with a 6.5 and an 8.33. Convincing victory for Surfer in Red. We'll be right back with more Felipe Toledo v Rio Huayra. This is going to be a good one. Don't go anywhere.
looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps it.
Time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy. That's right. It's a race for the Final Five for the Rip Curl WSL Final, September 8th through the 16th at Lower Trestles. Italo Ferreira's just advanced into the quarterfinals where he'll face Ian Gentile. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel. Pete, we're going to set up quarterfinal number 2, and that starts at this round of 16. Our new matchup in the water, Rio Waida versus Felipe Toledo. And your thoughts on this?
What a matchup. For me, the warm-ups that Rio has put on display, and matter of fact, the heat he had yesterday, he's become one of the standouts. In my eyes, I love his variation in his carves and his snaps. Felipe, put him on a right-hand point break. He was runner-up last year here. Right-hand point breaks and cobblestones mix very well with him, so this is the heat of the round, in my opinion.
I love it, and I love that we get to call it Felipe Toledo, arguably the fastest surfer on tour right now. So that's a big challenge for Rio Waida. We'll see how it goes. 30-minute heats. Winner out of this heat will go into quarterfinal number 2. Felipe Toledo, we're talking about the defending world champ, 28 years old, out of Ubatuba, Brazil, currently residing in San Clemente, California. 10th season on tour. 13 CT wins for Felipe Toledo, wearing the holy number, the lucky number, 77 on his jersey. Took a win at Sunset Beach earlier this year. Semifinal finish at Bells, as well as coming off of a semifinal finish at Surf Ranch. Speaking of Surf Ranch, we got the runner-up at Surf Ranch, Italo Ferreira. He's advanced into the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Italo.
Italo, on to the quarterfinals. In that heat, you just looked like you were in such rhythm with the ocean. What were you feeling?
I'm so happy to make one more heat, and yeah, that was a fun heat. I tried to get like so many waves, but I was kind of slow on the beginning. But I had like 6 points in between, and then the last 2 waves was pretty nice. And yeah, it's kind of fun, but it's slow at the same time. But you need to be patient and wait for like a good ones, and it's smashing. That's no secret, like turn by turn, and yeah, that's what I did. Not 8 points.
I would say it worked out pretty well for you. This is a wave, you said it feels pretty familiar. You're from Baía Formosa in Brazil. And how much does this wave compare to that one?
It's kind of like a similar. It's a right, rippable one, and that is some rocks as well. It's like kind of the same, but I'm feeling home right now. And yeah, I love to surf in the backhand. I would love to land in one of the big airs on the heat, but okay, let's go for the next one. And yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
You'll get another chance to do that one. And para o Brasil, que estava trabalhando para você durante a sua bateria?
Então, a bateria boa, tá divertida, mas ao mesmo tempo você tem que trabalhar ali com um pouco da paciência para esperar uma onda boa e aí sim você conseguir mandar as manobras no lugar certo. Foi o que eu fiz, peguei boas ondas, graças a Deus, e agora é pensar na próxima, agradecer a galera pela torcida e seguir firme. É isso.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
All right, so Italo Ferreira on to that quarterfinal where he will be meeting up against Ian Gentile. That's going to be one because Gentile, he's been taking down champs. He's been taking down top seeds. Ian Gentile took out Jack Robinson in the elimination round and just took out João Chianca in this round of 16. No waves ridden as of yet between Felipe Toledo and Rio Waida. Peter, Waida, 23 years old. First Indonesian to make the championship tour. Proudly wears the number 45 on his jersey. The significance? 1945 was the year that Indonesia got its independence. So holding the pride of entire surfing nation on his shoulders and doing a great job.
Yeah, well, you think of Indonesia as a, where a surfing community. Some of the best waves in the world are in that region. And to have a surfer representing that country on the championship tour and the way that Rio does it, exciting, new, fresh. It's just fun to watch young And I expect him to be here for a while too, because his ability, it's not just a flash in the pan kind of thing, man. This kid knows and is learning still, constantly getting better.
That's right. You can see a rookie on tour. He got his tour through the Challenger Series. And once he gets rolling in the competition, we saw that on the Challenger Series, taking a win at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro and the Bolito Pro back-to-back wins on that Challenger Series. Once he gets on a roll, he goes all the way to the top. Watch out.
Watch out. Yeah, watch out. I mean, and he's kind of on one right now. So with Felipe, he's got to be able to put that roadblock down. And again, I think wave selection is going to be key with the limited opportunities that we've been seeing throughout today. Kind of inconsistent. They're all getting their opportunities, but there's certain surfers that are getting through are obviously going to be on the best waves. So you got to be on the best waves.
Toledo on screen, our defending world champ. Again, that 77, a favorite number, a good luck number, a biblical number as well on his back. It's also the number of one of his models on Sharp Eye surfboards, the 77 model. And interestingly enough, Rio Waida may be riding one of those 77 models out in this heat against the guy who actually created the model.
Yeah, and you know, again, there's a lot of similarities in Rio and Felipe's surfing. You know, what's the differences in my eyes? Well, I'm going to go straight to experience for Felipe. World title already to his name, defending world title. Also, you know, 10 years on tour. You'd mentioned 11 years, 10 years.
10th season on tour.
10 years. You know, so experience going to go big time to Felipe. You know, at this break, you know, pretty limited, really. Rio's first time, but I think Felipe, you know, made several heats last year, so more experience. It's
Look
going
at
to
the
be
positioning, however, on the point.
Yeah,
and Felipe Toledo giving the inside to Rio Waida, and eyes on the water right now with Leo Fioravanti and his coach, former world champ, Mijireño, Adriano de Souza.
You know, and they've formulated this one together with, you know, he became the Italian coach for the team, Italy, right? And then now working on the Championships Tour as well. I mean, ton of experience in Adriano, world title to his name. Obviously, the charisma between those two is valid enough to see him follow him on tour.
And you know what's kind of heavy about that next matchup in Heat 4 of the round of 16? Fioravanti coming against Kanoa Igarashi, and they're both really good friends since childhood. And so those kind of clashes seem a little bit more meaningful when you're surfing against a good friend.
And
there's
on top
extra.
of that,
There's extra in it.
You know, like we have little competitive
Exactly.
rivalries between good friends, right? You know, the same thing's happening there. So it just actually does. It accentuates the fact that I'm going to beat you. And you know, I'm sure there's a little gamesmanship happening.
It gets personal.
Yeah. Well,
in the water, it can. Once you're on land,
yeah, it's over. But I mean, ultimately, yeah, no, they've been rivals. Let's put it that way. You know, they were part of the same team for many years, so they traveled together a lot, same age, you know, and they're good friends. They both have properties in Portugal together, so they do have a lot of similarities. And again, you think about that matchup, you know, which is coming up. That's another one. It is very similar in their approaches and styles.
Oh my! Look at it! Look at the time on the clock, Peter. What do you think is going to happen?
We're going to have a restart in about 50 seconds, which I appreciate. We've had one early this morning. I feel like if you give them the opportunity, I'm not going to mind another 30 minutes to see this one together.
You have to talk surf for another 10 minutes, no problem. Let's do it. We'll see, unless someone flinches. I don't see anyone flinching at the moment.
Well, there's nothing to flinch at. What can Rio do here to take down Felipe? Well, wave selection being the first and foremost. But I want to see Rio. He's got some above the lips. I would love to see him kind of go blow for blow in the air with these two, because as we touched on very first day of competition, judges want to see that innovation and progression. They want to see that above the lip style surfing. This wave, especially for the forehanders, is going to give you that opportunity. Big alley-oops we can see big forehand grab airs, big rotations. And there's the horn.
All right, we're going to reset the clock to a new 30-minute clock. Right now, we're in that gray area before the start of the heat, so definitely don't want to catch a wave now, if there were a wave, which there's not. So here's the horn, and a fresh 30 clock for heat number 3 of the round of 16.
Galapagos shadow.
Talking about the swell.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's absolutely true, but I know that islands do factor in. I mean, example being for me, just to understand that, I didn't really realize it at first, but at Mavericks, for example, when a big swell comes above a certain degrees in the north angle, it runs over the Farallon shadow, which basically is shallow water. It's islands that sit off of it, and so occasionally you'll have swells that'll move through an island chain or through shallow water, and it takes energy away, it takes consistency away. And we do have this south-southwest angle that did run through the Galapagos, so it could have a factor.
And you know the obvious channel where I come from, Oahu, sometimes we have the shadowing from the island of Kauai on certain swell angles
Yeah,
as well.
the very west angle,
Yeah.
right? It'll run across, and then it hits Kauai, and it basically tears the, and you see pipeline, you go, oh, it's a west swell, pipeline's going to be on fire, and then all of a sudden you go there, and it's like, where is it? And it's getting torn up by Kauai.
So we have some swell in the water, but still waiting for it to come. Taking a look at the tide, it's 10 o'clock, a little bit after 10, a couple minutes after 10 here local time. So we've passed the high tide mark. The tide is receding, pulling out throughout the afternoon until 2:54 p.m. local time.
What time did you say it was?
2:54. Here we got our
there
tide.
it is. The high tide at 8:38. I mean, we're well after that.
Yep.
So it's interesting that we're not seeing a little more consistency because that water has moved around. But again, that number, swell dropping probably is another part of it. That we see a little less consistency. Obviously commissioners would be up in their tower taking a look at conditions constantly. We've been threatened with bad winds today, but that really hasn't truly happened. We've been very fortunate there. Last night we had some major thunderstorms and major rain at about, midnight, I think that was. You slept right through it. Yeah, you slept right through it, but I don't know how you did it because it was as loud as it gets.
Big day. I had to do a lot of thinking yesterday.
So did I, but I woke up to that.
Just went straight to sleep.
Oh man, it was cracking. There was an hour there where it was full-on downpour and thunder and lightning, and I hadn't been in that kind of conditions in a long time.
And you know what? Right now the water's green down here, but I hear in our zone up in El Zonte it is brown from the river that let out. This river I think has been open, so it's been kind of more of a little constant flow. But it's what happens when you have all these river mouths. But the beautiful thing about the river mouths here in El Salvador, it creates just so many great waves.
Oh, endless, right? I mean, considering this La Libertad area and where it sits in the proximity of the coastline, and also the fact that you're at this time of year, we just get the southern hemi. As long as there's a storm track running across the bottom of the Pacific, we're going to see rideable waves here on a pretty regular basis.
Yeah, and there's more. We're Punta Roca. There's La Bocana, El Sunzal. Looking down there toward the coast, the beautiful green hillsides. You got waterfalls and volcanoes to explore here. Further north, our zone, El Zonte, K59, K61 are great waves, and the beach breaks at Mizata. So much to see, and that's just a little slice of this coastline here in El Salvador.
And I would say that there's, if you can find a little road that heads towards the shoreline, you'll find something to ride, and generally you can get away from the crowds. There is a pretty large surfing culture here, for sure. So there is people in the lineup when the waves are fun and good. But again, there's places you can run off to and have a great time just by your own on yourself.
And for us U.S. residents, no currency exchange either. U.S. dollars here, the currency in El Salvador. So it makes it easy to travel. If you're anyone from the USA, it's it's an easy surf trip.
Yeah, and short flights too.
For you?
Yeah. I guess if you're coming to Hawaii, you got an extra 5 on it.
Everywhere is far from where I live, but that's cool. I wouldn't trade it for the world. 25 minutes, 45 seconds, and still, Peter.
No waves. Well, let's flick the switch on, please, because these two are fireworks. And of course, when you have you call the heat of the round, thinking that it's going to be full-on fireworks, the waves always take a little breath.
All right. Well, Mitchell Salazar is caught up in the athlete zone. Let's see what Mitchell has for us. Mitchell?
Here with Yufu Penrose, team manager of Sharp Eye Surfboards. And Yufu, a great year for Sharp Eye Surfboards so far, but can you explain to us what your role is as a team manager overall?
Yes, well, I try to help all the athletes we have on Sharp Eye, and I try to do the best I can like a team manager, improve, bring the boards and, help them or whatever they have, they need to have from me. And that's pretty much what I'll do for.
So with the lake coming up, Rio after this, then you have Jeffreys Bay, Do you normally take a lot of the boards for the surfers to these locations, or they bring them themselves?
Actually, I try to help on the far ones. Usually, they need extra boards. So I'll tell them like take whatever you think is supposed to be the best for the starting. But usually they need a backup boards. So I just put myself to help them whatever they needed.
And you have 2 surfers in the water right now, Felipe and Rio. You have another 2 surfers in the next heat, Canoa and Leo. Vizsla CT Shaper rankings at the moment, Sharp Eye Surfboard's number 3. What do you think you're going to see in the end of the season? Do you think Sharp Eye is going to retake number 1?
Well, it's a pretty big question, actually. Every single shaper doing really well on the top 3, and GAT, unbelievable. The athletes they have doing really well, but we're fighting for this position to get the first place again, and try to keep ourselves on the 5 the best shapers. Whatever comes to the shove on the end, we take it.
Muchas gracias por tu tiempo, hijo.
All right, yeah, Sharp Eye Surfboards, and take a look at the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. After the Surf Ranch, Mayhem out in the lead. He had a bunch of surfers in the quarterfinals. Of course, quarterfinals and beyond is when your surfers start earning points for your shaper. Sharp Eye in that 3rd position, Paisel in 5th, Channel Islands in 4th. Darren Hanley, he wants to get back up into that number 1 position.
I will say, though, right away, you think about some of the quarterfinals that are already set. There's being points earned by both those top shapers right there already. You think about Chris is already there. You got Ian Gentile would have just made it for Mayhem. So stuff's working out for all these guys.
It's a great addition to the championship tour, the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. And, it gives us a chance to take a look at the pit crews and the equipment of all of the surfers, the world's best surfers. And, Peter, it gives us an opportunity to talk about surfboards construction, surfboard design, fins, foils.
You want to chat that up?
We may have time to talk about we can get into cant and toe if you'd like at some point.
What is cant?
Cant is the outward spacing on your surfboard fins, and how much of that lean that the fins have out. That's cant.
So the more cant gives you?
The more cant gives you an easier turning board, but it can diminish the fin a bit because too much cant equals drag.
Yeah, or even laying drive too, right? It kind of when anything you're adding to give yourself more mobility to a surfboard or more turning ability, you lose a little bit of something, right? And that's usually speed.
Next with fins, we can talk about toe. What's toe?
Toe is the toe of the board is where the tip of the fin and where in relation to the rear of the fin and how much is towed in towards the nose or more straight. And it's interesting that there hasn't been a ton of movement in regards to that toe.
So usually an inch off the nose? Usually?
Yeah, well, usually I do. I mean, if I'm going to shape a board, I generally will put my inch off the rail for the rear of the fin.
Yeah.
And then, quarter inch, or even taking a long ruler and actually go from that point
all the way to the nose,
to the tip of the nose.
Yeah.
But I mean, as you move
That's
it away
how
from the tip,
taught,
is the way from the tip of the nose, you're going to gain more, obviously, drive. You make more straighter the fin, but then you lose, obviously, the mobility part of it, the looseness of a board. So you're always trying to find that magic, and I don't know how much the shapers play with that. I feel like it's a pretty big difference, especially if you start looking at toe boards and boards like that, where you see that those boards are going to usually the toe is less, so you'll see an 1/8 inch maybe difference in that measurement. But it's an interesting aspect. I feel like even asymmetrics on that kind of fin, where you put how far up your fins are off the tail.
They don't have to be even because our feet aren't even either. Right?
I was just actually looking at Italo in that last heat and looking where his foot is placed, his front foot on his board. The ball of his foot, the front ball of his foot, is actually sitting on the stringer. So a lot of his foot, especially on his back end, obviously, he's surfing off of that rail, the inside rail, his heel rail, because his foot sits right on the stringer. And everybody's different, right? Everybody has a different front to back foot ratio on where they are putting pressure. Well, you got another restart.
Redux. It's done again.
Wow.
So 2 restarts in this heat, and we are 5 seconds away from a new
30 minutes.
30-minute
I like
clock.
it. Bring it on. That's 20 minutes of zero surf, though. There was no, I mean, and the thing about this is that the head judge is watching and taking a look up there and going, hey, you know, is there any opportunity for these surfers to ride waves? Because they won't give them another restart if there's waves being ridden and they're out of position. But these two have been sitting on the peak the entire time, and not once have they had given an opportunity. It's been Lake Pacific.
This is giving us a nice time to have a little conversation with the surf
Where do we
fans
wanna go
about
now?
design, and we just talked about cant and toe on fins.
What about foil?
That's an interesting conversation, Peter, and we could continue
Another
that.
20 minutes on that?
If there's no waves, we could talk about fin foil, which is really important because, you know, you have a rear fin that's foiled on both sides, but your side fins only have a foil on one side. Why is that, Peter?
Well, again, straight lines create speed, right? Curved lines give you the ability to turn. So it's a magic both, right? The rail, you're trying to get a driviness off of your fin. You're using your fins. That's why the flat edge is good. But, of course, if you're looking for control, you would maybe go double foil or asymmetric foil, which I've
There's
used.
a little roll sometimes in some of the fins. Yeah.
I've done it, especially on boards that are basically designed to go fast. You're going to want to have control. You don't want to have a whole lot of lift, and flatter edges will actually lift the tail up a little bit at times. So, again, trying to find that. That's why we always talk about why, you know, a magic board, they can get it to the exact dimensions and everything you possibly can, but there's all these subtle differences that you can do to change a feel of a surfboard, and especially at this level, these surfers know that feeling, and they know if they are smart enough to kind of know enough about design, they can make these subtle changes with the fin placements. I mean, you got FCS2 and Futures basically are replaceable fins, so you can change the template, you can change the foil. You can't necessarily change the, or you can change the cant, but you definitely can't change the toe. But again, you can make it forward feel way better just by a change of the fins.
Peter, I just got news from the judges' tower that there will be no third restart, and the surfers have been alerted of that. So that's why, along with the waves, you've seen some movement in the lineup, and Felipe Toledo decides not to go. But again, an announcement: there will be no third restart for this heat. So the clock is ticking down for good in Heat 3 of round of 16. Felipe Toledo, Rio Waida, still battling for position.
Well, they really haven't been battling as much because there really hasn't been any waves.
It's like a chess game battle.
Yeah, I mean, and you can
not
see
a joust. It's like a chess game battle. It's very quiet.
And there's, it seems like a little opportunity that, you know, where they're sitting, this wave slid off of the main takeoff zone and moved to the inside, and there's a quality score right there. So a little out of position now. And that's, again, no priority set at the beginning of the heat, so they push each other because whoever has the inside position on a right-hand point break, which you see right there, blue, that's Rio Waida, has it. So they're always kind of playing and pushing each other. You know, do they push each other deeper? Or Rio really wants to hold that inside position for this heat, and I think that was part of his plan early. He's like, hey, I'm going to get inside. Felipe's conceding it, but you watch when a set comes, that's when you start to see little cat and mouse happening.
It's interesting to me, we talk strategy, is that Felipe Toledo obviously conceding that inside position, but why he isn't separating more and taking the chance on that wide portion of the point at this moment would be my question.
Well, I mean, adjustments, right? I think that the main takeoff spot is where you want to be sitting, right? You have a lineup that you've adjusted yourself to throughout your warm-ups.
Yeah, these guys are talking about it. They're talking about strategy. Leonardo Fioravanti coming up next, his coach, the 2015 world champ, Adriano de Souza.
And again, you talk about being able to have that ability to take the blows of all the changes that happen instantly. I mean, within your heat, you could have a heat where you're super inconsistent. Oh, you know, there's going to be no waves. You got to make sure you got that quick start and all these things, the strategy you formulate before a heat because you're watching all of these heats beforehand. And then all of a sudden your heat pumps, right? And, you know, and you should have maybe been a little bit more patient. Or, example right here, you know, there was plenty of waves in that last heat. I mean, enough. This has been the most quiet we've seen since we've been here. Couple waves up the coast, though. Look at that. Just ins and outs, coves, river mouths, mountains. Gosh, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, what a wonderful destination. And I really was looking forward to this stop on the championship tour, and it's been a great stop so far. We've seen some great surfing day number 1. We've had some great surfing ourselves just on the build up to this event, Peter, and on some lay days. It's gosh, this is when it truly is the dream tour.
Oh, now I see some movement. See if Felipe might find his first wave. Nope.
Okay, so Felipe's actually paddled for a couple of waves. Now, we haven't set priority yet. It's still open priority because nobody's surfed the wave yet. So that effort by Felipe Toledo will not, he won't lose priority because of that effort. So he's free to paddle. The only exception would be if he were to paddle as if to block, and that would be Rio Waida if he was to paddle as if to block Felipe Toledo.
We saw that yesterday with John Florence early in the heat in that opening round.
Yeah, that's when you would switch it, and then priority would stop. But right now, open priority between these two, and no waves ridden. We're down to 24 minutes, so the pressure, I feel, is building for both of the surfers in this heat.
For sure. I mean, at this point now, there's going to be no other restart, right? So it's like, okay, has it been this quiet? I mean, it's tripping as we look in at. I wanted to ask you, Kanoa, what do you think he has in his earphones?
Kanoa, probably some, I want to say some hip hop, you know what I mean? Mitchell Salazar would know probably better. He's pretty close friends with Kanoa Igarashi. That would just be my guess because
he needs to adjust that chain. He's got the clasp in the front. Move that thing to the back there, Kanoa.
I like it. I like it 2-chain style though. That's
kind of, it's starting to trend, huh?
Yeah.
I was only 1-chain guy. Now I'm no chain.
You know me. I was 2 chains for a while.
Yeah. Now you gone to what? No chain?
I'm all natural right now, so left the bulky chains at home.
It's funny that we actually talk about that. Well, because there's surfers that bling it out, and the most blinged out would be
Rocket.
Italo Fajera, and I love that they asked him the questions about that. Just like, hey man, this is who I am now.
Toledo, here we go. We're starting off the heat. Felipe Toledo, quick down the line. Couple of check snaps there. Big fin throw for Felipe Toledo. Hoist and air reverse, no problem. Continues his forward momentum, looking for more on the inside. Gets a little lift floater, make it 2 for Toledo, and that's going to start the heat. Now we're going to get a number coming through to set this heat at the 22-minute and 30-second mark.
There was no way that he was freezed out at all. It didn't look like he stiffened up. I mean, he looked fired up on that wave. Wow, start to finish, everything was packed into that wave. Doesn't have a super big wave. Here it is, like, what, shoulder high? But look at the speed. Knows right out of the gates he's got to get himself moving down the line. Finds the space, but again, cuts it short because he's trying to find the space to get to this section here where he can start going more vertical. Of course, that's the explosiveness and the innovation that he brings to the table. Look at the footwork. Still going down the line, making it, each time he was pumping, he was pushing his feet back into the pad. And again, that's where he's going to get the mobility. Gosh, that little tail whip there, and then the air. Good combo there. Nice innovation with the tail waft and then the air reverse. Again, watch how much whip he has in the lip. I mean, that's just textbook in the way that he does that type of maneuver. And then straight into the next move. Nice little air reverse. Lands backwards, centered over the board. Look where his foot is in relation to the pad. And then in the middle of recovering, he's able to put that back foot back on the pad and move down the line. And that footwork he's one of the best in the world in that regard. He really is.
I'm kind of paying attention to Felipe. He's got a lot of maneuverability on that board, and he's able to do really quick turns. But it looks like a shorter equipment for him or curvier equipment for him, because there are times that feel like there's not as much drive as I've seen in some of his boards in the past. And again, it looks like there's been an equipment adjustment.
It could be, very easily could be, because again, trying to keep refining your surfing and showcasing a little point of difference each and every time you go through. I mean, not moving too far away from what you really like. But I would agree. I mean, I said that in his first heat.
And we're seeing the same thing right here. I mean, that was a well-surfed wave, but you could tell at the end where it's a very loose board, it looks like, but just the drive. I saw more drive out of Toledo's swallowtail quads that he was riding in the past. Especially he rode that at the Rip Curl WSL Finals last year. But hey, not arguing with the 7.17 start, however.
No. not at all. And again, maybe that's his thing. His choice is, hey, I want to get a little more looseness out of my boards. I want to be able to have that extra maneuverability. And again, that little change, a little more curve, maybe smaller fins. There's all sorts of things you can do to gain that looseness in that board. But you know, especially at a wave like this where you have to move down the line, his footwork is so good that he can work his feet on the board to get the most out of the board for drive, and yet get back onto that tail block for maneuverability. And again, after 20 minutes, actually, that was 30 minutes, right?
About 28 minutes.
28 minutes before the first wave was caught.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto and Tommy Whitaker. You can see that on your screen there. Studying the surf. Colapinto is going to be coming up against Seth Moniz in this round of 16.
Good chat with Tom Whitaker in regards to, you know, his coaching and what he does. He only has 3 surfers that he's working with here. He wants to commit to a full year with his athletes. He doesn't really ever work per event.
Those 3 surfers?
There's going to be Caitlin Simmers, Steph Gilmore, and that man right there on your screen. And with them, he is signed on for the full season, right? And so his theory on coaching is, it's like, hey, it's a process. I can't just go per event and think that we're going to make magic. I want to be able to look and refine and work with you throughout each and every event and be there for you and support. And so it's kind of cool. He's had to turn down some people that ask him for help, and he's like, hey, man, I'm just doing these 3 right now, and this is how it works.
Rio Waida, the opening wave for the Indonesian. Nice snap off the top, throwing a ton of spray. Arcing cut back into the white water. Air reverse, no problem. Mimicking the opening ride from Felipe Toledo. Looking for a finish, has to chase for some open face. Chasing down the line, settles for a float, catches the outside rail. Unable to complete the ride.
Unfortunately there, I mean, he was on his way to matching Felipe's, and then all of a sudden that section rifled off in front of him. And here's Felipe trying to add more.
Toledo, ride number 2, eases through a carve there to put him back into power surf, snapping up through the lip, looking down the line, floats the roof over to clear that section. Slashing turn for
nuts.
Felipe Toledo, throwing everything at it.
I'll give you a little golf clap there.
From the set.
Talk about
Felipe Toledo.
Holy moly, Toledo. Man, that was almost like 2 maneuvers in one in a way, because it was a huge carve, and think about how much speed he was carrying into that maneuver, and then just punch it. Oh, this is gonna be so fun to watch. Check it out. You know, you talk about the paceness. He's like going, okay, I see the section down the line. Let's just cruise through this move here, set it up. Nice little rail cut back there, sets up this next turn, and then he's like, here's where we got to turn the burners on. Big float, carrying that speed through the section, but carve snap into the lip. I mean, in this right there compresses and it absorbs all that speed and energy in the lip. Slow it down, please.
Here.
Look, the carve, layback, and then in the lip, just punching it, and he's reversing right there, compressing somehow. Look at the board, was all the way around and comes down. This is an amazing maneuver. We've seen a few of those maneuvers through time. Dane Reynolds did that one time where he did kind of a similar style.
Well, we talked about the looseness of the board and the curve of the board and that feeling. That's the feeling, you know.
Exactly.
That he was looking for, right?
And getting, right? That was mental. I mean, yeah, Griffin, you can't deny. He even did a turn like that, actually, at Haleiwa.
Yeah.
Very similar.
Get on tour.
And just the hooking snap, layback snaps, it was almost a carve, and then in the lip, just punches and drifts, and that was as powerful as it gets. That was fun to watch. Thank you, Felipe.
Will we be waiting for that number? And when that number drops,
Rio
Waida is looking at a combination, as that number is going excellent. A 9, an 8.5. 2 more judges to give us the number. It is going to go excellent. There we go, an 8.83, and suspected Rio Waida in a combination needing a 16.2 wave total at this moment. 15 minutes and 40 seconds counting down for Rio to get that done.
Man, you know, you look at the scores there. There was 3 9s in the score line, a couple 8.5s. You take out the 8.5 and the 9, the average 8.83, and with the 7.17, excellent heat number, 16 points, and there's still 15 minutes to go.
That's right. Add that up for Felipe Toledo with another excellent heat. Mitchell Salazar is on the cobblestones. What do you got for us, Mitchell?
Hey, just want to talk about positioning, gentlemen. I mean, both surfers were out of position for the initial set after the second restart, and as you can see over my shoulder right now, they are just a bit wider than Mama Roca right now, and that's the positioning that you want to have when the tide is decreasing. On a higher tide, you can sit a bit further deep, but as you can see, a lot of these sets are breaking just a bit wider than Mama Roca. And in 2011, I don't know if you remember, Pete, but there was a final here at the QS level of 4-star between two of the best surfers to ever do it, Mitch Cruz from Australia and Ezekiel Lau from the hometown of Honolulu, the same place that Kaipo comes from. And gentlemen, they started off that final so deep, they let 20 minutes go by until the first wave was caught in that final. And guess what? Same thing happened in this one. Positioning matters out here, especially when the tide is changing.
Thank you for that, Mitchell. And we saw an attempt by Rio Waida there, giving priority, handing over priority to Felipe Toledo, who now has ultimate heat control with an excellent 2-wave total and priority. And by the way, that 16.2 wave heat total for Felipe Toledo, that's going to add to his stats. So that is heat, Peter. Felipe's 94th excellent heat in the water right now.
And for the career that he's holding together, you would say that this guy is one of the highest scoring athletes we have on tour. And that's by the virtue of the fact that he is actually, through his decade on tour, has been able to, I mean, he came on, he had the air game, he had the wow factor, and he's always had that, and it's never gone anywhere. But what he has added to it is the power. You know, you think about what he was able to do at J-Bay. He changed the way J-Bay was surfed. I mean, we thought airs weren't part of it here, but
Sure
he
was.
You know, I'll show you.
Well, let's see if Rio Waida can show us a comeback right now. He needs 2 waves and a 16-point heat total to get into the quarterfinals. Dominant performance so far by Felipe Toledo. We'll be back with the conclusion of this Heat 3, round of 16, right after this.
Meu nome é Felipe Toledo, eu sou surfista do Championship Tour da WSL. We got to take care of our environment, we got to take care of the world, and even if you think it's such a small, you know, little thing that you're doing, keep doing it, because if everybody does a little bit, it's gonna be big, you know, one day. And it's a long process, but we got to start somewhere and we got to do it. And you know, I'm really happy to be part of it, to be helping and learning, and I hope you guys can get inspired and start, you know, doing it at your own place or at your beach or, you know, like at your river. I want us to be going to amazing places, clean, beautiful, and so as my kids. It's amazing. So honored to be part of it, to be helping, and to be learning a little bit more too.
You can check out more of Corona Lay Days on worldsurfleague.com. Back to live action here at Punta Roca. It's the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona, and Felipe Toledo with an excellent 2-wave total of 16. Excellent wave total of 8.83 to really put Rio Guaita up against the ropes, Peter.
And I'd just like to reiterate what Felipe was saying in that piece there, that the Corona Lay Days is, that every little bit counts, right? Example being down at El Zonte area, there's these buckets that are hanging on a rack down there, and you're able to go down there and pick up plastic, but like going down and looking in this zone, there's a lot of plastic. It's a little overwhelming, but just that one bucket, if everybody just did a little bit, it becomes a big thing. And so it's just awesome. If you go down to the beach, pick up a couple pieces of trash, put them in the receptacles, a couple pieces of plastic specifically, that's when you're going to start to make a difference.
And I've watched you pick up a bucket a day. And you know what I want you to do, Peter? Because, we want everyone to participate. Why don't you put some of that on your social with the hashtag WSL One Ocean, and remember to tag WSL and WSL One Ocean in your post. Share with us what you're doing to protect our One Ocean.
Thank you, Kaipo. I'll try and do that.
All right. We're reaching out to all of our surf fans commemorating, World Oceans Day. And talk about an ocean. Look at the beautiful ocean over here. It is such a pretty day, but it's a little gloomy right now for Rio Guaita because he's in a tough position.
9
he needs
minutes.
2 waves. There's only 9 minutes remaining, and Felipe Toledo has priority over him.
Okay, so strategy-wise, Guaita, don't let it go yet. You still have 9 minutes. There's miracles can happen, and believe in yourself. He had mentioned about that, in his understanding of how he felt in Heat 1, and then he went and reset, started looking at his inward, looking at believing in himself. And sure enough, he took down John in one of the biggest heats. And at this point right now, he's got to be doing the exact same thing. A little tougher when you don't have the moment to be able to do it, but in the water. But ultimately, here we go. Let's see if he can change it right now.
Well, got a wave under priority. Here we go. Guaita, lay back, hack. Commitment on that first turn. Just skips through that section. Air reverse, no problem. Continues forward momentum down the line. Nice carve there for Rio. He can surf his way out of the combination right now with a good finish. Straight air. Projecting down the line.
One
He's
more.
going to get a little inside section here. Skips through a snap. Runner on the cobblestones. Air reverse.
Nice.
Forces the finish, and he just surfed his way out of that combination. Look out for Felipe Toledo right behind him. The quickness of that snap with the tail release.
Oh,
catches the outside rail, goes down. Toledo will paddle back out.
Momentum shift.
Yeah, there's Felipe's trainer, Rafael Romano, one of the real pioneers in gymnastica, which is a great exercise, which is a great cross-training. But
for surfing specific,
yeah, opens
big
up
time.
your hips. Yeah,
everything, man.
Increase
It's
your flexibility.
Hard to do, especially do it well. But if you practice it, it is going to definitely help out your surfing.
Yes, it does help. I agree. I believe in the practice. All right, so our focus really is on how large the score is going to be for this wave for Rio Guaita, because he took it apart.
He did. The most critical sections were on this outside portion, especially this air here was beautiful and well done. This is where the wave kind of shrinks in size, so the critical sections were limited, but I will say he did everything, especially this little front side pop. But look at this. Boom. Gets a grab lens and carries so much speed out of that straight into this final section, and he gets another air reverse. So you look at the criteria and what it is. It's not always about the size of the wave. It's about the moves you do. And then, again, a big lofty one. So he started it off with a big lofty air reverse and finishes with a big lofty air reverse. But I love this one. Yeah, the big straight air. Such great technique. See where he lands on that board, super centered, straight into a bottom turn. And he is one of those guys. See the bottom turn and then went to the back foot. Let's see where the error here happens for Felipe. He's pushing hard. I mean, he's already got 2 really good numbers. So, again, that's why he's getting loose, doing everything he can. But, wow, good work on that outside section. Just the mistake right there probably will factor into the score. Not going to be a number that'll factor into his top 2. But his surfing's on point for sure.
Rio Guaita on the paddle back out. A little insight into Rio Guaita. I'm going to ask AJ McCord, what do you have for me?
Well, Kaipo, you know, obviously Rio Waida is one of those surfers that we have tagged when we talk about Rookie of the Year and how he is absolutely in the running for it. After his heat yesterday, I asked him, how do you manage the pressure of that and just stay in the moment and surf each heat? And he says that's exactly what he does. His first focus is always on who he's competing against next. And we've seen him take down some really big names to put himself in this conversation. In Portugal, beat Gabriel Medina and then John Florence, and then of course yesterday we saw him beat John again. He did say that yesterday seeing Ian win his heat was a little bit of a motivation, and that's really what he tries to do. He tries to use that Rookie of the Year conversation as motivation, not as pressure to cave to, but just as a little something extra. So it's always in the back of his mind, but he tries really hard to keep the heat that he's surfing next right in the front of it.
Thanks for that, AJ. And scores coming through. Rio Waida, and I thought he surfed his way easily out of the combination, but it looks like he's going to barely surf his way out of the combination. 6.5, and he is out of combo, but he needs near excellent, Pete. He needs a 9.5 now.
Yeah, well, he got himself out of combo, and I feel like it could have been, you know, none of the judges went above that 6 point. So, I mean, I felt like he surfed that wave up to maybe a 7-ish. You know, that's where I was kind of going with my head.
Jeez.
But
there was a lot of weight on the size of the wave, I feel.
Well, and again, we're watching this screen, right? We're tight with beautiful camera, and like if you're watching that from an upper, which is what the judges are doing, they're sitting up in the upper level, they're watching it all live.
Go through it though. Air reverse, straight air. And air reverse.
I'm not totally arguing your point here, bro. I'm not. But I'm just trying to give an understanding of why the judges are going to do that. Because, again, the most critical sections happened on that outside section. And then the rest of it, he was basically working for it, right?
Yeah,
and it was great work. Don't get me wrong. But I see where the score was a little bit suppressed because of that.
Yeah. I did feel there was variety and innovation.
Good, yeah. No, it was all there.
And a combination of major maneuvers in that wave. But we got down to 3 minutes, 25 seconds here. Felipe Toledo with a commanding lead over Rio Waida.
He does that on a set wave. We're talking nines, right? Because then the sections that he's doing it on are more critical. He's able to carry more speed.
Let's take a look at the heat recap, Peter, and see how we got here. Felipe Toledo, he is just surfing like he belongs here. Last year's runner-up, and you can see why as he takes apart Punta Roca.
Yeah, well, it's this is the difference, right? There's a bigger wave by a good couple feet, and so those sections outside, the air was done on a nice solid section there, good finish, and then this is his best number, which is the 883, another set wave. You know, and we haven't seen a lot of sets, but that wave's overhead, so I know that there is some value in having a bigger wave because you're able to carry more speed, and the sections are way more critical, and that's why there's been a substantial difference in what Rio Waida's scores are coming in at and what we've seen from Felipe.
There are all the waves written. 4 waves for Felipe, 3 waves. Sorry, 4 waves for Felipe Toledo. Top 2 are highlighted there. 5 waves from Rio Waida, that 5.33 and a 6.5. Waida again needing a 9.5 to advance into the quarterfinals. That's going to be a really tough 2-minute drill right now for the Indonesian surfer. In that Felipe Toledo does have priority.
Look at these two. They're just going to go all the way up.
And Kanoa Igarashi, Leo Fioravanti in the next heat, already paddling each other.
Already in the heat, dude.
Here's the battle. And they're a minute and 50 away from the beginning of their heat. You think this is going to be a competitive heat as you look at these two guys? They're paddling to the next surf break.
That is amazing, and this will be interesting to see because that's where the head judge has to go, hey, guys, how far are you going to paddle here? They're going, look at them. That's so funny. You want inside? Oh, look at Kanoa's going, okay, I ain't going that far. You can go ahead over there. I don't see why that happens a lot because it feels like to me
the sooner you get priority going, the sooner you can play the game.
Yeah, that, and also, I understand that getting the first wave of the heat, but you can wait until the set comes to really start pushing each other, deep or not. You don't need to do it. We still have a minute left.
You know what this is, Pete? As we're paying attention to them, it's art of war stuff. They're trying to win the battle before the battle even begins. But speaking of battles, we're under a minute, and Felipe Toledo is destined into the quarterfinals. Rio Waida here, 9.5 is what he needs. What we've learned is that an in-between wave will not get you a big number. So we'll just watch this one for Rio Waida.
Watch his equipment, right? Oh, he can do an air. Little ollie. Rotation now.
Yeah, he really wants this finish.
Ooh.
And the full row for Rio Waida. But if history has taught us anything, is that the fact that that's a smaller wave, he will not.
Yeah, history from like 5 minutes ago, right?
Yeah,
6'5".
Exactly, that's 6'5".
But I will say, watching and seeing what Rio has been able to do on this tour and do in waves like this, he is world class.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he ran up against a charging Felipe Toledo, 7.17.
I had friendly fire in this one, bro. That was a bummer. I had Felipe and Rio in this one.
And an 8.83. Toledo right here is going to take a ride in and prepare himself for the quarterfinals. All of our numbers populating on the bottom of the screen. When we come back, Leonardo Fioravanti and Kanoa Igarashi will be doing battle here at Punta Roca.
It all started from that injury when I was 17 years old. Took me out for 6 months, and it taught me that it's never gonna be easy. And that was the best lesson that I could ever have. And honestly, I would break my back again if I was 17. Since then, I've realized that, you know, when I fell off tour, I qualified again because I never gave up. When I hurt my shoulder, I came back because I never give up. Last year when I didn't make the cut, I got back on the horse, even though I was frustrated. And I told myself, I'm not giving up. I want to be back there.
One-on-one with Leo Fioravanti and Joe Turpel coming soon to WorldSurfLeague.com. Leo Fioravanti in the water up against his good friend Kanoa Igarashi, doing battle in this round of 16 for a spot in the quarterfinals on Kaipo along with Peter Mel. We came off a very entertaining heat between Felipe Toledo and Rio Waida. Toledo taking the win there. This looks like it's going to be another entertaining heat. Two good friends going to battle.
Well, we saw the premonition of what it was before. And this was what I was talking about. I mean, you almost feel like this part right here before a set's coming is where the chess match happens. See now, like the sprint paddling, trying to get room away from Leo. And he may have done it, and it looks like Kanoa might get first. Nope, too deep. See, they're already too deep.
So these guys paddle themselves up the point for positioning. If you're just joining us before this heat, now they have to reposition themselves.
Look at Kanoa underneath.
Kanoa not able to get the snake there. Fioravanti floats it through that first section. Oh, this looks like a good wave for the Italian surfer. Bashes the lip there, a little bit of release, purchases on the fins with some drive off the bottom, finds enough drive to find some more open face, multiple combos to the finish. A nice start for Leo Fioravanti. Right behind him, Kanoa Igarashi. Smooth carve for Igarashi. He kicks out, and he wants to maintain priority at the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, and I will say these two surfers both have really high heat IQ, and a lot of that has to do with a man named Stephen Bell. Stephen Bell was one of the guys who was he's Leo's stepfather at the moment. And Kanoa Igarashi was also part of the Quicksilver team, and Steven was a big part of their growth. And they were on tour at 10. You know what I mean? Like, they were traveling the tour, going with Kelly Slater. Like, that atmosphere has made them very smart in way you compete in heats. They've watched a lot of heats in their life. So that's why they're so competitive. Great move by Leo Fioravanti. He found himself a set wave to start this heat off, and he surfed this one well. Not the longest wave, but there were some high impact moves and great variety in it. And he packed it in. Both of these surfers riding Sharp Eye surfboards too. That was pretty cool. Kanoa trying to push Leo, and that tactic there was good, because what he was doing was trying to push Leo, had to go deeper and maybe put Leo to a point where he couldn't make the wave, but it didn't work out. And Leo hammered this one, and he's going to get himself a nice solid number, and this is where the scale will be set for this heat.
Yeah, slow motion here, and you can see Kanoa having to duck dive there right behind Leo.
And in reality, that's, you know, he's being a little bit in danger there of getting a paddling interference. There is a rule. If you paddle in front of a surfer, you can get interference. That's why you see him duck dive and just submerge himself underneath. Look at this turn here, up and over, compressing. And that was literally instinct, just adjusting to what the board was going to do under his feet. And then straight into a beautiful layback snap. I love that move. That's one that I go to quite often, because it's just a good feeling, and all that power you're able to compress in the lip like that. Good move there for Leo. He actually used that same type of maneuver in one of his moves on his 9-point ride that he received yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. He had the highest heat total and highest wave total yesterday in his heat. He had a 9-point ride and a 7.5. We're waiting for the numbers for Fioravanti. He's feeling like he's going to be excellent or just below excellent. Leo Fioravanti, 25 years old, representing Italy. Had a great start to the championship tour year. Runner-up at Pipeline at the beginning of the year. Here's our scores. Couple of 8 so far, so that's excellent. That's still excellent. And we are going to go with a flat 8. So excellent start for Leonardo Fioravanti. Let's check in with Felipe Toledo.
Felipe Toledo, having spent a lot of time in the water today in that last heat, 2 restarts. What did you do to make sure that when you did get called on and you knew that the heat was going to drain out the way it normally does, you stayed calm and ready?
You know, it's about adapting and, you know, sticking to the plan and being focused. And that's what I was doing. You know, I was just trying to make him think about it, you know, like a lot of stuff. I was just paddling up the point, down the point, and you know, sitting and then going up again and coming back, and you know, like asking for time for scores and you know, all of that. You kind of start paying attention on the other surfer, you know. That was kind of my strategy, you know, in between, you know, like 20 minutes of no waves and 2 restarts. I was just like going up and down and trying to play with it a little bit. And you know, I knew that was not many waves coming, so I just started out with a medium one. Again, I knew I had to surf a bit more than I usually do, you know, to get the score, but I was able to get a 7, and then, you know, that set came, and it was all fun.
I would say it was pretty fun. An 8.33 on one of those waves. Walk us through it.
For sure the biggest wave of the heat, or for the last hour, I want to say. Rio went on the first one, and you know, the second one, I almost went for a little one in front, and then I was like, I took off, and then I looked back, there was a bomb coming. I was like, oh, I'm out of here. And then I was able to position myself to the biggest wave, and you know, started opened up with a good carve, not the best one because the wave was kind of flat, and then the wave just kind of like stood up, floater, hit it pretty good, and then, you know, I pretty much got the score on the last turn, which was a big layback, and I felt it. That was really good. You know, we surfers, when we do a good turn, we can feel it. So I knew it was going to be really good. And yeah, I was just, you know, blessed enough to get that one.
Para Benz, we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Obrigado.
All right, another exchange happening here. Kanoa Igarashi and now Leo Fioravanti. He's going to back up the 8. Kanoa's going to get into action with his number, but Fioravanti on the inside here. Nice finish for Leonardo Fioravanti.
Got to have that in your repertoire. We saw it just then by Kanoa as well as Leo Fioravanti's. You know, it felt like Kanoa actually got the better of the exchange until that last move, where I feel like Leo actually, his air reverse is a little more dynamic, especially the way he was able to rotate out of it. I just wanted to back tag where we saw Felipe there in regards to, you know, he touched on the experience, and that was a huge part of it. He was playing cat and mouse with Rio through it. Watching that first turn there by Kanoa Igarashi, nice little drift of the fins. This wave's a little soft on the outside, but then he's able to pull that one off. So again, big float, the tail drift, and the air, and the finish. A little tail drift once again. So this is a good wave for Kanoa Igarashi, way to bounce back from his early start of the 183. He would have loved this wave been a one-wave set, but it wasn't. So the advantage will stay with Leo. As we watch the outside turn there, that's the layback snap where that back arm stays behind through the maneuver. And then here, the little drift. See how he compresses and all that front leg pressure to be able to allow the tail to drift out. You see his foot moved all the way up a good probably 6 inches. And again, into the air. And to be able to come out of a turn like that and gain enough speed to be able to do an air reverse after that, that's why they're the best in the world. It's incredible. It's very difficult to do. Again, another tail drift. I mean, every single turn, he's doing a little bit extra to get that extra number there. And I loved what he did there for Kanoa. Great answer to the 8 by Leo Fioravanti. Next wave here, a little smoother, but he didn't quite have the vertical section, especially right here where it starts to flatten out. So it feels like to me that the Kanoa will probably get a little bit of the advantage, especially since this downtime here. But this air reverse was very cool because of the nose pick. Rotate around. That was in a critical section, especially to rotate around like that. Super hard to do. Watch this. Front foot all the way to the nose, about 12 inches of the nose, and then somehow his foot keeps on the back and rotates around. That is a beautifully done air reverse.
Yeah, and interesting, you can see the board underneath his feet, how much control he has over it. But Leo Fioravanti also recently with a board change, going from Christian Bradley surfboards to Sharp Eye surfboards, in which Kanoa Igarashi is a rider for also. So these guys both on Sharp Eye boards,
just
right?
like the last heat.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of surfers that you see, both men's and women's tour, that are riding Sharp Eyes. Matter of fact, probably the most athletes on tour are riding Sharp Eye surfboards.
But we're going to wait for those numbers. And Kanoa Igarashi needed to surf excellent to get back in the game. And it appears that Kanoa has done that. Numbers are trickling in for Kanoa Igarashi. That commitment on the outside, the snap on the inside you mentioned, Peter. It felt like an excellent score. And it is. An 8.67 just drops for Kanoa Igarashi. Now we're still waiting for the backup for Leonardo Fioravanti, who already has an 8-point ride. But this has all of a sudden become a very close heat.
It has, you know, and again, watching Kanoa's wave, and we had a little bit wider shot from the live view, right? And it kind of took away from what Kanoa had done on that wave. When we watched the review, you're like, wow, there was so much variety and so much innovation and progression on that wave. So good job by Kanoa. Yeah, matter of fact, he eclipses the number from Leo's first wave. And I feel like Leo's second wave is going to give him back the lead, but he's going to need to improve on that number before this 18 minutes is finished.
You are right. Looks like it's going to be a mid-range score coming in here for Fioravanti. All 6.5 so far. One more judge to lock in. It's going to be a 6.5. 6.5 for Leonardo Fioravanti. Now Kanoa Igarashi with priority just needs a 5.83 to take the lead. Very tight heat.
Yeah, it is. You know, and you think about where Kanoa was able to get back out in this situation and have priority with this 17 minutes. You'd say that the momentum shift, really. It looked like Leo did everything right at the beginning of the heat, but Kanoa was able to bring it back around, and now momentum is in his corner.
Yeah, 17 minutes and 20 seconds left in this heat. What an exciting heat we have out here. This whole round has been living up to expectations. We got Ethan Ewing there with his dad, Bill, in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, checking out the competition, checking out the conditions. He's going to be coming up later in this round of 16 against Liam O'Brien.
There's a balance too, right? You know, Ethan had been very clear about him saving energy and staying out of the heat and out of the sun to kind of make sure that when he shows up, he's not drained for his heat. So there's a certain balance of how much time you give to watch the conditions. Also trying to stay out of the heat at the same time. And you know, watching the conditions, you can't really do it from home. I mean, you can watch some waves and see what the judges are scoring on, but literally you need to feel the ocean and watch the ocean to really understand how you can formulate your heat. So you got to come down and watch it for your own eyes to be able to just kind of say, oh, well, here's a wave over here I could have picked up, or looking at the different, anticipating what the tide's going to do. It's another thing you have to pay attention to, and understanding that magic is so important.
Hey, Pete. Feels like it's a good time for a break. There's a lull right now. Kanoa Igarashi with priority. He needs a 5.83. We'll see what he can do when we return after this.
Chopu, world famous Chopu.
It's not just a tourist spot anymore, it's also an Olympic venue.
The kind of theater around it with the boats and everything.
I think everyone on tour wants to win an event like Chopu.
Chopu é uma onda muito especial para mim, eu amo aquele lugar.
I mean, it's hard to even put into words.
It should be one of the 7 wonders of the world. It should be the 8th wonder of the world.
The most machine-like wave that you've ever seen. When it's big, it's like you can just feel the energy there and the nerves.
It's a left-hander that is also a really big barrel over super shallow reef.
It's a challenge and it's exciting.
Just seeing that wave, the power that it brings, there's no other rush like it.
You gotta go big.
Tahiti's so beautiful and the wave's so intense. The random person that just switches on the Olympic channel that watches it might go, wow, this is pretty badass. This sport's insane.
I hope it's big and we have to push ourselves over the ledge on big waves.
Follow the surfers, keep up with the rankings, and catch every qualification moment on worldsurfleague.com/qualification season. And mind you, the Championship Tour final event, the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outer Known. Final stop, that's going to happen August 11th through the 20th at the end of the road, Taupo. Love it there, Pete.
Think about the bookends of our tour, Pipeline and Jopo. Right? How good is that to have on this championship tour?
I just say aloha and Iorana at the same time.
Oh, you are an animal.
Back in the round of 16 here, Leonardo Fioravanti with the lead over Kanoa Igarashi, but Fioravanti cannot be feeling confident at the moment because Kanoa Igarashi has the highest single wave score at 8.67. Igarashi just a 5.83, and he will snatch that lead off of Leonardo Fioravanti.
You think about these guys' seasons, right? Leo last year had to fight back, right? Kanoa into the final 5, competing for a world title. And kind of a switcheroo. You think about this season and what Leo's been able to achieve. Finals at Pipeline, starting off the season with a bang. And Kanoa, bit of a shocker, having to fight back here. So this is a big one between these two.
Yeah, it's just been, 9ths and 17ths this year for Kanoa Igarashi. Coming into this event, number 17 on the leaderboard. Not a typical year for the surfer representing Japan. I've been waiting for him to turn the corner, however, at one event. I thought the Surf Ranch was going to be the event that he was going to turn the corner.
He's one of the standouts there, for sure.
But this could actually be the event that he turns the corner. But he needs to get through this challenge right now and getting out of this round of 16.
Yeah, and if you look at the Surf Ranch, I mean, Leo has some experience there, but ended up making a quarterfinal finish there.
Yeah.
And Kanoa not making the quarterfinal.
Kanoa hasn't made a quarterfinal yet this year, so if he makes it out of this heat, this is going to be his first finals day appearance in 2023. So such an important heat. There we go, Pete, with so far the results for Kanoa Igarashi.
And that's not conducive. This man has been able to produce each and every season, even on his rookie year. He has been putting in great performances at all the venues we have. I mean, even the ones we were kind of like highlighting, like Pipeline. Kanoa, you know, I wouldn't have put him in my very rookie season as somebody you would watch at Pipeline. But you know what? The results tell you a whole different story. The man loves Pipeline. He's been able to do it. And you think about Chopo, what he was able to do last year to get over Griffin Colapinto and find himself into that 5th position in the final 5 to be able to compete for that world title. That was huge, and that was crazy Chopo. So this man has been getting better on tour.
He sure has. Let's check out a heat recap of this matchup so far around the 16. Started off with some positioning, and Leonardo Fioravanti was able to strike first with this 8-point ride, Pete.
Yeah, and it felt like momentum was right there with Leo Fioravanti on this first wave. You can see puts up an excellent number. This combination of moves here, very solid. Just compressed float through that layback section, big snap, and this was the finish move of his finish of that wave, the 8-0.
How about an 8.67 here for Kanoa Igarashi on the comeback?
And that was awesome. I mean, that outside layback snap, it didn't look as impressive from far away, but those 3-turn combos with that air reverse at the finish, and of course the drift, every turn pushed to the limits, and that's why you see the best number of the heat, the 8.67. The answer now by Leo on that same set. He was on that outside section, but this wave unfortunately laid down through this middle part of it, only able to earn the 6.5. I will say though, you know, a good 1.5 of this ride was coming off this last move here, because it was pretty darn dynamic, and that's the kind of firepower both these surfers have. Innovation, progression, power, speed, power, flow, all of it on display here by both Leo Fioravanti and Kanoa Igarashi.
Catching us up back up to 9 minutes on the clock. This is live for Fioravanti with Igarashi with priority. Fioravanti on the inside here. Here we go. Kanoa needs a 5.83. Let's see what he has. Lining up down the line. Slash to start. Clears the water here. Snap. Throws the fins. One more snap for Igarashi. Comes around the corner and a big slash again. Finish through the white water. Thinks he got the job done. Just needs a little bit above a mid-range score, 5.83. Your thoughts, Peter?
No question in my mind. He achieves the score. Now the answer by Leo.
Leo needs to improve upon a 6.5 on this effort. Starts with a couple of torqued out carves. That's going to be it.
Smart.
Leonardo doesn't see a future in that wave. He's going to keep his position and hang on to priority. So really, the drama now is going to be, will Kanoa Igarashi take the lead on that last wave?
And, you know, as of like yesterday, I would have said, you know, hey, take the second wave of the set when we had that extra breeze, the waves were cleaner, and that's still the case now. But I feel like what the big numbers have been coming for is the first wave of the set. Same thing's not going to happen here from Kanoa Igarashi. I was like questioning his move because I was like, hey, there's a couple lines out the back, but this wave, much better quality. And he surfed this wave beautifully. The carving snap there, had to kind of pump his way to get around the corner to get to that open face, as you had mentioned, but now gets the work done. And that turn there, he has got on lock. He can do that in any section there, a little bit more variety, and then a big, deep bottom turn for a hammer of the closeout section. Good surfing done here by Kanoa Igarashi. You'd have to say that these types of waves for Kanoa Igarashi, very similar to a Trestles, very similar to a Rincon, is one of everybody's surfer's dream. It's a rippable wave, and Kanoa did not disappoint. This is going to be a pretty good number. Watch again in slow motion. That turn, he goes up and has that drift. That's the layback where you have that back arm stay behind you and then straight into a bottom turn. Late hits it up the top, but even gets a little fin chuck on the lip as it's coming down. And that's Kanoa Igarashi. So much agility.
Yeah, just quick surfing, isn't it? Very reactive, like the fast twitch muscles. surfing muscles that Kanoa Igarashi has. Really, really impressive on how he's able to weight and unweight and generate all that speed, get up in the lip, get that release, but still get back down and have drive through his turn to make the next section.
Back and forth between these two. Feels like to me, we're waiting on that number from Kanoa, but it feels like it's going to be enough. It's just a matter of where it fits in relation to the other scale, right? The 6'5" is a good number to look at for Leo.
This is a great
relation
photo right here, shot of Igarashi with 50 on his jersey. Igarashi, 50 on his jersey, representing Igarashi in Japanese, his family name meaning 50 storms.
Wow.
So he chose the number 50 to represent on his jersey.
Looks good on his back too.
It's a really even number, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easy to look at.
Here we go. Well, we're waiting for the score for Igarashi. Judges taking their time in this important score. He could take the lead. Anything over that 5.83.
I mean, I feel like, you look at, there's a good waves to look at in this heat. You have Leo's 8 to look at, Leo's 6'5" for a comparison. And it's just like, hey, where does it fit in relation to that? And even the 8.67 of Kanoa Igarashi's, like, those are the comparisons. We already have those waves, and they're going to be reviewing them with the head judge up there. They've got Chucky Regano is up there doing the replay for this whole team, and he's on it. In any wave they want to call up, they can do a comparison. Matter of fact, a judge can go, hey, can I see the 6'5" of Leo's again, please? And they can do that, especially if you have a little extra time, because that's what you're doing, is comparing to the waves that have already been ridden.
5-minute warning. Still no score for Kanoa Igarashi. 7.5, looks like he's going to get the number. Just need a 5.83. That indicates that he is going to get the number, given that this judges shouldn't have too much of a spread. 2 judges go excellent. Still has a chance to go excellent with the score. 3 judges go excellent. And the score will go into the excellent range when the final judge puts down his number. Come on, Judge 2. There we go, 8.23, Igarashi into the lead. And now Leo Fioravanti, who started off on such a strong foot with that 8-point ride, needs an 8.9, 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Kanoa Igarashi, excellent heat total of 16.9, Peter.
It was interesting. I don't know if you saw that, but like you could tell when the number came out, and as soon as you heard it, they could tell when they heard it.
Yeah.
Because Kanoa all of a sudden grew a little closer, right to the back door of Leo Fioravanti, and you saw that little like twitch of disgust from Leo, like, oh, dang it, But now an 8.9, capable of doing it. We saw it done yesterday. So now he just needs the wave to show up. And in my opinion, if I were a coach, get him on the very first wave of the set, because that's got the most scoring potential.
Griffin making his way out right now, Pete.
Yellow jersey. Whoa, don't fall, don't break a fin out. That's so sketchy, man. Like, you literally have to pay so much attention to how you get into the water. It is a rock dance like no other. That's Whitaker there. Oh gosh, man. Look how gentle they are making their way out.
So for Kanoa Igarashi, and we're looking at some of the career stats for him, that's going to be his 17th excellent heat total, and he's already scored now 61 excellent waves in his career. So just chalking up that column in the stats for Kanoa Igarashi. Great effort, and a valiant effort, because he was behind at the beginning of this heat.
So true. It felt momentum was right there with Leo. The paddle battle, all that stuff that was happening, and it felt like Leo won it in the first few minutes. But that doesn't mean you're going to win the heat. It does nicely help with momentum. But Kanoa has been able to produce 2 beautifully surfed 8.67, 8.23, and right now sits underneath and breathing down the back of Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, interesting. We got 2 good friends in this heat, Leonardo Fioravanti versus Kanoa Igarashi. Coming up in the next heat, it's going to be the same story. 2 good friends in the way of Griffin Colapinto and Seth Moniz.
Yeah, they
childhood friends that basically grew up together, just like Leo and Kanoa.
Yeah, it's true. And they all had dreams, right? They all had dreams of the championship tour, and sure enough, they have fulfilled those dreams. Griffin and Seth, long time, same thing. Part of a sponsor that they grew up underneath, at Billabong,
Yeah.
and they were able to hang out and travel together and do all these cool things together and became really tight.
Well, if this heat is an indicator of what friends bring out in each other,
bring it on.
It's going to be a great. It's going to be
Bring
a
it
great Heat 5 in this round of 16 with Griffin Colapinto and Seth Moniz. Down to 90 seconds. Priority with Leo Fioravanti, needing that 8.9.
Looking over my shoulder, just is there any glimmers? There you go. Bring out that wide shot. Doesn't look like a whole lot, but we still got enough time. Let's see what Leo's going to do here. He's going to move down the point slightly. It may be a quiet finish here, Kaipo.
Well, that's A-OK with Kanoa Igarashi. We're talking about, you know, him finally taking the turn in this season, which has been a lackluster one for the surfer representing Japan. This is going to be his first appearance all year for finals day. First time to the quarterfinals this year. This could be the change for Kanoa Igarashi right here. This could be the pivotal moment.
And you had mentioned, and we had mentioned as this qualification season, although look what's happening here. We got a movement. There is 30 seconds, but Kanoa has provisionally qualified for the Olympics once again. You know, he was able to do that by the ISAs for last week. He was here, and I think that was a goal of his throughout the season, and that would have been a pretty tough one to swallow, considering it, you know, on the championship tour you have to get to a certain point to get his qualification, but he was able to work provisionally through the ISAs.
All right, medium-sized wave. The need is at 8.9. Something incredible needs to go down for Leo Fioravanti. Horn sounds. This is going to be his last effort. Throws it away there, and it will be Kanoa Igarashi moving on into the quarterfinals.
That was fun, Kipes.
When we return, Griffin Colapinto versus Seth Moniz here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
Griffin Colapinto currently in a different color jersey. Right now he's in yellow, and a lot of people are thinking that this event in 2022 may have been the catalyst to his eventual rise to that top spot. He was having fun. He was putting up big numbers. A lot of joy equals a big result. Griffin Colapinto, your reigning Surf City El Salvador champion, Mitch.
Yeah, and dropped an 8 on this wave right here, Chris. It was a come from behind win against Felipe in the final. His second of the season last year, and what a moment for the young superstar from the United States. And guess what? He's looking to go back-to-back at this event once again.
And also a pivotal moment for Griffin Colapinto was his matchup against Kanoa Igarashi last year. Kanoa just made his way through that round of 16. Interesting things happening, and more to come. Another matchup of homies, Griffin Colapinto and Seth Moniz. Griffin ranked number 1, Seth 23 for now. These guys grew up together, traveled together. They have recently been separated sponsor-wise. Griffin going to Quicksilver. Seth Moniz, Team Billabong. So this is going to be a fun one to watch. You never really know when two friends pal out into a heat how things are going to start off, but it's going to be an interesting one, no doubt. Hey, I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. We've been having so much fun presenting the greatest surfers in the world in these rippable, fun waves right behind us, and we hope you are too. I just jumped in the YouTube chat for a little bit. It's a wild place, but it's a good time, you know? Just go in there and throw some positivity bombs and freak people out.
Yeah, there's always, you know, some people out there that have strong opinions more than others, but, you know, I think in this case, the waves have showed up. And wow, Chris, yesterday I think was one of the best days of surfing we've seen all season long. And this morning so far hasn't disappointed. There's Punta Roca right there. The surfers are just outside of her, and you hit that thing with your fins, they might go bye-bye. But as of right now, I think the tide's still just high enough, Chris. But look at the proximity between both of the surfers out there right now, Griffin and Seth. They're friends on land, but not in the water, I can tell you that.
You know, this is reminiscent of those heats we used to see with guys like Kelly Slater and Rob Machado, you know, Shane Dorian versus Ross Williams. There's no better feeling than, you know, competing with a friend or family member, and I'll tell you, it is bittersweet, but beating one of your best friends just has a little extra feel to it. And that right there tells a completely different story. A chippy start. Things getting aggro early on with 25:40 on the clock. Mitch, that had some diciness to it, and I see the look on their faces. Maybe I'm about to eat everything I just said, setting up this friendly battle. It's looking like a rivalry right now.
Yeah, but guess what? You also said the other thing as well. You usually become the bitter rival against your best friend, and as of right now, I could definitely be seeing a block by either surfer right here. They still have an established priority, but look at that. Seth went around. Griffin tried to get the inside, and Seth paddling for that wave. Still open priority right here at the beginning of the heat, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a review right here and them establish priority for either surfer. Griffin with the inside, but Seth just a bit deeper, Chris, and as of right now, it doesn't seem like anything's been charged to either surfer.
Griffin's doing anything he can not to look back at Seth.
The last three heats have been this way, though. Kanoa and Leo, and then Felipe and Rio. There's something brewing in the water, and we're in event number 7 right now out of 10. People really want to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals and be in the WSL Final 5 picture, and here's one of them.
Yeah, I mean, that last heat, Kanoa Igarashi, Leonardo Fioravanti, I clearly have a picture in mind of a photo of these two guys about 8 years old, already started competing. And Kanoa's brother, actually, his board caddy there in the channel. Family affair. Comfort level, obviously, is feeling real good with Kanoa Igarashi. 23:58 on the clock. So I'm seeing no indications of trouble yet, but no interference. Okay, nice and clean. Let's reset things. But I think that little jostling right there, potentially wiping off the possibility of a restart. Of course, that's not my call. Thankfully, those jobs upstairs are far beyond my capabilities.
You said earlier this morning you weren't going to use the R word, though. You brought it out right now.
Darn it. Well, we'll see. 3 minutes, 20 seconds ago. Restarts can only happen at that 20-minute mark. But who knows? May have been an opportunity.
Well, it was a small wave, and I think it was the right decision for both of them to stay off of it, especially when you've seen the last 2 heats and the scores that have amounted to the high heat totals, and especially Kanoa, 16.9 heat total, one of the highest of the event so far. And right now, either of these two men could definitely be a champion at the end of this event. Griffin looking to go back-to-back, first time ever leading the rankings on the championship tour, still only 24 years of age. And the same kind of thing we could say about Seth Moniz. They've matched up a few times before, Chris, and it seems like that win on the Gold Coast in 2019 when Seth was a rookie that season, actually I would say he would have the upper hand because that was the last time they had the chance to surf against each other in a championship tour heat. As of right now, though, Griffin, a lot of momentum going his way, and Seth coming back from an injury, he has something to prove.
Yeah, and where they were in the lineup, fairly deep. The judges also keeping priority sovereign right now, so nobody with the right of way. We'll see if Seth Moniz with that deeper position either sells or goes. You see a quick little stall right there. And here we go, Seth Moniz. He already has thrown down some of the best airs we've seen of this entire contest. That was just a quick little snappy reverse. That's going to give priority to Griffin Colapinto out the back. Seth's still working. Nice clean line on this wave. Smaller wave, but pretty impactful.
Yeah.
You know, that's probably just going to be right in there, a mid-ranger score, but a decent start. And then you see how shallow it is right there. It's about waist deep.
He's from Oahu, though. He's used to rocks and surfing on rigs. So his feet are well used to these kind of sharp places that we go to a lot on the championship tour. As of right now, though, I think you were spot on, Chris. You make sure you go on a wave at the beginning of the heat, especially if you're using that inside positioning and priority hasn't been established. You want to capitalize on any scoring opportunity. I think this was a good conversion on his part. Smaller wave, as he mentioned, but I felt he surfed the best he could. Just a down-the-line snap, sets up for the throw-tail reverse. Very quick, too, and agile. Comes around the corner right here, straight up into the lip afterwards. So maybe not the most critical sections, but he was going very fast down the line for the most part. And a lot of flow throughout these turns as well for Seth. A great finishing carve right there as well, as that wave literally finishes right on the rocks. But the amount of speed he carried through that throw-tail reverse was quite cool. It's not an attempt of a maneuver that you normally see that early on a wave like this, especially that close to the rocks. But as of right now, it's going to be the only wave of the heat ridden, and it's going to be a decent start for the Hawaiian surfer Moniz.
You know, and if this setup and that wave doesn't look fun to you, I would say make an appointment with your optometrist, because I am seeing joyful surfing conditions. Head high, overhead on the sets. It's cleaning up. It's stayed relatively glassy all day long. We're getting around this midday mark. So with just under 20 minutes to go, Seth Moniz gets a 4.67. He's making his way back out to the lineup. As he paddles, let's go to the glass. Kanoa Igarashi is with AJ McCord.
Kanoa, a pair of excellent scores in there in that heat for you. What were you so in rhythm with during your heat?
I mean, just being to go head toe for toe with one of my really close friends. I guess that kind of just naturally put me in rhythm. He started with a really good score, and he made it really easy for me actually. I had to wait for a good wave. He made it really hard, but by making it hard, it made it easy, the plane easy. So, yeah, I knew I had to put a big score up, and I passed a couple waves up because I knew if I wanted to have any chance in the heat, I needed to get an excellent ride. And so, yeah, I could have maybe waited the whole heat, but luckily an 8-point wave came around the middle portion of the heat. So that kind of just put me in this sort of like natural rhythm, and ended up working out.
Your friends and family are very glad you didn't wait until the final seconds to get that last wave. But for you, this is the first quarterfinals result that you're going to have of the year. How good does that feel?
Yeah, that feels good. I mean, yeah, it's weird. I just kind of realized that now, but I feel like I've done some good surfing this year. So for me, I feel like I've had good results. I feel like I've been in kind of the rhythm that I've had. I guess it just doesn't show. Sometimes it doesn't translate into results. But yeah, for me, the results aren't going to dictate the way my preparation goes or by my dedication. The numbers are a bonus. The results are a bonus. As long as I can go to bed at the end of the day proud of myself, that's pretty much the biggest result for me. So, for me, yeah, I guess it's coming together for this event now. I just want to keep riding with it. I've had some good scores, and I just hopefully can keep it going.
You want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yeah, well, hi to everybody, all my friends in Huntington. I miss you guys. Hopefully we'll have some time to hang out before I head off to Brazil, but at this time of the year it gets really tight, a lot of events coming up. But yeah, and all my fans in Japan, みんないつも応援ありがとうございます。また今回も難しいヒートをパスしたことで、このままリズムも続いて、本当に一つ一つ目標に近づくために頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。
おめでとう。We'll see you in the next round.
A couple of polyglots on the glass there, multilingual between the two of them. Mitchell, you're not going to outwork Kanoa Igarashi, are you?
No, you're not. Last year during the Rip Gold WSL Finals waiting period, he was training around 4 or 5 times a day, and those included a couple surfs per day too, Chris.
Seth Moniz, he has been putting in the work on the comeback path, and he's looking frisky out there. You know, usually surfers coming back from an injury like he had, you know, he's dealt with all kinds of things, back, knees, you know, ankles, surfing, you know, doing tricks like that, riding the waves he rides at backdoor and off the wall, pipeline. I mean, you're going to get beat up. And just judging by how loose he's surfing and how much pop he has,
yeah,
he's back.
No, for sure. And he looks like he's in a good space mentally, too. Unfortunately, right there, just too much weight going backwards. Wasn't able to stay on his board the whole time. Just a throwaway score of 2.17. But you mentioned before that, you know, he's excellent at pipeline and in Tahiti as well. He's been a finalist at pipeline. I expect him to do very well, especially if we have a good amount of swell at Chopo. But the one thing that I think Seth brings to the table more than anybody else is that he just gains momentum, and he is a juggernaut when it comes to blasting through the rankings as well. A few years ago, his debut, rookie season 2019, makes the quarterfinals at a different wave in Duramba as well. A lot of people thought they were going to surf Snapper Rocks as always. They go to Diba, a premier beach break, but it wasn't what he was expecting and what he was training for. Was able to adapt and overcome certain challenges. Next thing you know, he's in the top 15 in his rookie season, and as of right now, I still consider him a big threat, especially when the waves turn up a bit more. So as of right now, leading the heat, nothing solid in terms of the scoreline though, Chris.
Yeah, 4.67, the high mark so far. Griffin Colapinto leaning into his meditation over the past 2 years, and it's been working. The first time we saw it, we talked about it on day one, was at the U.S. Open, which is probably the loudest surf event of the year, just in terms of, you know, the crowd and all the activations and things happening. You know, the Huntington Beach surf scene, of course, for professional surfers is daunting. Their sponsors are all there. I mean, there's just a lot happening. Turned a corner one afternoon before Griffin's heat, and he was kind of hidden under the stairs. He had a towel over his head, and he was not moving. And I'm wondering, what's going on over here? And I actually had a chance to run into one of his team members, and they said, well, you know, he's meditating. He's really trying to find the source and get re-inspired with his surfing. And guess what? Proof is in the pudding. It's working. He's in the yellow jersey for good reason.
And looking to go back-to-back with events here at this specific location, and just in the season too, coming off of a big win at the Surf Ranch Pro, his first win of 2023. And it seems like he's going to use priority right here, Chris. 14 minutes on the clock, first wave ridden for Griff.
Quick little speed burst on the takeoff, hunting the ramp, opts for the float down the line. Now he's got some open face to work with, throwing the tail, coming around this section. A nice 1-2 punch there for Griff. Now things start to slow down, open up a little bit for him, giving him room to work. Rebuild some speed. You know, you could tell what he wanted to do. A little messy of a finish there. Sometimes people try to get creative and things get ugly, but other than that ender, pretty nice wave, real fast. But I think you could see, you know, what he was projecting, right? He just has this subtle little kind of stall right up into the power pocket and unleashes and starts to speed down the line, but he just didn't seem to find a section to work with.
Well, and especially at the beginning of the wave, too. He was coming around the first 2 sections. That snap was beautiful. The second one slides the fins right there, wraps it back all the way. The way he's able to transition in between turns, he is so quick when it comes to these transition maneuvers. I think that's the moment you were referencing to. I was also thinking that he was going to go for a throw to a reverse, but instead he had to pull it back. But look at this, comes around the corner, schwack, slides the fins. I love the way he digs the rail in into, and that actually brought the tail around a bit more and added some variation to that maneuver. But overall, this wave, I don't think it's a wave that he would like to keep in his top 2 scores, but still, you got to start somewhere, Chris, and as of right now, it's been a very slow heat, 12:30 to go, and this is the first wave he's actually caught in the first 18 minutes of this heat.
I mean, in this slow motion visual, of Griff is great for all of us, because I think no matter who you are, how good you surf, we can all learn by watching Griffin Colapinto. His technique, impeccable. A little bit of coaching and mind surfing there.
Yep.
I mean, when you're checking the waves as a surfer, it's so hard not to do those little movements with your hand, talking about what you would, what you would want to do on the wave or where you should be on the wave. Andy King, Gabriel Medina,
the best
the
in the
dynamic
business.
duo right there.
Yep. Andy King was a great former professional surfer until he had an injury. And now on the other side of things, coaching both Tyler Wright and Medina, two of the world's best. Look at the score, though, 5.23. I mean, it's the best wave of the heat. Now only needs a 1.61. That's obviously because Seth doesn't have a backup score at the moment, or a score that he would like to keep as his top one. But I think there's plenty of time out there, and especially with the consistency that we saw in the last two heats, Chris, I would expect to see at least something in the 7s to make it out of this heat right now. Look at that, though. The tide definitely draining a bit more. Man, it's just beautiful here. Look at how green it is. It rained a lot last night as well. Had a thunderstorm. It actually woke me up at around midnight. And then woke up this morning. Waves are good.
I thought that was you guys wrestling in the next round. That's weird. 10 minutes and 58 seconds on the clock. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with a culmination of round of 16 Heat 5. Stay tuned. Just a week or so ago, we were in Lemoore, California for the Surf Ranch Pro. Mitchell, you were there. You witnessed firsthand Griffin Colapinto putting on a show in the basin.
Yeah, and he actually had to surf in the night surfing session during the first day with the highest seed of that going into finals day. And guess what, Chris? He was just lights out during this event. It just seemed like he was able to garnish an extra air of confidence when he surfed at the Surf Ranch. And guess what? Came out with the victory. I would say the biggest win of his career so far, because that put him in #1 in the ranks.
Pivotal. Switched up everything. Grabbed the yellow jersey. That was his 3rd final of the year. That's what you call on a roll. And he's back at it. Griffin Colapinto. Smaller section work with here, but flexing through that turn. Maximizing this wave's potential. Blows the tail. Comes around, rides out clean. That right there is World Championship title winning surfing. So confident, nice and smooth. I don't think Griffin is shakeable right now. I think all the work he's done in his mind has made him unrattleable. There's no stress in Griffin's act right now. It's all, it's just all there.
That was awesome. The way he just slightly touched the rail too, coming out of that turn, straight into another one, and you can just see right here, 1-2 pumps to get enough speed for the air reverse at the end. Lands with the fins first, able to rotate it around, and he's so compact in his low center of gravity as well that's why the rotation is so quick and so precise when he's coming out of the air reverse. Good stuff there from Griff, his best score, Chris.
And here's the answer back. Seth Moniz. He's got a good-looking wave to work with. A little late to the ramp. An awkward landing there for Seth Moniz. Keep our eye on Seth. Grabs his board.
Seems like everything's cool. But yeah, those awkward landings, they'll get you. Paddles into this one. Gets the first turn, and everything was going well right here. But it was just a setup snap. You see him just angling his shoulders down the line. Gets a lot of speed right there. And able to grab the rail, but loses his front foot, and that's what it was. Wasn't able to adjust his landing and be on top of his board on time. Unfortunately for him, uses priority there, relinquishes that, and now still needing a 6.33. Meanwhile, Griff only has a pair of 5s in his scoreline, but he is in the lead. So advantage right now to the leader of the ranks, Colapinto.
You know, and any time on any size wave, doesn't matter. If you're landing on your board with only 1 foot on that board, regardless of what foot it is, it's scary. Because, you know,
do the splits.
Thankfully, bad things did not happen, but, you know, Felicity Palmatier just the other day was saying, look, by the numbers, by the percentages, it's easier to get injured in smaller waves.
I definitely agree.
And that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not putting anything out into the universe. Under 6 minutes to go now. Seth Moniz, quick look there. Takeoff zone is directly in front of Punta Roca. Right under that white little edge of that white water is a giant tombstone, a fin taker.
She'll take more than fins, tell you that.
An underwater demon.
Some skin, scalpel maybe.
I love that, you know, so many of our marquee breaks around the world have one unique feature that just adds a little element of danger. You know, you think of Punta Roca here, you think of a wave like Lance's Right, the Surgeon's Table.
My.
I mean,
Have
these
you
are.
surfed there?
I have. I've been on the Surgeon's Table.
So have I.
And you know, it's just kind of cool. It adds to the allure of surfing. There, you see that boil right there. So that shows you every once in a while, just a little wave. Hola, I'm here.
I didn't believe that when I went to Lance's Right. They were like, oh yeah, Surgeon's Table. It's so sharp, like you touch it and you cut your feet. I was like, oh, I'll be fine. First day I get there, practicing for the comp that's going to be in 2 days. I eat it on the last part of the wave. My back is just like, it seemed like a tiger had gotten me. First time I paddled out here in 2012, same thing. My feet were just done by the first session. And you need to be very cautious with that because the rocks that are dry are extremely hot and the ones that are wet are slippery. So you go from one contrast to another huge contrast after that. Well, you gotta.
This is one of those events that, you know, it's not super. They're not scary waves, especially at this size. You know, it's super fun, playful, rippable, but other forces are going to kind of beat you up and bruise and batter and burn you throughout the week of competition. Only on our second day of competition now, and you see the surfers. They're taxed, sunburnt, you know, blistered feet. Who knows? All the little things that are happening. Seth Moniz right now could have a good line. Smaller wave again, but still plenty of fun sections to work with there. He kind of just bypasses everything. Didn't like the looks of what that wave had on offer, but there it is. Our viewing gallery is packed. I didn't even know that was happening around the corner. That's awesome.
I like to see that here, and especially with the importance of this heat out in the lineup as well. Number 1 in the world, Griffin Colapinto. 3 minutes to go, and this heat has flown by. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of high-impact waves right now. Seth only carrying the 4.67 and Griff with a pair of 5s. But the importance of this heat, you'd have to say it's definitely the most important one out of the 8 that we have in terms of rankings. And right now for Colapinto, imperative for him to move through into the quarterfinals. Imagine if it goes back-to-back here, the lead that he would get going into Rio, an event where he hasn't done particularly well in the past. Chris, I think this is a necessary heat for Griffin to show some dominance and prove that he is worthy of wearing right now the yellow jersey. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Seth Moniz, a 6.33, very attainable. We saw him get a 6 based off of 1 air yesterday, but I just don't know if that wave's going to show up right now with just over 2 minutes to go.
This is incredible. Are we in a DeLorean? Are we burning rubber in the Puente Hills Mall parking lot? Because it feels like we've gone back to the future and we're in a time machine. We looked up, we set up this heat, you blink your eye, boom, time is gone. 2 minutes left. There's waves out there. I mean, you got Seth has already ridden 5 waves. Griffin right now with a pair of 5s in the lead. It's precarious though. Seth Moniz, 1 big air, 2 big turns. He needs a 6.33.
Yep.
We are in that kind of midday zone, 11:40 a.m. here in El Salvador. So we saw a little bit of this yesterday. You know, things slowed down a little bit through the midday.
They did paddle themselves out of position at the beginning of this heat. They lost quite a bit of time, just like the 2 previous surfers had done in the last 2 heats. And what that does is that if you don't get a good wave at the beginning of the heat, you're just playing catch-up the whole time. And luckily for Griffin, he was on good enough waves to garner some mid-range scores and take the lead. But this heat isn't done and dusted. And once again, I think Seth might be paddling a bit too deep right here. Might have to go on the first wave of the set or force Griffin to use priority here and block him. Seems like he's going to go.
Well, Griffin has won the priority battle for sure. You know, throughout this whole heat, he's held on to priority. He's been patient right there. We'll see if that was a priority mistake. He held Seth off that wave. The wave didn't look great. Of course, Griff had a better vantage point than we did. So 2 in a row for Griff. These guys are way up the point.
Out of position. I mean, 35 seconds, you need to be hustling right now if you're Moniz. There might not be a lot on the horizon, but you can potentially catch one of these insiders and get a 6. Seems like this one might be done and dusted, though. It seems like they're just chatting now. Just
they're friends again.
Talking about the heat. They weren't at the beginning of that one, I can tell you.
Nah. I like this. Good sportsmanship. You know, when the buzzer blows, your homies. One heat is not going to destroy the friendship of these 2 guys. They've known each other since they were 8 years old. So
frenemies.
A fun matchup right there at the end of the day with 2 mid-range scores. Griffin Colapinto gets through yet another tough heat. Seth Moniz made it close with a 4.67 and a 2.17. That's going to be it. Griff will remain in the yellow jersey for now. Connor O'Leary, Coyote Belly coming up next. We will be right back. Surf City, El Salvador. What a place. Perfect venue for an event of this magnitude. 27:40 on the clock. Connor O'Leary versus Kyle Abelli, number 12 versus number 14. I like this matchup a lot. These are two grindy surfers. You know, they're gonna make each other earn it. That's for sure. Neither one of these guys is afraid of a little paddle battle. Neither one of them will be afraid to exercise their authority in the priority position. Goofy versus regular.
Yep.
You know, this is just going to be another one of those classic matchups between two surfers who we know are hungry. These guys really want it every time they surf. I mean, they're gentlemen for sure. They know the rules. They're veterans. We're definitely going to see some push and pull out of these two surfers.
And already the first exchange, Connor O'Leary dropping a 4.5 on this one, Chris. This is the advantage that I feel the Goofies have. They come around the section like this and are just able to throw the board up vertically. I really like the extension that he has for such a tall guy to coil up that well and to be able to blast the section like that at the end. Very impressive. And then Kayo looking for a section right here to get a ramp. Goes for the double grab, and unfortunately for him, close but no cigar. And you can see right here on the replay, great extension, was able to get the double grab, but just when he landed, you'll notice that he just digs the nose a little bit and gets off balance, not able to recompose himself. It's going to be a throwaway score, but I like this matchup. A clash of styles, first of all, and two of the most blue-collar surfers on tour, I'd have to say, O'Leary and Abelli.
Yeah. And these guys have worked for it. They've both been off and on the championship tour. They both have had to re-qualify a couple times, and they've both made it work.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say they have both risen to kind of a legacy level, right? You're never going to forget Connor O'Leary or Kyle Abelli. You're looking at the kind of overall history of competitive surfing. Both these two guys have made big names for themselves. Right now, Connor O'Leary with that 4.5, he got the start, and both of us are goofy foots, so we tend to look at these waves,
Yeah.
with that goofy mindset. And at this size, if it's kind of dropped probably to the waist chest high range on, most of the sets coming through. That's where backside, I would think, might have a bit of an advantage in terms of kind of the repetition and the sequence of turns, because you can fit a lot more of those backside whips down the line than, a frontside carve. Flip side of that would be, it might be a little bit more difficult to throw variety into your surfing on a kind of a condensed canvas. But there's still sets coming through. And right now, Kyle Abelli has priority. He's having a good look at this wave. A leisurely stroll into the takeoff zone. And he's going to hand it over to Connor O'Leary. Connor didn't like it either.
Well, they got to take advantage of every kind of wave that they can get right now. It's been a little slow the last 20 to 30 minutes. And as of right now, Abelli with priority, it seems like he's going to use it quite deep in the lineup right now, Chris. He's got a lot of speed for this turn.
Making me eat my words in terms of the front side versus backside equation. This right here is strong surfing. 3 big turns. Connor's looking in going, oh man. Kayo still working through. We use the word grindy. That's a big compliment. That's effort. That's us describing the way these guys surf. I mean, right there, trying to maximize every bit of potential that wave offered him up. I think that's going to be the highest score of this heat so far. He was really able to unleash and kind of free himself up a little bit on the open face. So this was a great wave selection here for Kyle Abelli, and great maneuver selection.
And great use of speed, too. Down the line projection snap, was able to come around the section right here. Incredible use of the release of the fins. Once again, 2 major maneuvers in a row. Got a little repetitive right there with the sequence of maneuvers. And then this wave right here just runs away from him. Real small wave there on the inside, literally on the rocks. But that outside work was beautiful stuff. 23 minutes to go. Was looking for the best wave of the heat so far. And I agree. I think he's going to get it right now, Chris.
Let's see what the judges lock in for Coyote Belly. 22:50 on the clock. We are at 11:50 a.m. on the dot. We have an embedded reporter right now in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Felicity Palmatier.
Yeah, guys, I am here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. It's really breezy up here. I want to talk about this heat in the water right now. I actually had a chance to speak to Connor's coach, Richard Dog Marsh, and that first exchange was by design. Dog said to Connor when he went out there, you know, obviously Kaio's a really assertive surfer. You know, he comes at every heat with a lot of assertiveness and almost, you know, tenacity. So I want you to be on the inside. I want you to really come at this heat and make sure you take off on that first wave. So Connor held that inside position. He got the inside, took off on that first wave. And Dog also said, you know, because it is so slow out there right now, don't be surprised if you're only banking on one set wave going into your top two, and that, you know, your backup wave might be a smaller one. You might be forced to take a wave that you wouldn't usually think about. So don't go out there thinking that you're going to get two big set waves. One other thing I've picked up on here is that the women are arriving. I've seen Gabriella Bryan, also coached by Richard Dog Marsh. We've got Tyler actually behind me over there. So they're all getting ready. I've got Steph behind me. That's going to be a great matchup with Molly Picklum. And yeah, the women are getting ready to hit the water.
Thank you, Felicity. See Scotty Hammond's back there, incredible photographer and journalist. And Mitch, I wonder how these coaches allocate their time, right? Because, you know, she just mentioned Doc Marsh with multiple surfers in the event. We know Tommy Whitaker has a couple, you know, different riders he works with, and that trend goes all the way down the line. Do you give surfers more time the higher rank they are? The more they pay you, the more help they need? Maybe the surfers in the lower side of the rankings need the most time and attention.
It's a tough question to answer, and nobody's ever asked me that before. We'll talk about it after this.
You got saved by the bell. That is Connor O'Leary ringing the bell on his backhand. Big start there. Comes around this section. Beautiful glassy face to work with. Perking up for him through the inside. So on his way to a big score already. Big bash to finish there. That's power surfing from Connor O'Leary. And Coyote Belly now finds a gem for himself and quick float straight into a snap. Down the line. Watch out. Here we go. Friendly fire. Has to kind of take a high line over Connor. All the way through to the inside. Freeze the fins. Can he get up? Get up. Get up. Right out. There he is, signifying to the judges, I made it. No questions here. You really you have to make sure that judges know that you're in control at the end of your wave if you want to be given full credit for all the work that you've done. That's why you saw Coyote Belly. It wasn't necessarily a claim. It was more of a, I'm in control. See me.
I'm here.
I'm here. I made it.
Just making sure you can see me.
I want you to know.
But this wave, to me, the best wave by far. Straight up into the lip. I mean, the attack that he had from the get-go, a violent turn to open up, a second transitional snap, up and over the section right there. And then once he reaches this inside section, he knows he has enough time and space for one more. And just blast the lip right there to finish that wave off. But look at that deep bottom turn. I mean, the way he is able to extend and position his board in order to snap the tail like that and blow the fins out. Very impressive for a guy his size. His technique is superb too. Look at that. Always stays coiled up. Very low center of gravity for how tall he is as well. And then was able to fit in a few more after this, where he just transitions so well in between maneuvers as we see right here. Sets up at the end and was able to fit in one more. And now Kaio on the outside. Setup snap. Gorgeous wave too. Perfect timing on that second one. And maybe got a little too stale right here, Chris. Had the two turns in a row that were very similar. And I think right there that added to the scoreline for sure. A little bit of variation. Had to run over Connor though. And it seems like he almost outran the section that he was looking for. And right here, kind of a mistake. Made up for it by completing it though. And luckily was able to ride out. So gonna be his best score as well. But I think Connor O'Leary is about to drop one of the highest numbers we've seen all day long.
Kaio's whole wave was a reality show with drama at the end. So he gave the judges a lot to think about there. 17:50, both surfers waiting for scores now. And we've been waiting to talk to this kid all day long. We've got Griffin Colapinto with AJ McCord.
Yes, just out of the water, Griff. That heat was a little bit slow, which I do believe you manifested from our interview yesterday. But for you, how did that affect their strategy?
Yeah, it made it really difficult. Seth and I were grinding each other up the point back and forth. That's usually what happens when it's slow. So, yeah, that was tricky. And then, I don't know, like I waited, I think, until 14 minutes to catch my first wave. And the wave I took off on, like, wasn't even really a set for what the sets have been today. So, like, waiting that long and going on like a mid-sized wave is always like kind of a hard pill to swallow, but I had to do it with how much time was left, and I'm glad I did. So yeah, it was a good strategy heat.
The other thing that made that tricky from a strategy point is Seth is one of your best friends. How do you put that aside in the moment of the heat?
Yeah, it's pretty hard with that one. Seth and I have been best friends since we were like 11 or 12, so he even stayed at my house for like a week before this event. I was already here for the ISA, and he was staying at my house. And yeah, so it's just a hard thing to come up against each other. But before we were like, let's just put on a show, go rip, whatever. And then no waves came, so we couldn't really do that. And yeah, but Seth's coming back from an injury, and he won his first heat, so that was good. Get a little mojo back, and then yeah, I mean, I'm fighting for the final 5, so. Just gotta do it.
And you live to fight another day here in El Salvador. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
All right. Thanks, AJ.
Just got to do it. Easy. Solid mindset there for Griffin Colapinto, and some big surfing happening in this lineup right now during that interview. You know, anytime you hear real visceral grunting, and almost you can hear teeth grinding in the Red Bull athlete zone, that means somebody's out there going off. And that was Connor O'Leary. Here's a replay of what happened during this interview. I mean, I'm seeing a mix of Machado and Mark Acalupo. Put those two surfers together, you see Connor O'Leary.
Wow. That combination at the beginning of this wave, and then the excellent finish right there by Connor O'Leary. His timing is so good. Look at that. He just reaches the lip at the right time. And as Goofy Footers, you were mentioning that we try to identify the waves that benefit our own styles. O'Leary did that so well on this one. And look at the precision that he just has with his attack. Every single turn got better on this wave. And look at the lip line that he just was able to maneuver through right there at the end. Precise, beautiful, timing on point. And then Kaya behind him, knowing that he had to strike back with a good score as well. If not, he's going to get left behind in this heat. Good wrap right there from Ebelli. But then unfortunately for him, this wave just had kind of that weird bound, kind of that rib in it. A weird section right there at the end, and wasn't able to capitalize on that layback at the end. Halfway through the heat though, Chris, I think Connor's going to drop another great score right here and put Kyle Ebelli in a difficult position in the back end of this heat.
Yeah. If we, go Saved by the Bell here and freeze time, these guys are dead even. You look at the scores, 7-5, 5-1-7, 7-0, and a 4-5. That's real close. That, of course, is before Connor O'Leary's last score drops. Kyle Ebelli might better that 5-1-7. I mean, the judges have a lot to think about and chew on right now. You're looking at different stances, similar waves. The quality has been great for both these surfers, and this heat is living up to everything we said at the very beginning. We knew that this was going to be an even matchup. So it's really, like blow for blow, wave for wave right now, almost turn for turn. It's a clinic right here in power surfing, and I feel like Connor O'Leary kind of carrying the torch. Owen Wright announced his retirement. That was a painful one for goofy footers everywhere. I think having a strong, solid, consistent powerhouse goofy footer on tour is needed. Connor O'Leary fills that space. He's going to show us why right here. Well, not right there, but he already showed us why before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, he's just been on fuego in this heat. Couple of 7s and a scoreline. Now Kayo needing something in the upper 6s. Here he goes again, Chris. Waves are turning on again.
Oh, yeah. Score dropped. It was a 7-3. And Double grab fails him again. Caio Abelli. Big ramp, difficult landing. He was looking real lofty in the air. Just couldn't come down with it.
Well, he's trying, though. He knows that he needs to go for something big right here, looking for a 6.8 to retake the lead. Meanwhile, O'Leary, though, in first with the pair of 7s, and I don't mind this kind of go-for-it attitude at the beginning of the wave, especially knowing that his last closeout section on his previous 2 waves haven't been that good. Why not go for something huge at the beginning, right out of that cleanly, and still have enough space to maneuver afterwards, Chris? Plenty of time on the clock, 12 minutes. Now you're going to go back to second priority, though, under a situation where O'Leary's been in control of this heat with a pair of 7s and his initial 4 or 5. He was able to garner that score on a very small wave initially in the first few minutes of this one.
Yeah, the good news for Caio is he's still within reach, a 6.8. So he knows what that feels like, sitting on a 7.5, the highest single wave score of this heat. So with 11:48, we have a even matchup here. Can Caio Abelli get a 6.8 or beyond and catch up to Connor O'Leary? Stay tuned to find out. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Connor O'Leary is on fire. Mitchell, break it down for us.
Okay, so stop it right here, guys. You're going to see his eye line right here looking at this section, but the board is going to come around and attack that. Go ahead and run it. And you can see right there exactly where he was looking for with his eye line, able to hit the section right there. But look at the way, stop right there. Look at the way he's going to come down and go straight and vertical once again. Now run it. And you see right there, very clean surfing, eyeing the section, and that's what looking for those waves as a goofy footer, the bully sections, the capitalize on scoring opportunity from Connor O'Leary, a pair of 7s due to that, Chris.
And if you guys were paying attention, you just got better at surfing. So Mitchell broke it down for you where your eyes need to be. I think the eyes are an underrated virtue of what makes a surfer great. Because we've seen it already in this event, for example, surfers that are looking either too far beyond what's happening right in front of them and falling. But you identified it right there perfectly. Connor O'Leary, his eyes told the story, projecting where he was going. And I love the release on that turn. You know, a lot of surfers can go vertical, pull out a windshield wiper turn, you know, just put the board up there and bring it back down. But Connor goes vertical and then blast the tail.
Yes.
And his back foot is almost higher or level with his head. And that is the mark of a really great backside snap. If you can go vertical with your nose and then vertical with your tail.
And there's different ways to do it as well. Bobby Martinez has more of a rooster tail kind of attack to it. Connor O'Leary goes straight up and vertical, as you were saying. He hits the lip and then releases the tail. That is a variation of a maneuver that gets stale after a while when you see it over and over again on the same wave, Chris. Great stuff.
Goofy to goofy to goofy. Let's go around the horn. Strider Wasilewski, what are you seeing out here with Connor O'Leary? What's giving him the edge?
Goofy foot magic. You know what? Just the pace of the wave. He's finding that wave that's letting him just go waka backhand, and that's what we like to see. We're all about the goofies. At least I am, because I'm a goofy foot, and you guys are goofy foots. But you know what? Caio is one of the most dangerous surfers on tour. The guy will pull a rabbit out of a hat. I mean, he got a 10 that closed out Brazil last year, or maybe the year before, but it was insane. And then, like, out here, you just never know what he's going to do. You know, he's got that above the lip game, which is very deadly. But I'm down for the goofies. I like that backhand whip, and I feel like Connor's doing it on wave selection, and he's got a good game plan, and these guys know exactly where they need to be.
Thank you, Strider. So 7:20 on the clock. O'Leary in the lead with the 7.30 and a 7, and absolutely agree with Strider there as we see a breakdown happening here between Andy King, Gabriel Medina. A lot of goofy footers left in the draw, and that's fun for everybody, not just goofy footers, of course. Well, fans of all stances matter.
Gabe made the quarters here last season too. It was his first event back after not competing in the first 5, so seeing him back here, and especially as a lot of people have them as his power surfer on their team.
I do.
He's one of those people that I would look out for. Definitely a wave that, you know, matches his pace, and I would say after his performances in places like South Africa and his good performances at Bells, wouldn't be surprised to see him here on the podium at the end of the event, Chris.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's just been locked into my power surfer in every event. You can't bet against Gabriel Medina ever, anywhere, especially in the back half of the year. He's outside of the top 5, or he's outside of the final 5 picture for now. That's not going to last long. We know what Medina is capable of. At the waves we're going to next: Brazil, South Africa, Tahiti, potentially lower trestles.
I expect
pretty good at all 4 of those spots.
Yep. Well, besides Rio, every other spot he's either won at or made a final. And as of right now, I think the Rio has been, you know, his Achilles heel. Last season, he did win a Challenger Series event there in Saquarema. It's the biggest win he's had so far in Brazil in his young career, but I would have to say he needs to perform right there as of right now due to where he is in the rankings in order for him to move up into the WSL Final 5 and then eventually have less pressure on him heading into the J-Bay and then Tahiti afterwards. But in this heat right now, 5 minutes to go, O'Leary has been on lock on the backhand, 14.3 heat total. It's been a close one though. Caio still in the mix, has the best wave of the heat, Chris, only needing a 6.8. Bad news for him. He has second priority in this one at the end.
We are now inside of the 5-minute mark. Round of 16, heat 6. Quiets down a little bit, but there could be some potential on the horizon. The surfers evenly matched coming into this one, hovering around the same area in the rankings. Starter mentioned just a minute ago how dangerous Caio Ibelli is in, I would say especially in clutch situations. He seems to thrive, you know, when he needs something big. He has had the ability in the past to summon miracles from the ether. We'll see if this is one of those moments for Caio Ibelli. So we've got Small pretty quick, but maybe giving him some opportunities down the line. Still shrinking, but a nice little power pocket there. He's out. Connor O'Leary out the back with choices. Doesn't go on that first one. It's a good call. That wave had a pretty quickly tapered shoulder.
Caio did break away from Connor though, so this is good news for him. Seems like O'Leary is going to stay outside and closer to Mama Roca, keep the deep positioning, Chris.
Take a look at how Connor O'Leary grabbed the lead and has held on to it for the better part of the last 20 minutes. Backside surfing prowess, top tier.
A perfect example of less being more out there in the water too. On each 2 of his best waves, around 4, maybe 5 turns at the most. Meanwhile, Caio dropping the best score of the heat of 7.5. Great combo on the outside. Nothing special, but just beautiful transitional surfing. A lot of clean work there on the open face. And right here, when he surfed right in front of Connor, I actually think it off-put him a bit for these end sections. You see right there, timing a bit off, was able to lay back right here at the end. It seemed like an accidental move, but it worked out in the end. Dropped the highest score of the heat, but then O'Leary just came right back afterwards. A 7.3, precise surfing, timing. This is the turn that I'm just thinking of right now that to me has been on point all event long for this guy. Last year, made the round of 16, lost a close heat to Italo Ferreira, but dropped an 8 with just 2 turns. As of right now, he's dropping a pair of 7s with maybe 8 turns combined.
Yeah, there's a spot on the human face that in boxing and mixed martial arts you call the magic button.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere on your chin. Thankfully, no one's ever touched me on the magic button. But that knockout punch that Connor O'Leary had multiple times on that last wave was right on the magic button.
Yep.
I mean, every time, you know those turns felt as good as they looked. Caio now. This guy is a magician, but his tricks are wearing out right there. Good pop on that quick air reverse, but nothing else for him on that wave. I think Caio really started to shine when he got some proper backing from Rusty.
I would say so, yeah.
He's on that Global Rusty Surfboards and Clothing program. And, you know, every once in a while things just switch up and it, like, you know, it clicks. He didn't have a main sponsor for a long time. He had to just, you know, again, work for it. Every check he got for making through a heat, you know, he just kind of put it back into the business of Caio Belli.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the confidence that he got from, you know, Team Rusty, that's an iconic surf brand and surfboard company, Rusty Priesendorfer out of San Diego, California. I mean, he's already in all the Hall of Fames that we have in surfing.
As he should be.
As a designer and, you know, still making incredible boards and doing it for top-tier championship tour surfers like this, also for, you know, aerial wizards like Jacob Zakeli. You know, it's a well-rounded program they're running over there at Rusty, and it's great to see them, you know, putting their chips in on Caio Belli because he absolutely deserves it.
100%. I couldn't agree more. And the amount of pressure it relieves for a professional athlete to be able to depend on somebody backing them financially. It means that you can just go out there and compete yourself, Chris, not have to focus on anything else, especially, you know, financial difficulties that you might face doing the qualifying series, the challengers, or even the CT events. You mentioned before, Ian Gentile doesn't have a single sticker on his board. Kid still has a lot of real estate on that one. Good use of priority here at the end of the heat by O'Leary, just blocking Caio. Seems like that's going to be the last wave of the heat. An impressive performance so far in this event. I would have to say, excuse me, Chris, by the underdog O'Leary, who could be making a run for the finals here in El Salvador.
Well, he's now a quarter finalist. It's official with a 7.30 and a 7. Connor O'Leary, his backside prowess gets him through a tough heat. Anybody on the championship tour will tell you Caio Belli is a hard surfer to beat. Connor O'Leary did it. We got more. Heat 7's coming up. Ethan Ewan and Liam O'Brien, the stylists, hit the lineup. We'll be right back.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. And by TowCash, the official payment app of the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. That's right, it's the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Round of 16 for the men. Out in the water, crowd's enjoying it. So are we. Punta Roca looking beautiful. As we zoom in and check out the next challenge, it's going to be Ethan Ewing up against Liam O'Brien, an all Aussie Heat 7 in the round of 16. At stakes, a spot in the quarterfinals. Looking absolutely beautiful out there. Right-hand cobblestone point as we cut to Ethan Ewing looking loose. Working his way down the line. Right behind him, Liam O'Brien. Ethan Ewing reverse to finish. O'Brien continues his way down the line. Some sharp turns from the young man from Burley Heads. Kicks out early, and I sense a paddle battle about to start right now to get back out into the lineup and establish priority. Liam O'Brien with that head start. You saw that early exit from the wave for Liam O'Brien. And so that head start is going to work in his cause to regain priority. Let's go through a couple of replays here. First, Peter Mel, Ethan Ewing.
So we saw from the overview this wave, long wave for Ethan Ewing. Looks like he's behind here in the outside sections, but he finds the open face, and this is where he goes to work. This is where the maneuvers start to count. You know, you're stuck behind the section on the outside, so a little bit of opportunity missed outside, but the inside stuff here, razor sharp. That's what Ethan brings to the table. Just these really crisp and quick transitions through the lip, and of course, little tail waft. Look at that there. Somehow keeps the speed up. He was late to it, but he was able to keep his feet over the board and move into that next maneuver. Again, ripping through the wall. That's his, really his forte, is his rail transitions. He keeps the speed up and slices through it and throws tons of water off the rail. His boards are built to be precision. You know, they're very narrow in the tail, they're thin through the tail to give him all of that ability to move that board through the lip.
Liam O'Brien here, and Liam speeding down the line. Nice arc for O'Brien. There's going to be some friendly fire between these two when we look at the Vissla CT Shaper rankings, both on Darren Hanley Designs. Felicity Palmentier, take us through the rest of this wave for Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, I liked it. I think it was nice, smooth, the transitional surfing between each turn. And like you said, they're both riding DHDs, so the same shaper. And yeah, I liked both of those waves. I think it's just a nice starting point, though. I think we're going to see better surfing. I think both of the surfers have more to give, so it's going to be exciting. Good first exchange, though.
I also have friendly fire in this one on their surfboards, but I also have it in my fantasy. That's 3 heats in this round where I had friendly fire, and I don't get to change it up with the seeding. Unfortunately, you pick the guys you think are going to win, or the women also, and I've got friendly fire. It sucks.
Hi, I'm Kaipo.
That's
Peter,
Kaipo.
That's Peter Mel.
And this is Felicity
right here as we reveal ourselves on the set here. Thank you for joining us. Round of 16 for the men, and yeah, to Peter's point, when you play fantasy right now, you got to lock it before the start of the event. Locks at the event. And that's how we're going to be playing fantasy surf. Please join us on worldsurfleague.com for that, as well as the WSL app. But the nice thing about the friendly fire when we talk about the shapers is Darren Hanley, he's guaranteed a surfer in the quarterfinals, Flick.
Yeah, he is. That's 100% right. No matter what way you slice it, one of them's going through. I like that first exchange. The numbers coming through, Kipes.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing with an early advantage of 7.83 for Ewing. 2 points behind him, a 5.83 for Liam O'Brien. Strider wants to get on the conversation. What do you got, Strider?
Yeah, I mean, where you guys are talking, like, you know, shaper rankings and qualification and everything else, but I'm going to tell you right now, Ethan Ewing does not seem to be that aggressive guy that you would think that do what he just did in the beginning of this heat. He all out paddled right up underneath Liam and took the wave from him. I mean, like, it was just one of those things where you saw the teeth come out, and that he really does want a world title, and that he wants to be their final 5. And he just looked so aggressive when he did that, and then he got the better of the exchange. So just a quick hit on the viciousness that lays beneath Ethan Ewing.
It's all facade, huh? He hides it.
Here we go. Let's see the start of this heat on the replay.
Oh, he did. He just came up underneath, a little rip-off. That was cool.
Strider would do that to you in a free surf, too.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't carry the facade that he wouldn't do that to you. You know it's coming, right? With Ethan, you don't know it's coming. But I was wondering where this came, but like this wave here, there was that wave he was chasing from behind, but once he got there, I was wondering where the 2-point difference came from, but ultimately I see where it came from.
Yeah. So Ethan Ewing, we talk about that final 5, Flick. He's poised for it. 4th in the world last year, number 4 coming into this event, so he's above that cut line. We've seen, number 2 get eliminated from competition, so Ethan Ewing poised to make the climb up that leaderboard.
For sure. I mean, and if he keeps surfing the way he is, his first score of the heat so far, 7.83. That's close to excellent.
That's a great start.
A great start to the heat. We've already spoken about it, but there's a lot of similarities in this heat. Both surfers living, in Queensland, both from Australia, both riding the same shaper. So if this heat's going to pan out, it's going to be pretty exciting to see who comes out on top here.
Yeah. Well, Connor O'Leary made the quarters at Bell's, made the quarters at Margaret River. He's made another quarters right now here in El Salvador. Let's hear from Connor O'Leary.
Like you mentioned, Kaipo, 3 of the last 4 events, Connor, you have made it on to the quarterfinals. What is so in rhythm for you right now?
Not sure, AJ. I don't know. I think I've got, really good boards under my feet. I'm feeling good. I think I'm kind of settling in on the tour and finally kind of figuring it out. And, you spend a lot of times on tour and a lot of years on tour trying to, I guess, emulate what some of the people are doing well and what they're doing and try and see what they're doing and try and copy it. And, I think I'm just in a good headspace of, I'm exactly where I need to be, and everything I'm doing is for a purpose, and I'm a huge fan of balance, so just accepting that and trying to just give myself as much opportunity as I can.
As you try to emulate the success that others have had, how have you made sure to stay true to who you are and the prep that works for you?
Yeah, I mean, you can get in a really deep rabbit hole of it, look at Medina and go, he's doing that, maybe I should do that, but it's just a matter of just coming back to what's right for you. You make a lot of mistakes, and that's the best thing that can happen for you, because then if it works or not. And I've made plenty of mistakes in the years, and I feel like I've finally now hit a great place where I can treat myself with a beer in the afternoon and not feel guilty about things like that. And it's just a work life balance that is suiting me pretty well right now.
On to the quarters. What's it going to take to make it to the semis?
Yeah, I just think not trying to overthink my own ability and not try to think that I have to do more than what I have to do, and just keep doing what I'm doing. What I'm doing is working, so just keep doing that and be true to myself on that.
We'll see you in the quarters. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, Connor O'Leary, last year Connor finished number 9 at the end of the season, 9th in the world. That was his best finish in 5 seasons on the championship tour, and it seems like like he said in the interview, Peter, he's really getting into a really good rhythm. He's always had that ability surf-wise, but I feel now he's really able to put it together in heats.
And you think about this venue too on the backhand. I said it earlier in the event. It's not an easy wave to have and compete at, especially against forehanders, because there's only a certain type of wave you want to find and look for. So you limit your opportunities by having the backhand, unfortunately.
If you think where he's actually based, though, Connor, he lives at Lennox Heads, which is a right-hand cobblestone point break.
Yeah.
I mean, it maybe is a little bit slower of a wave compared to Punta Roca, but he's no stranger to a right-hand point break, and I know he surfs out there all the time with his wife Steph, and probably feeling very at home in some sort of sense here.
Yeah, I mean, the only other surfer that's already through to the quarters in the backhand is Italo, and into the quarters. So there's 2 backhanders there, and then you got Gabe Medina coming up next.
Yeah, so I almost think in the Connor O'Leary conversation that it's an advantage for him to be on his backhand. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's a great forehand barrel rider, but when it comes to his actual turns, for me, like, the highlight is that coil that he gets in his backhand and the spring that he gets in his backhand. So yeah, this should be a good event for him. We'll see how he goes once we get into those finals days and quarterfinals. Right now, Flick, pretty quiet out there, but early advantage to Ethan Ewing. Ethan, from a great surfing family. We celebrated the fact that Ethan had his second CT win over at Bells Beach this year. And it was an inspirational and motivational and almost spiritual win where he won the event 40 years after his mother, Helen Lambert, rang her bell in a victory there. So the great surfing family, Father Bill, he's got older brothers, Brody and Curtis from North Stradbroke Island. Tell us a little bit more about Ethan Ewing, because he's just a shining star in my world, just seeing him early on, he's even as a world junior champ.
Yeah, look, Ethan, he's sort of been a prodigy child. I mean, as soon as he came onto tour, there was big expectations. There's a few little sniffs going on, possibly we'll come back to that point. Looks like Liam.
Here we go, O'Brien. Couple of pumps off the bottom, quick snap off the top. Liam O'Brien zooming off the bottom, slashing off the top. Triple pump to the bottom turn, throws a little tail there for variety in the foam. Carve back into the whitewater, skips that section through the lip. One more snap, working it down the line. Nice flow from Liam O'Brien. Inside, punts a nice tidy air reverse to finish. Ethan Ewing slashing off the top there. Great rail control for Ewing. More sharp rail game for Double E. Working his way down the line. Nice slide there. Variety swivels off the bottom, combos it up. Ewing looking like he's surfing on a whole nother speed. Unfortunately, pushes a little too hard for the finish, Peter.
A lot of similarities between these two surfers, but I will say Ethan Ewing is bringing a little extra spark. You can see it clearly, and especially in the transition ins and moves. He's coming out of it a little more speed. Liam, very quick, very especially off the top, whereas Ethan all the way around. He's been able to talk about his rail work, and he's expanding on that in a big way. I think there's equipment subtleties changing for him, and also the spontaneity as he brings up the tail stuff and the reverses.
Strider, what's going on right now?
Oh, we got a paddle battle. We love it. This is where we really get down on the horses and see who's going to do it. You got Little Blue on the outside. He's got the outside lean. We got Little E on the inside. He's going fast too, though. He's got the red jersey. It's just looking really tight right now. I don't even think you could pick a winner at the moment. But you know what's heavy? They got another 400 yards to go. I mean, they won't stop. We saw it earlier. It was all the way out the back, and it was just impressive to watch. The stamina. One thing that we did note from the last one of these that we saw was that the fatigue set in heavy right after. So it's something to watch, and who comes out on top, and then who's actually got the energy to keep going after.
Seems like you have it, Strider.
Yeah, I'm psyched. What can I say? It's like I have the best seat in the house. I got a floppy hat. I'm just chilling out here. This is the best thing you could possibly imagine. You got two athletes still battling. They still haven't given it to anybody yet.
Yeah, they're quiet now.
One thing about that El Salvador coffee, it is really strong. It's good. I'll give you some pep right there. Looks like Ethan Ewing's going to get priority, as he does. We'll wait for those scores to check in for both Ethan Ewing and Liam O'Brien on that exchange, Flick.
Yeah.
Catch
wow,
your breath
on that one. Yeah.
That was a great little moment there. Thanks, Strider. Yeah, look, beautiful surfing by both surfers, I think. For me, here we go. We're going to have a look at the replay. Replay of Liam's wave. Straight up into the lip there on that first turn. Backs it up again with a little bit of a drift across the lip. Throws it up for a third one. Gets the release on the fins. Nice, beautiful carve there. Down the line, transitional turn. Another one. And bringing it through to the inside here.
I think these replays are going to give us a chance to really check out the comparison. I mean, this was a complete ride, Flick, but then, and you get to see it in slow motion, some of the technique from Liam O'Brien. But what I'm interested to see is the next replays comparing it to just the pace of Ethan Ewing.
I want to, for me, just watching this first replay here, and then we'll now get to see this one. But I think the angle of the board through the cars, look how much more board is on rail.
Yeah.
Whereas Liam is going down the line, but his board stayed fairly flat. It never really got sunk in, and that's the big difference for me, because as soon as you look at Ethan and his rail work, and everybody touts how good it is. We got some live action though, Kipes.
Wow. Back to live with Liam. Layback hack. Spins the fins out. Can't get back to the open face after that turn. Here we go. Ethan Ewing.
Someone turned the switch on.
Ewing, quick off the bottom, snaps off the top. A ton of spray there. Kicks out. See that wave's running away? And he wants to hold on to priority.
Yeah, so backing to my point in regards to, the rail work and the fact that the board tilts over all the way almost 90 degrees through his arcs, whereas, the difference with Liam carrying that speed, the board's going to go faster down the line, but as soon as you start gouging that rail, you got to somehow hold that speed together, and Ethan does it better than anyone.
Interestingly enough, though, Peter, is that the judges love the connectivity of Liam O'Brien. They went excellent with that wave, an 8.6. One judge went as high as a 9. So I'm really curious to see some of the numbers set in for Ethan Ewing once that bar has been set, Flick, by Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see this score of Ethan. So many similarities, but there's a lot of differences as well. So judges probably take their time.
I will say that Liam did have a full package start to
finish. It was the connectivity
right?
from the start to finish.
But
wow.
Again, look at the score. Big difference.
These guys can
2 points.
They can. I mean, I'm a little surprised. 6.67 for Ethan Ewing. He didn't have the finish.
And again, we're watching the screen, right? So again, you watch the whole big picture. The amount of turns he was able to cover from start to finish. Ethan's was more compact, a little more higher impact, but much shorter. So I get where they went with it, but I really like the rail work that Ethan was putting together there.
All right, well, it's 12 minutes. It's time for a break right now. We're going to come back with the conclusion of this Heat 7, round 16, Surf City El Salvador Pro.
One of the biggest motivations for me is Ethan Ewing. Just watching him surf, I can relate to that type of surfing and just how precise and perfect he is in the way that he surfs. And I feel so proud that, his riding and all the work that we've done, it's actually starting to pay off. So him and getting him to a world title is what really drives me at the moment. Also, making sure Molly Picklum, she's another great talent that, helping her get to her goals. So that's one of the, and always has been one of the biggest drives for me.
A little snippet from the lineup podcast with Dave Proden. That talk with Darren Hanley of DHD Designs, that is going to drop Tuesday, wherever you get your podcasts. Here's a replay of Ethan Ewing. Darren was talking about him. We get to see him surfing right now in the replay. This happened during the break, Peter.
Yeah, again, this kid, there's been tons of waves in this heat, but I wish that every heat was this exciting because these guys are able to showcase their talents. And there are a lot more top to bottom on that wave because the ability of the wave choice. And I like what he did here.
Yeah, I do too. I think he's surfing so fast, and Darren said it in that little excerpt we heard from the lineup podcast, but he's just so precise with his timing. I mean, perfectly timed turn off the top there, and that score, 7.6.
Yeah, that 7.6 is a backup for his opening 7.83. Ethan Ewing in the lead over Liam O'Brien, and it's beautiful to watch that in slow motion. Just the whole body mechanics, the technique, and really not a lot of wasted motion when we look at the surfing from Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, he does get those double pump bottom turns, but he's able to do this little extra squirt as he's going down the face, so it almost looks like he goes into the single rail bottom turn, but he somehow gets a little extra squirt before he hits the bottom turn.
Yeah, I see that. It doesn't look two-staged though. It looks all in the flow. It's really pleasing to the eye.
And that's where he's getting these. What you're trying to do is you're trying to move water through the concave, through the bottom of the board, and that's how you're using your gas pedal, right? You get that little extra squirt, you can pump your board. And you find out where you can do that without making it look like you're, two-stage bottom turns and all of that.
And I just want to see really some numbers. And Ethan's in the lead, but I mean, I've seen a history of surfing. Sometimes surfers like Ethan Ewing, and then before him, Joel Parkinson, where they're just so silky smooth sometimes, Flick, that maybe the judges, they make it maybe look too easy.
Yeah, it's a funny thing, I guess. That's the style element, I guess, as well, Look, I personally, I love it. I love someone who's so fluid between maneuvers. The transitions are really nice and flowy. But yeah, surfing is a subjective sport, It really is.
Yeah. Well, let's analyze this whole thing, because here is our heat recap. Starting, this is the 7.83, Peter, for Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, this is the first exchange, right? And a little stuck there in the beginning part of it, but he made up for it right here as he glides over that first section, and then this is where he gets to go to work. And again, he's moving down the line on this wave because it was racing down the line, which Punta Roca does. He has that ability to dig that rail in and come out with a ton of speed, and it's hard to deny it. That's why, and I love that he's added that element to his approach here on the tour, because that's what he needs in order if he wants to win a world title.
8.6 for Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, beautiful surfing out of the top there, and nice wave selection too, drifting the fins on that one, brings it around for a carve. And look, he's sitting out there, he's in second, he's got priority, he only needs a 6.83. We all obviously know he's more than capable, dropping the highest number of the heat so far with that 8.6, and getting a little bit of progression as well at the end.
7.6, Ethan Ewing. This is the backup, Peter.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the wave where he got to the part where he could actually start going top to bottom, and oh, geez, just again gouging that rail in, somehow pulls it out and accelerates out of it. But you watch these two surf. There's a lot of similarities to these guys' styles.
Back to live action, and there we see all the scores on the screen highlighted, the top two for each surfer.
And thinking of Liam O'Brien sitting there right now at this point in time, 5 minutes to go, priority, and only needs a 6.83. It's not an easy number, but considering what he's been able to do already in this event, he'd be feeling pretty confident that's going to happen, or at least he's telling himself that in his head right now.
Well, he's already dropped the 8.60. It's the highest number of the heat, so...
It's a big number.
It is a big number.
6.83 is his need right now. Liam O'Brien, you can see, 24 years old. This is his second season on the championship tour, but really could be considered his rookie year, as he had to sit out his first year that he qualified. Oh, here he comes. Gabe Medina navigating the rocks on the way to entering the water.
Different
Medina
board.
will be up against Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, different board, right? I mean, we saw him on a different equipment earlier in the event. Now he's on that board. We've seen him ride that before. But I was going to talk about the 7.83 and the 8.6 as a comparison as well, right? There, Ethan Ewing, that number, you had that downtime outside, whereas Liam didn't have that in that wave. So, they're not separated by a full point. 3/4 of a point work on the outside. I see where it's coming from now. You're not going to agree with me, Kaipo?
I'm going to, it's 4 minutes.
move on.
And we're going to move on. And the need for Liam O'Brien is a 6.83. And that's the beautiful thing about free thinking, is that everyone is entitled to their own opinion in this entire free world, especially in surfing.
Free opinion in a free world.
3 minutes and 40 seconds again. And it is getting a little constrictive right now for Liam O'Brien. Doesn't have a big number that he needs, 6.83. But in the context of what's on offer, he's going to need a special wave, Flick.
Yeah, he is. And as history has shown today, we have had a few really quiet moments in heats. And this one started off with a bang. We saw a lot of waves caught very early. So my thoughts are it could get a little bit sleepy here towards the end, because the trend today is that the ocean has been in sort of like a pulsing thing. You know, it might be pulsing for 20 minutes, turn the tap off for 20 minutes. And right now, that horizon is looking pretty smooth.
Yeah, that's, and I guess that's why, it takes two to get through. And Liam O'Brien's got that one giant score, but excellent 8.6, but now this is pressure cooker. 2 minutes, 30 seconds counting down, Pete.
Liam O'Brien is sitting here, and I don't think he looks or feels too stressed, although that clock ticking, you can feel it in your head. But right now, you're just sitting there going, come on. And if you have a wave chant or something like that you can bring to the table, I only use it occasionally, but I do have one.
Go ahead.
No. I'm not giving away my secrets. No, there's. It's funny because there is a mantra you can use.
Be careful. You might use that mantra, and you might get some sort of beast coming at you that you might not want. If you use Pete Mel's wave mantra.
Right. Well, 2 minute warning now, and inevitably, well, not inevitably, I'm hoping that Liam O'Brien has at least another swing at it to get that score, Felicity.
Yeah, I do too. But I think Ethan's probably sitting out there with the opposite thoughts.
Yeah.
I think Ethan, look, I just got to look at it from both perspectives here. Ethan sitting there in second priority if a set comes through. He's got to force the factor here. He's got to force Liam to go and hopes that it's a two-wave set so that he can answer back behind.
It's an interesting strategy in this situation too. As Ethan, what does he do if he had his teeth out early, but right now this is a passive approach, right?
He's giving him a lot of space.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen in this situation before, to your point, Pete, and in the surfer under priority, get close to the priority surfer, maybe even paddle around them, just try to rattle him some way. But Ethan just giving a good distance and just letting Liam do his thing.
No, but yeah, maybe he's feeling a little guilty about going and sliding underneath him for that first wave.
Well, now that he's sitting in the lead, he is like, okay, now I won't go so hard because I know I'm in the lead. I don't know.
But some people, some people just will continue with the tactics even under priority. It just shows to me that both of these guys are just gentlemen surfers.
I feel like the second wave has enough time to get here.
Looks like there's two approaching.
Here we go. Decision time. Priority with Liam O'Brien. First one, nobody wants that one. Second wave, maybe opportunity. Down to just 20 seconds. This one's going to hit the cobblestones in time for a takeoff. And Liam O'Brien can turn the heat right now. 15 seconds on the countdown. O'Brien obviously uses his priority. Little downtime here. Comes around the corner. Easy carve back into the pocket. Wave stands up here. Slash and turn for Liam O'Brien. Layback hack. This score is for O'Brien's taking. He needs to just complete it. On his way. Gets the finish. 6.83, and I'm just going to go to an expert like Peter Mel. What do you think?
Yeah, no, you almost feel like when it gets there, right? And that initial tail free snap after the third, nice off the top. You felt like it's going to be there, and pretty confident that he's going to get the number.
Wow, are we going to see another surfer that is above that final 5 cut line at this event eliminated from competition? Flick, here's the replay. Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, so composed on this wave. I mean, quite a bit of pressure, but he seems so cool, calm, and collected. Nice sort of cut back there to set up this move. wave steepens up here and jams it in the pocket, releases the fins, and another nice slash there. Wow.
That was the slam dunk.
That was it.
Yeah, the slam dunk on the tail waft for sure. Good finish too. I mean, his legs would have been jelly as he stood up, right? And he's like looking down the line, going, hoping to gosh that you get a rhythm going. And sure enough, he did get the rhythm. And that turn right there was, that was the slam dunk. It said, "Thank you very much. I'll take this heat from you, Mr. Ethan Ewing."
Wham bam, thank you, man.
Got this wave with 15 seconds on the clock. So that is a late charge by the surfer from Burley Heads.
Clutch. And we've seen a couple heats have these opportunities here. I love that it happened for him because that is like you're sitting there, you're sitting in the ninth inning, whatever you can compare it to that moment.
To have an opportunity. And that's a physical and mental test for Liam O'Brien to hold it together and put that performance through. It's not done yet, though. We have no indication as of yet of the score. Judges are still watching. It's an important score, a 6.83. Ethan Ewing wants to know, am I going to the quarterfinals, or is this my last dance at Punta Roca?
We'll say Ethan Ewing, he does like to ride glass fins. There's no foam core inside of them, so it has a little different flex. Maybe that's an element that he likes to add. That you don't see a lot of that because they're extra weight. They're not light. But they do have a cool flex to them. Judges taking their time, aren't they?
They're looking at replays right now up in the judges' tower before assigning the score. It's a really important score, obviously, in the context of the heat. This is going to decide on who's going into the quarterfinals, this final wave score. So we'll take another look at it
to me,
as
it's
the judges
easy,
contemplate.
Could I be wrong here, Flick? I mean, I don't understand.
Wow. It's happened before.
This is true. It happens a lot to me.
Well, two beautiful carves out of the top there, straight up into that jam in the pocket, followed by another little carve, and it was that moment there. I just really loved that little bit of progressive element coming through to the inside, finishes strong, and very cool, calm, and collected with only 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Flick.
How about the 6.67 there to look at for number 2? You can kind of have that as a comparison. Where does that fit in?
It's going to come one judge below, a 6.93. He barely gets it.
Wow.
Liam O'Brien on to the quarterfinals.
Split decision. That was literally a split decision. 3-2.
It was actually a 3-2 under.
Yeah,
and
but the average is
because
high
the
enough.
other guys went so high that it was he got it. So talk about down to the wire. That was a close heat.
That was a close heat, though. I will give it that. I mean, you think about it, that's splicing hairs all the way through that one. And great surfing by both those surfers. The fact that Liam got the opportunity at the end was really cool.
AJ, let's pick it up.
Liam, you just found out that you got the score necessary to make it to the quarterfinals. Give me your initial reaction.
Yeah, a bit of disbelief. It was always going to be a really hard hit against Ethan. He's one of the best surfers out here at the moment, so I knew I had to get good waves. And yeah, that last one, wasn't quite sure what I was going to do. It kind of went fat, but I knew I needed to go. And luckily enough, it bowled up on the inside and gave me a bit of love at the end.
As the time is winding down, you know you have one opportunity. How did you manage the pressure so you could perform on that final opportunity?
I was just trying to breathe and just keep myself together. But yeah, I didn't even know if it was going to come or not. I was just hoping and wishing that a wave would pop up, just give me a chance at least. And yeah, fortunately it did. So yeah, pretty happy.
How much confidence are you carrying into this next round?
I don't know. I haven't been too confident this whole comp. I'm just trying to catch good waves because I feel like I'm getting out surfed by pretty much everyone. So I'm just trying to put together good heats and then let the rest be. So far it's worked.
You didn't get out surfed today. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
All right, when we return, last team of the round of 16 for the men, it's going to be Gabriel Medina versus Baron Mamiya. We'll be right back. How beautiful is this? Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. The lines at Punta Roca, beautifully drawing down this right-hand point. Gabriel Medina and Baron Mamiya out in the water, doing battle for the last spot in the quarterfinals for the men. I'm Kaipo, along with Felicity Palmentier and Peter Mel. We're going to start off here. Replay, Gabe Medina. Peter, this happened during the break.
Yeah, well, we see that the score is not huge, so we don't expect absolute fireworks, but maybe we're going to see him go above the lip and fall.
Baron Mamiya flick on this replay, his opening ride.
Yeah, nice snap out of the pocket there. Bit of transitional rail work to get through to this next section. Snaps it up one more time. Fin release there on the third section. Another fin release. And it's linking together a series of nice maneuvers, going for a bit of progression there at the end. Oh, not quite over yet. Couple more hits.
A lot of work there. He got a 6-point ride for this opening wave. Slow motion. You can see the technique of Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, you see that top turn now, there's no just off the top anymore. It's literally fin chucks all the way across, right? And that's the equipment, the rockers and the changes in all that equipment over time and the styles. And we always are seeing, progression of surfing getting better and better. And a lot of that work is above the lip and drifts across, but then also keeping that board in the water and driving through these moves. Also, this tile with the nose pick reverse. Every single, he did showcase a bit of variety there. Those tail chucks were kind of similar in the beginning part of the wave. And the number reflects that he had to kind of work for that wave, and it wasn't an easy wave to ride. 6.0. That's his gift for that.
23-year-old Baron Mamiya from the North Shore of Oahu, second season on the championship tour, has the distinction of a wild card, winning a CT event. And that set the precedent for Baron Mamiya in his 2022 season and his qualification for the championship tour. Since then, there has been changes to the rule book in which wildcards will not get those points. But Baron Mamiya did set the precedent that, hey, look, it's possible. And so things had to get adjusted because Baron Mamiya didn't have to surf through the Challenger Series. He came out, got the wild card, got another wild card over at Sunset, and then continued through mid-season cut in 2022. And here he is in 2023, coming into this event number 18 on the leaderboard. Speaking of the leaderboard on the championship tour, we've had a change on the leaderboard with some eliminations, as we can tell right here. Griffin Colapinto still in the mix. Felipe Toledo still in the mix. But grayed out are our top 10 who have been eliminated from competition, Peter.
7 of the top 10 are out, and that is huge because we still have 3 more events after this. And that means that someone sitting below there is getting an opportunity. Those guys.
Things are going to tighten up.
It's so cool. It's going to make things very interesting, and I love it.
This guy wants the opportunity. Coming in at number 6 on the leaderboard, Gabriel Medina. Look at that open air in front of Medina right now, Flick. He can move up the leaderboard. I mean, give him a 10,000 points. That's what you get for a win over here. And he is vaulting up the rankings.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity now. That's just incredible that 7 of the top 10 are out. Going into the last few events of the year, that makes it very, very exciting. There's a lot of surfers there with the ability to now, because of that, jump up into that final 5 position. So it's going to make for some very exciting next few events.
It sure is. Gabriel Medina, however, needs to get past Baron Mamiya. Mamiya with the early advantage over Gabe Medina. Medina, 17 CT wins. Just won his 17th this year. On your side of the Big Island of Australia, Margaret Rivers, that was a convincing victory there. The west side is the best side. West is best.
West is best, mate. Yes.
I agree with you.
Yeah, he did. Gabriel won, and it was a bit of an emotional win for Gabe over there. I think a realization of, I've got this again, and obviously he took a year off there and coming back and winning at Margaret River and just surfing so strong on his backhand, stringing together such powerful maneuvers there on the right, and yeah, didn't have an easy opponent either. So yeah, coming out with a win there, looking to make the quarters here, and especially with that room to move on the board now.
Yeah, quarters in at the Surf Ranch for Gabe Medina. That win at Margaret River, but before that, this season was a shocker from just ninth place all the way down the line, Pete, before that victory over at Margaret River.
Yeah, and other world champions that had a rough start to the season, Italo Ferreira, but into the quarterfinals right now. He sits at number 11. Connor O'Leary looking to get himself back into a top 10, even to, and he's still involved in this event. And even further down the rankings, Kanoe Igarashi, number 17, was in the Final 5, was in the Rip Curl WSL Finals last year. Needs huge results here, but this is a golden opportunity. Could find his way up there.
Here comes Barron. Second wave from Mamiya. He's up, out. And with that, I'm going to go to Mitchell Salazar for more on Barron Mamiya.
Yeah, well, we talk about the prodigal son of Hawaii. Won his first CT event as a wildcard last season. Qualified to the championship tour, as you were saying, Kaipo. But there's been a Hawaiian dominance here in the past. In 2011, Ezekiel out of 4-star QS. Came out as a champion. In 2012, Hank Gaskell, Hana Hank, was ending up a champion. Alessa Quazon was a runner-up to a 6-star event here on the QS side for the women. And overall, right now, we look at Barron Mamiya and the rise that he's had. We can also say the same thing for Gabriel Magina and what he's had overall in his career as Barron up and riding right now. Seems like he's off to a good wave strider. What do you like about this one?
I love that straight air. I couldn't hang on to it, but Barron has got so many variations of lip line turns and aerials and just his full package. And these waves have a lot of power in them. I think that's why the Hawaiians might be doing so good out here. His flow out here has been insane. We've watched him take waves apart. So he can give the judges a good look at so many different styles of turns and technical sides of surfing, plus a big power gouge, which is pretty impressive to watch from him. And uncharacteristically in this heat, Medina caught the first wave, but came unstuck. So, that was something that we weren't ready for. We thought maybe we'd see Medina going above the lip, going vertical as he always does on his opening ride. So maybe just got to regain composure for him.
Thanks, Strider. I just want to quantify when we went through that list of winners out here at Punta Roca. Those are QS events. This is the second CT event. Last year was the inaugural year for the championship tour to come here, the world's best, and this is the second year here, and we're happy to be back at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. But I need to fairly lay down that comparison, Peter.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And it's different formats.
And different cast of characters. I mean, this is the top of the peak right here. This is the world's best. And speaking of the world's best, 3-time world champ needs to get busy. He only has a 2.67 in his scoreline right now.
It's not like there's a whole lot he can get busy on there, Kipes. I know he needs to, but he doesn't think he needs to know that. And this is what we've been. Last heat, right? It was just nonstop. Bang, 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 and sure enough, we're going to be going through these heats. We've sat through 2 restarts, Kipes. Remember that? That was only about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, and we're definitely not getting a restart now.
We're not going to say that R word.
Yeah, we're not going to. Well, the clock's ticking. We got waves ridden, so now. And actually, that's a great point, actually, that we can expand upon, because now this is a 18-minute heat for Gabriel Medina.
Yep, it really is. I think back to what I think I was saying it in the last heat, but I feel like the ocean has pulses throughout the day, and right now it seems like someone has turned the tap off. Maybe a couple of little lines approaching, nothing very solid.
We're taking a break. While there's a lull, we'll be back with more action. Gabe Medina, Barron Mamiya. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. And by ToeCash, the official payment app of the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Back at Punta Roca, Gabe Medina up and riding. Here we go with Majins. Snapped on the backhand, skips over that rock section, builds up some speed. Highline float to clear that section, cannot find any open face. So he will continue to search for a score. Baron Mamiya with the advantage right now over Gabriel Medina. 15 minutes and 15 seconds. Kaipo along with Felicity Palmatier and Peter Mel on the call.
Looking at the rocks, Kaipo, that tide is low, and positioning on where you sit when those set waves come, it feels like the outside portion is a good place to be, but on the smaller waves, almost feels like you need to be a little bit wide. Example there, that Gabriel Medina taking off on that wave, thought he was going to have no problem get down the line, but it ran so quick. Saw the rock bubbles coming up under his board, but he's going right back to that position once again. But a pair of 2.67s for his troubles right here. He does not want to lose this opportunity, sitting just outside the final 5.
Well, live rankings, he's at 5th right now.
Yeah, okay. Well, then he's in the final 5, but does not want to see.
Exactly.
I mean, this is a golden opportunity to gain ground.
It is a huge opportunity. And this is going to be a test for the resilience, Flick, of Gabe Medina.
Yeah, it will be. I think still now, we said he had an 18-minute heat before. Now he's got a 14-minute heat. And here he is, up and riding.
Piled up the point. Let's see what he's got. Slash on the backhand. Holds it off the bottom. Slash again for Medina. Kicks the tail. Looks down the line. One more time. Vert to the lip there. You know he's looking for a ramp. Searching for something. And just a forced tail throw and an unlikely incomplete finish. Meanwhile, Baron Mamiya looking smooth on the forehand. Mamiya, a couple of snaps. And throws it away, and that was unfortunate for Baron Mamiya because he really could have put Gabe Medina in a corner with a completion.
Okay, is there going to be a bit of a battle here? Well, no, he got quickly up on his board. Smart by Baron to do that. Does he feel like that number is going to get close to the 6-point ride, even with the fall at the end? No, probably not. It could be mid-4s, something like that. But yeah, this is going to be a funny one towards the end here because the scores aren't going to be real high. So anything can happen, right?
Such a grindy heat and such a contrast to the last heat where we saw Liam O'Brien, 2-wave total of 15.53. Ethan Ewing losing with a 15.43. That was just, 30 minutes ago. That's less than 30 minutes ago. And now these guys are scrapping for a couple of waves. Replay here, Flick. Gabe Medina needs a 5.17 on this one.
Yeah, look, 2 nice carves straight out of the lip there. Back up into the lip, throwing a lot of spray, and you can see he shifts his front forward a little bit further on the board. He's kind of had I think he was in 2 minds there, He was trying to set up for air, but then obviously that didn't eventuate. But behind him, Baron, just looking silky smooth, stringing together a nice amount of turns there, but I'm coming unstuck on that last aerial maneuver. And I think what you said, Kipes, he had the opportunity there to really close out on Gab, but the door is still very much open.
Yep, open to the amount of a 4.24. Gabe Medina now, that all the numbers are in, needs a 5.24. Again, Medina needs that 5.24. You can see it in the needs column there. Last score for Baron Mamiya, 3.4. 4.17, even with the incomplete from Gabe Medina. Priority to Baron Mamiya with the blue jersey and 88 on his back, representing the 808. That's the area code for Hawaii. Let's take a look at our men's bracket. We got one more spot to fill in the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at it.
Love the look of quarter number 1. Ian Gentile, first quarterfinal on the championship tour. Italo Ferreira trying to pick up the pace and get himself back in that final 5 picture.
What about quarter 2? That's a heater. Felipe Toledo and Kanoa Igarashi coming up there. And then, of course, whoever wins in this heat will face Liam O'Brien in quarter number 4, Flick.
Yeah, all really exciting quarters. I'm looking forward to Griffin v Connor. Contrast there, Goofy v Natural. I think obviously Griff's wearing the yellow jersey, but to me, Connor looks like he's on point on at Punta Roca. I feel like his timing's been impeccable. So some really good, exciting quarterfinals coming up to look forward to.
That's right, and we're getting into those quarterfinals this afternoon, going out into the water with Strider Wasilukisi.
Well, we're going to just call this one as Gabriel paddles in. He's got himself a little nugget. He's looking for some scores. He's got to stack up some hits. He's got a nice little flow on this one. He's going to look like he's winding up for a big backside 3 and comes up short. This is just so uncharacteristic. You know, that little bit of wind chip coming down the wave has it created a fast-flowing wave. It's really hard to keep up with, and we've seen Gabriel struggle throughout this heat because of it.
You know, Strider, what do you think about Gabe and what's going on out there? It looks like he's on a different surfboard in this heat than he rode in the last heat to success.
Well, I think what it is we got a different surface, right? The face is a little ruffled. You've got a different playing field. You got a lower tide, faster running waves. The waves aren't pacing the way the backsiders like it. They like it a little slower, right? So they can come off the bottom, square up, bang, come back down, and repeat. But right now he's having to kind of do quick hits in transition, try to get down the line, and then go for that big finishing move, which unfortunately he was a little late to the party again on that one. And, you know, we're just back to the grind. I mean, we're in a grindy situation, and there's beauty in the grind. You know, we watched Griffin Colapinto and his heat, and he was just behind, you know. Seth had him in the corner, opened up with a 7, was looking beautiful, but he grinded his way back in for the win to keep that jersey on his back. And that's something, you know, right now that Gabriel's trying to do. He's trying to grind his way back into this thing so that he can advance and put himself higher on that top 5 list, and that's what he's looking for. But Barron looking pretty solid with priority out the back. If a good one comes, he's going to boost.
Thank you, Strider, and I love your quote. There's beauty in the grind. 9 minutes right now. Gabe Medina needing that 5.24. Gabe Medina sitting under the priority of Baron Mamiya. Big challenge, Pete.
Yes, it is. But, you know, hey, world champion, right? He had this situation before in his lifetime. Gosh, I remember my first experience watching Gabe, King of the Groms, France. Kyle Belli was in that event. Ramsey Bookham, and they were just little toe-headed Groms, and this kid put on a display that I've never seen anybody at that age ever do. Very surprising, but incredible. And then went on a tear, got himself on tour, and then ended up winning 2 events in his rookie season. I remember that was like we had a mid-season advancement or something. I can't remember exactly how it worked out, but he got on halfway through the tour, right, and ended up winning an event that season as a rookie. Which is cool. I mean, incredible, to be honest.
Yeah, I came on the scene in the second half of 2011.
Thank
when
you.
we had that mid-season
That's your job
cut.
to clarify all this for me. Thank
sure.
you.
He came on the scene in the second half of 2011 when we had that mid-season cut in that format. Then 2012 was his rookie year. He's established himself since then, gone on to 3 world titles, and probably I feel like the most pivotal moment for Gabe Medina. He's still got a lot in front of him, but I think 2014, that first world title, is really what ignited that Brazilian storm, Felicity.
Oh, for sure. I think, I mean, we had Adriano de Souza before that, and I think Gab probably took a lot of inspiration from there, but once he started, I mean, he was almost unstoppable. He was just he's still so good, and inspiration for Felipe, for Italo, and here we go, Baron.
Baron utilizing priority here. Easy carve to start. Foam from the rock in front of him. He just banks off of that. Looking down the line. Wave speeding off, like Strider alluded to. It's peeling really fast down the point. So he's just chasing this wave and continues to chase, sticking with it. More chasing going on. A little forced re-entry there and gets the finish, but looked like Baron Mamiya was chasing the whole wave. Gabe Medina on the backhand, floats to make that section. Slashes, wave slows down just a bit for Medina, and Medina exploits the wave with some big backhand slashes. Powerful back foot pressure coming off the tail there, throwing tons of spray. Medina surfing with a sense of urgency here. Vert for the finish.
I think we're going to maybe see a paddle battle here, because I was actually interested, is Gabby going to pull this wave a little bit shorter, knowing that if he did, he could make it back out the back and get priority because, here we go, paddle battle on.
This is going to be a good one from the drone angle. And, you know, who can hang? I know that one thing that Barron does is that volume-wise in his surfboards is low for him, right? Yeah. For a guy his size, whereas Gabe, I feel like he's got higher volume. So ultimately, you'd think that he'd use that to his advantage.
He's gaining on him. Look at Gabe Medina is gaining on Barron Mamiya right now in this paddle battle.
And look at how fast his arms are spinning comparatively to Gabe's. You know, more efficient, but he's still got some ground to gain if he's going to try and get priority. Because in this situation right now, you know, if they're tied, they're going to give it to get Barron because he rode the first wave in the exchange. Right, if it's kind of close, but looks like Gabe's going to back off, and in a way, it's probably smart because, again, we've already surfed in this kind of heat. You don't want to cook yourself. You know, you want to be able to perform on the wave when you get it.
Yeah, Gabe easing off right here. He's going to concede the priority to Barron Mamiya. Looks like we got some lines up the point. These guys aren't going to get to this one in time. A couple more lines formulating as well. Still waiting for scores for both Barron Mamiya as well as Gabe Medina.
This one, maybe a little one behind it.
Medina. Quick to take this wave. Doesn't even want to wait for priority. Air. Full rotation. Puts it down. Pokes the nose. Goes incomplete.
I don't even know if that was going to be enough, but I love what this is doing. It's putting a lot of pressure on Gabe, but that means he's going to have to do that kind of stuff. And that's exciting for all of us watching.
Super exciting. 4 minutes on the clock. Scores still waiting for both Barron and Gabe. Here we go, replay. This last attempt, wasting no time, just wanting to keep busy.
So this right here was a previous wave on the replay. This is a 6.33 for Gabriel Medina. He has taken the lead, but we're still waiting for another score for Barron Mamiya. So the math isn't all done yet, but look at this. 6.33 Gabe Medina. And I know it's a cliche, but I'm going to say it anyway. He manufactured that score.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. It wasn't the highest of quality waves, but I mean, compared to what we've seen in this heat, it is the best number of the heat, just by a 0.33.
This is the throwaway for Gabe Medina. He's just going to get a small score for this one.
But I mean, you figure if he pulls that one off, he improves on that 4.17, and again, puts the pressure back on to Barron Mamiya.
We're still waiting for this score right here. A 4.51 on this wave would give Barron Mamiya the lead back. So this is something to analyze, Pete.
It is something to analyze, but not a lot of work done yet. Just that little punch of the foam and the float and the wave still chasing. A lot of that.
Yeah.
You know, a good score to look at. It's a 4.17. But well, he packs it in here. Man, it's close.
Couple on the finish. And gets a 3.73. Not enough for Barron Mamiya. Now Gabe Medina takes control. Gabe Medina again. Here he goes. Eyeing up down the line. Backside straight air. Backside ollie, but that's all he's going to get.
Looks like more lines as well coming. So.
Oh, how would it be a big scramble at the end here? Especially when you look at the numbers needed. I mean, a 4.51, you know, that's one big turn, one big error. Barron's got that in his arsenal. In a set wave, you know, all of a sudden you can see an 8-point caliber wave come in the last couple minutes.
Strider, what you seeing?
I'm seeing a little bump on the horizon. I heard something you don't want to hear from Medina when he fell on that air, and now we got Mamiya trying to back it up right here. Let's see what he's got. He's going to flow into this one. He's got some speed right in front of him. Little float off the top, little transition. Quick hit right there, coming to the inside corner. He's going to throw the tail right there. He's going to try and make pace with this wave. So far, just a couple of taps. Nothing consequential, but some good quick hits. Bang, throws the tail out, trying to throw it around on the inside. He's going to try and get momentum right here. Can he get enough down the line to get above the lip to finish?
Strider.
He liked it. He gave himself a pump.
He needs a 4.51. Did he get it?
Woo, I don't know, man. That's right on the line, because there wasn't a lot of big maneuvers on that wave. There wasn't anything that really I went, whoa, and that's something that, you need to give something to the judges. And when it's kind of teetering between the two, it can go either way. We've seen the judges make some heavy calls up there. They're going to have to make another one right now.
Yeah, we're taking another look at it, Flick. Talk us through this one and your thoughts. 4.51 is the need.
Look, floated to start, followed by these 3 snaps here. Beautiful timing, releases the fins. Another one. Look, he did everything he could on this wave. He really, really did.
A couple judges are giving it to him right now. Numbers are coming through. Looking good so far. 5-point ride for Baron Mamiya. He retakes the lead. He's getting the news right now from the beach announcers. 40 seconds for Gabriel Medina to answer back.
Watch
Medina needing a 4.67. Waves are coming through here.
It's coming for him.
Take it away, Pete.
No, go, son.
Medina. Nice hook on the backhand. One more. Just needs a 4.67. He's almost there. Oh, no. Does not get into the open face. 2 snaps and a float. Is that a 4.67?
I would say no. You gotta slam dunk that thing. That didn't happen. Bit of
We're gonna wait for
frustration there.
scores.
You feel like there's a chance? I don't see it happening, but that was wild. What a wild finish again. Baron, still a little tentative, right? Thinking in his mind, do I do it? Do I have this win? Do I have a quarterfinal?
Here we go. Look at this replay of Gabe's last wave. 2 pretty well-timed turns there. Throws it up for that lip line. And see the desperation just trying to get around that section.
The judges are coming underneath right now. Slow motion, 4.33 for this effort that we're watching. And there is the spread by all of our judges. That is not enough. Gabriel Medina eliminated from competition. And Baron Mamiya finds his way into the quarterfinals where he will face Liam O'Brien.
That was nuts. What a finish. I mean, you think, there's the opportunity like Liam had. I mean, every heat's been, look at how happy is that kid.
Women's quarterfinals in the water. Tyler Wright, Gabriella Bryant, when we return.
Ladies and gentlemen, surf fans from all over the world, get excited. It's quarterfinals time. Here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. We're going to go straight into quarterfinal 1. This is going to be awesome. You got Tyler Wright versus Gabriella Bryan, quarterfinal 2. Picklum versus Gilmore. Carissa Moore will go up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Unfortunately, in quarterfinal 4, Caroline Marks got the news that Tatiana Weston-Webb had to bow out of competition. unfortunate finish due to illness there for Tatiana. But what we have here is 3 stellar quarterfinals. Power v power in this first one. It's going to be a really solid matchup for all of us to enjoy. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. All day long, the Waves have provided, right? We've seen fireworks across the board, and I feel like we're starting to see a little bit more clarity on the men's side of the draw about who will be in our quarters, semis, and finals. Baron Mamiya just took out Gabriel Medina. Bracket buster on my fantasy team.
Yeah.
But a great performance by Baron Mamiya to get through one of the best to ever do it. Speaking of one of the best to ever do it, Tyler Wright, currently ranked number 2 in the world. She's got a strong surfer on her hands now in Gabriella Bryan, but here we go. Tyler Wright, this is straight off the buzzer.
And she's just been gaining momentum throughout the event so far, Chris. Deep bottom turn straight into the layback, patented maneuver right there by Tyler Wright into the lip line afterwards. Combination of strong maneuvers to start this wave off. Nearly gets caught behind this wave, mix it around it, and has some more green face to work with. Beautiful strong turn right there. Brings it all the way around, even slid the fins a little bit. That Pizel board looks good underneath her feet. And look at this opening turn. The sequence of maneuvers right here goes from the layback, real nice and tight in the pocket right there. And then as you see right here, she just follows the same line, uses one bottom turn to go straight into the second major maneuver in a very critical section right here, straight into the lip line. As good as it gets. Look at the projection that she had right there, moving down the line, the amount of spray, the commitment, the power, had everything in that one, Chris. It seems like she's going to drop a very large score to start things off.
Watch out, Gabriella Bryan. She had a gem of her own. You could hear the hoots and hollers coming off the beach. What a great opening exchange.
Yeah, and especially for the 20-year-old from Kauai as well. I mean, she's the only surfer out of this heat that has actually competed here before at the CT level. Great stuff. Awesome use of the rails. And as you see right here, this wave just unfortunately shouldering off on the inside. I was able to fit in a few more maneuvers. Great indication of things to come in this heat too, Chris, because we saw in the last heat not a lot of consistency with the sets. And how was that closeout re-entry right there? A lot of power by Gabby Bryan. A very close opening exchange with the scores, Chris.
That's right. This is a bona fide clash of the surfing titans. Tyler Wright comes through with an 8-point ride. Gabriella Bryan keeping the pace with a 7.83. So mirror images across these score lines. Gabriella Bryan just edged out by Tyler Wright. This is an exciting matchup because I feel like we're looking at 2 of the most powerful surfers on the Women's Championship Tour. So this right here, this is going to be lights out surfing all day long. 30-minute heat. Only, what, a few minutes gone by, or 35-minute heats. So only a few minutes gone by. We still have nearly 30 minutes left in this quarterfinal heat number 1. And with big numbers like that dropping in, they're already free now to be a little bit more selective with the waves that they're going to ride. That was a big set to start. I mean, one of the bigger sets we've seen. So I think the tide is now in our favor, starting to push in. Going to fill the gap up, fill this water up a little bit, and hopefully add to the consistency of the sets that are coming through.
Very hard wave to read, I can tell you that from experience, both competing and just free surfing. And having both surfers here on the forehand, Chris, great experience from Gabriella Bryan last year. She did lose in the elimination round, but as of right now, Tyler Wright with the first excellent score of the heat and the first excellent score of the quarters. Standard is being set right now in the first 7 minutes of this heat.
We got 28:26 on the clock. Look like any waves coming in right now. Surfers can take a breath, and we can go down to the glass where Baron Mamiya is with AJ McCord.
Baron, a tightly contested heat. What is going through your mind in that last exchange? You take a wave, you see Gabe take off on a wave. Take us inside it.
Yeah, that was a grindy one. I had a heat with him at Bell's, and it was basically the same thing. He won the heat. He had like 2 5s, but it was super grindy. But yeah, I was just like, I kind of knew like, okay, I couldn't hear really anything because I was like so adrenaline out and just like, I was basically paddle battling myself back out. I looked behind, he was just like, oh, you're gonna get the priority. So I was just paddle battling myself out there, and then I got out the back and I was like, oh, okay. And then I heard he got a score, and I was like, yeah, I'll probably need around a 4-ish, like mid 4. So then I took off on that wave, and I kind of almost like babied it too hard. And then I was like, oh, I try to rip it now. And I came to inside and did a few little turns, and then I was like, okay, I think that should be good. And then I turn around, and I hear the score come out, and then I see him take off on a wave, and I was just like, oh, and I splashed water because like, oh, I was like, he only needs a 4.6, it's Medina, you know he's gonna get it. I seen 2 huge fans of water, and then I went over the wave, and then I didn't see him. I was like, oh. And then, yeah, the score came out, it was a 4.3, it was short, and I made the heat.
Yes, you did. On to your second quarterfinals of this season. How important was it for you to get into this next round?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I feel like I've just been battling with like myself at the end of the day in my heats, and I just, you know, I feel like this is a big momentum shifter for me. You know, I've always kind of in a way been like scared to come up to guys like that. Although I've always played scenarios in my mind, like me coming up against them, like, and just like what it's going to take to beat them and stuff. And, you know, to finally beat someone at like that caliber, you know, Medina's like one of the greatest surfers of all time in our sport. And it was just, you know, insane to be out there and feel the energy and, yeah, get a heat win. It was, over him was insane.
How much confidence does it give you going into the next round?
Yeah, for sure. It gives me lots of confidence. Hopefully the waves turn on and I cannot be as jittery on my waves. But yeah, you know, it's I'm just super stoked to keep making heats and, yeah, keeping the dream alive.
As you should be. We'll see you in the next round.
Right on. Thank you, guys.
And before that heat started, and Baron addressed it there, you would have thought there would have been a better chance at a Oasis reunion with Baron beating Gabriel. But guess what? Things are in motion. Baron Mamiya peaking at the right time.
Yep.
Everything went his way in that heat. An 11-point total, so not the biggest number of the day, but it was enough to take down one of the greats of our sport. So I think we all learned some respect on Baron Mamiya's name.
For real.
He is definitely a rising star, and you know, he said it. One big win against a surfer of that caliber in that fashion, that can be a huge momentum shifter.
100%, and especially when you come from the Hawaiian Islands where the waves are so good, you can go, you know, inner island, go surf different kinds of waves, depending on the swells and the seasons. But he's one of those surfers that wants to go out and pursue being one of the world's best surfers, and he believes in himself to be the world's best surfer eventually one of these years. Still very young, in his early 20s, but you got to take a win regardless of how you get it. 11 points, if that's enough to beat a 3-time world champion like Medina at a wave like this, where you had a semifinal performance last year at this same venue, congratulations to you. You're doing stuff very well, Chris.
Yeah, no doubt. And you know, he didn't have the wonder walls to work with that we've seen, you know, in some of the heats, including the beginning of this one. But you know, he didn't look back in anger. He is moving forward into the quarterfinals now. So for Mamiya, you know, he's probably looking down the landscape of the quarterfinals, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the big names are out. John Florence, Kelly Slater, Gabriel Medina, Zhao Chianca.
Yep.
So he's got to be feeling good about kind of where he's sitting on that mountain as he looks across some of the names that he potentially be coming up with. He's in contention.
Yeah. He does have to face off against Ethan Ewing, and to quote Nirvana, there will be something in the way. But overall, great performance by him earlier this event, and in this round specifically. Here's Gabby now with the answer back to the 8-point ride of Tyler.
Not much there for Gabriella Bryan, but she did have second priority. Now Tyler Wright uses her first priority spot. She doesn't like it either.
Well, I love that we're sprinkling in the music references, because I feel like music is a huge part of an athlete's life. And earlier today, you were asking, you know, what Kanoa was listening to. Most of the time, he's typically listening to Bad Bunny. I would think that a lot of these women out there are probably listening to some variations of different music. I know Betty Lou really loves Beyonce. Wouldn't be surprised to see her pump that up before her heat. Don't know what Tyler would be listening to. Maybe Metallica, Chris?
She surfs like she's listening to heavy metal.
Yep.
Like that. That right there. Power surfing. With a quick jam, getting things going down the line here. She's staying right in the pocket of this wave. And utilizing every critical section coming her way. Gets around this section again. Hard slash right back to the whitewater. Still going. Watch out. There's a dry rock popping up right there. Different type of rock and roll for Tyler Wright. She surfed that wave so well. All the way from the jump. She stood right up, got involved, speed burst on the takeoff. Agree with you that that Peisel surfboard under her feet is just looking like the perfect choice for today. Great read on this one.
No, and the initial turn too, fully commits to that rail, uses the layback to her advantage. Second snap in the pocket, more of a setup, and then really gets to work right here on the inside. Whack all the way around. I mean, to be able to use that speed that well in that section and then bring it once again all the way around to finish. Was looking for the one re-entry right there on the closeout, but literally right on the rocks. But the outside surfing, just fantastic, Chris. Spectacular. Really love the combination, and especially this turn right here. Fully lays it on rail. And that turn right there, ladies and gentlemen, is so hard to do because your body's moving down the line and you're using your board to go back into the power source. Redirected once again, uses the floater as a transitional turn, and eventually when she gets back to the open face, wraps it all the way around, slides the fins even. So some good variation presented there, and this is turning out to be one of the best performances I've seen all season long by Tyler Wright.
She's doing it at the right time, you know. Sitting in that top five, in that final five picture right now. She's just dropped a 7.17. Look at that heat total, 15.17. That's huge. That'll get her through any heat of this event, but do not discount the capabilities of Gabrielle O'Brien. You know, she's sitting on a 7.83, which is bigger than Tyler Wright's 7.17, her second score there. So for Gabriella, needing a 7.35, I mean, she already knows what that feels like. She knows what that wave needs to look like. And she's so powerful, and she's become such a consistent threat in every heat that she surfs. You know, I'm surprised she's not up in the final five picture yet. But just like the men's side of the draw, the women's side of the draw, fielding some unpredictable quarterfinal heats here. So I think that the rest of this event is going to be very telling as to what we'll be looking for through the rest of the season here. So with 20 minutes on the clock, Gabrielle O'Brien paddling into the pocket of this one, and she's not going to take it. And we're wondering what the look and feel is like from the channel. Thankfully, we've got Strider Wasilewski out there.
Yeah, you know, I love the fact that Gabrielle Bryant just pulled the e-brake on that wave right there, realizing that it was a smaller wave, was running off on that inside, you know, kind of low tide with all those rocks and everything exposing itself. You really need to find one of those waves that they both had at the beginning of this heat. Those bigger sets that move outside of the rocks and really give you the opportunity to lay into that corner. And I love the way Gabby's surfing, and I love the way she's finishing her wave. She had really explosive finish on her first wave, and on her last heat, the way she won were those big finishes on the inside. So, you know, she's got what it takes to push through this heat. But, you know, Tyler Wright, like you guys are talking about, looking absolutely like a hammer. I mean, the way that she's exposing the lip line every time, she's just coming off the bottom in rhythm and just belting and cornering and laying back and variating everything that she's got to throw at that thing. Obviously, unfortunately, with the inside right on the rock, she, you know, coming unstuck there, but pretty much perfect surfing. So her heat point total would just be something to be sitting back on right now. A lot of pressure on Gabby, but I think she can handle the pressure. She's here in the quarterfinals representing Mayhem. Let's not get into the Vista Shaper rankings right now, because we got Mayhem out in the water. We got a Mayhem coming up with Carissa Moore. We got a Mayhem coming up with Caroline Marks. I mean, we got a lot of action here in the quarterfinals. And on the men's side, we got Griffin Colapinto and Ian Gentile on Mayhem.
Hey, Strider, I got a question for you. Gabrielle O'Brien comes from a very strong rookie class. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Molly Picklum, and she ended up becoming Rookie of the Year last season, as we're looking at Tyler up and riding now. In and out, what do you think has been the strongest part of her development overall in her rookie season to now her sophomore season, Strider?
To be honest, her headspace. She needed somebody in her camp to make her believe. She's one of the most powerful surfers in the game. We saw it at Sunset, and we've seen it on the open face. We've seen it here now. She just needs the belief, because she's got so much ability and she's got so much strength, and she's on great equipment. All she needs to do is settle down and find that comfort zone of that mental stability, and that's what all it's going to take. So right now, we'll see if she's got it, because you know she's going to get the chance to answer back. Will she perform under pressure?
She's got 17 minutes and 30 seconds to prove her point. Tyler Wright in the lead for now with a 15.17 total. Some clean lines coming through. Gabriella Bryan does have priority, so she has her pick of waves. She is going to get involved with this one. A running right-hander. Great start there. Poppy snap. Gets around the corner. Now on the open face. Able to open up. 3 potent turns. Make it 4 for Gabriella Bryan. Another one through to the inside section. Does this wave have more? It does. Quick finish there for Gabriella Bryan. A little glance up to the judges. You know. 7.35 is what Gabriella Bryan needed. I mean, I don't know if you could have surfed that wave any better. That was a little bit of a slower pace than we saw from Tyler Wright's 8-point ride, but she really pretty much did everything possible.
Yeah, she did, and she surfed the outside great. Setup snap right there, down the line. Love the way she was able to grab the rail just slightly crisp. That turn right there, the carve, really brought it all the way around with a good amount of speed as well. This inside section, though, I just feel like it kind of let her down. The pacing on this wasn't maybe as strong as Tyler's 7.17. And luckily for her, she was able to fit in one more right on the rocks right there at the end. But look at this carve. Into the lip. Even drifts the fins a little bit. And you can see right here the way she's just going to engage her rails, Chris. Up and over. Even slightly grabs the rail just a little bit for control. And look at the way she just brings it all the way around. We were talking about power. Gabby Bryan has a woof. And she just hosed that wave down. I mean, the car wash is open, ladies and gents. And Gabby Bryan is giving some free washes out there at Punta Roca. A beautifully surfed wave. Just don't know, 7.35. When you look at the 7s in this heat and how good her initial wave was in the upper 7s, the 7.17. Opening part of the wave was great. I just feel like the back end let her down a bit.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good score. Comes through a 6.43, so it's close, but she just needs to get a better wave. As we see now, Tyler Wright, she's got a burner. Vertical snap to start, building up tons of speed. What does she have for us around the corner? Get around it. Long floater, little airdrop there. Great presence of mind to keep pushing down the line. There's this kind of carve with the extra flare on the finish. Love that. Team loves it. We'll see if the judges love it more than 7.17. So Tyler Wright turns things on and surfs up to her capabilities.
Yeah.
She can beat anyone.
Well, she's a world champion.
Here's an example.
I mean, that opening turn, just precious. Really brings the fins out all the way. This was a very hard wave to surf, though. I mean, she had to chase it for quite some time. Great transition floater right there. But once again, she has to chase this open face. Once she makes it back out, the patented carve that Tyler Wright has on lock. And then once again, a small floater to finish. She loves it, though. That was a cool claim as well. But you can see right here, to be able to manage this speed and not slide out, that is something very impressive, and it comes with a lot of years of experience. Brings those fins, all the way forward, and finishes off with that floater right there at the end. And the claim, you like that? You got it? All right, cool. See you next year.
Love it. Love it. And the subtleties that she showed us, right? I mean, that was a Slater-esque style slash. She goes almost all, carving, and then right at the appropriate second, lets the fins free, slides it around, full 90 degrees.
That's
full 180 degrees. She goes into the white water and then quickly comes back around in another snap.
It's true. Kelly used to do that carve to snap all the time.
Yeah.
It was like the community project kind of logo back in the day. And, looking at better at 7.17, I don't doubt it. It was a really hard wave to surf. Just did it have enough work done on it? And I know we don't count, the amount of turns that are done on the wave, but a lot of these best scores, especially the 8, there's a larger amount of maneuvers that were very critical. So if she does better the 7.17, I probably don't think it'll be by that much. But imagine if she increases the requirement for Gabriella Bryan. The difference between a 7.35 and something close to an 8 is quite big when you look at the 7.83 that she had on her opening ride.
I feel like regardless of what that score is going to be. That was a momentum shifting wave. You know, she just showed us really spirited surfing. You know, you can tell that she's surfing with her whole heart right now. And Gabriella Bryan, she's still in here. She's still in this heat, needing a 7.35. And again, she knows the feeling. She got a 7.83 on her first wave. So with 12 minutes, 10 seconds to go, Tyler Wright is in the lead for now. Gabriella Bryan out the back with priority, needing a 7.35. Don't go anywhere. Quarterfinals, heat number 1 will continue after these brief messages.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire our surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. Today, we are joining forces in El Salvador with Paso Pacifico and Oriente Salvaje to protect El Salvador's well-known rivers from impacts of plastic pollution.
These river intercept devices are very important because we have to stop plastic pollution before it reaches the ocean.
No solo colocar estas riobardas aquí en Punta Chilama, donde está nuestra querida ola de oro, que es Punta Roca, sino que en toda la zona costera de Surf City, que son más de 70 spots buenos para surfear, porque si no cuidamos nuestra ola, ya no vamos a tener más surf.
Para mí es súper especial estar participando en estas cosas así porque a mí me interesa bastante estar ahí porque me gusta limpiar el mar.
Show us what you're doing to protect our one ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL One Ocean in your post.
Always appreciative of what the team does, WSL One Ocean. And thanks to Kaipo Guerrero for just jumping right in and getting involved. And of course, we want to thank our host city, Surf City, El Salvador. There's amazing breaks that really deserve the stewardship of the local community.
Don't spill the beans. Don't spill the beans.
I'm not spilling any beans. We're here at Punta Roca, so we're going to focus on this. There are a lot of waves around.
There are.
8:40 on the clock. Tyler Wright and Gabriella Bryan now locked in a heated match. And Tyler Wright started her campaign with an 8. Gabriella Bryan nearly matched it with a 7.83. And we see a new number on the scoreline for Tyler Wright, an 8.07.
Yeah, went excellent again.
We knew that this was going to be a power v power matchup. I think they're pretty even in terms of how hard they can, bury their rails and push their surfboards.
Agreed.
The one thing that you would have to lean on in terms of Tyler Wright is her veteran knowledge, her high heat IQ.
Yep.
And that's not to say Gabriella Bryan does not have that. She is an extremely smart competitor as well. But if you look in the annals of history between these two, they've surfed together 3 times. Tyler Wright has won every time they've surfed. So 3-0 for Tyler Wright.
Well, those are some impressive stats right there, especially knowing the competitive prowess and the pedigree that she has. Brian does in terms of amateur ranks, coming through the programs that they have in Hawaii, HASA, and then obviously USA Surfing and NSSA within the United States, transitioning to the qualifying series, then the Challengers. She ended up becoming the CS champion in 2021, the first year we had the Challenger Series, Rookie of the Year last season, and as of right now, she's a top 10 surfer looking to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals for the first time. But we can say the same thing about Tyler Wright. He's been, injured, a little bit ill the last few years, and as of right now, she is surfing like the world champion she was a few years ago, Chris. 16, 17, and those 2 years she was dominant in the yellow jersey for the majority of those seasons. And as of right now, I wouldn't even be surprised to see her up there being the #1 seed heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals in September.
Yeah, I think the world would agree with you there. Never bet against Tyler Wright. She has risen back into peak form. Right now, her form is on display with the strength of 2 8-point rides, one of them an 8.07. Gabriella Bryan in a difficult spot right now with needing an 8.24. So far, this has been an exciting heat to watch. It all started here with Tyler Wright, an 8-point ride. Some incredible power surfing from this
What a way to
Australian.
start the heat, too. Excellent score. And as of right now, she has her highest heat total of the event so far, Chris, 16.07. This opening ride, great surfing on the outside, but once she made it right there, was able to show that variation. And then Gabby answered back right away, 7.83, her highest single wave score of the heat. And as you can see right here, there's a reason why a lot of people say that she's one of the most powerful surfers on the planet. Always engages the rails and good management of speed as well at a wave that is very difficult to generate speed and be able to use it to your advantage as well. You look at this right here. This last turn was necessary to get that 7.83 huge turn right there to finish that wave off. But then the comeback right here by Tyler, 8.07. Great way to start off that wave, blows the tail, makes it down the line. And once she reaches this lip line section, she has that patented floater on lockdown. And I really like this turn that she throws right here. You mentioned that Kelly had this on lock, so does Tyler Wright. Brings it all the way around and finish with one more floater to garner her best score so far, an 8.07.
I would say both of these surfers, are pushing these boards to their maximum capacity. You see it with every turn they do. Tons of water flying, rails deeply engaged. It's gone quiet here at Punta Rocas with 4 minutes, 28 seconds left.
I got a question for you, Chris. Are the Wrights the greatest surfing family in history?
One of them. One of them,
Who else would
definitely.
you put up there? The Irons, the Monizes, Geiselmans, Macaulay's?
I mean, when you got two brothers and a sister who are all incredibly, freakishly talented, and they're right around that same age. Just saw an edit, I believe it was on Stab, a Mikey Wright edit of him surfing in Ireland.
Oh, yeah, I saw that at the
It was
left.
shocking. It was shocking. And I feel like those types of things inspire Tyler. She's always been outspoken of her love and respect and admiration for what her brothers have done. And, she herself has been a huge inspiration to so many. And it's only fitting that she draws her inspiration from those closest to her. Owen Wright, one of the greatest of all time. Easily one of the best goofy footers to ever do it.
For sure, top 5.
He has been super influential. If you look at guys like Ryan Callanan, you look at these backsiders who are tall, lanky, and have that ability to just whip up into turns. Say Owen Wright was one of the surfers that started that trend. He kind of picked up where Rob Machado left off. Rob, I feel like, started that kind of backside with your legs swiveling over behind the back of your head. And Owen Wright took that, ran with it. You'd have to say Corey Lopez was an influence there as well. Just that ability to go beyond the vertical plane Tyler Wright has that ability as well. Her backhand, I would say underrated for how potent she can be on a left right now. These rights are really showing her strengths. With 2 minutes and 23 seconds to go, she's got to be starting to feel a little bit of relief happening now after that real even start. But Strider, you know the emotions running through the water right now. What's it feel like?
Well, it's just tense. You can feel it right now. And you know, Mother Nature just needs to produce one last little set to see this little exchange go down, which is what we want to see. We want to see them both get a chance. You know, obviously Tyler's had a chance. I feel like, you know, unfortunately, Gabby Bryant made the mistake of taking off on that little wave that she did, and she had priority, and Tyler got the next one that was really good. So there was a mistake by Gabby in this heat, and so far it's costing her the heat. It was the highest score that Tyler has in the heat so far. So mistake number one's already happened. Now she's sitting out there with priority, and if you know, we get the opportunity, which wave will she take? That's where the questions come in. And you know, right now the tenseness of the situation is just building by each minute that just drops off the clock each second. But this is where we love, and this is where the tension, and this is where just that grit comes in. So I can't wait to see this thing unfold.
Strider just whispering to us from the channel, knowing that, you know, you can cut the tension with a knife right now. A minute to go. Gabriella Bryant needs an 8-2-4, and if no waves come, well, that's her chance. It's gone.
Yeah.
Don't give up on her just yet. 57 seconds on the clock.
There still could be one set. I mean, we saw it on the last heat. Baron Mamiya needed a score in the last 2 minutes, and Gabe had 2 opportunities at the end to capitalize on a score that was, you know, very attainable. That being said, those were 4s and 5s that were necessary. Now you need something better than your 7.83 that was on a set wave. So I just don't see her getting that score if it's something below a set wave, and it just doesn't seem like it's going to show up in time with 25 seconds to go. Great performance. Quarterfinal finish, you got to be very stoked with that. But if you're Tyler Wright right now at this point of the year, event number 7, easily into the semifinals right now with 2 excellent scores, I think you just showed everybody else that you're here to stay and you're here to win world title number 3.
Yeah, and that was one of those heats where we all won. Everybody wins when you see 2 surfing queens slay and put on a big show for all the fans. What a great heat. Tyler Wright, Gabriella Bryant enter the lineup. Started off even, but at the end of it, it's Tyler Wright, the veteran, getting the win with an 8.07 and an 8-point ride. She'll be heading on to the semifinals. We got more to come. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll be right back.
As surfers and ocean lovers, we have the power to ignite a wave of change.
Great achievements start with small actions.
Speak up for the ocean. Your action can inspire others.
Drop your sustainability story using the hashtag WSL1Ocean.
And there's your chance. If you're gonna brag about doing something good. You know, tell us this story. It's not bragging. It's enlightening. Tell us what you've done in your area for the One Ocean cause. Here we go. We're straight back into business here. Quarterfinal heat number 2, Molly Picklum versus Stephanie Gilmore. And at the start, Molly Picklum picking the eyeballs out of this one all the way from the outside, high speed line through to this mid part of the wave, blows the tail in the finish, engulfed in the whitewater. She goes down. Here goes Stephanie Gilmore.
It's actually Gabby Bryan.
I was wondering why she was about to do an El Rolo. So that's Gabriella Bryan coming in from her last heat. 32-13 on the clock, so Molly Picklum has first go here in quarterfinal heat number 2. This is a great matchup for so many reasons. Again, I know that sounds like a broken record that they're all great matchups, but Molly Picklum, you know, has been kind of touted as the next Stephanie Gilmore, right? Similar styles, are really smooth, powerful, and I don't think she would be bothered by somebody comparing her to the great Steph Gilmore.
On the contrary, I think it'd probably elevate her game. Just a little late to the party right here at the end, Chris. Had to come around this section. Fit in a few, but you see right there, her tempo wasn't on for the last one, but did a lot of good work before that. And look at this, just pristine surfing at the beginning of this wave from Molly Picklum. Timing was on point on the outside section. Great floater right there by Pickles. Comes around the corner, and look at this. Straight into the lip line. Precise surfing in the pocket all the time. And I can assure you, everybody from North Shelley Border Riders, they're stoked that Molly Picklum was able to start off this heat this quickly into the lip once again. And I think especially with how bad she did in her opening round heat, it is necessary for her to start off quick, especially against this lady.
Answering back, Stephanie Gilmore now with her first wave ridden. Flying down the line.
Oh.
When your standard operating procedure is this good, you know you're magical. And Stephanie Gilmore, when she taps into the level that she kind of exists on her average every day, she's just better. She's just better than everyone else. And, you know, in order to beat Stephanie Gilmore, I think you have to surf above and beyond, you know, your current capabilities and how the belief you have in yourself. You've got to raise all your levels up. You know, doesn't depend on what the first score is, right? Stephanie Gilmore is going to drop big numbers. We rarely see her crumble under pressure. And right now, you know, she is fighting for a spot in the final 5. She is thinking world title. She has to be. She's set her goals out there, and this was a great way for Stephanie Gilmore to start her heat.
That first carve was precious. Goes up in the lip afterwards. And look at the work she does here on the inside section. More of a setup snap there, brings it all the way around. That carve was gorgeous. Makes it around here, and this is a really tough section to navigate through, and somehow does an incredible roundhouse cutback and brings it all the way around too. But look at this, the amount of speed she carried through this turn goes to show you that Stephanie Gilmore at a right-hand point break is like peanut butter and jelly. You can have it any day of the week and any time of the day too. But as of right now, scores dropping through. It seems like the edge is going to go to Molly Picklum at the beginning of this one. But I still like the start by Stephanie Gilmore. Look at this, comes around the section all the way around. Technique on point. And growing up at Snapper Rocks did wonders for her forehand, Chris. 7.33 for her to open up.
I give the judges credit here. Molly Picklum's wave was a little bigger, a little better. I think they both surfed at a similar level. You know, Stephanie Gilmore gave us her greatest hits, and that's an album we'll listen to any day, all day long. Molly Picklum had some dynamic fluidity throughout, mixed up her maneuvers, putting the floater that Molly Picklum did on my list of favorite floaters throughout the event. There's about 5 really memorable floaters, and I just like that we're talking about floaters. 28-14 to go. Molly Picklum in the lead for now. Stephanie Gilmore, we just need a .51. The Red Bull Athlete Zone is still packed with incredible surfers, and Pete Mell is amongst it.
That's right. A little vibe check here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. I am putting myself right in the middle, in the eye of the Brazilian storm, as you can see here. I need to hit the gym because these guys' shirts off, I'm like, oh, I feel a little insecure here. But just a little tidbit of info here. This man right here moved into second in the rankings. Stop touching my fluff. And he moved in second in the rankings with Joao bowing out, so he's moved up a nice spot here. But the vibe check is good. I love it. These guys actually commentate. They do the same thing. Wow, just like Strider does. And I think nice set wave. I want to see what Strider's seeing from out there in the lineup.
Seeing just amazing walls just coming through. Pick them off the bottom with priority. Nice little turn right there. Just a little unstable. Doesn't really, hasn't really set that rail like she wanted to yet on this wave, but she's going to big slam on the inside right there to finish off. So, that wave did offer up a little bit on the inside, but I don't think that was exactly what she wanted. Unfortunately, Stephanie missed that. The next wave just was perfect with just a canvas on it. So maybe a little bit of a mistake out of Steph, unfortunately, right there. A little note, I heard Rio Waida say, if you're going to surf against some of the greatest, like he had to surf against John, he just had to go out and give the respect to the greatest and just surf his best and not try to do it and beat somebody. And I feel like it was a great note, and that's something that Molly's going to, probably have in the back of her head. She needs to obviously win the heat. She needs to beat Stephanie Gilmore, but she also needs to just sit back and do her best surfing. And once you do that, then you put yourself in a better position because you know that you're doing your best and you don't put yourself against anybody else in the water.
Agreed. You can't overanalyze your opponent. You obviously have to respect them, know what they're capable of, but there's no way you could ever beat Stephanie Gilmore if you started to go through her resume. It would be too intimidating. Molly Picklum is sticking to her own game right now, her second wave ridden. And I agree with what Strider said there. It was an okay wave. Surfing was good, but never really tapped into the magic we saw from her opening wave.
Yeah, and not to the standards of this heat either. It was a cool ride, and as you see right there, a decent finish. Wasn't able to make it around it after the two carves on the outside, so it's going to be a decent backup. You see right here, lays it back. Really like the way she's able to use the entirety of the wave, and especially in a short area to fit in two maneuvers like this of high quality on the outside. Well, it's very impressive for somebody that's just 20 years of age. But you see right there, just slightly digs her rail and it put her out of position for this inside section. But I mean, you got to give her a lot of credit. There's a 15-year age gap in between both of these surfers' ages. Molly Picklum just 20, Stephanie Gilmore 35 years of age. And Stephanie Gilmore won her first world championship in 2007. Molly Picklum was 4 years old. That goes to show you how long Stephanie Gilmore has been doing this at the highest level of surfing. So the amount of respect that Molly Picklum probably has for Stephanie Gilmore, I would think exceeds the rest of us, Her resume is intact, and as you said, Chris, you can't be looking at other people's resumes and focus on your own.
I think Molly Picklum is showing us that you can use the glory of your opponent to your advantage. It looks like it's firing Molly Picklum up. Whenever she goes up against titans like Stephanie Gilmore, her level increases. With 24:25 on the clock, our surfers are waiting for the next set wave to come through. That gives us the opportunity to catch up with Tyler Wright and AJ McCord.
Tyler, an incredibly strong performance there in the quarterfinals. On to the semis. Got a pair of eights. What did you see in those waves you were able to take advantage of?
That they came through. It's pretty straightforward right now because you don't really want to risk it too hard. You don't want the first, but you also don't want to say no to. I just took my opportunities when they came through, and it was kind of like, all right, this is it. So.
When you're trying to decide which side of that to err on, whether you let it go or take it, what are you factoring in?
The chop, kind of the line, the draw off the reef, how it's positioned on the reef, whether it will go wide or whether there's a wobble in it, because it looks like really straightforward from here, but when you're out there, there's a kind of divot in most waves. So, if it's a full batch, you're looking at 3 and 4, but you're kind of like, how much do I want to gamble?
Well, you gambled correctly today. You're on to the semifinals. Any big takeaways you're carrying with you?
Not really. Kind of just slowed it down. This wave is been a little bit trickier for me to figure out than I'd hoped. But it's my first time here and sticking with my process and yeah, kind of just slowing things down a bit myself and yeah, just also enjoying it. It's a fun way, and when they come through, you're pretty excited.
It's very exciting to watch you. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Tyler Wright enjoying the ride there. Well, you can feel the intensity from Tyler Wright as we see now Steph Gilmore finishing her second wave. So Molly Picklam's score comes through a 7-1-3. She jumps into the lead, a 14.96 total. That would mean Stephanie Gilmore needed to get a 7.64 on that last wave. And again, you know, anytime Stephanie Gilmore stands up on a wave, you pay attention because you know beautiful things are about to happen. Pretty excited to see this replay. I'm excited to see any replay from Steph Gilmore. She's that good, and here we go.
My mistake. I said Steph Gilmore and a right-hander go together like peanut butter and jelly. She's an Aussie. It has to be Vegemite and toast. And look at that start right there. Strong outside, wraps it all the way back. And this inside maneuver right here, Chris, brings it all the way through. Just some gorgeous stuff from Stephanie Gilmore, especially with the finish, too. And that wasn't even a set wave either. And the way she was able to make that look so easy and casual. Even the defending world champion loves it too, Felipe.
Felipe's got to be feeling great. He just got some incredible news that he's jumped up a slot in the Final 5 rankings, sitting at number 2 in the world now, just like that. One afternoon, that's all it took. Felipe Toledo.
Probably move up into the lead, maybe, depending on how him and Griffin move up, you know?
Not if Griffin has anything to say about it.
True, true.
I love when the top of the rankings is so tight, and every heat, every wave, every turn really counts towards the end of the year results. That is a young woman that looks lovely in yellow.
Good one. Yeah, like one. They said for the one there. Both had two long roll ones. Two of the roll ones. Yeah, it's really so good.
Just attack mode.
Yeah. I'll do that.
It's fun to spy on the world's best surfers right there. Carissa Moore with Mitchell Ross, almost like they knew we were trying to eavesdrop on them. Keeping some of the secrets tight, but I think what I heard from Mitchell Ross there was Molly got 2 long walls or something like that, which I guess breaks down to go out there, get 2 great waves, tear them up, you're going to be rewarded.
Don't fall.
The most simple equation there is. Still waiting for that second score from Stephanie Gilmore. Is it enough? Is it more than a 7.64? First indicators are looking good. Judges are looking for speed, power, flow. I've told you that, Mitch, about 1,000 times, but it rings true with each and every wave that comes through. You got to surf with speed, power, and you got to make it look good. Not difficult for Stephanie Gilmore. She was born with impeccable style, and she put in the work and applied that to competitive surfing, and bam, she jumps in the lead. An 8.10 for Stephanie Gilmore. What was it about that wave that gave her the edge? What was it about that 8.10 that was the best surfed wave in this heat?
The flow. I mean, you said it. There was something about that wave that every transition was effortless, and she made the difficult look very easy. And when you manage speed, when you manage your power, and put it together with a lot of flow, it's going to garner you an excellent score. There's a reason why she won here last season, and there's a reason why now I would have to say she still has a big target on her back, Chris. Remember, last season, number 7 coming into this event, number 7 right now coming into this event. She's looking for her first CT win in 2023. I easily think it could be here, but 18:30 on the clock, plenty of time, and Molly only needs a 7.61 to retake the lead. Look at the scores, though. 15.43, 14.96. What a heat.
One of the highest heat totals, for sure, if not today, throughout this entire event. We got 18:13 on the clock. We're going to take a quick break as our surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. And we'll be right back.
We are in Punta Roca in El Salvador for the 7th stop of Rising Tides for this 2023 CT season, and it is a perfect day for these girls to get a chance to get in the water with some of their heroes.
I remember growing up and being the only girl that would surf where I was from.
Y antes la veía solo en el tele, en el teléfono, y hoy las puedo tener aquí para mí, con todas las chicas salvadoreñas, y nada, súper emocionada, súper feliz.
This is once in a lifetime. Since I started surfing Punta Roca, which is my favorite wave, I've never surfed it with just girls.
I don't know, I love meeting you girls in the local place that we're at and hearing their stories, you know, how they became surfers.
Every single Rising Tides, we see the light come on for at least one of these surfers, and it just clicks when you're in the water with these women that you aspire to be like. Now you believe that you can be one too.
Rising Tides!
Love to see when Rising Tides rolls through these marquee stops on the championship tour, and you could just tell the energy with those young women and the influence now that they felt out in that lineup, to be surrounded by not only the world's best female surfers but also a bunch of your friends from the same area. That right there will definitely send shockwaves through the local female surfing scene here in El Salvador. Just wait till we come back next year. Those girls are going to be shredding like...
Oh. Not like that.
Different shredding. 14:40 now on the clock. So that was Molly Picklam's answer. Needing a 7.61. Still has a lot of time left. Give the wax a little scratch there. Trying to rough up the surface of her board to give herself just a little bit more traction.
It is hot enough to where you are surfing in the heat and the wax will melt though. So wouldn't be a bad idea to actually bring a little bit of extra wax, you know, half a bar maybe, and just split it.
I like to bite a chunk out of it and put it in my pocket.
You bite it though?
Yeah.
Hopefully it's foo wax. I think it is edible, but wouldn't recommend it necessarily, Chris.
I'm not recommending it. Don't do what I do. I have fake teeth too, so it's dangerous. Here's a replay of Molly Picklam. Was this a 7.61?
Only comes in as 3.5, just the one carve there, and unfortunately here, an unforced error, Chris. Seems like she slipped when she hit the white water right there, so still has plenty of time, under 14 minutes to go, but the only issue now, she sees priority over to Stephanie Gilmore, and as of right now, with the 7.33 that Gilmore's carrying, gets her second best ride, I think she's probably going to better that in the next 13 minutes.
She did spray the goat, too. She sprayed Stephanie Gilmore on that wave.
That's true.
An intimidation factor, but you cannot intimidate Steph Gilmore. She's been through it all, and she's doing it again. Woo. 2 turns there. Style, grace, fluidity, power, precision. Should I keep going? Perfection, beauty.
Pull it.
Oh, I was about to say radical, but she cut me off before then. All those other things I said, absolutely warranted on that wave. Didn't get the finish. We'll see if that betters her 7.33 or 8.10. Meanwhile, Molly Picklum now. She's starting to generate speed. Gets around this section. Onto the open face. A beautiful searing carve for Picklum. Gets the third. Engaging the rail of her board nicely on that wave. A 3-turn combo for Molly Picklum. The judges are working overtime in this heat. That's a lot to unpack between those two waves.
Well, and I think Stephanie Gilmore for sure going to get the advantage out of this exchange, Chris. It was a perfect ride until that one reverse attempt at the end. But with 12 minutes to go, good answer by Molly Picklum. Does it better the 7.13? Does it better the 7.83? Does she get the 7.61? These are all hypothetical questions until this score comes in. Because look at this, a master class of what surfing a right hand point break is all about. Excellent combo on the outside, floats it right there. How's that carve in the pocket, fully engaged with the rails. And then right here, she just kind of tries to have fun with it, goes for the throw tail reverse, even grab the rail a little bit. So that easily to me is going to be the best wave of the heat. And now Molly Picklum with the answer back. Great carve to start things off. Makes it around the section right here. And once again, fully engages the rails. A lot of commitment and power to that one turn right there. A little bit of variation too. Brought those shoulders around and even laid it back a little bit. I just don't think this wave, as of right now, is impactful enough to have her take the lead. What I will say though, she's able to put that turn and the next one together on a much larger set wave. She's definitely getting something in the 9-point range. Look at this turn right here though. Really love the variation. Look at the way she brings the shoulders back and even uses those arms to project herself back into the white water, fully engaged with the rails. A lot of commitment and goes to show a lot of maturity for a 20-year-old, Chris.
I want to surf like that. 10:50 on the clock. Stephanie Gilmore cited in her post-heat interview yesterday that going up against surfers like Molly Picklum inspires her back. So these two surfers in the perfect situation of inspiring each other, bringing out the best in each other, and it's happening. It's happening right in front of our eyes. Picklum with a 7.83 and a 7.13, currently in second place because Stephanie Gilmore is on a roll with an 8.10 and an 8.77. Here's a look at back-to-back years for Gilmore. Pretty similar. I mean, some thirds, some fifths sprinkled in there. Didn't get her win in 2022 till right here in Surf City, El Salvador. We all saw what happened after that. So Stephanie Gilmore down the home stretch always seems to be able to pull something out of her hat and click into a new gear. Inside of 10 minutes now, Stephanie Gilmore out the back with priority. Strider Wasilewski in the front row seat watching a magical heat unfold in front of our eyes.
Man, it's hot out here, but I threw that thing in the ice box after that, even before that last exchange. I just felt like she was going to get a 9 on her next wave for Stephanie Gilmore, and I might have jinxed her. She got an 8.7, but I mean, she's just looking amazing. The way she's attacking the wave with such pace and just patience. Here we go, Molly off the bottom, throw in the air. Oh, watch out. Biting the rail right there. It looked like it could have hurt. But, you know, Stephanie, I think this one's put away. I feel like she's just got too much rhythm. She's got too much eye-pleasing surfing happening right now. The way that she's pacing into the wave. You know, the wave prior to that one, her 8-point ride, where she just literally took her time and waited for the wave to set up and just matched that whole line of speed into the corner and then just unleashed and then kept the power and the flow out of it. That's where I was just really, I think the impression comes from me is just how quickly she comes out of those turns into the next one and just continues the rhythm all the way through. So that's beautiful surfing from Stephanie Gilmore, and this one's in bed.
Hey, Strider, a nearly identical year so far for Stephanie Gilmore that she had leading up to this event in 2022. Do you see any differences so far this year competing for her here at Punta Roca?
Honestly, she looks better. I mean, you know, she's one of those really great bottles of wine that just gets better and better and better, and you can just see it in the surfing and the way that the veteran mindset will come in and she can set back and relax and just see what she needs to do, and you can almost watch, you know, the legs perfectly line the glass. She just is so perfect when she comes up into that corner. It's so fun to watch. You know, she's the greatest that's ever done it, and you can see that happening before your eyes.
We agree, Strider. Stephanie Gilmore with 8 World Championships. Could see her matching the record set by Kelly Slater. It's only going to take her 3 more. We know she's got it in her. She's getting better and better. And she seems to be more relaxed this year. You know, I know she has those moments of stress and tension and pressure. She seems to have the ability to glide through, as we see Betty Lou Sakura Johnson going up against one of her childhood heroes for sure in Carissa Moore. Carissa, world number 1 right now. Betty Lou, world number 9, with room to grow. So Betty Lou sees those empty spaces above her on the rankings and knows that getting a win here would be huge for her 2023 campaign. She's already proved so much by making the cut and thriving in this post-cut landscape. This will be her biggest test yet, going up against the ultimate end boss in Carissa Moore.
Yeah, and very unfortunate that they have to face each other in the quarters, because both coming from the state of Hawaii, and especially having Sakura look up to Carissa Moore for so long, it's unfortunate that they have to meet up at this point of the event. But as you said, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. And you take a shot at the queen, you best not miss, Chris. And as of right now, that's exactly what's happening out there in the water. Stephanie Gilmore with just a masterclass. And I fully agree with Strider. I don't think she had served a heat up until this point of the event last season. At this particular spot at Punta Roca, I think she's had several of those heats so far at this event. And look at the total right now, 16.87, a pair of 8s in her scoreline, 6 minutes to go.
Whew. One of the highest heat totals of this entire contest so far. It started with Molly Picklum in the lead, a 7.83 for this young Australian.
And she has just been lights out for most of her heats this season. In the top 5 right now, qualifying for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Some good surfing here. Opens up with a 7.83. Left some meat on the bone right there at the end, though, with that fall. And then the answer back by the 8-time world champ, Steph. An 8.1 here, Chris. Masterclass, speed, power, flow, and an element of progression and grace when you include the way she's able to manufacture these scores on waves that a lot of people probably wouldn't think there's excellent scores attainable. That backed it up with an 8.77. Just majestic surfing so far from the queen of Snapper Rocks. She's looking like Snapper Rocks here at Punta Roca, and there's a reason why they call it Rocky Point. We're going to name Mama Roca now after Stephanie Gilmore.
She's definitely showing us everything she's got. A few years back, she identified that she needed to add some modern techniques to her skill set. So she went to work, learning the new tricks, and that's paid off for her. She utilized that grab rail kind of tail sliding reverse to help get her title last year at Lower Trestle. So we're inside of 5 minutes now. Got Stephanie Gilmore flying down the line into this inside section. Maybe just ran out of gas there. That was a lot of pumping to get to the end. She tried to bury her rail there with that layback. She goes down, and here we go. Molly Picklum fighting to get around this section. A little bit of a late drop there. She's got something to work with here. A little bit hung up on that first turn, and that spells disaster for Molly Picklum. The wave runs out away from her. She's got to be cognizant of where Stephanie Gilmore is in this lineup. I think that Stephanie is far enough to the inside that Molly will be able to get back out there and regain priority, but watch out. Stephanie's charging back out to the takeoff zone.
She should. And Steph, I think after the 2 foam climbs at the beginning of that wave, the smart decision probably would have been to kick out on that one. She wasn't going to better the 8 at that point. You know, too far down the line, not a lot of scoring potential on that wave. But as of right now, I mean, you're still throwing away 7.33. Pressure's on Molly. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. You're in the quarterfinals here with a shot to make it to the semifinals and add to your point total. I mean, the ultimate goal is to qualify for lowers. It doesn't matter what position you rank it going into that event, because Steph Gilmore last year proved that you could be the 5 seed and still end up being world champion. But what I will say is that youth, as of right now, is a great foundation leading up to that event, because you might have more stamina, you might have more endurance, And in a day like that where you probably need to compete at least 5 or 6 times, Chris, it could be the biggest thing that Molly Picklum adds to the table.
That's true, but if you think about the end of the year, if Stephanie Gilmore wants your spot, she's going to come and take it. She's going to pull it right, pull the rug right out from underneath your feet, and she will take your spot. You know, she showed us that you only need to crack into that final 5 to give yourself an opportunity to win a world title. I don't think anybody thought it was possible, though. I think when the announcement came out that here's the format, you're going to have 5 surfers, people were thinking, that 5th place surfer, you know, that's nice. Consolation prize. You got 5th place in the world. Great job. Nobody gave much attention to the 5th place surfers in the Rip Curl WSL Finals until Stephanie Gilmore showed up and said, oh, I can't take that tee and chuck it because I can, and did. Molly Picklum's last wave comes through a 5.93, not going to be enough. Now she needs a 9.04, near perfection. That would be the biggest set, the longest wall, the most opportunity, the most glorious canvas we've seen yet in this heat. With under 2 minutes to go, it's a long shot, not an impossibility.
Nope. Especially with the arsenal of airs and tricks that she has under her sleeve. A minute 40, as you said, though, the wave does have to come through for her to even get a chance of getting that 9.04. But she has to be very happy and satisfied with her performance, even if she isn't able to move through out of this heat. You're going up against the greatest female surfer of all time, especially at a right-hand point break 2, a place that she won at last year. And now with a minute 20 to go, just leave it all on the line. It's now or never, Chris. She has a shot.
Drop a 9.04, why don't you? Molly Picklum. Nice carve there. She loses her edge, gets sucked over the falls, adding a little slight insult to injury there. I don't think that wave had the potential to be a near perfect 9.04. I don't think she did either. That's why she didn't really fight to hang on to her board midway through that carve. So 1 minute to go. There's Stephanie Gilmore, number 88. And we're seeing something special here. Stephanie Gilmore elevating, transcending her surfing, taking her past a strong opponent in Molly Picklum, who has carried a lot of momentum through the year.
So semi 1, 16.07 Tyler Wright in the quarters, 16.87 Stephanie Gilmore in the quarterfinals. Really looking forward to that semi. And guess what? If the waves are pumping, I still think that Tyler Wright has a real good chance of taking out that heat. And especially with the implications of the rankings, Chris, it's going to be a very exciting one. But watch out for this woman. She's trying to go back-to-back at this location.
She's on her way. Stephanie Gilmore with the official victory over Molly Picklum. That sets us up for quarterfinal heat number 3. Carissa Moore coming up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Do not go anywhere. The quarterfinals here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Roll on, and we'll be right back.
Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Here we go. Current ratings leader, Carissa Moore, up and riding. This is quarterfinal number 3 of the competition. And Carissa looking strong here at Punta Roca. Couple of beautiful snaps by the 5-time world champ and Olympic gold medalist. Beautiful finish, throwing the fins. Great job there by Carissa Moore. We'll be waiting for that score to populate in her challenge against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson Hyam, Kaiko Guerrero as well, with Felicity Palmentier and Flick. I'm looking forward to this quarterfinal number 3. Carissa Moore, Sakura Johnson. This is a master versus apprentice challenge for a spot in the semifinals.
It is. I looked at the heats here, the quarterfinals on paper, and I was just like, you know what? I am really looking forward to this one. I think, obviously, Carissa with a lot more experience, and the proof is in the pudding right there. That first number dropped, 8.17.
Carissa Moore already has gone excellent, so straight out of the gates, Carissa Moore is going to put a ton of pressure on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in her sophomore year on the championship tour.
Yeah, but like I was saying before, I'm really looking forward to this matchup. I think both of these women, I mean, they're actually quite similar in ways. I mean, you could look at it, they've got differences. Obviously, Betty quite a bit younger than Carissa, but for me, I see both of these competitors as fierce competitors, and I think this is going to be an exciting heat.
Yeah, well, I say the master versus apprentice in this matchup because Betty Lou Sakura Johnson looking up to Carissa Moore. There was a time where Carissa had her Sea Stars, had a mentoring program with young surfers. Betty Lou was part of that program. Then we look at the Moore Aloha Give Back for all of that. And so Betty Lou and Carissa have that old relationship, but it's still Carissa Moore, you know, who's kind of the sensei, when you, if you would, to Betty Lou. They've matched up in the past, 2 times actually, and both times Carissa Moore has, well, let's take a look back here. This is an Instagram, and we talk about the Sea Stars. Thanks for pulling that up, you guys. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, just as a little Grom there, along with Carissa Moore.
So cute. I mean, we can see that's way back in December 2014. We've also got Luana Silva in that photo as well. So Luana obviously has been on tour as well. And it's so cool, you know, Carissa setting up this program to inspire the next generation. And now that next generation are on tour and taking it to her right here, right now in this quarterfinal matchup, heat number 3. So, you know, Betty would have been looking up to Carissa for years and years and years. I'm sure she probably had posters on her bedroom wall of Carissa. So moments like this would be sort of pinch me moments, but also knowing the kind of person that Betty is, I see her as a fierce competitor. I think she isn't going to back down from this fight, and I think we're going to see some fireworks.
Yeah, like I said, they've met up a couple times. First time was on the championship tour, actually. The first time would have been in 2021, where as a 60-year-old wild card, Sakura met up against Carissa Moore, and Carissa took the win there. That was around the 16, of course. This year, at the beginning of the season, Carissa Moore beat Betty Lou on her way to winning the Billabong Pro Pipeline. So that was a couple times. Now, we look at Challenger Series results. Sakura did beat Carissa Moore at her home break. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, known as the Queen of Haleiwa, she did beat Carissa Moore in a final there at Haleiwa. So it's not like Sakura hasn't done it, but really the odds are with Carissa Moore right now. And with those odds, the numbers are speaking loudly with the 8.17. Strider, you got something for me?
I wanted to touch on that first wave of the veteran, wearing the leader's jersey, and she just ripped the top off of it. I think inspired by the heat before, with Stephanie just really laying into some beautiful lines. You know, she found the perfect little wave that had the perfect cup on it, and she just took the thing to pieces, just methodically powering through turns, mixing it up, and just looked so solid right off the bat. And you know, that's where you put your opponent under pressure. That's where you put your opponent in a place to where they think they have to surf a little bit better than, you know, they would think. And I think that's going to kind of mess with Betty Lou's head. And I think, you know, that's going to be hard for her to overcome right now, because that's where the pressure hits you. That's where the pressure feels, and you kind of feel it sitting on you, and you tend to over surf. So hopefully Betty can sit back and just do her own heat. But right now, she's got some pressure.
Hey, Strider, I got a question for you. Now we're into the quarterfinals, and the Vissla CT Shaper rankings are coming into play. You ride Mayhem Lost surfboards. Carissa rides Mayhems as well. Do you have any idea of what boards Carissa Moore is on?
She's got hybrids. She's got boards that are being made specifically for her. I'm not gonna. There's the Driver 3.0, which is kind of a stock board, but she's taken 2 different models and then refined them into what she needs for her own surfing. Matt Biolis, he takes his time with every one of his surfers to shape them, something special. And even if you go in and you order a board, say if you're, one of these athletes, and they can be based off of a model, but what you're getting is completely something custom. And he really does take his time with the CAD file and turn down the rails even more, give yourself a little bit of a wide point up forward, and he'll even yell at you like he did me and ask me to get off of my boards and get onto something with more volume. Because so, he's a great shaper. He knows what you need, and obviously his surfers are excelling.
Thank you so much for the reporting. Strider Wozlewski was on the water. So that 8.17 just staring at us right now for Carissa Moore. Let's catch up with the last heat winner, Stephanie Gilmore. She's on to the semifinals.
Speaking of excelling, Kaipo, I have Stephanie Gilmore here. You told me yesterday just how much you get inspired by surfing with the next generation, and here you are with Molly Picklum in the top 5, and you're going blow for blow with her. Walk us through how much fun that was to go in that heat for you.
Yeah, Molly and I haven't had many heats against each other, but she's the next big thing she's current big thing, but in Australia for young women coming through, she was like all eyes on Molly. She's an incredible surfer. I actually think today it might have favored me because it was a little bit smaller. Like I think Molly really excels when it's like big and she has those big open faces, and she seems to get really radical in those closeout hits and stuff. So I just thought, all right, it's kind of playing into my field today. It's a little more shorter and sharper, and I could maybe get a bit more zappy and make it work. But yeah, she was straight onto it. Like she got the first great wave, backed it up really quick, and I was like, the Groms aren't easy to surf against, that's for sure. But they're the best heats. You push yourself to do better, surf better, make better decisions, and yeah, I'm stoked I got that one on Molly because it's like she'll probably just start smashing me from here on out. So it's good to get them in while I can.
I mean, not yet. You still have a few more heats left in you, including the semifinals. How much confidence are you carrying into it, knowing the way you've been able to surf the last few heats?
Yeah, I really like this wave. I have an incredible surfboard under my feet. Darren Hanley's really shaped me some new stuff. That I'm on a squash tail, which I've been on round tails for probably the last 5 years. So to go back to a squash tail and mix it up with some different fins, I don't know, it's just like, it's really important to stay fresh and excited and try new things. And my coach Tom and I have been working on some different stuff, so I'm really excited to do that. And of course with Griffin and Katie, we're all under the same coaching hat of Tom, and I just feed off Griffin's energy too. So yeah, I'm in a good place. So we'll see what the semis, see what they bring.
Cannot wait to see you in the semifinals. Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
And now Tatiana Weston Webb did have to pull out of her quarterfinal matchups against Caroline Marks. So Caroline moving on to the semifinals. Tatiana having to pull out due to illness. So we're wishing her certainly a speedy recovery. So now we're going to move on to the men.
All right, thank you, AJ. So the winner of this quarterfinal number 3, Carissa Moore or Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, will be meeting Caroline Marks in semi-final number 2. I like the conversation with Steph Gilmore in that you have the Australians pushing each other in that heat, and right now we have the 2 surfers from Hawaii pushing each other in this heat. So you have these regions in which you get the up-and-comers, the Molly Picklums, getting pushing and getting pushed back by Stephanie Gilmore, and then you got Carissa Moore pushing back against Sakura Johnson. But this happened during the interview, Flick, and Carissa Moore, I mean, what more do you want?
She absolutely went to town on this wave. She's covered so much ground on that first open face carve. It was beautiful to watch. bringing it through to the inside here, and the work wasn't done yet. You can see she's lining up this last section and releases the fins. Gets a little bit of airtime there as well, but yeah, just beautiful surfing from Carissa. She's really looking on fire. Once again, that board, it looks like the same one that she was possibly riding yesterday, or a very similar spray. But yeah, just look how much water she's displacing there. Beautiful surfing, just textbook. And
push it hard. I mean, this feels so excellent when we break it down into slow motion.
Wow.
Yeah, and you know what? We can report to you that this is excellent. This is a 9.37, and I am loving this finish right here. A little freestyle from Carissa Moore. Getting the fins free, and 9.37 for that effort. So Carissa Moore has already gone up into the excellent range, 17.54 two-wave total out of a possible 20. That's huge.
Oh, absolutely massive. She did that within 9 minutes, you know, and she's caught 2 waves. It's almost like, wow, you know, out of a possible 20 total.
That's
You'd almost be thinking, okay, if I take off on another wave, it's got to be a 10 almost. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's why she's so good. I mean, Carissa Moore, you know, we look at, she's the best in the field for the women. She has a 69, she basically has a 70% heat winning percentage too in her career. And the reason is for waves like that and efforts like that. So a ton of pressure already on the young Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, just 18 years old, from Haleiwa, Hawaii. Came into this event number 9 on the rankings. She's moved up in the live rankings, Flick, to number 8, so she did skip a spot so far, but she's going to have to put in a big effort if she wants to continue on here in this competition, because Carissa Moore looks like she's already got the job done basically in 15 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, if you think about the ultimate heat start, I mean, the ultimate would be 210s, right?
Yeah.
But this is very close to that, and two opposite feelings right now. I mean, Carissa, she's probably just sitting there feeling so relaxed. She's got Betty Lou in a combination situation. Betty needs a total of 17.54 to advance, you know, with 2 waves. She's got 20 minutes to do it, but that's a big task. It's a big task for Betty, nowhere near as much experience as what Carissa does. And look, I'm excited to see, now that Carissa's already got these 2 scores on the board, if Carissa does take off again, I'm excited to see what she does bring.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see if she frees herself up. It allows her to get a bit more progressive. Maybe we'll see an air attempt or a couple more.
I like that. Yeah, she's definitely free to express herself at this moment. And you talk about, you know, Carissa Moore being in this position before. She's been 13 seasons on the championship tour. We talked about the 5 world titles, the Olympic gold medals, 28 CT wins, coming off of the last one at the Surf Ranch. 47 finals she's been in her career. She's very comfortable. So when we come to the pointy end of the draw, Carissa Moore knows how to close it out. And that's what she's already done in this heat. And given the tide that has been going out, is still going to be going out for another, actually about only 10 minutes. We're at the bottom of the tide right now.
Okay.
With this tide going out, things slowing down just a little bit. So what a time, you know, to strike and then just leave Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in awe. It's like shock and awe happening right now.
Yeah, it really is. And look, it's a big task for Betty at the moment. But you know what? It's going to, if Betty takes off, she knows that she needs to put down some excellent numbers. So right now, either way, we're going to see some crazy progressive surfing from both women. I mean, Carissa's sitting here. She's super relaxed, knowing she's got these 2 excellent scores already on the board. So if she takes off on another set wave, we're probably going to see some more excellent surfing. And it's going to force Betty to go excellent as well. So either way, I think we're in for an exciting heat. We're going to see some fireworks, and it looks like we're going to have maybe a little paddle here.
Why not? Carissa Moore under priority, freed up. Looking down the line, that's exactly what she's looking for.
Yeah.
Looks like she's looking for the air. She's going to settle for some turns right here. She still wants a ramp, though. You can see eyeing down the line looking for a wrap, still in search of the takeoff, throws it up and throws it away. But I want to report to you on this season and the highest heat totals. Carissa Moore, 18.13, two-wave total. That was at the Margaret River in the quarterfinals. 18 points at the Surf Ranch. That happened in the semifinals. And now 18.17. So Carissa Moore dominating the top 3 highest heat totals for the women. All 3 of them going to Carissa Moore this year. Also for Carissa Moore, 9.67, 9.63 she's already had, and she's just put down a 9.37. So top 3 highest waves as well. So Carissa Moore just showing how dominant she is.
Yeah, she's had some amazing moments. I actually remembered this one from Margaret River, that quarterfinal with Lakey. It was in the dying seconds of the heat. She actually needed a score, and Lakey was sitting there with priority, I believe, and a wave came through. Lakey looked at it, let it go. Carissa goes, well, I may as well roll the dice. She needed a big score. I think it was a 7-point something. And she just took off, and the thing actually threw, and she pulled straight into the barrel, followed by a series of turns after that, and just that's when she dropped one of her, I think it was the 9.63. So, yeah, amazing clutch performances. And this heat total right here, highest one of the event so far.
Yeah.
So
9.37. She's already had a 9.63, a 9.67. She's ever so close to that 10-point ride. 10-point ride, she gets a Yeti 110 Tundra cooler from our good friends at Yeti. So that's going to happen. I mean, Carissa's come just tenths of a point away from that 10. Now that she's freed up, I think if a wave comes through, zero pressure, maybe we're going to give away a Yeti cooler. We'll see.
Yeah, well, the last wave we saw, we could see it in her approach. As soon as she stood up, her eyes were looking down the line. She was trying to line up a section. We did see her go to the air at the end there. I just feel like this is cool because it's a recipe for more progression. It's promoting more progression. If you want to get a big score, so it's I just think it's going to be exciting.
On the flip side of this conversation, how does Betty Lou Sakura Johnson get back into this heat?
Look, obviously she needs pretty much 2 excellent scores, but I think you just got to break it down one wave at a time. Carissa having another look.
Showtime. Carissa Moore lining it up, freed up. Snap there with the slide. Easy cutback. Let's go for the air. Gets the air, gets the grab. She's freed up to just kind of free surf through the rest of this heat until Betty Lou Sakura Johnson puts up a challenge and breaks out of that combo. I would expect things will get a lot more serious once Sakura gets something, north of an 8.17, something to get back in the mix, get back in and start breaking down the combo.
Yeah, you've just nailed it right there. She needs something higher than that 8.17. That's Carissa's lowest wave, and if she can break the combination, then she can start thinking about getting into the lead. If it was me right now, I'd be looking for a wave that's going to allow that smoother open face, that more bowlier section, because I feel like the waves that Carissa chose, I mean, wave selection was absolutely on point. Yeah. And when she took off, the waves were so smooth, really allowed her to put the board on rail. Her timing was precise.
Yeah. And I mean, technically, Betty Lou would break the combo with a 7.54, but she would need a 10-point ride in order to take the victory. So
maths isn't my strong point.
Yeah. So, but really, in reality, she needs an excellent score.
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, then she's looking for a 10.
Yeah. 14 minutes on the countdown, and it's just like, the waves are waiting for another exchange. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with priority. She's a combo. Can she surf her way out of the combo? We're going to find out when we return to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Stop number 1 on the championship tour, the Billabong Pro pipeline. And here we go with Carissa Moore, the 5-time world champ. Wanted to rebound from the sting of not gaining that 6th world title in 2022. And she did so with an extreme effort at backdoor, barrel after barrel, all the way to the win. Flick, this was a brilliant start for Carissa Moore for the 2023 season.
It really was, and you know, going into WSL finals last year, you've got to think, you know, she was the favorite. Steph came in at number 5, and she ended up getting the world title, and Carissa said that that was a lot for her to process, but here we go, live action.
Carissa Moore live action with a big lead over Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Moore just winding up and slashing down. Needs to clear some white water in front of her. Really patient right now. She's already got 2 excellent scores in her score line. Feel it's time to freestyle. Goes for the layback release there. And no harm, no foul. Carissa Moore still with an excellent 2-wave total, 2 excellent scores, and a big lead over her opponent. News coming in right now in regard to Carissa Moore, that yellow jersey that she's wearing, it's going to stay on her back into stop number 8 at Rio. That's going to be the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. That kicks off June 23rd. So when we get to Sakurema and Itauna, Carissa Moore, she doesn't have to change her wardrobe at all, Flick. She can keep in yellow. She likes yellow. She's got a lot of, you know, coordinating clothes with that yellow jersey. So it's all planned out now.
Coordinating board sprays to the yellow jersey.
May as well,
Pink and
right?
yellow look very good together. But she's got a lot of experience wearing that yellow jersey, you know. I think rookie, here we go, replay of this last wave of Carissa's. I really liked that first opening calf. She's just looking so sure of herself. Layback jam in the pocket again. It's a little bit caught behind here, but you can see she just wants to stay with it because you know she wants to try and get progressive here at the end. So here we go, lining up that end section. Probably didn't go into it with the sort of speed she wanted. And replay of Betty. Here we go. Carving turn out of the top. Straight back up into that second section. That was looking good, but she got a bit hung up there. So Betty still chasing a score to break that combination situation.
Yeah, Betty needs at least a 7.54 to break that. Sakura, if she does go down in this heat, which is looking likely, she'll still walk away with 4,745 points for that equal fifth finish here. And so that's a building block, and she still has, you know, that momentum to get above the cut line, looking for her spot in the final 5.
Yeah, she does. I think if she wants to make a move, she's going to need to catch a wave pretty soon. I mean, we're seeing this clock just ticking down. See Betty having a look to shore, but she's going to need to make a move soon. It's getting, as that clock ticks down, it's getting less and less likely.
We're just at the low tide mark now. Right on the dot here. It's a 0.9 feet of tide over the cobblestones. The tide will now turn around and start filling in through the rest of the afternoon here. We still got more surfing on the way. Men's quarterfinals up after this. Again, Tatiana Westenweb pulling out due to an illness. Caroline Marks straight into the semifinals, who will be matched up against likely Carissa Moore in that semifinal number 2.
Yeah, let's look at some men's quarterfinals.
Oh, we got some great ones. We're going to kick it off with Ian Gentile and Italo Ferreira right after this.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. Felipe Toledo, Kanoa Igarashi, Heat 2. It's going to be really good. Here we go, live action. Carissa having another sniff.
She wants an air.
Yeah, she does.
No snap there. Eases through a cutback. And just a little free surf session for Carissa Moore. Eyeing it up and just can't find the ramp. You can tell the intention when she takes off, and she kind of stalls and sits on the tail pad there. Carissa Moore. Mitchell Salazar in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Mitchell,
Coming up, we got 4 stacked heats, and guess what? I'm in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. I already had around 5 Red Bulls, and guess what? We got Italo, who had 10 before he paddled out, coming up against Ian Gentile, and guess who is going to be in quarterfinal number 2? None other than world champion Felipe Toledo, coming up against last year's quarterfinalist Kanoa Igarashi. Going to be must-watch TV. Don't miss out. That's coming up right after this heat.
And a vision there, you can see Felipe Toledo and his crew taking it easy, relaxing, and focusing for those quarterfinals.
I'm really excited about the first quarterfinal. I think it's a real contrast in approaches and with Ian and Italo, and a contrast in personalities too. I think Italo, like Mitch said, I mean, he there we go, we're seeing him just looking very composed right now before this heat.
Yeah, Ian Gentile, who Italo is going to come up against, has already gone and had handed some big upsets on his way to this quarterfinal. He beat Jack Robinson. He went on to beat number 2 in the world, Joao Chianca, and now he's going to be faced up against Italo Ferreira. So that's one to look out for. That's how we're going to start off our men's quarterfinals, Felipe and Kanoa Igarashi, and then we'll also go into world number 1, Griffin Colapinto. He'll be coming up against Conor O'Leary. And we're going to round out those quarterfinals with Liam O'Brien versus Baron Mamiya. So great men's quarterfinals. By the end of today, we will have our finals day all set. Semifinals and finals is going to be quick to the draw. And the beautiful thing about that, Flick, is that we will be able to really cherry pick the best tide, the best conditions, and the best swell to crown a champion.
Yeah, which is awesome, because looking forward through the week, it is going to drop off a little bit. Surfline forecast did say that the next couple of days it's looking a little bit smaller, but of course we'll still be here. Everyone will have eyes on it. But we were seeing a little bit of a bump later on in the week, more towards Thursday, Friday. So looking like the swell could be picking up then a little bit. But the best thing is we know, because there's only going to be 6 heats left, we know that they're going to be surfed in the best way as possible.
Yeah,
so
it's really, and you know what? Hats off to Tourism Competition, Travis Logie, and the rest of the crew there for making these hard calls, and everybody on staff. I mean, yesterday was a 13-hour day, whatever you want to call it. Today we're looking at the same thing, showing up in the dark, leaving in the dark, really taxing on the competitors, going through all of these heats in the heat. But they've made a really, really good call to get us into that position to take advantage of the best window just to finish off those 6 heats, crown a champ, stop 7 of the championship tour.
Well, 4 minutes remaining, and the task is getting harder and harder for Betty. I mean, she really needs a set to come through right now. She needs to get that first. She needs to break this combination, but it's just, for me right now, I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, it's turning into, unless Carissa gets an interference and Betty gets an 8.18, it's a physical and mathematical impossibility. But that, I mean, that would have to happen, you know, paddle. Carissa drops in on Betty. Carissa goes to 1 wave. She gets, now she only has a 8.1. Actually, you know what? I take that back. Betty, even with the interference, Betty would need a 9.38 because Carissa would keep her high wave. So painting the picture for you, Flick. Yeah.
So it's really hard. It's a really hard task.
Or we can summarize it as near impossible at this moment. So
correct.
It gives us a little bit of time to talk about, you know, some of the matchups that we're looking forward to in for the women. Semifinal number 1, Tyler Wright, Stephanie Gilmore. Your feeling on that semifinal?
I'm so excited about that semi. 2 Australians that have got multiple world titles. Steph sitting there with the 8 world titles. Tyler's obviously got 2.
I'm not going to ask you to pick a winner, but I'm going to tell you what's Tyler's strength and what's Steph's strength.
I think, look, Steph's strength, obviously, right-hand point breaks. I mean, she grew up on one. She knows. She won here last year. Yep. She's got a lot of experience. I mean, it's going to be an amazing heat to watch. I think Tyler is just so hungry at the moment. I feel like she's really on her comeback. I feel like she has, I've said it so many times, she's figured out why she's here. She's got such a good team of people around her. I think Steph touched on it a little bit in her post-heat interview there, but she said, you know, when the waves are smaller, she surfs really zappy and fast, and she thought she had the advantage over Molly, who likes it when it's a little bit more bigger,
like
and she can
that.
go to those open face carves. And I think the same thing is to be said about Tyler, because Tyler is very strong when it's a bit bigger, a bit meatier. She really relies on that big open face carve. So I think it's sort of a similar sort of situation.
Okay. Well, let's go to our full heat recap right here and take a look again and celebrate some excellent surfing by Carissa Moore. Opened up with an 8.17 here, Flick.
Yeah, beautiful surfing by Carissa Moore. Just textbook, and just all her timing as well. She's just looking so on point and really came out of the gates firing. And yeah, look at that, just finishing so strong.
How about a 9.37 for this one?
I just love that first maneuver. She covered so much ground, straight back up into the lip for that second turn, followed by another beautiful arcing carve, another jab up in the pocket, brings it around for a cutback here. She's looking for a finish on the inside, and she tags it. You can see she's lining up this end section, pops it into the air, gets a release on the fins, and that was at 9.37.
Yeah, equaling a 17.572 wave total, way up in the excellent range. Here are all the scores and all the waves surfed in this heat with just 50 seconds remaining. And Sakura just digesting the moment. Hey, a quarterfinal finish. That's a great finish. Anytime you make it into any round that ends with finals, quarterfinals, semifinals, or finals. So great effort by the 18-year-old. But it will be Carissa Moore who will move on into the semifinals. Again, Carissa Moore will be matched up in semifinal number 2 against Caroline Marks when we return to competition.
Yeah, I think that'll be exciting. Goofy v natural footer. Spoke to Caroline before when I was up in the Rebel Athlete Zone, and she came down here to watch these, and yeah, probably has eyes on Carissa right now.
Big numbers for Carissa Moore. We're going to take a break. Stepping out, quarterfinals will be back when we return. Ian Gentile, Italo Ferreira, Chris and Mitchell will talk you through all of the action. The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Corona. This is living.
Women's semifinals are set. Now, let's get to the men's quarterfinal action in the water now. This is Heat 1, and check it out. Italo Ferreira is already up and ripping. 35 minutes on the clock. I'm Chris Cote, that's Mitch Salazar, and we are excited to bring you quarterfinal action live from Punta Roca here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. What a day so far. We're talking near perfect heats all through the quarterfinals. Carissa Moore Stephanie Gilmore, the superstars of surfing, have come to play today, Mitch.
Yeah, and even the people that lost out, I could say the same thing for Gabriella Bryan and, especially Molly Picklum in the top 5 right now. But now we're in men's quarters, and what a way to start off these quarters. Clash of styles out here, Chris. Ian Gentile versus Italo Ferreira. I told you the day before we started, you should have put Italo as your power surfer. Made the quarters last year, and this wave just reminds me so much of his home break of Bahia Formosa. He's got the flow, he's got the rhythm. Can he make it through to the semis or better here?
I don't want to talk about my fantasy team. 32 minutes on the clock. We've got a human can of Red Bull in Italo Ferreira going up against, I would say, as far as all the surfers currently on the championship tour, the polar opposite. Quiet, smooth. He's a low talker. Ian Gentile. Italo, though, he only talks when he means it, right? You see him doing his warm-ups. He's not cruising around having conversations with everyone. He is deadly serious. And I think after he won his world title, he went into straight-up defense mode and changed up his whole act.
Yeah.
And it's fun to watch. He's going to catch a million waves in this heat, and he's going to do surfing like this. High speed, backhand whips. Already 2 behind him. What's in front of him? Another one, sliding the tail there, adding some flash, and a nice floater. Floater count now on the event, about a dozen. Still going. Tack mode on, fangs out. Another big bash, tries for the reverse at the end, goes down. I don't think he oversurfed that one. I think he just felt the ferocity all the way through and left maybe half a point or something on that inside section. But wow, what did he do on the outside of that wave all the way through to the inside? Pure annihilation from Italo Ferreira.
You should have seen his warm-up routine. He was on the bike for around 20 minutes. He was hyping himself up, and for good reason. He went out and blasted this wave. Quick in transition. You see that second snap. Very precise down the line. And as of right now, those floaters have really come into play in a wave like this that just really allows you to play with it. I mean, quick, compact, and more importantly, excellent surfing, I would have to say. I mean, transitionally, as good as it gets. Surprised that he's riding that dark arts board that he didn't want to ride at the Surf Ranch, but it's been looking great so far, Chris. And look at the way he just sets up after that initial floater. Brings it all the way down, snaps right in the pocket. And that's what I'm telling you. He comes from right-hand point break in the northern part of Brazil called Bahia Formosa. It is a very similar wave to here at Punta Roca. And there's a reason why he's won at Karamas and Bells. His backhand is as good as it gets. One of the best on tour.
If I waxed my board like that, people would call me a poser. But Italo needs every inch of his deck. He waxed it all the way up to the nose because he's dancing around on the deck of his surfboard. You see he's so firmly planted right when he stands up, but he shifts his weight, shuffles around on his board all the way through the waves he surfs. That was pure power from Italo Ferreira. And now I'm excited to see the flip side of that, right? You've got a complete contradiction in style here with Ian Gentile and Italo Ferreira. Goofy versus regular. You know, flash versus flow. There's
we're going
number 70 out the back.
Flash versus Batman, maybe? I mean, Ian's got the size of somebody like that, maybe even Superman.
Interesting. We're going to have to dig through the files to figure that one out. Italo drops a 7-point ride for his opening score. Pair that with a 1.50, which he will definitely kick to the curb. 28:47 on the clock. Ian Gentile out the back with priority for now.
He manufactured that score, too. That was an insider that Gentile didn't even look at. Had a priority, decided to let it go. And that's the game that he's been playing all event long so far. That's the reason why he's in the quarterfinals for the first time this season. And the Hawaiian in the red jersey, I mean, based off of his size, he probably knows that he has to be on 2 set waves to beat Italo. The kid in blue, he's just one of those few people on the championship tour, an elite few, that are able to manage to manufacture a score that's really going to give you a 3 or a 4 at the most and turn it into a good score or even some excellent ones. As we look at a beautiful shot of the lineup, Chris, we see our 2 surfers, you know, midway out. I wouldn't say they're super deep, but they're well positioned based off of where Punta Roca is, with the tide now coming back up right now in this afternoon.
I'll take the translation on this one, Mitch. Punta Roca's rocky point, because it's a point break. There's rocks on the beach. 27:43 on the clock. So Italo, with that 7-point ride, has set the pace. And it was blistering on that opening score. He has such vicious intent when he takes off. The wave doesn't stand a chance.
Nope.
The only thing, the only possibility is that he's going to make a mistake, which we saw at the very end. Didn't really seem to hamper the score. 7 is a solid start. Last heat, Superwoman Carissa Moore come through with a 17.54 total. That's unmatched.
Highest of the event so far, and I think she has the highest single wave score of the women's tour so far this year as well. I mean, she's looking like she should win out here, but then you have 4 people in the semis that I would have to say a lot of people picked them to win the event. Tyler, Steph, Carissa, and then Caroline Marks will be matching up against Carissa Moore in semi number 2. But I think we could say the same thing for the men. On the quarterfinal side, you look at Ian Gentile. I don't think a lot of people probably counted him to make it this far into the event, but guess what? He's been able to surf a lot of these heats in a smart manner, and coming up against Italo right now, he needs to be surfing the best heat of the event so far on his side. 26:25 on the clock. He needs to do that in the next 15 minutes. If not, Italo's going to get a second score.
We'll see what happens next in the water. On land, up against the glass, we have Carissa Moore with AJ McCord.
Carissa, cruising your way on to the semifinals. You got off to a really strong start, really fast start in that heat. What did you see that you were able to take advantage of so quickly?
Well, I think just watching the conditions throughout this morning, I thought it was important to get to an early start because it can be pretty lully and slow. And then I knew going up against Betty that, she likes getting off to a good start and building momentum and confidence. So I just knew that I had to be intense and enthusiastic from the get-go.
So coming into a heat, or coming out of a heat like this, where you really did establish your dominance at the very beginning of it, and then you have some time to just feel out the waves is what it looked like at the end of it. How much confidence does that give you going into the semis?
Oh, I'm so excited just to be a part of finals day. Every day is a clean slate. Every surf, every heat is a new one. So I'll definitely take some confidence from this. Just figuring out the lineups, especially as it's super low tide now. So getting to surf all the different conditions is really helpful. And but I know I have a pretty good matchup with my good friend Caroline Marks. We just spent the week together for the ISA games, and I had the best time with her. So looking forward to that one.
How do you like the color yellow?
Yellow is my favorite color. I'm stoked. I'm trying to not think about it as a pressure situation or as a literal target, but just another jersey color, and just embracing the moment. Stoked to be back here in El Salvador, and for me the biggest goal is just to do a little bit better than I did last year. So I feel like I got that.
There you go. We'll see you on finals day.
Thank you.
Carissa Moore is one of the kindest humans you'll ever meet, but beneath that, I got a sense that she wants revenge for 2022. Came into the Rip Curl WSL Finals as the #1 seed and got taken out at the very pointy end of that contest by Stephanie Gilmore.
Oh, and she's also looking to break records as well. Looking for number 6. I think she could easily match Stephanie for 8. But as of right now, that's going to be decided in the next few events to come. Look at this outside Italo with a great wave here, Chris.
Yeah, Ian Gentile just kind of took off on a dud, and Italo's about to make him pay for it right now. Throwing tons of spray with every turn.
Oh.
There's 3. What's he got for us on the inside? Backside 50-50 floater.
No!
And another random fall through to that inside section for Italo. We'll see now what Ian Gentile has for us. Here's his opening turn. It's a beast. Follows by a quick vertical snap there. A little slower on the pace here, but really.
It's the same
is there
spot.
an oil slick right there? Somebody put on too much sunblock on the inside section?
We gotta talk to Strider about that. I don't know what's going on, but they both slipped at the same part of the wave. And with 23 minutes to go, I thought Ian Gentile was on his way to a great score. So was Italo. But he already has 2 waves. Ian only has the 1 right now, and I think you look at this heat, and the only way I was thinking the Gentile's probably going to make it out of this unscathed is by being on the two best waves of this quarterfinal, excuse me. And he went on a small wave, as you had mentioned, and then let Italo catch this one. Great opening turn. He is lightning fast, Chris, into the lip right there. And you mentioned he's an animal. I mean, a caged lion is still a lion, and you know, he hasn't had the best string of results so far this year, but coming off of a runner-up finish, first time he's made the quarters or better this year, believe it or not. And Ian Gentile, great opening carve into the lip, a lot of power in those maneuvers, wraps it back, and then right here you're thinking to yourself, okay, he's off to a great start, and then when he's going for the top turn right there, he's bottom turning and his back foot just slips off of the tail pad. So an unforced error by both gentlemen. A lot of meat on those bones right there, Chris, with 22 minutes to go.
It is nice to see that they're not perfect.
They're human.
When you see elite level surfers make similar mistakes that we all make. I slip off my board every other wave. So, low key, that felt good. I doubt it's going to happen again. Both these surfers are very consistent. Italo with a 7 and a 1.5. Gentile with just a 1.30. He's going to get a little bit more with that last one. You know, I think he did some solid work, some power surfing through the mid portion of that wave. But I also think the judges like a good clean finish.
For sure.
Neither one of the surfers provided that for us on their last wave. So they'll get right back into the takeoff zone with 21:23 left on the clock. Scores coming through. They're going to be pretty similar. Mid-rangers. That'll serve as a decent backup for Italo. And for Gentile, that'll just be his starter kit. And there they are, locked in. 4.33 for Ian Gentile. Italo gets a 5.10. He's now got a 12.10 total. But I still have that 17.54 in my mind. Who's going to match what Carissa Moore did in quarterfinal heat number 3?
Well, based off of the waves right now, I definitely think both Italo and Ian could achieve that, especially for Hayda. I mean, you look at what he's achieved, especially within the last 2 events. Cracked the quarterfinals for the first time at the Surf Ranch Pro, was able to make the final there. Comes into this event with high expectations, knowing that he needs to make a push for the top 10 with the last few events coming up. And it's now. You know, this is a great way for him. Really fits his style on backhand. But this kid has other plans. He's looking to make it into the semis.
Showing his heat savvy here. Flipping on this medium insider. It's got some spice on it. 2 big turns out the back. Gets the air to finish. I don't think he hung up.
No, close, but no cigar. And with 20 minutes to go, he's still looking to better, you know, something close to at least the 5 or match the 5 of Italo right now. And you look at the scoreline for Fajeda, he has a lot to work on as well. Opened up with the 7, and there's been 2 unforced errors on his waves as well. The 7, he had the 1 reverse attempt right at the end, and the 5.1, the slip. Same thing for Ian Gentile. He's gone in a couple waves that might have not seen like the best wave so far in the first 16 minutes of this heat. And you do see the low tide right now really affecting a lot of these waves. Doesn't have a lot of juice through that midsection, and that's why I think that board that Italo's riding right now is so important to his performance out there, Chris. It just seems like he's generating more speed than a lot of the other surfers can.
And I noticed something surfing the other day up the road that even with, you know, all the required equipment, the tropical wax, you know, waxing the top of your feet, all those things that all these surfers do, the water temperature here mixed with the air temperature can really affect the grip you have on your board. You know, we've already seen multiple slips from both of these surfers, so that's telling me that even the strongest wax has its work cut out for it down here in Surf City, El Salvador. I mean, it's a good problem to have when you're surfing in beautiful tropical water like this, but in the heat of the moment, you really got to have all focus on staying connected to your board. Here goes Italo, streaking down the line, building tons of speed. Extended backside float. Comes around the section, hammers it. Throws the tail. Another quick snap there for Italo. He is absolutely relentless. I mean, milking everything out of that wave. Flexing on us. The speed in Italo's game is incredible. And now here we go. We go from flash to flow. Ian Gentile has some room to work here. He throws the tail. Nicely done. Pulls it, makes it back around the section, gets the finish. So some creativity and variety for Ian Gentile. You're gonna match that up with what Italo did on his last wave, which was just rapid fire all the way down the line, about 12 turns. Put a big extended floater in the middle, that gives you a little bit of variety there.
And consequential maneuvers too. When you look at this heat so far, what he's been able to do on his 3 best rides, otherworldly. I mean, great opening snap right there, but I think everybody expected him to do a big air right there. It goes to show you his maturity and composure. Goes for the lip line floater. Tight in the pocket right here and quick in transition. As you were saying, I mean, he fits in so many turns in such a short space and in a tight area. And look at this right there, the finish. You just see his confidence oozing right now once he finishes that ride off.
7 turns with a bonus floater.
7, so 8 maneuvers in a row, all the way from the outside. And then the creativity here from Gentile. Not every day that you get to see him throw an airy reverse like that. It was cool, but I just don't think it's going to be enough right now at this point in the heat to get him out of this mini combo he's going to be in. I mean, for a tall guy to be able to project like this down the line, especially grabbing the rail like that, this was awesome to see. And that driver 3.0 looks good under his feet, but I think once he hears the score of Fajeda drop, he knows that he's probably going to need a couple of excellent scores to make it out of this one, Chris.
Yeah, for new viewers, for those just starting their competitive surfing journey, you know, the judges don't count the amount of turns that these surfers do on these waves. They don't get allotted points for however many times they hit the lip. You know, we're looking for an overall impression. How did these surfers read and react to what the wave was offering them? So with 16 minutes there, Italo now switching things out. His longtime friend, manager, therapist, best buddy, I mean, board caddy. So switching out the T. Patterson with the Dark Arts Tech. Probably a PU. I don't see why he would switch one epoxy for another. So he gets back out there, and that right there, that just screams confidence. You know, that was like a F1 car coming into the pits.
Yeah.
Switching up their tires, going from, you know, slicks to rain tires, just like that. A flawless board transfer right there. With 15:20 on the clock, we got Pete Mel with a report from the rocks.
That's right. I came down here, and a good job by getting that pit done. That's why we have those caddies in the water, exactly that reason, especially at this low tide. But I did want to touch on Leandro Dora, who has been working with Ian Gentile in a big way. That relationship is so solid. I love the way Leandro works with his athletes, you know, especially his son and Jack. But I asked him, what did you tell Ian? What was the tidbit info? And it's a little cliche, but he has to be on the best waves. This is quarterfinals. He's got to be on the best waves. He was able to get that last one. Surfed it really well. But getting on the best waves is so key, and he's actually up and riding right now. So love what he's been able to do, and I love this guy and what he's able to tell his athletes.
Thanks, Pete. Leandro Dora, a positive influence for a handful of surfers currently competing on the championship tour. And as Pete was saying, he's up and riding. He was up and ripping, laying into a beautiful slashing tail slide. So he's got the flow, and at times, moments of flash.
Yeah, and brilliance too. I thought this wave was spectacular, by far his best, Chris. I mean, a lot of power once he engages with those rails and meets the lip line. It was a difficult wave to surf, though, because it had a lot of chop on the face, being the first wave of the set. But the way he was able to reach that lip line and explode every single time and throw in the variation with the layback at the end, that was very cool. But look at this. Bottom turn straight up in the lip. He was eyeing these sections as well. And that's actually something good about going on the first wave of the set. You have that extra coping due to that onshore wind. Look at the second one that he just throws out there. Whack. Lays it all the way down.
Have you ever been to an axe throwing range?
I have, actually.
We were just at one with Ian Gentile. I mean, throwing axes at the wall. They all stuck. And right there, it's going to take a lot for Ian Gentile to claim a wave. That's about as much as we're going to get from him out in the water. You know, you have Italo, who is an extremely emotional surfer.
Mm-hmm.
We feel it. I mean, you can feel him shooting lasers into the crowd after he, you know, feels like he got something really special done. Ian Gentile, I mean, he just kind of like a water moccasin, just kind of disappears off the wave and reappears back in the lineup in the takeoff zone. So with under 13 minutes to go, judges right now have a lot to think about, different things to chew on here as well. You know, I think Ian Gentile just showed us a totally different look than we saw from his opening waves, hovering in that mid-range section of 4.33 and a 5.57. He's going to do better than that. He's now involved with this heat, a 7.07 for Ian Gentile. So can Italo extend his lead, or can the hard-charging surfer from the island of Maui catch up? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We got 12:20 left here in quarterfinal heat number 1. We'll be right back.
Ian Gentile, I'm 26 years old, from Paia, Hawaii. I had so much pressure as a kid and just to compete, and I had the big contract, I had all this stuff going for me, but I went through like a burnout phase. I wasn't really sure if I was ever going to compete again. You know, all the sponsors went, and that was the best thing that could have happened to me. I wish it happened sooner. It sort of like flipped the coin, and I got to go to school. Did things I never thought I was capable of doing.
Quick look at Ian Gentile right there as we get back to the lineup. Italo lighting Punta Rocas up, currently in the lead. Bit precarious though. Ian only needs a 6.26. I've lost count of how many turns we've seen so far on this wave from Italo.
Oh!
Oh no. Yet to see a clean finish from Italo.
I know. That's true on his 7 and his 5, and then the 6.33, which at the moment is a counting score. I mean, which board looks better though? The Dark Arts construction or the PU? I think they both look great, but you're absolutely right, Chris. He hasn't been able to finish a wave off cleanly, and I think as of right now, that's where a lot of his scores haven't hit the exit range so far. And here's Ian Gentile, big answer back. He only needs a mid-6.
All right, can we build on the momentum that Ian Gentile showed us on his last wave? I love the soulful takeoff straight into a big slash. Gets around this section. Ooh. Nice little chunk of whitewater to work with on top of that wave there. Weaving through a serpentine path. And another big layback slash. I love how Ian is kind of like a throwback, right? He's got the 70s kind of soul vibe, but he's able to bring it back to current times with a modern twist. I don't know if that... I don't know. I'm not a judge, right? And nor do I pretend to be.
It should be a situation change right here, though.
You think?
Yeah.
All right.
6.26 is what he needs. I think he gets it. I mean, he ripped that wave apart. And Italo's not going to better on his last wave. It comes in at a 5.47. And as of right now, the reason Ferreira is probably going to be losing out on this heat is because he hasn't been able to finish his waves off. And Ian Gentile on his best so far on both of them, he has been able to. A 7.07, and what I expect to be more than enough of the score right here at the end of this one. 8 minutes on the clock, though. We all know what Italo's capable of. We have not seen him take to the air yet, and wouldn't be surprised to see him do so on his next ride, Chris.
And I think he's getting a little frustrated with those finishing maneuvers.
Yep.
So we'll see what he does. I love this takeoff. That was cool.
He's a people's champ, too. Whoa, strong layback to start off. Goes into the lip line floater. Love the way he's able to push through that turn right there. Bust the fins out all the way back with the wrap. And then once again, the layback turn here. Whack. That was cool. And a combination of strong maneuvers, too. I mean, look at the start. Aggressive, polished. Wow, that photo right there, if somebody got that, that is going to be a cover for
Frame
a magazine.
grab.
But the mid work on this wave was so smart and so tactical. Nothing pushed too far, very methodical surfing. And once he reached the end right here, he just knew, put the cherry on top of the cake, lay it back again. You have it on lock. Go out there and prove that you're capable of making it into the semifinals. And guess what? Dropped his wallet. He found it at the end.
That was a retro futuristic finisher there for Ian Gentile, needing a 6.26 with 6:42 on the clock. He knows. I mean, you got to pin Italo down for an hour and keep him down. Yeah, good luck doing that. I mean, not only is he physically strong, but just mentally, he is so tenacious. You cannot give this guy an inch. He will take a mile. So Ian maybe sees a little something pop up on his way back out. He's going to leave Italo way on the outside as he sees something to work with here. Just rubber band man slashing around. It's funny because you don't even notice the pumps, right? The flow element with Ian Gentile is just huge. Flying into the flats. All right. There's some emotion from Ian Gentile. He's having fun.
Big crowd this afternoon, too. I mean, they know the quarterfinals out there right now.
Oh, he's so stoked. Look at that smile. Why wouldn't you be? I mean, you're right now, win, lose, or draw, you're hanging in there with one of the best to ever do it.
Oh, and now you have to consider him one of the best to ever do it, too. If
you might be beating him.
A guy like this. An insider, but wow, that first wrap, just incredible. And then comes around the section right here, snaps it in the pocket, was able to lay it on rail. And then once he got to the open face here, was a tricky wave to ride here at the end, Chris. Manufactured enough speed and throws the air reverse down. A great finish there from Gentile. Throws the tongue out right there for the Rolling Stones kind of claim. And look at this technique. Into the air for a tall guy to be able to do this right now. There's very few people that I could say from his size that are able to pull an air like that. Jordy Smith and Eric Geiselman may be two of the only regular footers I could think of. Maybe Dane Reynolds as well. Look at his previous score. Just under what he needed.
Yeah, he got a 6.17. So now he still needs scoring that 6 range of 6.26. Waiting for the score of that last wave. I mean, that would have been a little gift for him. Identified that one.
Kind of surprised on that one, to be honest. Goes as low as a 5.3. And if you compare it to his 5.57, I thought it was quite a bit better than that. But there's a reason why there are 5 judges up there. And now whether or not he gets a score on this wave, still close. 4 minutes to go. And Italo out there with priority. You just know that he's waiting for an opportunity to better his 6. And as of right now, Gentile, I still think he needs to put some pressure on and be out there on the outside with this guy in blue.
You know, Italo is a cobra right now. And he's coiled up, and he's ready to strike. So this went down after Ian Gentile's last wave. Gets the board change. Oh, he's got a local grommet. Is his board caddy there? So those boards, to us, look identical. You know, maybe something happened. Maybe he had a little bit of an awkward landing. May have creased that other board that he was riding. Looking for a 6.26. Ooh, it's going to be close. Indicators coming through. And it is enough. A 6.37. Ian Gentile flips the script. And what a way to do it. With 3 minutes, 13 seconds to go. There's Felipe looking over going, thank you. I need somebody to take care of this Italo guy.
Well, they would potentially face up in the semis if they both made it through as well. But now pressure's on. This guy, 2019 world champ, needing a 6.45, just a little bit more than his 6.33. Needs to finish a wave off, and you can't safety surf this wave either. And we're talking about a guy that came back in 2019, made 3 finals in a row, matched up against the #1 surfer in the world, beat him in the final of Pipeline. He is capable of doing these big things right here, Chris.
Yeah.
He needs a wave, though, in 2.5 minutes to come through.
How dare you use the term safety surf alongside Italo Ferreira? You know he's
Just
never
saying.
safety surfed a wave.
Just saying.
2:20 on the clock. This is getting exciting. I mean, it's been exciting. It's staying exciting. Quarterfinal heat number 1. This was a matchup that I don't think anybody saw coming early on. You know, there's of course a lot of Ian Gentile fans out there, but Italo with the Olympic gold, with the world titles, you know, with the firepower, the star power. He's a threat to win any event that he enters. So for Ian Gentile, being in his first quarterfinal of the season, his first CT quarterfinal, I think, ever.
Yep.
Unless he had a big result at Pipeline that I'm not aware of. This could be a huge moment for this surfer in the island of Maui. Just willing, with everything he's got, for this clock to run out. So there is pressure on Italo.
Yeah, there is. And he's only made the quarterfinals once so far this season, and this would be a huge result for the island of Maui as well. Only 3 surfers from Maui have qualified for the championship tour. Dusty Payne, Imai Kalani Devalt, and now the surfer in red, Ian Gentile. Can Italo break free from this pressure right now? 60 seconds to go. Can he manufacture a score if a set wave doesn't come through, Chris?
Yes, that's Italo Ferreira we're talking about, and it just comes down, I think, to luck right now. Does a wave come in time? It's got to be something of consequence, right? I mean, the 7 and the 633, those are on decent-sized set waves.
Yep.
So it has to be something that's going to match that 7-point ride that he got on his second wave.
Also, who would be to blame here if you end up losing this heat? You had a couple of opportunities to really close it out, and it were really the finishes or the lack of the finishes. Yeah. You left a little bit on the board, and guess what? Ian Gentile took advantage of it. Look at how close the heat is, 13.44 to 13.33. You got to look back on this heat and think, okay, it was up to me. I could have decided my fate in this one. Props to Ian Gentile, though. He surfed in an incredible way, and he's moving on to the semifinals for the first time in his career, Chris.
What a moment for Ian Gentile. I mean, you'd have to call him the underdog coming into the last 2 heats that he surfed. Don't call him that anymore. Call him a semifinalist. Ian Gentile makes his way through probably one of the toughest heats he's ever surfed. Going up against Italo Ferreira, who was looking like he was firing on all cylinders, comes up just short. That's going to be it for quarterfinal heat number 1. We lose Italo, and Ian Gentile heads to the semis. We got 35 more minutes on the clock. Felipe Toledo and Kanoa Igarashi enter the lineup, and we got a special guest coming into the booth. Well, welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We are in the men's quarterfinals, heat number 2. I'm Chris Cote, joined by Mitchell Salazar, and we're very excited to have a special guest here in the booth. We've got Leonardo Fioravanti. Welcome to the commentary team. It's been a true joy to watch you surf throughout this event. Fortunately, you went up against your buddy Kanoa Igarashi, who's out in the water right now. But tell us your experience so far here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Thank you so much for having me. Obviously, I'd rather be in the water right now against Felipe Toledo, as here he is, starting off with a gigantic frontside air. That transition was so beautiful. And I think, in these conditions, Felipe is really one of the best. Forcing it right at the end a little bit, but yes, like I said, I would much rather be in the water right now against Felipe, as I did have a heat against my good friend Kanoa. But you know what? I gave it my best. I feel like I've done some good surfing. Kanoa surfed amazing, and you can't really do too much when you go up against somebody who surfs better than you, gets better waves, and it is what it is. But I'm just really happy where I'm at the moment, and I'm so stoked to be here in El Salvador.
And I know that, all surfers on the championship tour run hot with emotion. I feel like that's part of being an elite athlete. So when you give your all in a heat and it's a close match like that, regardless if it's a friend or foe, do you come in, feeling satisfied with everything you left in the lineup?
Well, I think when you lose, you never come in satisfied. But then, obviously, you realize that you did give it your best and you didn't make too many mistakes. Maybe we should watch Felipe's replay of this wave.
Yeah, well, a good opening snap right there, but he's set up for this transitional layer, as you were saying, Leo. The simple, no grab air, real cool, straight, and then opens up his shoulders again, wraps it back, and, he goes for a real sick air right here at the end, and he pulls that off. We're seeing something excellent in the first few minutes. But you look at this air right here, the amount of projection, the height, and the hang time that he can get. What kind of subtleties do you see in his surfing that you could probably take and integrate into your own, Leo?
This morning the judges did give us a nice message about what they were looking for, and I think this, summarizes it really well. It is a small wave, but, he did do some, an amazing progressive maneuver, straight air, no pumping in between, straight into an amazing frontside carve with a perfect technique. The score won't be too high because the wave wasn't that big, and he did fall in that last air, but it was amazing surfing.
Now here's Kanoa's answer. Big slash there to start. Gets around that section with the floater. Quick snap again. Now back on the open face. Kanoa goes to the air.
Yeah, he's an amazing surfer. On a wave like this, I knew today that he was going to be very hard to beat.
Jinxed him.
We saw that in the last heat. I would say
he didn't do that in the last heat.
No, he
did not do that in the last heat. In Italo's last heat, the difference between they were only about a tenth of a point separated, and I feel like it was because Italo did not close his waves, and he did so much work all the way through the inside, like we just saw right there for Kanoa. So while the judges aren't leaning super heavy into the finishing maneuver, I feel like just leaving a little bit on the plate, by falling on the inside, that's the last thing the judges see. So that could have been the difference for Italo. I think that, in looking back at that heat, while Ian surfed, incredibly well, Italo left a little bit of opportunity out there.
I do agree. Italo was surfing amazing, was linking his maneuvers very well. But Ian did have that strong finish every time, where there was a big layback, finished with an air on his 6.37 at the end. And yes, Kanoa did leave a bit of points out there, but what he did before I thought was some pretty amazing surfing. And he knows that going up against Felipe, you do have to give it your best. You never know the outcome, but Felipe on a very small wave dropped a high 6, and he did fall off, which could have been an even higher score. So, but nothing to take away from Kanoa. I think in these conditions, he can match Felipe. And if he gets himself on some good waves, he is hard to beat.
Well, first of all, big congratulations to you on the year that you've had so far. Second place finish at Pipeline, that's huge. It's the first final that you've made. What kind of improvements do you think you've made overall so far this year that have really elevated your game? You're number 10 in the world right now.
Thank you so much. I've really worked on focusing on what I'm good at, what my strengths are, and really making sure I emphasize on that and put all my thoughts and effort into myself and making sure that I do what I do best the best way possible. I said best a lot of times, but
that's great. That's
the
fine.
best way that it would come out for me. The tour is such an amazing, there's some amazing surfers on tour. The level is so high, but at the same time, I can't go up against Felipe at the wave pool and try and do what he does there. I have to go and do what I can do best and put some pressure against him. And sometimes it is enough and sometimes it's not, but as long as I'm consistent, and that's another thing that I've been trying to make sure, being consistent.
Yeah, I like that sentiment there. Surf how you surf. And I feel like Ian Gentile did just that. He didn't try to match what Italo was doing. He surfed like Ian Gentile surfs. And when that happens, good things happen. This will be a quick look at Kanoa Igarashi.
Nice first turn. Something big coming up. He's going to take it to the air, especially in a smaller wave. I think that to get a big score, you definitely got to push your surfing as he's doing right here, but something big is coming at some point on this wave.
He's got an inside section to work with here. Another.
That was some beautiful surfing, and there's the finish.
Oh, so close. So unable to complete that wave, but did some solid work throughout. 26:25 on the clock. Ian Gentile coming through victorious, a semifinalist here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. He is on the glass now with AJ.
Ian Gentile on to the semifinals. How good does that sound to your ears?
Sounds pretty good. I could get used to that.
Well, it seems like with the way you've been surfing lately, you are getting used to just finding your rhythm in the ocean, especially against somebody like Italo. How did you make sure that you just surfed the way that you wanted to surf and didn't change your strategy for who you were going against?
Yeah, it's inspiring to go up against a guy like that, and Italo's achieved so much. He's a world champion. He's the only Olympic champion so far, and I see it as just a huge opportunity, and to be in the water with someone like that is pretty cool.
Well, you certainly held your own against Italo in the water. You took off on one wave, you fell short on the score, but before you even heard the score come down, turned off, took off on another one. Walk us through what was working so well on the waves.
Yeah, I knew that the first one that I ended up not getting, I knew it was right there. I wasn't sure, and then that wave came through, and I was like, oh, this looks good to me. I'm going. Wasn't really thinking too much. Just looked like a decent little wave, and ended up making the difference.
It did make the difference. You also had to do a board change in there. What happened?
Just had a bit of tail cancer, and then on that last wave, it just kind of crushed through the tail. Tail was strong.
But you said it's still rideable, so what are you thinking for the semifinals?
We'll see. I don't know. We'll figure it out tomorrow morning.
Figure it out tomorrow morning, but enjoy this win for now. Congratulations, Ian.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
No strategy, and that's working. So we're watching the rise of Ian Gentile right now, the Cinderella story developing, and it's kind of running parallels, right, to what you accomplished at Pipeline at the very beginning of the year. Obviously, everybody knows you're a threat in any event that you surf, but I can be honest in saying you weren't on the top of the list of surfers that people were going, that's the guy that's going to take on Pipeline this year. You proved everybody wrong for a second place finish. What's it feel like to kind of rise up quietly and make your way all the way towards the top?
To be honest, if there is one event that I think I can win is Pipe or Chopu. I think getting in the barrels is where I feel the most comfortable. I've spent a lot of time in Hawaii the last 10 winters, 3 to 4 months. And obviously the Pipe Masters is a dream event that you want to win. I was very close to it this year. But at the same time, everything has its time. And just to be able to make a final, I was proud of myself. I was happy with that achievement. And yes, I wanted to win, but of course, everybody wants to win. But just to, get, I've made the semis a couple of times, and to get to that final was another step that I wanted to reach, of course. And now hopefully my next final will be a win. Here goes Kanoa again under priority. That wave before, 6.4, he fell off at the end, which could have been, I think a high 7 with that last air. And it was such a well-surfed wave. I mean, both of these guys can get really big scores on any type of wave. But I think going back to Ian Gentile, like you said before, it's very inspiring because he is doing the surfing that he does, focusing on himself, taking down some big names with just doing some beautiful power surfing. And I love the way he surfs. He's powerful, takes beautiful lines, and very inspiring to see him being in the semifinals.
Yeah, just got one of the biggest heat victories of his career, no doubt. Now, since we have you here, Tokash is a sponsor of this event, and I didn't really know what it was when I came down here. I started doing a little research. It sounds pretty cool, and I know that like any elite sport, be it a F1 racing team, a professional soccer team, it takes a village to get a surfer around the world and back. So tell us about what working with Tokash is like.
Well, Tokash is a blockchain bank that tokenizes deposits and payments through the blockchain. And for them to be one of my sponsors, first of all, is amazing because the support is unbelievable. Always, the life that we do, without them, we wouldn't be able to do it, so we're very grateful. But at the same time, for them to also sponsor one of the main events on the World Tour, and a place like El Salvador that embraces new technologies. Obviously, they have Bitcoin as one of their main currencies that you can pay at any time and any day. So it's really, the world is evolving, technologies are evolving, and I think we'll see much more of Tokash in our world, our day-to-day basis all around the world as it's accessible for everyone. And yeah, it's beautiful to see them also supporting surfing, which is such a beautiful, innovative sport.
And who wouldn't want to be sponsored by a digital bank? Come on, that's awesome.
Yeah, at this point, I'll take any support I could get if I were anybody on the championship tour. But you mentioned you had a couple semifinal finishes so far in your young career. To me, the turning point for you, 2019, you made the semifinals in France. I know you lost a very close heat to Jeremy, but man, I mean, he was just on a roll. But for you to compete in Europe, do so well over there, especially at a young age, you were only 21 when you made that semi, right?
It was actually to Italo in the semis.
Oh, Italo.
Jeremy did make the final, so it would have been a dream final to be against Jeremy. Also because it was in 2019, and 2018 was when Pierre Agnès, the CEO of Quicksilver, our very dear good friend, passed away. And for Jeremy to win it for him was unbelievable. I was very close to Pierre, so if I would have had a final against Jeremy in France for Pierre, that would have been a hit dream come true, and the best way for us to show some grace, be grateful for everything that he's done for European surfing. But yeah, that was a super special moment for me coming back from an injury. And not only that, just when I surf in Europe, I feel comfortable, I feel at home. Last year when I won the Challenger Series there, it was so beautiful. It wasn't a World Tour event, it was a Challenger Series, but just the vibe, the energy on the beach was insane. My family was there, friends, European fans. And as you saw this year, there was around 50,000 fans in Portugal. So Europe surfing scene is insane. It's beautiful. It's exciting. And that's the way we want that. When we go to Brazil, we hear those fans on the beach. Myself coming from, I love soccer. So seeing that similar vibe fires me up. And when I finish a wave on the beach and there's 10,000, 20,000 people watching me, there's nothing better than that.
I love it. You got me fired up thinking about it. I'm definitely going to go back and watch the replay, knowing these emotional, impactful moments that surfers at the elite level go through. It's always fun to hear those stories. So inside of 20 minutes now, emotions running hot in the lineup, that's for sure. Kanoa Igarashi and Felipe Toledo locked into this heat right now. Toledo with a 6.67. Igarashi, he's got a pair of sixes. Here we go with Felipe.
This is a clean wave. He really waited for that second wave. And those first two turns were beautiful. And sometimes, and I saw this happening at the wave pool, Felipe was trying to take it to the air maybe a little too much. Whereas if he just does this,
whoa,
it's insane.
What was that ender?
His power surfing is as good as anyone on tour and electric, right?
I fully agree. In 2017, when he won at J-Bay with the alley-oops, I thought that was the best single performance on a wave so far on the CT. But what he did in 2018, he only won on the rail, remember?
Yep.
He didn't do a single air throughout that event, and I think he proved and demonstrated that he is capable of doing that at the highest level.
And you're totally right. Until then, we had, mostly heard about Felipe with doing those big airs. And when he comes out and does this beautiful power surfing, I said it the other day, for me at the moment, he is my favorite surfer on tour. And if if I, can do some turns like he does, I'm very happy.
You do. Trust me, you do. Dude, you still have one of the highest heat totals of the event at 16.5. You have a 9. So don't sell yourself short. But speaking of speed and power and control, boy, this guy had it on this wave. I don't see this not being excellent. Just the wave quality, the combination of major maneuvers, and that turn right there. I mean, 99% of the average surfers worldwide would not be able to do that.
No one's making that. That was unbelievable.
Would you have made that, Chris?
I wouldn't even have got that far on that wave. I mean, the reaction time with Felipe Toledo. Oh, there.
Look at that fire.
The
That's
fangs
the best
are out.
moment.
The fangs are out. For
That
Felipe
fire
Toledo.
when you finish a good wave and you got these emotions. And I was speaking to Stephanie Gilmore about this, and she wants me to do the claim where I do this, where the camera can show it, where I'm like Italian style. But when you finish a wave, you have so many emotions that all you want to do is just bring those emotions out. And here's an excellent score.
Yeah, I mean, earned every bit of it right there. An 8.67. So Felipe Toledo goes up into the excellent range with just incredible lightning fast surfing with power. Gave the judges everything they wanted to see on that wave, which was actually kind of a shorter wave than we've seen in the past few heats. And I mean, he made full use of it. So Felipe Toledo is way into the lead. Kanoa Igarashi now needs an 8.74. We'll be back right after these brief messages with more from Leonardo Fioravanti and our quarterfinal heat number 2. Stay tuned. Some surf fans will remember this moment for that bleach blonde mustache. Others will remember for this. An incredible performance from Felipe Toledo at the 2017 Corona Open J-Bay. The world was watching, and Felipe Toledo came alive out there in absolute perfect surf.
With a perfect 10 right here. This year, 2017, was the best year I've ever seen J-Bay in my life. Look at this. The surfing that Felipe did this event was unbelievable. And 5 days after the event, all those 5 days were as good as it gets. But during the event was as good as it gets. So it was like 10 days of J-Bay perfection. And this is the first time I think that Felipe really showcased what he's capable of. Not what he's capable of, but he's power surfing.
Yeah, unreal.
On some bigger waves. Obviously, we've seen him at Snapper doing some incredible waves, some incredible turns, and many other places, as he's always done. But right here, I think Felipe came on rail as strong as anyone and showed what he can do.
When the waves are like this for a surf contest, is there a different feeling in the competitors area? Is everybody just laughing?
Look, Kanoa's getting shacked and he lost, but of course you're laughing. You have to be stoked, and their matchup is 4-2, so Felipe has the most wins like Kanoa does on me, but that only makes you fired up even more to go back and get him, right?
I'm always impressed with professional surfers at the elite level, because you guys remember every wave from every heat, every score, every matchup.
Every. Because I think as a professional athlete, you kind of have to be a perfectionist, I think. At least I am. And the detail to perfection is so important. You remember whether it was a carve, you remember whether it was a special turn, whether you did it yourself or someone else. And those little moments, I think, also help you to improve as a surfer.
Yep.
You know, if you are really on point, checking those little details, you can improve those little 1% every day and try and be a better surfer. And I think Philippe, you know, for how good he is, he keeps improving. And that's inspiring to see that, you know, the surfing that he does every single year, and every single year he's improving. But also, everybody's improving, I think, today on the World Tour. So I think when you're at that level, you have to make sure you're on top of your game, because even though you are one of the best ever, everybody behind you is hungry and coming.
Well, I think we could say the same thing about Kanoa. I mean, the way he qualified, makes the final at Pipe his first year. Needed that result, first of all, to re-qualify through the Championship Tour rankings. The other day I asked him, hey, what's it like to be considered one of the greats already? He's like, oh, you're my friend, you're biased. I was like, dude, you threw me under the bus, but first Japanese surfer to qualify for the CT. He's already won a CT event, silver medalist in the Olympics, 2-time U.S. Open champion. He's won the Challenger Series before. It's like, what else do you want? You know, he finished number 5 in the world last year. And as of right now, obviously his ranking, I don't think indicates how good he is as a competitor and as a surfer. I mean, you've known him since his childhood. He's been just as good, and he's improved a lot each and every year, Leo.
Kanoa is somebody who's devoted to his life, to his game, to surfing. He really wants to always improve and be better than himself, especially. And he's done that incredible in the last couple of 5 to 10 years. At first, at the start of his career, Kanoa, and he's the first one to say that he wasn't very comfortable in bigger conditions. He got on tour in 2016. Where does he make his first final? Pipeline. Okay, maybe it wasn't the 20-foot pipeline, but it still was 8-foot pipeline, and he was getting huge scores. So there, straight away, he proved somebody wrong. Last year, to make the WSL finals in conditions that maybe he's not the most comfortable. There's 5-7 minutes to go. He needs an 8. Drops a 9.8,
pretty high.
And he continues to do that in his career. And like you said, this year he's having a bit of an off year, but his surfing has been there. There's just been, the tour is like that. Sometimes you have these heats that he's lost against Sami Pupo with 15 points in Portugal. He lost against Matthew McGivery with a huge total in Sunset. So there is heats on tour that you put up a good performance, like maybe I did today, but you don't make, and then it dictates on your end of the year ranking. But he is one of the best. He's won an event, medalist. But you say, what do you want more? Knowing Kanoa since I was a kid, he wants a world title and an Olympic medal. And he's going to keep fighting for that.
I'm blown away that you just not only know all your stats, you know everybody else's stats and memories as well. When you were a youngster, there's a photo out there somewhere. We've all seen it. It's you and Kanoa and one other surfer. You're about 7 or 8 years old. Did you know then that where your path was going to take you guys?
I think we were so lucky to have Stephen Bell and Quicksilver, back in the day, to support us in the best possible way so that we were able to travel on tour together. We'll come back to that after Kanoa.
All right, Kanoa needs a big number.
And this is a bit of a smaller wave, so maybe it has something down the line that we cannot see on the camera. But he is surfing it beautiful. That was a floater tail slide. Getting a little stuck behind the section, but I think here he's going to hopefully slow down a little bit.
Well, that
bit of
kick out
frustration.
told us everything we needed. Are the surfers out there, when you're out there looking down the line at this wave, it's such a fast wave. It does have like an experts only quality to it a lot of times. Does it almost look like the ones you want are closeouts, or what are you looking for out there?
I think right now with the little bit of wind, you're trying to find the cleaner wave. And Kanoa, unfortunately, didn't do that on that wave. You could see it had a bit of chatter on it. And, it was a bit bumpy. And I think it was a mistake. And you could see the frustration on him. But you're trying to find the clean wave. And you can see Philippe's 8.67. The wave was clean. He stood up. It was the second wave of the set, and he opened up. And I think, I've said it this whole week. Out here, it's not necessarily the sets that you're looking for, even though if the set comes, you're stoked. but it's the angle of the wave. And my best waves that I've had have been the ones that are a little bit deeper on the lower tide, the heats that I've had, that are a little bit slower, that you're not chasing it like Kanoa was, that you can really open up and mix it up, because the judges really do want to see that on a point break.
It was a double up, really. Your 9-point ride of the first day, it was one of those waves that was deeper, as you were saying.
Exactly.
And this wave right here from Kanoa, he's just playing catch up a lot of the time right here. That
Beautiful
turn
surfing.
was sick.
Yeah, it's beautiful surfing, but just forcing it a little bit because of the wave and trying to make it happen on something that unfortunately didn't have an 8.74 on it. But going back to when we were kids, yes, we were brought up the best way possible. But at the same time, you know, everybody can give a kid every single card to make it, and it's not sure that you're going to make it. But I think because we were such good friends and we pushed each other always, and you know, we're motivating each other every single day, that helped us to get where we are. And you know, the last few years, Kanoa, I would say, and you know, it's a statement, he has achieved more than I have, and I'm super stoked for him and happy for him. But at the same time, it fires me up to improve on my career, my surfing, and get to you know, get my first win on tour and get some goals on my, you know, achieve some goals that we've always had.
I love to hear that. I mean, all surfers, Stephanie Gilmore, a perfect example, saying that she's loving competing against the likes of Molly Picklum and Katie Simmers. Just, you know, that is fueling her fire. I think we see that up and down on all the tours, you know, here at the CT level and on the Challenger Series as well. So we see Griffin Colapinto making his way out into the lineup.
Those rocks, man. This week.
Yeah, so that's something that not a lot of us has experienced. What is it like walking out into the lineup?
First
Back
of all,
to the basics.
Having, you know, my coach is Adriano. Having him as my caddy as well, I've been so scared that my backup board goes down by the time I need it. But those rocks are very tough to navigate, low tide or high tide. There's urchins. They're super slippery, and you're going out for a heat, so you have to make sure that your board doesn't break. And the day before, 2 days before the contest, I rode the board that I thought was my magic board, and had an amazing surf on it. Caught 3 waves, and I'm like, "Wow, this board is magic." I kept it aside and brought it back. This board is the one. So I tell Adriano, he was out there, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go and surf the other board because I don't want to break this one. So I go in, finish my last wave, I go in on the rocks slowly, boom, hit the rock with my back fin, thinking it's not too bad. I get on the beach, I check my plug is fully into the board.
Ouch. I'm
just like, I came in to save this board, and I just smashed it on the rocks.
The details,
Luckily,
the details.
Luckily, Papaya surfboards from here, they fix boards amazingly, which is, you know, great to see in a place like this. So they were able to do an amazing job, and that's the board that I did ride in the contest. But I was pretty bummed when I did my plug.
Oh man, I love hearing the little things that you don't hear about in the overall arc of someone's competition. So 4:30 to go. Felipe Toledo only needs. He only needed 2 waves to really fire this thing up. A 6.67 and an 8.67. So masterful work so far for Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, and you see right here, a lot of creativity involved in both of his scores. Straight out right there without the grab either. That was really cool. Shows a lot of control of his body as well. That requires a lot of strength from your core to be able to control like that. And then Kanoa with a great answer. 6.6 right here, his best. And at the moment, he's looking to carry, you know, some momentum going into the future events that we'll have on the Championship Tour season. Great air reverse right there, and his flow was impeccable on his first few rides.
Here's where I said the clean wave. You can see this wave is so clean and easy to surf. And he just did some beautiful surfing, speed, power, flow, variety, everything you could ask for, and the judges really ate it up.
Okay, let me ask you this. He's looking to go back-to-back with World Championships. I know he's your favorite surfer, and I know you want to win this year. But realistically, do you think he goes back-to-back this season?
If he gets to trestles, it's going to be very hard to take Philippe. I think he's the biggest threat at trestles. It's all about mindset at the same time, you know. He seems very motivated. It seems like he wants it. This year, he also seems a little more relaxed than the last few years. And maybe that is because he has achieved his first world title, which was very hard for him to get, and he was so close for so many years. And I think that relaxedness, I'm not sure if that's a word.
Relaxation.
Relaxation shows in his surfing as he's, really opening up even more. And it's going to be very hard to take him down, even though I want to.
I want to talk about opening up. I know you had the opportunity to sit down a one-on-one with Joe Trappell. And I don't want to give it all away because I really want to listen to this and kind of learn more about you for myself. But for the fans out there, what did you give us some highlights? What did you divulge in this one-on-one interview?
The one-on-one with Joe was really cool. We sat down, and I think it was supposed to be 30 to 40 minutes. I think we chatted for about an hour and a half because things were flowing. We were having a good time. Joe is amazing at asking questions, and when you ask the right questions, I think it's very comfortable for the person that's answering them. And I was really relaxed, had a really good chat with him, talked about my my past, where I grew up, how I got to this level, the people that, helped me get to this level, that supported me along the way, that always believed in me, which is not easy, and how grateful I am to do this because I'm doing what I love, and not many people in their lives can say that they do what they love for a job. And that's something that we have to be grateful. Even though we work for it, and I don't take away anything out of myself or the surfers, I'm grateful for the life I live. And at the same time, lucky to do this. So a couple little things about my my life and what it took me to be here and how much more it's going to take to stay here.
I love that. You got to get here first, but then staying here, that's twice the battle. Here we go, Kanoa Igarashi. Is this an 8.74? Right back at it. One of the most consistent surfers on the championship tour is up and ripping.
Oh!
Goes for the massive corrupt flip, the double grab alley-oop, and blows the tail out.
This is going to be a very solid score. The wave is dying right here, but that was some insane surfing.
Slob.
What just happened?
Stale fish. Bring
He's
out
going to go for another air, I think, right here. Frontside air. Oh!
Ah!
Wow, he mixed it up right there. And that wave maybe didn't have an 8.74, but the score is going to come as close as possible to that because he did some amazing surfing.
He showed heart, too.
Oh, my God.
He didn't give up right there, and I think that's more important than getting the score at this point,
That was ludicrous.
And with
Nobody
1
does
minute to
combos
go,
like that.
1 minute to go under pressure against Felipe Toledo, that was amazing surfing.
How did this happen?
Let's see what the
Felipe
score.
let him go.
Yeah, there wasn't much time to go. This was insane. Big crop flip, got a little hung up, but straight into this blowtail. Wow. That was some amazing surfing. Variety, innovative surfing, which they really emphasized this. And then this would have been really cool because not many people do. I think it's called a passion pop.
That's passion pop.
Not many people go for those. Wow, that was really cool.
Almost fell out of the back of that wave. He forced himself back into it.
I haven't seen anybody try a passion pop in maybe 10 years.
I think Wade Goodall was the last guy I seen do that.
He was.
Corrupt flip. Josh Kerr was very good at those.
How clean was that, too? I mean, I know he lands on the roof of the wave, but...
Straight into a blowtail.
Look at Callanan.
No, O'Leary.
Look Connor O'Leary out the back looking in there like, wow.
I've never done... 7.67 for Kanoa. Just under what he needed. But to get a 7.67 on a 3-foot, what was it, a 2-foot wave, he has to be proud of himself, really, I think.
Wow, that's how we love to see these heats finish. Almost got the number, comes through just under. So our next semi-finalist up is Felipe Toledo. Thank you so much, Leah, for joining us. I know you're technically on vacation in Surf City, but if you want to come back tomorrow, that seat is open for you. We'd love to have you.
Thank
we got
you, guys.
more quarterfinal action coming up. Don't go anywhere. Cola Pinto versus Connor O'Leary.
Kanoe Igarashi getting the download after his clash with Felipe Toledo. Quarterfinal number 2 here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. That was a highly entertaining heat, Pete. We already have semifinal number 1 already set up in the books. Let's set up semifinal number 2, starting with this next clash in the water.
Yeah, well, Griffin Colapinto, Conor O'Leary. You got to love this matchup. Backhand, forehand. Man in the yellow jersey is sitting in the quarterfinals, exactly where he needs to be. Matter of fact, I think he wants to go further because it's needed if he wants to stay in that final 5.
Yeah, that is a true statement. Griffin Colapinto, he's our defending champ here at Punta Roca. And I love what you just talked about, Peter, is the contrast we're going to see of the springy surfing of Griffin Colapinto and the coiled approach by Conor O'Leary on the backhand in yet another quarterfinal this year for Conor O'Leary.
Yeah, he's definitely picked up his consistency, found his feet on this tour, understanding where his strengths are, how to beat people. That's what you got to be able to do. And especially with that backhand, it's just so lethal.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto also having a great year. 2nd place at Sunset, runner-up finish at Margaret River, and just coming off a win at the Surf Ranch to earn that yellow leader's jersey. You know, Griffin, he's come so close to making that final 5. 2001, he was number 6 on the rankings, missed it by 1 spot. Then he had, in 2002, had that heartbreak heat in the end of the road at Taupo, where he lost his position. He was in that final 5 category, finished the year number 7. Griffin Colapinto, if he does make it to that final 5 for the Rip Curl WSL Finals at his home break, lower trestles, give me the odds that he's going to win that.
Well, I feel like of the 2 surfers that, you know, right now that are sitting in that final 5 is your current world champion, Felipe Toledo, and Griffin, both those surfers at trestles. It's a coin flip between those 2 if they get to trestles. And it'll also see where they finish in that final 5, because we do know the format for that event at the Rip Curl WSL Finals is that your 5th and 4th seed are going to surf against each other, and they meet up, and whoever wins goes against number 3, goes against number 2, and then goes against number 1. So there's
Look who's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Pete.
Yeah, well, Jack Robinson, he's hanging out down there along with Dad, Mitch Colapinto, and Mitch looks like he's on vacation. I think he mentioned that he was here to get his surf on, and I think he looks just as relaxed as Griffin did before his heat.
Yeah.
I walked into the locker room, and they were sharing AirPods, Tom Whitaker and Griffin, and they were literally synchronized dancing to whatever tunes they were.
I like that.
I walked in on it, and they were just laughing, and that's loose, right? I think there's certain values that a coach will bring to the table, and every athlete's a little different in how they respond to get them to get in the zone, right? Helping prepare them to get into the zone. And I think Tom has figured out the formula with Griffin.
Yeah, just keeping it light, right?
Yeah,
keeping it light, and don't be too serious about the task at hand. Hit the serious switch when you hit the water. We saw Tom Whitaker, Griffin's coach, on his way out on the rocks. We do have those in-water caddies. They're down the point. If anything were to happen to any of Griffin's equipment, Tom would be able to quickly switch equipment. Here we go on the paddle. Open priority right now. Looks like Conor O'Leary's going to get the inside. Needs to make it around this section. On his heels for just a bit. O'Leary coils up, floats through that first section, still chasing this wave down. Fits a snap in there, in between the ribs. One more dart at the lip, stabbing the lip one more time, catches that outside rail. That was disastrous for Conor O'Leary. Right behind him, Griffin Colapinto on a cleaner faced wave, carves through there. Looking good on his mayhem. Double pump bottom turn, a lot of spray, hacking all the way around. Colapinto weaving down the line, picking his spot. One more big hack for our defending champ. Griffin with a nice start in this quarterfinal. And a nice finish. Stares at the judges' tower, dares him to give him a good score.
2-wave set. Griffin did try to paddle hard to get inside position over Conor. Conor ended up with it. With that fall, though, momentum definitely with Griffin in that exchange. You would have to say that Griffin's going to get the best of it. And you look at that clean second wave of the set. We have this wind kind of coming up, and that second wave just so much easier to surf.
Yeah, these two have met only one time in their history against each other. And Connor O'Leary took that win. That was in 2022 at Sunset around the 32. It was a close heat. 15.7 to 15.93 between the two, but Connor O'Leary did take the win in that heat. If you would remember, that's when Connor O'Leary did kind of a Hail Mary floater on the inside there at Sunset.
And Sunset's one of those venues where it doesn't matter if you're forehand or backhand, you're surfing against the other ocean and somehow finding the best waves. As we watch this replay here, this wave way more challenging to surf. You see all the bumps on the face, trying to pick your spot. And that might have affected that situation where he fell. You know, that one there gets the tail released and then straight up again. And just a bunch of chops, grabs the nose of the board, and just almost looks like a different surf spot. How much smoother on the face is this wave? Those two turns on the outside, just beautifully done. Had to weave his way, but he's seeing down the line and realizing that this wave is going to load back up with some energy. There is that flat spot in the middle of this wave. That's why he's pumping down the line and then goes to these searing carves. One of the best. You know, he just looks so easily as he goes into those turns, but there's just water flying off the rail, and he carries his speed so well, and then a solid finish.
What do you think is, well, we'll check this out first in slow motion, because I love the study of the rail work of Griffin Colapinto.
And Griffin, see how high he keeps his arm up? It's a little different than anyone else. And again, that angle of attack, and he keeps it above, so he gets a tighter arc, but somehow the length of the rail, so he's able to keep that leg straight, that front leg straight as he goes into this wrap. See there, it's straightened out, compresses the back leg, and he keeps that leg straight all the way through. And that's the length of the rail staying in the water as that front leg stays straight, and then he compresses as he rotates around it.
O'Leary on wave number 2, vertical stab to start. Needs to make up some ground, does it so with a float, finds some open face, stabs it there, looking quick and on rail. DHD gliding underneath the feet of O'Leary, and that coiled approach, but an early kick out, recognizing that that wave maybe tapered too much for his liking.
I don't know if he would have gotten the score before he took off on that wave, but I think that just surfing into momentum, that wave did have some smooth face, and I think that's why he chose that one.
Let's take a look at the score for Griffin Colapinto, because he opened up with an excellent ride, an 8.17. There's all the numbers from the judges, Pete.
Yep, 7.5 for the low, 8.5 for the high. You average the 8.5, the 8.0s, and that's where you get the number of an 8.17.
Felipe Toledo. He's looking like the man to beat out here with his speed that he's able to approach here at Punta Roca. Let's hear from Felipe Toledo as he is into the semifinals, AJ.
Felipe coming in after a long day here at Punta Roca, but you did what you needed to do to punch your ticket to finals day. What did you have to push through in that last heat to get there?
Yeah, thanks. I feel like the challenge here is just staying focused and hydrated. It's, you know, it's really hot. So I had that first heat in the morning, then I was able to go back home, you know, like rest and eat, do an ice bath. So it felt pretty good. When I came back here, I was ready to go again. But yeah, definitely feeling the heat right now after a long day. But stoked to be in finals day, and just being consistent. It's what I'm looking for, and that's what I'm trying to do.
What did you see when you came back watching the waves for this second heat of the day that you applied to get the win?
That the waves were still firing. It was, you know, it was definitely low tide, a little bit different, but there was non-stop waves. Just watching the girls rip was so fun. Riz, Steph, Betty Lou, Gabby, Tyler, everyone. It was pretty cool. And then it was actually kind of slow in my heat. I don't know what happens, but every heat of mine it just gets slow, and it's, you know, always down to the last minute. I'm tired of it. But yeah, it felt great. The waves were good. My board's really good, and I just feel really confident.
How are you going to build off this for finals day?
Same. Go back home, ice bath again, dinner with the boys, have a beer to sleep, relax, and, you know, hang out, rest, do some stretching, and, you know, just do what I've been doing, and it's been working really good. And yeah, just focus on my goal, what I have to do, and try to get the win this time.
There you go. We'll see you on finals day. Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Yeah, that's right. Felipe Toledo, last year's runner-up here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. He's going to be matched up with Ian Gentile in that first semi-final. And I take away from that interview, there's a couple of type of heat managements you need here in El Salvador, Pete. You need to manage your scores, your priority, and your 35-minute clock. That heat management, and the other heat management is managing the temperature here.
Yeah, it's fully. I mean, this is one of the hottest places on tour. It literally, even sitting in the shade, still takes it out of you. So being able to separate yourself from the environment, going back into AC, but not doing the in out of AC, because that's actually stress on your body as well. So you almost want to go and kind of set yourself back, and not going into too cold of a room too. I feel like sometimes is a good idea. I mean, again, everybody's different. Everyone's going to respond differently, but whatever's comfortable for you. I mean, I've seen guys that were hanging out all day, through it all. They're sitting down in the shade and so forth, not putting themselves directly in the sun. But yeah, managing that environment here, it's definitely part of the game. It is definitely warm. It's definitely something that will factor in, especially on those bigger days like finals day. We're lucky that we're going to get it split up here, because 2 heats in a day is doable.
Finals day is going to be a sprint, right?
Yeah, it would be.
Semis and finals.
Yeah, so and that's 2 heats, right? If you're going to get to the final.
4 waves to the win.
Yeah, and it's getting simpler and simpler. But I mean, usually a finals day is quarters, semis, and a final, and that could be a big day. And sometimes even you get 4 heats in a day, and we've even had 5. So yeah. In this heat, though, it is a whole different game. And even in the cold, it's another thing, right? Managing the environment in the cold.
Yeah. Not only do you have to deal with all kinds of waves on the championship tour, you have to deal with all kinds of temperatures, from frigid to tropical, getting loose in the tropics. Griffin Colapinto opened up with an 8.17. Here he is, wave number 2, floating through that section there. Gets caught up, but is able to bounce off the whitewater. That was a difficult section to negotiate. Finds his way into the open face, and now he's going to continue his assault down the line. Colapinto looking sharp, bringing speed, rail control, getting loose with the fins, variety of maneuvers. Again, double float to the finish, throws the tail, air reverse, no problem, exclamation point finish for Griffin Colapinto. He is going to back up that 8.17 in a tremendous way, Peter.
And that's exactly what he was intended to do there. And there was 2 things that were appealing to that wave. It wasn't a major set wave, so that part was like, oh, maybe I should pull the trigger, but it was in clean water. That was one thing that was appealing. And the next thing, it had great pace. He didn't have to work down the line and chase it the whole time. He was able to kind of pick and choose where he wanted to get that acceleration, where he wanted to do his turns. So good wave choice by him, especially since he's got that 8.17 here. And it's a good size set wave. He had to chase it on the outside. The float right here is, like you said, how he kept the momentum going after he just got swallowed by whitewater. That was important to keep him going down the line to get to this open face where the wave has nicer pace. And this is where he can kind of start to relax a little bit. Pick and choose where those little steeper sections are. It lays down, but he has such great flow. He somehow finds that acceleration. He gets those tail whips. And then the finish here, I'm just going to put, since it is a smaller wave, you have to have something kind of dynamic at the end, and that's what he's done here. Pulls it off with ease.
Wow, we opened up with 8.17. And look at this. This is the difficult part right here. Kind of missed time, and I thought he caught his rail. I thought he was going to go down. Was able to emerge from that section and then just continue on down the line.
He's chucking fins after it.
And chucking fins. That was so impressive.
It is very impressive. And, when things are going right, which means is why he's in the yellow jersey, things are going right.
Yeah, and talk about a board being glued to your feet. I mean, suction cups there.
Yeah, it is. He's got probably the right wax. And there's all these little things that you don't really touch on. Like, we're talking about 86-degree water. You have to have the right temperature wax. We have different temperatures that we use on our surfboards to have it so it won't melt. The harder the wax is for the tropics.
I mean, I'm just watching his feet right now, and just look at how solid he is in his turns. Reaction from Jack Robinson and Dad, Mitch. Pretty happy with that.
And not overly happy. We still have 18 minutes in the heat, so, yeah, a little discussion about it.
7.5 clocks in for Griffin Colapinto. Here comes Connor O'Leary on the comeback. Throwing the fins there on the backhand. One more fin chuck, big snap. Comes around this section, backhand float. Gets on his heels for a bit, can't find more open face.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate there for Connor. The first wave had that fall. Second wave just didn't have the length of ride, not the size of set wave. This one kind of similar to, cuts short. So he's going to have to battle. He's going to have to start from basically the 18-minute heat right here and get 2 numbers, because the number's in for Griffin.
Yep. 7.5, that was the backup. 8.17, the opener. Right now, Connor O'Leary is in a two-wave combination, needing a 15.67. It appears to me, with this tide, with this wind, that it is a lot harder to surf this wave on the backhand.
It would be, especially with the chop. And when it's clean, I think that the backhanders can definitely have a bit of an advantage depending on which waves they choose. But in this condition here, way more challenging. I like the way Connor's been surfing the wave, especially the beginning of that 4-point ride. He was able to project down the line and get to that open face, but it was just so chunky because it was wave number 1. It just was too difficult to really get any momentum through it. It was always just kind of placing it there and having to herky-jerk through it. But it did a good job as best as he could.
Yes, I mean, with the kind of bumpy conditions, it seems like you'd way rather be on your toes than on your heels.
I would agree with that for sure. I mean, looking at it, make sure that you kind of choose the right wave, right? That gives you that cleaner face. But there's no guarantee that wave number 2 is going to be a better wave. And a matter of fact, most of the day, wave number 1 has been the choice.
Yeah, that's true.
But now you
not
can
in that
see
opening exchange. Yeah.
Tide drops. Wave number 1's going to have all the chop on the face. So wave number 2 might be the best choice.
So Connor O'Leary did chip away at it. Last score, a 6.33 for the Australian. He's out of combination, 9.34 for the lead if he wants to do it on one wave. He's got time for 2 waves, but if he wants to do it on one wave, 9.34. Priority also with Connor O'Leary.
Well, the 6.33, I feel like it's the work was done on that outside section, and that's why the judges liked it into the good range. And it keeps him out of combo. But I do agree with you in that, myself, I think that he's going to need 2 solid waves here to turn this heat, because the 6.33 just doesn't feel like, even if he gets the 9.34, he's going to need another bigger score than that, being that Griffin most likely will improve.
Pete, if I recall, there must have been a paddle by Griffin Colapinto to flip that priority, because in the order of waves would have been Colapinto, then O'Leary, but Connor does have priority right now.
Well, I mean, we remember this big long wave, the wave that he got. Connor actually was on another wave after it and kind of fell short, right?
Yeah.
So maybe he battled and got back out before Griffin did, because he was so far inside after that air reversed. I mean, that was right here in front of the rocks. So it would have been a long paddle.
Right. At any rate, O'Leary with priority, so that's something that works in his favor. Again, needing a 9.34. We're over halfway through this heat. 15 minutes and 20 seconds. We'll see if Connor O'Leary can come back in quarterfinal number 3. We're going to step away. We'll be back with more action from Punta Roca. Surf City, El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. And you want to have some fun on your smartphone? Download TrueSurf. You can compete virtually on all the Championship Tour stops. You can compete with your friends, practice your virtual aerials, tube rides. You can find it on the Apple Store and Google Play. That's TrueSurf. quarterfinal 3 in the water. Griffin Colapinto with the lead during the break. Connor O'Leary got a wave, Peter.
Yep, utilizing his priority here, and a little cleaner on the face, and beautiful first turn, whipping it out of the top. A little carve to set up this move here. Again, that tomahawk that he throws in the lip vertically, just whipping through each and every turn. That's that backhand attack. So much different than the forehand. And beautiful finish, really hit it hard. And we're still waiting on the score for this one. Look at the technique there, low arm in the bottom turn, drives up into the lip, and that just releasing the tail with the water spraying out the back. You know, when you can get the combination of both of those, where you get the actual carve with the spray and the release, and then there, mixing it up on the backhand, that's one thing I think that he has refined in his surfing, is that it's easy to get repetitive on the backhand, but Connor has been able to find a way to throw down the carves and the snaps, and that's the work with Dog Marsh. You know, understanding what the judges want to see, and going out there and going, hey, Connor, this is what we want to see. We want to change the angles of approach, change the style of the backhand snap, and look at the number.
7.93 for O'Leary on the paddle back out. This is his 4th quarterfinal this year, so he's having a good year on the championship tour, Connor O'Leary. Those are all the numbers from the judges. One judge went as high as 8.5. O'Leary came into this event number 12 on the leaderboard in the real-time rankings. He's moved up to number 10 right now with this quarterfinal appearance.
Yeah, and every step closer to that final is another probably jump up those rankings. So, I mean, he's got an outside chance to find himself into that final 5. You think about some of the events we have on the roster coming up. Brazil coming up next. You got Tahiti, and you got J-Bay. You know, big backhand hooks at J-Bay. You'd have to like his chances.
Yeah, and you got to think about the points on offer, too. You make it into the semifinals, you make it through this heat, 6,085 points. Taking a look at Connor O'Leary's year and really standing out that run of quarterfinals. Portugal, Bells, Margaret's.
So obviously the beach breaks he was happy about over there, and getting himself the first 5th, the quarterfinal of the year, because it was a little tough beginning for Connor in Hawaii, but was able to bounce back. Then obviously the right-handers at Bells, his backhand got him to the quarters. And then Margaret River, another, basically now it's a right
Yeah,
for the most part.
It is a right now, yeah.
And his backhand got him to the quarters there. And right now, sitting in the quarters with his backhand. So you know that that's his weapon.
He's right in the race, too. Now his need, a 7.75 to take the lead off of Griffin Colapinto. So nice battle back from the goofy foot Australian Connor O'Leary.
And you would have thought, you know, again, when you see a competitor put up 2 reasonably good numbers, well, no, those are great numbers. An 8.17 and a 7.5 against your first number of a 6.33. You can get a little frustrated, but no, not Connor. And that's, I think, the maturity that he's gaining on tour, knowing that, hey, these are 30-minute heats. It only takes 2. Stay in the game. Don't get flustered. Don't try to do too much. He went right to his game plan of what he needed to do to get good numbers, and he had success. He got himself the 7.93.
And he was, in an earlier interview, he was saying about his mindset where he doesn't put as much pressure on himself as he did in the early years on the tour. And now he's just freed up, and being freed up, allowing himself maybe to have a beer at night.
Yep,
you know,
not feel guilty like you're blowing it.
Yeah, and you know, be a little bit more lighthearted. And you see that when we're traveling with someone like Connor. He's smiling, he's having a good time with the rest of the Australians. I mean, those guys are not, you know, they're not showing up to the contest headphones on stressing.
No, not at all. And it's a balance, right? I think there's a balance of that. There's not too much fun happening. There's not too much training happening. There's not too much surfing happening. So I like that he had mentioned it, the balance that he's been able to find on tour now. And that's something that it takes years to figure out. Like, you know, you go into all these different venues. You got to find out what foods are going to work for you during each venue.
Let's see what Griffin Colapinto has for us right here. Long float to clear that section. Float with a little extension off of it. What a rail turn right there, showing a lot of rail control, variety. Little fakey move there, likes the finish, looking to improve upon that 7.5.
Yeah, that was, you talk about that way, what's the first thing that comes to mind is that variety. I mean, every single turn a little bit different.
O'Leary, smooth face here, and he explodes into it. Going vert on the backhand. Second turn, vertical again. Has to try to clear it with a foam climb. That foam gobbles up the rails, takes him down. He's going to make quick work of it and regain priority. However, we'll be waiting for the score for Griffin Colapinto to see if he improves upon his 2-wave total. He needs better than a 7.5 to do so.
Yeah, and I like what Connor was able to do there. I mean, those tomahawk snaps were very, very solid. There's 2 huge ones in there, and he was on his way to a good number had it all come together for him. But the wave shut down. But this wave here, you talk about variety. Look at this. He sets up the first turn, beautiful arc. Didn't drive it too far back, so he didn't get caught behind the nice gliding floater. He carries a ton of speed. That drift over the top, a little different style of floater, and then that arc, just beautiful arc. The way he's able to just drive through that maneuver. There gets some release, rides backward, and yeah, ton of variety.
Yeah.
Does it improve on the 7.5? We'll have to wait for the judges think, but look at that arc all the way up. See the carve in the lip that high. You can see you can cheat a little bit and go lower and still get kind of a bunch of spray. But the fact that he goes up on the edge and gets the carve done. And then here, the variety throws that little release, rides backwards. Had the grab there as well. Releases, comes out, little fist pump. Loving it.
Dad likes it too. Dad likes it too. He thinks he improved upon his scoreline. That was some freestyling. Here's a replay of Conor O'Leary.
Yeah, and Conor O'Leary, that was just a beautiful first step. And then this one here rammed it. Just beautiful done. And he was on his way down the line to get a huge number had he pulled it off. We're still waiting on this number for Conor as well as the last one for Griffin. And 6.5 minutes to go. You would say this is a pretty neat heat, but I feel like Conor's still in the game here, but he needs priority, which he has.
Yeah, and Conor, you know, if he were to make the semifinals, it would be the first time he's made the semifinals since G-Land last year. That was the last time he made it into the semifinals, went down to Felipe Toledo at G-Land. So, you know, getting over the difference between a quarter and a semi, huge.
Yeah, it is huge. And, you know, and I think even reflecting into Conor's year, or his years on tour, he had a final too, right, in Fiji. And so he's been to the main event. He's never won a big deal, but that doesn't mean it won't happen because his surfing is very mature and it fits on this tour.
Strider Wazalewski, he's down on the rocks. Strider, what do you got for us down there?
Just a little vibe check down here. I mean, the tide's coming up, so you know, but it hasn't come up too much, so the whole crowd gets a nice place to sit, watch the contest. Everybody's up here in the grandstands and enjoying it from the shaded spots. But you know, everybody's really enjoying it. Liam O'Brien running by and getting this like really warm welcome from all the surf fans. So it was really cool. Baron paddling out the other side, even getting some hoots and hollers. And you know, this is just one of those beautiful afternoons here in El Salvador where you just come on down to the rocks and enjoy it. I feel like this is more of an afternoon vibe crowd down here in El Salvador.
Oh,
so
yeah.
This is when it really kind of fills in.
The light's good on you, Strider, right now. How many selfies, how many autographs on the way down there?
I got a couple.
Yeah, all right. Strider Wazalewski, he's just everywhere, isn't he? That last score for Griffin Colapinto, Peter, didn't change anything. He just duplicated his effort. Another 7.5 for Colapinto.
Yeah, and in looking at Conor too, he was just a 5.6 for his. We're sitting back out the back again with 4:50 to go, and we've had a few heats come to the very end, right, of the event, and with that, Conor O'Leary and priority, he may get a chance. Let's hope that he does, because I love those action-packed heats that are all the way to the end.
Yeah, we like the buzzer beater. We like the clutch performances, and Conor O'Leary poised himself to do just that. Is there anything you think Griffin Colapinto can do right now, kind of to distract Conor, to pull him off his mark?
Yeah.
What can you do? What can you do when you're under priority but you have the lead?
I mean, you can do that, but I think the way that works best is either your first time matchup with maybe a surfer before, and I know that these guys haven't matched up a ton, but I think there's a mutual respect. The fact that Conor, you know, has been on tour a long time, and you know that it's not really going to phase him, so it just seems like a waste of energy to kind of start there and start kind of playing quote-unquote mind games.
Right.
Sit it out, wait it out. I mean, once a set comes, obviously put yourself in position to try and bait Conor into taking a wave that maybe not the right wave. That's what you do, kind of sell a lemon, as you would like to say, a little car salesman tactics. But ultimately, that's why he's sitting on the outside, because he can start paddling for the wave. He's going to be in the view of Conor. Rather than Conor making the decision, it's like Griffin can kind of make a move for it. But again, there's a lot of respect between these guys. They both have been on tour for a bit. You know, Conor longer than Griffin, so you can't phase a veteran too much.
Yeah, Conor just steady. He's not flinching at all. No reason to move until a wave presents itself. But the clock, it's moving, ticking down. We're at the 3-minute mark right now.
And it's just it's so interesting when you put the ocean into the elements of a heat. You know, you got these time constraints, and you're now waiting for an opportunity. You don't know if it's coming. You know, totally different from what the surf ranch is you know when it's coming.
Yeah.
You hear it's coming. It's a whole different pressure. Whereas here, you know, you're just like kind of at this point, you're using your faith that you just want that opportunity. A lot of times you can just do some deep breathing. I know that that's for me. It was always just like kind of keeping myself centered and in the moment, not letting my thoughts get too wild, trying to keep it right here in the moment. Always kind of, you know, maybe looking at indicators that you might have, you know, like in Hawaii, you'd have some outer reefs that would kind of give you something to look at. Here, I don't think you get that opportunity as much, but maybe you see a couple dark lines on the outside and you start trying to position yourself. Just always paying attention right there in that moment.
And taking a look at the separation between the two. We've had some movement in the lineup. Griffin Colapinto now choosing to go deeper onto the point. And again, like Pete, you were saying, probably a strategic move for Griffin Colapinto. He can make an action to paddle for a wave clearly with Connor and bait him into that if a set does come. But that's the question mark. There's no play clock in surfing. You know, you don't know when the next play is going to be called.
Timeout.
No timeouts either.
Can you throw a timeout and stop the clock? I got to think about this. No, it's not going to happen, right? Once it gets started. We do have cool things that have kind of over the years developed, like restart.
Yeah.
Heat restart's kind of cool that we've developed. I don't know exactly the year that it came to fruition, but I like it. I think that's we want to see surfing. We don't want to see some battle just on scraps, you know.
Yeah.
So give them a new play clock, a new 30-minute heat. We've had that happen 3 times today. Two in one heat.
We had a double restart today as well. So.
Yeah, the first heat of the day had a restart, but it happens, right? The ocean goes quiet. You know, there's no guarantee that you're going to get your opportunity. Right now, we're down to 1 minute, and Connor's going, please, just give me one chance.
Yeah, I would expect for some lines, and I see some faint lines. The tide is filling in. Hopefully some tide push. There's still that swell out in the water. You've been talking about the moving of the angle of the swell. So we, because of all that, the angle of the swell and the size of the swell, we've been experiencing some of these lulls, and then we've been experiencing tremendous flurries at the same time.
Yeah, and that's like generally southern hemisphere swells. I mean, we're situated in the northern hemisphere, but we're seeing storms from the other side of the earth. So it's traveling a good long ways, not near as long as, say, we have it at Trestles or in California, but as swells travel together and waves move across the Pacific or any ocean for that matter, they do group together. Like the bigger sets will tend to kind of magnetize to each other, and they'll come in groups.
Well, dial a bomb. No one's picking up right now for Connor O'Leary, and he's not going to get the set wave that he needs. Congratulations in the water to Griffin Colapinto, 15.67, near excellent heat total for the surfer from San Clemente. He's moving on to the semifinals. Who's going to meet him? We'll find out. Quarterfinal 4 when we return. presented by Corona. Quarterfinal 4 and the final heat of the day. On tap, Liam O'Brien coming up against Baron Mamiya. Beautiful afternoon here in La Libertad in El Salvador. Punta Roca is the break that is the playing field, and it's setting up to be a tremendous event. And we're nearing the pointy end. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier. Peter Mel, Felicity, talk about the last heat. Griffin Colapinto, looking in fine form. He's our defending champ.
Yeah, you know what? It kind of reminded me of the other yellow jersey, Chris Amore, just getting off to a flying start. And Connor, though, not to be scoffed at, he did get a couple of opportunities. He tried to fight his way back, and I loved what I've seen from Connor. But yeah, Griff just proving too good.
Well, Pete, we have another matchup here. Liam O'Brien, Baron Mamiya, two regular foots, two surfers who have been kind of scrambling on the championship tour coming into this stop. But now they're both looking at potentially their best result of the year so far.
I would say one of these surfers is going to be one of their best results of the year so far. And this is a great opportunity for both these surfers to build confidence on tour. You know, Baron Mamiya, he's been trying to find his feet. I mean, after a big win at Sunset Beach and the best day of his life, getting and learning each and every venue. As I had mentioned earlier, you know, it's not easy. You're trying to figure out every venue, what is the magic that you're going to tap into, those styles of waves, what they look like, the food you need to eat, where you're staying, who's going to help you. All of these things you have to figure out. And it takes years to kind of find that perfect roadmap that gets you comfortable and gets you consistently getting big results.
Yeah, both have made the quarterfinals this year. Liam did that at Pipe at the beginning of the year. Baron Mamiya was important, made the quarterfinals at Margaret River, and that really was what pushed Baron Mamiya over that qualification ledge and got him in the back half of the season, Flick.
Yeah, he performed really well at Margaret River. I liked what I saw. I think he did do a post-heat interview saying that he feels like his surfing was good over there, but he still wasn't feeling like he was doing his best. He was having moments and really amazing turns, but even then still was sitting his best result at Margaret River with a 5th. He still said that he had more to give. So he's got another opportunity here. He's coming up against Liam O'Brien. Liam had a massive heat earlier today up against Ethan Ewing. It was hotly contested. It was really, really close, and I think this is going to be a good quarterfinal.
Yeah, both Baron and Liam had to overcome some of the informed surfers. Baron got by Gabe Medina, and Liam got by Ethan Ewing in that round of 16 to set themselves up for this quarterfinal. Who do you think has the strength or, maybe the advantage here, Peter, between Liam O'Brien and Baron Mamiya?
I'll take current status of what I've seen, and I will say that with Liam. Liam's just had this amazing flow. He's looked really ease his way through his heats and just carrying great speed. I would say that Baron has more firepower in regards to innovation, progression, but connecting with that right now we haven't yet seen. I mean, self-admitted that he hasn't really truly seen his own. I mean, the only time where I was like really truly inspired, not by just single moments, was that event that he won as a wild card at Sunset Beach. I mean, that was magic, right? There was something that he looked unbeatable in those moments, whereas in this on tour as a full-time tour veteran, we still have just seen moments. I want to see connection of heats back to back to back where you're seeing excellent scores back to back to back and not scrappy moments and scrappy heats getting it. So I think current status, Liam's there. Not to take anything away from Baron, I think he's can easily do some just mind-blowing air and blow our minds and get big numbers, and that's where he has that kind of X factor.
Yeah, Baron Mamiya starts off with a priority air, just took off, couldn't find any open face, and so handed the priority at the beginning of the heat over to Liam O'Brien. Flick, we'll see how Liam O'Brien executes on that. At this point, at the start of a heat, you would consider it a gift.
Yeah, definitely. You could see that as soon as Baron took that wave, Liam started moving down the point. So that makes me think that they were probably hassling for that inside position. Liam says thank you for that mistake, and I'll move down the point to where I think my lineups are. All the surfers obviously studying the lineup. They've got their rocks or whatever it is that they're using to line up on the beach, and yeah, the start of the heat, obviously there's no priority, so they're trying to hassle for that inside position, probably not sitting exactly where they want to be. But now they've repositioned, so when a set comes through, hopefully their lineups are right and we'll see some good surfing.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien as well as Baron Mamiya making it to the quarterfinals. Pete, they're both earning some points when we talk about their shapers and that pit crew for the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. Liam O'Brien on Darren Hanley designs. He's earning some points for DHD, and Baron Mamiya earning some points for that big crew over at Sharp Eye.
Yeah, and you know, again, the quarterfinals is where those points are earned, and so if you could fill those quarterfinals with your surfboards, you're going to get some points, and of course the wins are a big part of that as well.
Moving on to priority right now, a little bit inside. Baron Mamiya looks like he's interested to catch one of these inside waves just to get something going, and here we go with the Hawaiian. Mamiya, inside wave, looking down the line, nothing doing. You can see he's too deep. You can see the shallowness there of some of the rocks here at Punta Roca. Surprise, we got rocks at Punta Roca.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's do, you know, the translation of Punta Roca, right? Point Rock.
Yeah, Point Rock.
Or Rocky Point, yeah. So basically it is. I mean, and you know, it was funny. I was listening to Leo, and it was a talk on, you know, the rocks and how his tidbit info was, you know, he had this board. He went out and tried it, you know, for his warm up and loved it. First three waves, he's like, oh, I'm putting this on ice, and he decides to go in. He's like super careful to go not hurt it. He slips, hits the box, cracks his box.
Coming in.
After he had his magic board, he was coming in just to save it, and then he had it. So one of the local guys here fixed it up and got it. And now that's what he was riding for the event. But again, that's just why you want to protect your stuff so much. So, and that's the thing. If you slip, next thing you know, you fall, break your fin off. That's just that easy.
Scariest part, getting in and out of this wave, actually, with the rock dance they do. Really interesting on the women's side. Look at Steph Gilmore still in the Red Bull athlete zone, watching, learning, studying Flick, our defending champ here in El Salvador. It looks like she's relaxing, but with Harry, her partner, but also doing some homework.
I'd say a combination of three things: relaxing, doing some homework, and also supporting fellow Australian Liam O'Brien. But I think it's really interesting. Steph has looked pretty inspired since the first opening heat here we saw from her. She's had put together some amazing heat totals, and we've said it already a lot, but she's coming into this event same position, same seed as what she was last year, seed number 7, and she won here last year, defending champion. And you know what, the swell is dropping off and over the next few days, and obviously we'll be coming down here and checking the conditions, but Steph may be knowing that the swell is going to be a bit smaller, maybe sort of similar conditions to this. She's just coming down, having a look. I'm liking what I'm seeing because she looks fired up, and even in her post-heat interviews, she just, you know, she's inspired by people like Molly, who she just beat in her quarterfinal. So yeah, I'm ready to see, I can't wait to see her semi up against Tyler.
Yeah, she'll be in semi number 1 with Tyler Wright when we hit finals day. Let's hear from Griffin Colapinto. He's into the semifinals.
Yeah, he is, and another solid performance. Griffin, first of all, congratulations. Knowing that you were defending event champion and there was some swell on the way, what were your excitement levels coming to this event once again in El Salvador?
Super excited. It's super similar to Lowers, my home break, so I surfed there for 6 days before I came over here, so I knew exactly the board I wanted to ride, and my boards are magic right now. Thank you, Matt. So yeah, really excited.
Since last year's victory here, how do you think you've changed overall as a surfer and as a human being coming into this event?
Well, yeah, I'd say as a human being, just trying to be better every day and be better than the day before, and try not to be perfect. That's something that I can get I got that A personality kind of thing going, so sometimes I'll beat myself up if I'm not saying the right things or making the right choices, and just trying to realize how to let that go, and I'm not going to be perfect, and I'll just try and do better next time. So yeah, I feel like that's something I'm always working on. And then yeah, as a surfer, I think I'm always training, I'm always surfing, and I love what I do, so I think the progression is just going to happen naturally.
CJ Hobgood and Kelly Slater, the last 2 U.S. surfers to win a world championship on the men's side. What would it mean to you to join them and win it at lower trestles, your home break?
Oh, it'd be unfathomable. I don't even know. It's just, we'll have to wait and see, right?
Well, you got to get there first. Congratulations. See you in the semis.
Thank you.
All right. A little bit of talking about development as a human being and looking way to the future to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It's a race there, but it's a long road still, Peter.
As a surfer, you know, usually we weren't thinking about being good humans all the time. We just wanted to surf all day long, but that's the maturity of what's happening on tour. You can see that there's these characters on tour and they're doing certain things, and Griffin's leading the way with a lot of certain things that we didn't used to see in our era, Kaipo.
Yeah.
You know, we will say that the fact that you're looking in the mirror and going, okay, how can I better myself each and every day? That's mature.
And for someone like Griffin Colapinto, Flick, you know what? Wearing that yellow jersey, though, it's got to feel good.
I think so. Of course it does. I mean, I think he said when he first wore this yellow jersey, you know, he was like, oh, you know, is there a bit of pressure that comes with this? And then I think it was a post-heat interview, or maybe an interview I read somewhere, and he said, you know what? No, I deserve this. I'm going to own this. Like, you know, I've worked so hard for this, and I'm finally wearing it. So it's so cool to see him really come into his own, and he's just been on fire here at this event.
I like that, Peter. Griffin Colapinto, you know, not wanting to relinquish the yellow jersey, wants to own it, keep his name on it.
Yeah.
Well, and what that'll do is put him in a really good position at his home break. Then he only has to win 2 heats, 4 waves. That simple, right? I mean, ultimately, you look at the way the format is set up for that Rip Curl WSL Finals. You know, the 4th and 5th seed surf against each other, which the winner of that will surf against the 3 seed. Winner of that surfs against the 2 seed. Winner of that surfs against the 1 seed. And it's 2 out of 3 in heats. So having that number 1 seed is the optimum. So if he can keep his yellow jersey, then all of a sudden it becomes very simple for him. And like I said, 4 good waves could win him a world title.
Yeah, and as we look at our brackets here, just for this event, Ian Gentile, Felipe Toledo in semifinal number 1, Griffin Colapinto in semifinal number 2 against the winner of this quarterfinal. We could potentially have a rematch this year in the final of last year's finals between Griffin Colapinto and Felipe Toledo, Flick.
Yeah, we definitely could. I mean,
I would say the odds are high.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Just by performance levels. I mean, you think about the scores.
The only thing I would say is that there's a bit of a dark horse in there, and that is Ian. This whole event, he's honestly been a big standout to me. He's taken out some big names, Jack Robinson.
He's the lowest seed to get there, right? So he had to take out big names.
And such a low seed doing such big work.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's got one big task ahead of him before he makes the final, so it'll be pretty exciting. I'm really looking forward to that first semi-final matchup.
Here we go. Liam O'Brien finds one. Winds up off the bottom. Big slash off the top. One more time. Another fin throw for Liam O'Brien. Lob. Floats the roof there. Gets back to the open face. Big carve for the surfer from Burley Heads. One check turn looking down the line. Floats it for the finish and stomps that finish. So that's a nice start. It's going to be the first meaningful number in this matchup, Peter.
Yeah, and he doesn't make many mistakes. I will say his surfing is very mistake-free. It's rare that you see him hitch a rail. It's rare that you see him lose speed. And that was just a very solid wave. Great way to start his campaign in this heat. He's going to put pressure on Barron. It's been a slow start to this one, so he's already got 1 wave done. Now find another solid one, and he could get himself into the semis.
Here we go. Another replay flick of lob.
Yeah, opening wave for this heat. Beautiful layback. Straight up releases the fins for that second turn. Moving past this section here, lip line floater. Another carving maneuver there, just so beautiful to watch. I like what you said, Pete. He hasn't made many mistakes and just knew that he had to capitalize on that wave.
Love this in slow motion, Peter.
Yeah, and again, just look at where right that last second, he does that little adjustment into the lip to get the vertical approach and the release. All these little subtle changes in angles and the gas pedal, where you're pressing on your board. You see his footwork. He puts his foot on the back there. A little forward at this point, but look, it's right on that little kicktail. A little adjustment once again. That little adjustment sets up where he's going to hit it right here. The big wrapping carve. Kinks that knee in. Again, compressing holding that speed and then accelerating it back into the tail block once again, trying to mix it up. That was that kind of check turn, but what he's doing is in that turn, he's actually gaining speed out of the top of the lip to make sure he gets to this section early enough to climb up and over it. Again, no mistakes there, always making these subtle little adjustments where he's able to gain speed out of his surfboard. Such a good read.
Baron Mamiya got a wave as well, Flick.
Yeah, behind Liam, out the back, nice carving maneuver, throwing so much spray. Nice fin release for the second turn. Jabs it up in the pocket for a third. Just coming unstuck there. It would have been a nice exchange between the two. Baron probably a bit upset with that.
He would be upset. The advantage is going to go to Liam O'Brien. Liam O'Brien, if he advances out of here into the semifinals, it will be the second time he's made a semifinal in the Championship Tour event. Back in 2021, he made the semifinals as a wild card at the Rip Curl Search Rottnest, if you remember that. And he made a big impact as a wild card. Probably give him some inspiration to get on the Championship Tour, which he has done. There's the numbers, a 7.17 for Liam O'Brien.
That's a good number, a good solid number, and that wave wasn't really that easy to surf. It wasn't the nice, smooth, open face. It was like he had to pick where he was going to hit it and still somehow create flow. That's the one thing I think is so impressive about Liam. It doesn't matter the conditions. He always has this ability to just glide all the way through his rides. I remember my first time actually watching Liam. I had heard his name, but I never actually got to watch him throughout a whole event. I remember the U.S. Open when he was able to do, that was one of his campaigns the first year I think he was trying to get on tour.
The Challenger Series.
Yeah, and it was amazing how good he surfed at pretty small, gutless Huntington Beach. And he somehow had all this speed and all this glide. And I was like, wow, this kid knows how to do it. And it's not easy to be able to have such great flow.
Yeah, that was his road in 2021 where he finished #3 on the Challenger Series, and he earned his initial spot on the Championship Tour. Got injured that first year on the CT. Had to surf again last year, 2022, on that Challenger Series. Did it again. Ended up the year #9. Earned his spot again, Felicity, onto the Championship Tour. So talking about the long road, the hard road to get there, Liam O'Brien, he's done it twice.
Yeah, there's a lot of resilience there. There's a lot of character building. There's a lot of challenges to overcome.
Adversity, it changes into perseverance, which changes into a very mature and great approach.
Coming back from a broken ankle, and having to do that rehab, not just the construction on your bones, but all the ligaments and tendons that are involved in there. And Peter, I think we talked about it before, an ankle injury in surfing, your ankle goes through so many minute angle changes on your surfboard. I mean, it takes a long time and a lot of hard work to get back.
Well, especially from a guy like Liam who does those little subtle changes in his equipment or in his adjustment to get the speed, because he's one of the best at it.
Well, to catch you up to all the numbers, you got a 5.17 for Baron Mamiya. That was on his third wave. Remember, he fell off, so he had a potential to probably get into that 6 or 7 point range if he was able to complete that ride. He's trailing Liam O'Brien. Liam O'Brien with a distinct advantage in that he has a single wave score of a 7.17, and that's enough to still keep him into the lead. Mamiya with priority. Here we go. The prodigy, Baron Mamiya. Couple whippy turns on the bottom. Throws the fins out the back there. One more snap in the lip this time. Clears the water. Hacks a turn. One more fin throwing hack, and now just has to ease through a couple of cutties as the wave slows down its pace. Looking on the inside section. And a little bit of a dig there is going to have to make up for it. Gets over a couple of the ribs in the face. Really forces that finish, but gets the finish.
He really milked that wave for everything. Yeah, he did. He fought really hard, and I won't say manufactured a score because the surfing out this, at the top of the wave was really, really well done. But yeah, he really milked that wave for everything that it was worth. And I think, falling on that last wave, the 5.17 was probably in his mind. He didn't want to fall. Here's the replay. Sort of a cleaner face to start here. Blows the fins on the first turn. Straight back up into the lip, throws a bunch of spray into the air, and again, coming around this section, another little tag on the foam. This is where things get a little bit sleepy, but he knows that he needs a score, so he just keeps working it. Nice transition, and just moving this board through this flatter section of the wave. taps it again, bringing it through to the inside and finishes strong. So I'm sure that was quite a long wave. Nice fin release there on the drone angle. Again, the second time.
You see the angle there where there's those ribs. He has to fit in the little pockets where he's going to do his maneuvers. And that's that wind blowing down the point. But yeah, like you said, he did well. And this is going to be his best number for this heat. And he's going to be into the lead. I mean, he only needs a 2 to get there. So you'd say that he's guaranteed that at least.
Oh, slow motion. Talking about the angles of approach and just having to really force that finish. But good job to force that final turn in there. Look at the determination on his face of Baron Mamiya. We're waiting for that score as we come back. Waves coming through on the top of the point. Liam O'Brien sitting there with priority, still waiting for last wave score for Baron Mamiya. We'll see if Liam will choose one of these waves. 13 minutes on the clock. Baron on the paddle back out with the 808 on his back. 88 on his back, representing the 808 area code for his home state of Hawaii. Scores in 6.67. Baron Mamiya goes to the lead. Liam O'Brien with priority needs a 4.67. 12 minutes and 30 seconds on the countdown. Sounds like it's time for a break. We'll be back with the conclusion, quarterfinal, number 4, here from the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We're having a good time down here at the Corona Bar. Come on down, I'll get you a beer. If it's low tide, we'll get you 2. Having a good time down here out in the water. Quarterfinal number 4 is wrapping up. You know what? It is kind of low tide over here. Let me get one of these big dogs out for the boys over here. I think Connor deserves one. Right? Connor, you deserve a bigger beer, you know? Why not? Anyway, we're going to have fun. We're going to have a good time. And don't go anywhere, because right after this, we're going to have the Corona Post Show coming up. And it's going to be a blast to check out the best waves and all the highlights from today's action.
Where's your tip jar?
My tip jar right over here. It's a little empty, but I just started. Come on down. Give me. What do you need? Oh, Seth needs a beer.
Strider Wozlowski serving up Coronas, and it is happy hour right now. But again, yeah. Show's not over after the end of quarterfinal number 4, the Corona Post Show. AJ's are going to be in here with Felicity and Peter Mel, and we're going to wrap up all of today's action. Hey, look at, we're going to make it down all the way to the semifinals for both the men and the women. We're going to have a finals day all set up, and so there'll be a lot to go over at that Corona Post Show. Current situation at hand right now.
That's 3 hours of surfing, right? That's when ready to finish this up. I mean, that's not 3 hours, a couple half-hour heats.
Oh, you're talking about finals
tomorrow?
day.
Yeah, finals day.
Six heats. It'll be 6 heats, and depending upon the duration of the heats, whether they're 35 minutes, we have the option to go 40 minutes if we want to. But you're right, 2 semifinals, 2 finals.
So just thinking forward, is it tomorrow? It could be, right?
Yeah, could be. Well, you'll find out because you can tune in to worldsurfleague.com, 6:15 local time. That's when we'll make the call if we're going to have that finals day tomorrow. But the situation in the water, Liam O'Brien trailing Baron Mamiya, but Liam with priority in that red jersey just needs a 4.67 to turn the heat at this moment, Flick.
Yeah, he does, and time's ticking down, and Liam in his the heat against Ethan Ewing, time was ticking down and he needed a score. He literally took off with 15 seconds to go and needed a score, so right now, I don't feel like he would be feeling the pressure. He knows he's capable of getting a score, limited time, his ability's there, he hasn't been falling, making minimal mistakes, so if he gets the opportunity when a wave comes, I have no doubt he's going to get that 4.67.
Right. He's already displayed composure today in a tense situation. So already coming through that, it gives, I'm agreeing with you that Liam O'Brien will be able to react when the opportunity presents itself. Peter, the chances of us seeing another set in 7 minutes 45 seconds.
You're asking me how much?
What's the probability?
Again, I know. Give me the crystal ball. Once again, I wish I had that crystal ball all the time. I would say yes, very high percentage. I mean, 93% if you need a number. But I will say that just in regards to that composure part of it, having those situations where you're down to 15 seconds, needing a number and going out there, there's no really true way to train that, right? I mean, there's probably some coaches out there who'll say, I know how to do that. But I mean, truly, the experience in itself is where you're getting the training. So being able to just have that moment happen and being able to know that you executed it, that's the confidence that you need. I know that I was sitting in that situation, I just felt like my legs would have been jelly, right? It's like, it just feel like, because there was a choppy wave and like, it just felt like it was gonna be so hard. And in the beginning part of it, you needed to find his rhythm. He did that. I think now, if he had that same kind of a situation, I feel like it would be a little bit more sure-footed, but just watching when he was standing up, I was like, oh gosh, it feels like I was feeling the jelly legs. But again, he executed it, got it done, and there's, like I said, there's limited ways to train for that type of situation, except for the true experience in its own.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, sometimes you can just pretend. I mean, I remember being a
pretending
kid
doesn't work.
Pretending in your mind.
Pretending doesn't increase the heart rate. I feel like unless you're put in that actual position, this guy knows how to increase his heart rate.
Yeah, he jumps off of high things. He's also really good friends with Liam O'Brien. That's Manny McGillivray. He's here to support his friend in his effort into the semifinals. So Matthew McGillivray, Liam O'Brien, good friends, travel partners. 4.67 is the need for Liam O'Brien at the moment.
Think about how important to have that type of friendship on tour. I think that there's some real value in that, especially with guys as even keeled as like Liam. I mean, he'd be a great guy to kind of have a conversation with about certain things, and he'd think that he would come up with some very good solutions to say a problem you're having on tour. Well,
like it's nice to have a support squad and a sounding wall, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially when you're navigating competition and travel.
And everybody has a different kind of philosophy on what that group looks like. Some people cruise with their girlfriends or their wives, right? I mean, and just them. Like Kelly, him and his partner pretty much solely. He'll occasionally bring people into his group, but for the most part, that's kind of his solid group. And then there's, like Felipe or they'll bring a posse, right?
Yeah.
And that's how they're going to feel the most comfortable, is to have 3 or 4 people around to help them out. So everyone's a little different, but finding that comfort and understanding what that is for yourself, right? Griffin's probably figuring out, okay, who do I feel the most comfortable with on tour to give me and help me be at the best of in every situation, and finding that crew is so important.
Movement in the water right now. Baron Mamiya under priority, just taking a paddle up the point. Down to 4 minutes 35 seconds. O'Brien holding that priority. Just needs a mid-range score. Liam looks interested here, showing that interest. Baron's going to keep him honest and telling him to get going. Here he goes on the priority. O'Brien building up speed down the line. Floats that section. First turn there, just a whitewater bash. Big snap fin throw. Little caught up in the whitewater, can't find the open face.
Oof. He needed more, it felt like. You think? I think so.
4.67. I feel that he would have needed more right there. I feel that Liam O'Brien, trying to manage the clock, thought, hey, I got to get going. Unfortunately, Flick, that wave did not open up and had that creasing section at the end.
Yeah, it didn't. And look, I mean, he's paddling out pretty fast. I mean, time's ticking down. I think he probably knows that within himself. I mean, surfers, here we go. We get to have a look at the replay here.
So
paddling really hard for that one.
Yeah, and it had to skip all these sections before the first turn.
Yeah, it was a smaller wave, and you can kind of see it had like a bit of a lump and a bump through it. But these first two sections, those first two turns, were great. That third one, blowing the fins out. But yeah, just couldn't get around that section there at the end. So, I mean, he would know it.
It might be. It might
Maybe.
be there.
It's just a 4.67 is all we need.
Right? I mean, there was one nice turn there.
Yeah.
I don't think it was an error, like a mistake, in my opinion, because
he's managing the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and he's
and the wave looked like it would have the potential for a 5, right? I mean, it felt like it did.
You know what though?
It's
It's
not
going to
gonna
come
be there.
under. Yeah. And you know what that's going to do? That's going to put Baron Mamiya in a predatory position. 3.5 for Liam O'Brien. He remains in in second place. Baron Mamiya now with the lead, under 3 minutes on the clock, and priority. Mamiya can turn a little bit into the predator, but look at this wide one coming through.
Yeah,
This is
wow.
going to be a gift
This is
for
a gift.
Liam O'Brien. Thank you, Punta Roca, says Liam. I'm going to put a fin throw snap to begin with. Little slidey section there. One more gaff on the forehand. This is what he was looking for. Clears that section, finds open face, carves back into an easy cutback inside. Double up section, combos the finish. Now that's going to be the 4.67.
That was pretty easily. Yep, Matt knows that. And wow, that was a full-on gift that one just slipped underneath. And that's the ocean, man. It can just all of a sudden, you just keep the competitor. I mean, it wasn't like
I was saying
Baron could do anything.
Baron was going to turn into the predator. He could have locked him up with priority. He had under 3 minutes, but that wide one came through, Flick, and
I don't even think he could have had the time to make the decision to even get to that
no,
wave.
he couldn't get to him. No. We'll take a look at it again. Look at Baron.
Oh, he's
just
way
like,
too
oh
far
no,
away.
I can't get him. And Liam's all, thank you.
Punta Roca. You know, and this is where you can start feeling like the destiny is in your court. I mean, getting that 15 seconds to get that last wave and then have this little sidewinder show up for you, you know, that's going to be huge confidence for him. I mean, we still have a minute 25 to go. Baron still has a chance here, but this definitely is the number.
Sometimes things don't go your way, and sometimes they do. And right now, things are definitely going Liam's way. I mean, he had to take that wave. Here we go. Have a look at a replay of this turn here. Just really releasing the fins there, getting so compressed. Brings it back around. A little bit of a bauble to deal with there, but straight back up into the lip for this second turn. Releases the fins once again.
So watching this replay and looking at the clock, we're under a minute. Baron Mamiya is going to have to operate under the assumption that he's going to need a score.
Yeah.
The judges are taking their time, so Baron's not going to know the number that he needs right now. Likely, he's not going to know because it's just 40 seconds. So Baron needs a wave. He needs to assume that he needs a score, and he's going to have to surf for that score. He doesn't know the number, however.
Well, you can see that Liam's not necessarily, Baron's not necessarily looking out the back going, oh, look, there's something coming. He's kind of looking out the back going, oh, shoot.
Yeah. It could be a done deal right now. One judge, that's all the indication that we need that Liam O'Brien
oh my gosh, look at those scores.
Is going to get that score. He's got it.
You think so?
Yeah, he's got it.
All right. Barely, though.
I'll do the quick math. 4.87, Liam O'Brien up into the lead as the buzzer sounds. How was that for a comeback?
It was a great comeback, but I felt like a slam dunk to me.
Yeah.
But, hey, I guess I was the 5.5.
I was the 5.5 too.
Liam closes out the day once again. He won the last heat of the day yesterday. He won the last heat of the day today. He's going to be in semi-final number 2 on finals day against Griffin Colapinto. Baron Mamiya is going to walk away with the equal 5th. Taking a break. We'll be back with the Corona post show. Stick around.
welcome into the Corona Post Show, day 2 here at Punta Roca in El Salvador, and it is as beautiful as it looks. Both the waves, the environment, the surfing, everybody brought the heat today, and as they should, with spots on finals day on the line. Some fantastic surfing. We're going to get you the highlights here in just a minute. I'm AJ McCord alongside Peter Mel, Felicity Palmatier. You guys, big day for the second day in a row. Pete, what stood out to you about the way the surfers adapted to that?
I knew you were going to ask me that question, and wow, I had to start thinking of all the moments. I mean, I'm going to just kind of stick into the Liam O'Brien factor, because he was clutch today, and he was somehow figuring out how to get it done with 15 seconds on the clock. He did it in his first heat, was able to do it again here in this last heat. I mean, some gifts were given to him, but also you know, if that you get those moments, he was able to execute there, so I like what he did.
What a way to end it, with some drama, some excitement. Felicity, what about for you?
Yeah, I've got to say Liam as well. I just loved his performances today. He had a really hard heat coming up against Ethan, and it was just, really similar surfing, really hotly contested, came out on top there, and then did it again this afternoon. So, yeah, I loved it.
An incredibly impressive performance by Liam O'Brien. Let's go check in with the man who just punched his ticket to finals day. Liam is with Mitchell Salazar.
And an important result, too, the last standing Australian. You're into the semifinals lobby. Congratulations, first of all. But Barron actually let you go on the 4.87 that you got. What were you thinking at that moment when you stood up and needed a score right at the end?
Oh yeah, it wasn't the greatest wave, and it looked like there was a few more out the back, but I felt like that was just going to be my last chance, so I just was like, I'm going either way. And yeah, luckily it was just enough.
A significant moment when you came into, you were greeted by your fellow Australians, Connor, Ryan, and of course Callum Robson, who lost earlier today too. What kind of significance do you take out of those moments?
Oh yeah, it's so special to walk up to your friends after surfing a heat. Those guys are so cool, and they've always supported me, so yeah, I support them when they do well, and they do the same for me, so it's pretty cool.
You matched your best result on the CT so far, at least a semifinal finish guaranteed, but the meaningful moment, a victory for the Aussies, and especially moving up in the rankings. What can we expect from you into finals day now?
Hopefully I can keep making at least another heat, but I'm just going to stick with sort of what I was doing and trying to select the best waves, and see if that works out tomorrow. Obviously, yeah, Griffin's been ripping, and it's going to be a tough heat, but no, I'm looking forward to the challenge.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Cheers, Mitch. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Nothing's broke, so why fix it? For Liam O'Brien, he did exactly what he needed to do today in order to make sure that he punched that ticket.
It's so even-keeled, right? I mean, even in those moments, there's not really a whole lot of excitement out of him. He just kind of even-keeled, and it kind of comes in his personality as he surfs as well. So I love it. I like his chances tomorrow, although I will say he's up against Griffin Colapinto, which has been on point as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be definitely a heat to watch. Griff has been absolutely on fire. I mean, we saw his last heat then, dropping 2 great waves, and it's got Liam's got a hard matchup, but I've loved the surfing that I've seen from him. He's silky smooth, sort of similar, I think, to Griff a little bit. So yeah, looking forward to tomorrow.
No better way to figure out if they do have similar styles than put them right up against each other. So let's take a look at the top 10, our men's leaderboard coming into this event.
Wow.
And my goodness, just 2 remain out of the top 10 coming into this event. Griffin Colapinto in that yellow leader jersey, trying to do everything he can to prove that it deserves to be on his back for another event. And then Felipe Toledo, who is just, talk about silky smooth surfing. He has done it this entire competition.
Yeah, he really has. I think it's just, for me, it's amazing that Griff has, come off the back of that win from the Surf Ranch, maintained that fire here. He's still sitting in that #1 position. He's made it all the way through to the semifinals. He was the previous winner here at this event last year. So just so much momentum, and I am loving it.
Looking at this graphic for me, it just goes to showcase that all of those guys are out of the top 10, and now you're thinking about who's going to get themselves into that final 5.
Absolutely. Let's take a look before we talk about that, about Griffin Colapinto and how he got to finals day against Connor O'Leary in this quarterfinals heat.
Well, it's searing carves, it's fin releases. He's got such a healthy mix of all types of surfing, and he can go to the air. So that's why he's wearing that yellow jersey, is that he has all of it. He's got the game. He's good in the big waves. I mean, he'll go when it comes to pipeline, when it comes to chopo. So he's world champion material. He is yet to get that chance but I know that he doesn't want to lose it. He has mentioned how much he wants to own this yellow jersey, and right now he's keeping it.
Yeah, if he gets the chance to surf in this final 5, you know, it is at his home break lowers, so you can only imagine the damage that he's going to do here. He came up against a really hard competitor though. Connor O'Leary was just looking on fire on his backhand, surfing so critically, and yeah, just precision timing on his backhand here. So it wasn't an easy win.
No, it wasn't. You know, and you'd seen a few more opportunities. You could have seen, I think, Connor really give it a good go. It was at the end of it. There was, you know, it didn't need a huge number. He had matched the numbers that Griffin had put there. Just didn't have 2 of them.
Connor surfing his way to 4 quarterfinal finishes in his last 5 events. So a lot of consistency lately for Connor O'Leary. Certainly we'll look to build off of that in Rio at the next stop. But taking a look at these 2 semifinals we have coming up on the men's side, you have Ian Gentile against Felipe Toledo, and then Griffin Colapinto against Liam O'Brien.
How funny would it be to see Liam and Ian into the final just randomly, because obviously the defending champion and the finalist as well from last year are still in this contest. You know, you'd think, you know, odds are those 2 would make it into the final, but hey, this things like destiny kind of seems to be working for those lower seeds.
Ian Gentile in particular is someone we're going to talk about a little bit later in the show, but Felicity, for you, what are you looking forward to about those semifinal matchups?
I've just got to echo what Pete said. I think, you know, the underdogs, the lower seeds coming through up against the previous last year's finals.
Call them favorites, really,
exactly.
right? I mean, those are the favorites for sure. And so, hey, weird things happen.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of want to see it. I want to see the underdogs in the final.
Will it to happen?
Well, I'll tell you what, if on the men's side we are wondering how far the underdogs can go today, the veterans on the women's side proving they're not going anywhere. Let's take a look at Stephanie Gilmore against Molly Picklum. I caught up with Pickles after this heat, and she said, I got goated by Stephanie Gilmore.
Well, and I will say that Steph hasn't looked this good for a long, and except for the day that she won her world title. And really, that was where you saw her confidence build through the day and get that win. That was a while, but she's come here and she looks so good. Little equipment change. I believe that's where we're seeing the extra flair come from them. But I think with that little equipment change and that flair, she's gained a ton of confidence. And a confident Steph Gilmore is really hard to beat.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I think Steph, you know, when I think about her, it's speed, power, grace, flow, everything that looks amazing on right-hand point break. She comes from snapper, so she's just sharpening up her blades here, heat after heat. But Molly says she got goated, but she did drop 2-7, so she did give Steph a run for her money. So I think Steph saying in her post-game interview that she draws a lot of experience from coming up against these younger surfers. So yeah, Steph looking inspired.
And on the other side of the semifinals bracket, we have Carissa Moore taking on Caroline Marks. Of course, Carissa in that yellow leader jersey, looking to get another trophy as well here in El Salvador. She's going up against Caroline Marks, and then Steph is going to have Tyler Wright.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, you've got a bunch of experience there. Matter of fact, all 4 of those competitors very experienced. I mean, the least of it would be Caroline Marks, being that she's so young, but she's had a lot of semis. She's had a lot of finals. She's had wins, so a very experienced semifinal matchup.
Oh, I'm excited for the Tyler v. Steph matchup, really. I mean, there's a lot of world titles sitting there, and I think, for me right now, I think Steph might have a little bit of a jump just coming from a point break herself. Tyler seems to like these bigger, more meteor waves where she can really lay the board on rail. We'll just have to see what the Surfline forecast, how that develops, how the rest of the week develops, if we run tomorrow or not. But it's looking like it's going to be good.
I mean, you teed us up perfectly, Felicity, because it is now time for the Surfline forecast. Let's take a look. Professor Pete, you got your glasses on. I want to know what you think about these next few days.
Okay, so this is the swell we've been running off of. You can see it right there, and I had talked about the Galapagos shadow. It is actually there. There's a couple islands that set it up, but ultimately we do have some stuff later in the week, but it's not very strong. So I think that Travis Logie, looking at tomorrow in clean conditions, we only have have probably 3.5 hours of competition to go. So big chance that we could be running tomorrow. That was the rumors and whispers that I was hearing. But if we move out later in the week, we will get a slight bump there all the way out to like Thursday. We'll see kind of similar conditions in regards to what we've seen the last couple days. But fingers crossed. I think that the momentum is going. I think that say the competitors would probably say thumbs up. If there's enough surf tomorrow, we'll most likely be finishing.
Absolutely, carry it forward.
Oh, I agree with what you said. Thinking at it from a competitive aspect, you want to keep that momentum going. You don't want to go on hold for 3 to 4 days. If you do, it's almost like reset, new contest.
Exactly. It's like a whole new event. Really, it's crazy.
So we'll see. We will have that call tomorrow morning, 6:15 a.m. local time here in El Salvador. And in the meantime, if we do happen to go on some lay days, it's just such a beautiful country. And I know the three of us have had a great time. Our whole crew has, getting a chance to experience the beauty, the nature, all of it in El Salvador. And WSL One Ocean wanting to make sure that we do our part to clean up and beautify the areas that we come into. Take a look at what we've done here.
I like this project because it's been a lot to me. Like I grew up here, take care about our place and do that thing to the river is super special.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire our surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. Today we are joining forces in El Salvador with Paso Pacifico and Oriente Salvaje to protect El Salvador's well-known rivers from impacts of plastic pollution.
Together with WSL Pure, we are launching a campaign nationally to change human behaviors around plastic consumption and the use of single-use plastics.
These river interceptor devices are very important because we have to stop plastic pollution before it reaches the ocean.
Así que estamos muy contentos con esta alianza. Obviamente la WSL también nos ha estado apoyando en esto y por eso te digo, hemos estado haciendo esto todo el año, lo queremos hacer constante, no solo colocar estas riobardas aquí en Punta Chilama, donde está nuestra querida ola de oro, que es Punta Roca, sino que en toda la zona costera de Surf City, que son más de 70 spots buenos para surfear, porque si no cuidamos nuestra ola, ya no vamos a tener más surf.
We are planning to accumulate 40 tons of plastic. We are also employing local community to get involved in this so that we can reduce this plastic going to the sea.
The campaign, Esto es tuyo, which means this is yours. So we are trying to create empowerment of the community that this belongs to them, so it's important to take care of it.
As surfers, the ocean is our playground and our stadium. Together, we are leveraging the sport of surfing to achieve long-term ecosystem conservation.
If you can do something when you visit all the beaches, then do. It's very important for you to know that you're not only working or doing something in a beautiful beach, but in a beautiful community as well, and it can generate a great impact.
Para mí es súper especial estar participando en estas cosas así porque a mí me interesa bastante estar ahí porque me gusta limpiar el mar.
Show us what you're doing to protect our one ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean and tagging WSL and WSL One Ocean in your posts. WSL One Ocean! New look, same mission.
After a day like today, I always wonder how on earth is our crew going to take 10 plus hours of great surfing and nail it down to 5 moments, but that's what we're going to try to do now.
Okay, let's do this. I'm ready.
Let's do it. Moment number 5 of our top 5, Baron Mamiya taking down that man, Gabriel Medina.
This was a crazy one. I mean, obviously, Gabriel in form these days, and this man, knowing this was going to be a tough draw, he made it happen. A couple little errors by Gabriel Medina, and this man pounced on it, and he's found himself into that quarterfinal, but wasn't good enough at the end of it all, but I loved that number 5 moment.
And moment number 4, Felipe Toledo looking like he is in top form, Felicity.
Yeah, absolutely, with an 8.83 and backing it up with an 8.67. That is 2 massive heat totals there. And with maneuvers like that, there is no wonder. I mean, just look at the way this guy surfs. People say it all the time. It's just like a video game. I mean, how was that turn there? It was like a combination of 2 maneuvers, like a lip line to a fin blow, and then just so much progression, straight air there. I just love to see it. It's kind of like, yeah, a video game. What do you want to do next? Just beautiful surfing.
Speaking of beautiful surfing, let's talk about Stephanie Gilmore. She is on to the semifinal. Gilmore's greatness trying to repeat what she did last year.
Sizzling form, and this is, again, just look like she's having a ball, and it carries over in her personality. She's hanging out all day long. She was in the Red Bull Athlete Zone till the very end of the day, supporting the other Aussies. But with surfing like this, she has a great chance to go back-to-back here. She's trying to fulfill destiny like she did last year, where she was in that 7th position on the rankings and now moving into that final 5.
And moment number 2, the man from Maui is on a mission. Ian Gentile onto his first semifinal.
Yeah, I have absolutely loved everything I've seen from Ian in this event. I mean, we've always known he's had the talent there, but he's really made things happen in this contest, taking out Jack Robinson, Zhao Chianca, now Italo Ferreira. Just beautiful, silky smooth surfing, and on his way to the semis.
Speaking of silky smooth, Carissa Moore, my goodness.
More magic, and she has made it look very easy. I mean, her last heat, everything was working for her. She just paddled out by herself. She had the lead, and all of a sudden there's another 9-point wave coming right at her. I mean, one of the biggest sets of the day happens, and she's already had a perfect, or not a perfect score, but an excellent heat score, and all of a sudden she just got this big bomb, got a 9, and actually made it a 17, the highest of the event so far. So she is in that magic form. More magic. I love it.
So looking ahead, of course, we are on to our finals day. When that's going to be, we will find out. But what do you guys want to see these surfers build upon from some of these top 5 moments that we've seen, not just today, but throughout the competition? What do you want to see them build upon?
Look, I mean, we've seen some excellent surfing today. And look, I guess Carissa's thrown down a 9. I mean, a 10 would be great. Why not?
Higher, faster, more extreme.
Yeah.
Right? We demand the best from the best.
Pedal to the metal. It's
right?
finals day.
Yeah, let's rock and roll.
Okay. Well, we will find out if tomorrow is, in fact, finals day. 6:15 call, local El Salvador time. Thank you for joining us for day 2 at the Corona Post Show. We'll see y'all in the morning.
Surf City El Salvador Pro, it's on.
Here we go, live action up back.
So with priority, Tyler Wright on a beautiful looking set wave.
Pickles off the bottom, carves. Gabriel O'Brien winding up, slashing through that turn.
We're going to switch over to the men for round of 16.
Slashing turn for
nuts.
Felipe Toledo, throwing everything at it. Here we go, Kanoa bashes the lip there, a little bit of release, purchases on the fin.
Connor O'Leary ringing the bell on his backhand. Big dash to finish there. That's power surfing.
Liam O'Brien zooming off the bottom, slashing off the top.
Get excited. It's quarterfinals time.
Toledo.
Talk about wow.
Toledo.
Holy moly, Toledo.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.